As the infrastructure gradually takes shape, the players are matched. The match is successful, and the system is assigning all players to their respective floors. A notification chimes, indicating that all loading items have been completed and the system is being implanted for all players. Congratulations to player Ning Bai. You have become a resident of apartment 9527, unit 106. Please ensure you pay your rent before midnight each day, and we wish you a pleasant stay. The voice in his mind jolted Ning Bai awake. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to find himself in an entirely unfamiliar room. What is going on? Where am I? Observing the alien environment, a sense of unease washed over him. He distinctly remembered playing games at his office, feeling an inexplicable wave of sleepiness, and the next moment, he found himself here. Ning Bai scanned the room, a bizarre sensation creeping over him. The place resembled a rustic inn, stark and simplistic. The total area was barely 10 square meters, with a double bed in one corner and a brown TV cabinet opposite it, housing an old cable television that emitted static and a piercing crackle. The overall ambience was dismal. The air was thick with the musty scent of dampness, and the grayish-white walls were marred by years of water stains, overrun with green moss. The dim overhead light flickered incessantly, threatening to extinguish at any moment, casting an eerie aura throughout the room. What on earth is this place? Am I dreaming? Ning Bai pinched his cheek, the ensuing pain confirming that he was indeed awake. How had he arrived here? Had he been drugged, trafficked, or worse? Yet, the real estate agency he worked for was a reputable company. Although they often engaged in dubious dealings with clients, surely they wouldn't harm their own employees? A profound sense of insecurity enveloped him as he grasped a nearby ashtray for courage and cautiously descended from the bed. Approaching the doorway, he noted the bathroom door ajar, despite the dimness and the foul stench of sewage emanating from within. He sensed no presence lurking inside. Upon inspecting the door, he found the lock intact. However, filled with trepidation, he decided to fully secure it and then move to the window. Outside, nothing was visible. The window was firmly fastened with screws, rendering it impossible to open. Even so, Ning Bai remained uneasy, meticulously searching the room, including under the bed, in the wardrobe and drawers, ensuring he was truly alone. Only when he confirmed his solitude did he exhale in relief, though his confusion deepened. How did I end up in this place? And what happened to my belongings? As he regained his composure, he realized that his phone, wallet, and ever-present cigarettes had vanished. Consequently, he was now incapable of contacting the outside world. At that moment, the static-filled television screen flickered to life. So, how do you find your new environment? A man donned in a clown mask appeared, speaking fluent Mandarin without any accent. Behind him, the background was pitch black, obscuring everything but his own figure. Welcome to the abandoned room. I am your helpful assistant, Mr. Joker, he announced. I shall provide you with a few simple tips to help you acclimate to this intriguing minigame. No need to thank me, it is my duty. You could try closing your eyes and calling upon the system in your mind. Within the system, you can check your personal attributes, inventory, and player interactions. The gameplay is quite simple. All you need to do is pay your rent punctually at midnight. However, if you fail to do so, the consequences will be yours to bear. With that, the television signal faded again, returning to a static screen. After hearing the clown's words, Ning Bai attempted to close his eyes and summon the system within his thoughts. Indeed, in the next moment, a faint blue panel appeared before him. The blue panel contained 4 sections, and Ning Bai first opened his personal attributes to examine them. Player, Ning Bai, resident of apartment 9527, unit 106 level. 0 awakening pending physical ability. 5. Special ability, 2 total combat power. 9 glancing at his panel, Ning Bai speculated about the nature of this game. Given the presence of combat power, it seemed likely that battles were to be fought. He closed the personal panel and opened his inventory. Currently, his inventory was empty, but it bore resemblance to a grid-style inventory commonly found in games. Notably, he had 10 vacant slots, and these slots could be expanded with an item known as an inventory expansion tool. Aside from that, there was nothing else of interest. The final section was titled Social, and upon opening it, a torrent of messages flooded in. Apartment 177. What is this strange place? Wasn't I at work? Apartment 143. I'm so scared. This environment is so eerie. Apartment 112. Is this the kind of mysterious game described in novels? I feel so excited. Apartment 193. Is there a gentleman to keep me company? I'm so frightened alone in my room. Apartment 196. Don't be afraid. Sister, I'm coming to find you. At that moment, the social channel featured only one named floor chat group, where numerous individuals, like himself, who had been transported here, were voicing various futile remarks. Ning Bai perused several comments, but none provided any useful information. Most were merely expressions of discontent. Those who maintained their composure had little to say. Thus, in the group chat, Ning Bai gleaned little valuable insight. Particularly puzzling was the clown's assertion about earning rent. Yet it was clear that failure to pay could lead to dire consequences. However, the notion of venturing out to seek a means of income in such a bizarre place filled him with dread. Who knew what awaited him outside? In a moment of indecision, he felt trapped. Suddenly, a distinctly different and gentle female voice resonated in his mind. The system has been activated. First prompt, from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. in the game, it is safe time. During this period, do not provoke the eerie beings. They will not harm you. However, during unsafe hours, it is advisable to remain in your room. Chapter 2. What is going on? Am I the only one who can see the prompts? Hearing the system notification echo in his mind, Ning Bai glanced at the current time. Fortunately, his system provided him with the precise time. It was 7:34 a.m., meaning he had a little over half an hour until the designated safe time. Hence, Ning Bai decided against venturing outside, opting instead to wait until it was safe to explore. With nothing else to occupy his time, he opened the floors group chat once more, intending to engage in some casual conversation and glean more information. Apartment 142. Brothers, are you all newcomers? Does anyone know how to earn rent? Apartment 176. I don't know. I'm a newbie. Apartment 199. I feel like we are all newcomers here, right? Apartment 142. It seems we really need to figure things out together. Anyone interested in teaming up? Apartment 144. I'm in. I'm not far from you. Apartment 141. I can join too, but I'm a girl. Will you mind if I slow you down? Apartment 142. Of course not. Having a lady with us will motivate us even more. Any other friends nearby? The group buzzed with enthusiastic discussions about teaming up to find ways to earn rent, with everyone rallying friends to form teams. The apartments led by 14 were gathering, and others were doing the same, eager to meet up. This flurry of activity left Ning Bai utterly bewildered. Did they not see the prompt? The safe time wasn't until 8 o'clock. Even if they wanted to team up, they could wait until after 8 to do so. Wasn't it a bit hasty to head out now? It seemed as though they were completely oblivious to the system's warning. One or two might be excusable, but dozens of apartments behaving the same way made Ning Bai realize he was the odd one out. Could it be that these individuals did not possess the prompt system like he did? Apartment 144. What's going on? 142. What is that noise? Who's screaming? Apartment 141. I heard it too. It sounds dreadful. 142. Are you okay? Apartment 144. Speak up, brother. Don't scare me. Apartment 174. I also heard the scream, but it sounded like a girl's voice. 177. Could that be you? Apartment 175. That sound was truly horrifying. Apartment 193. Is there danger? There can't be, right? The guy from 199 is already in my room. Apartment 175. Seriously, bro? Did you really score? Apartment 199. Yes, bro. Don't worry, little sister. I'll protect you. Apartment 175. Did you encounter any danger outside? Apartment 199. No, just a bit dark in the corridor. Aside from the emergency exit lights, I can't see anything else. Apartment 193. Stop chatting with them. They're scared. 199. Can I have a hug? Apartment 175. Damn. He actually scored. Messages flooded the chat, and Ning Bai absorbed it all. So, the system's warnings were indeed true. Leaving the room outside of safe hours could lead to death. However, luck played a part, like 199, who had escaped unscathed. But Ning Bai never relied on luck, so he would not step outside before 8. As for those who hadn't responded, while he couldn't draw any definitive conclusions, it wouldn't hurt to sound the alarm a bit. With this thought, Ning Bai felt an odd sensation. He seemed fundamentally different from the others. In this entirely unfamiliar game, where one misstep could cost a life, he possessed a significant informational advantage that could enhance his chances of survival. An exhilarating thrill surged within him, contrasting sharply with the subdued atmosphere in the chat. The group was still buzzing with messages, yet after the incident with apartment 142, everyone hesitated to leave their rooms. Observing the idle chatter, Ning Bai chose not to share his newfound knowledge. Instead, he closed the group chat. Perhaps revealing this secret could save lives. But it would also draw unwanted attention to himself. If a certain joker from earlier had seen his comments, suspicion would be inevitable. Moreover, withholding information from others was an advantage, allowing Ning Bai to progress faster than his peers. Ding, you have a new friend request. Apartment 107 requests to add you as a friend. A neighbor wanted to add him? Ning Bai felt a bit puzzled, but chose to accept. Ning Bai, hello. Apartment 107. Hi neighbor, my name is Liang Ru. Ning Bai, I'm Ning Bai. What can I do for you? Apartment 107. I'm feeling scared and looking for a buddy. Ning Bai, the group chat warned that going out is dangerous. Are you still planning to go out? Apartment 107. But some people have succeeded. I think it's better to have someone with you than to go alone. Don't you agree? Ning Bai, while two together is indeed pleasant, I value my life more. I want to be going out. Apartment 107. Can I come to you? I'm really scared alone. Please. Ning Bai, let us talk later. Apartment 107. When is later? Apartment 107. Why aren't you responding? Apartment 107. Can you keep me company for a bit? I'm really scared alone. Ning Bai was uncertain of apartment 107's intentions, but he could not go out before 8, nor could he let anyone in. Thus, he decided to end the conversation and close the system, laying back on his damp bed to rest. However, under these circumstances, falling asleep proved challenging. He tossed and turned countless times before managing to doze off briefly. When he finally opened his eyes again, Ning Bai checked the time in his mind. It was now 8:12 a.m., 12 minutes past the safe hour. This timing suited him perfectly. If he left right at the dot, it would raise suspicion. He stood up, cautiously approaching the door, although it was already safe time. A hint of anxiety lingered in his heart regarding the unknown outside. Yet, he had to open the door. Gathering his courage, Ning Bai disengaged the door's deadbolt, pressed down on the handle, and gently pulled open the not-so-heavy wooden door. Creak. The old hinges emitted a sinister creak, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. The scene outside his door was shrouded in darkness, with scant illumination in the corridor. The only source of light was the green glow of the emergency exit sign. Instead of providing comfort, the faint light seemed to cloak everything in a layer of strangeness. Ding. New prompt triggered. Method to earn ghost coins. There are randomly wandering service robots in the corridor. You can find them to take on tasks and receive corresponding rewards. Chapter 3. The red wedding dress of Emerald. The prompt system in Ning Bai's mind activated once more, providing a clear direction for his subsequent actions. He closed the door behind him and proceeded down the right corridor, his gaze constantly scanning the surroundings. The building appeared to be arranged in a square, with odd-numbered rooms on the left and even-numbered rooms on the right, where room 101 and room 199 formed an angle. Given that the service robot was wandering the corridor, he reasoned that positioning himself at a corner would allow him to observe both corridors. With this thought in mind, Ning Bai arrived at the junction of rooms 101 and 199. Upon turning the corner, he spotted a service robot aimlessly meandering ahead. He quickly approached and blocked the robot's path. Hello, I am the robot Xiao AI. How may I assist you? The robot's screen displayed a charming expression, perhaps the only semblance of normalcy in this bizarre environment. I wish to accept a task. Current task list: the red wedding dress of Emerald. Difficult: find the bride Emerald's red wedding dress and complete the wedding ceremony. Task reward: A-class talent awakening stone. 1,000 ghost coins, a full Manchuhan imperial feast, and a case of mineral water. The hanged ghost's rope. Normal: locate the rope and hang the corpse of the hanged ghost Akuan back in the room. Task reward: B-class talent awakening stone. 500 ghost coins, a lavish western meal, and a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Patrolling the building: easy: patrol the second floor and expel all ill-intentioned individuals. Task reward: C-class talent awakening stone, 100 ghost coins, a meal set, and a box of iced black tea. As Ning Bai posed his inquiry, the robot's screen displayed the corresponding tasks. Glancing at the three options, he felt an unsettling vibe. The red wedding dress, the hanged ghost, patrolling. None of these tasks seemed straightforward, and the difficulty ratings further underscored their peculiar nature. For a moment, Ning Bai was uncertain about his choice. Beep. New prompt: first task. This task is the only opportunity to obtain the talent awakening stone. Subsequent tasks will not offer this reward. The appearance of the prompt system solidified Ning Bai's decision. Without hesitation, He selected the task regarding the red wedding dress. Although he did not fully comprehend the significance of the talent awakening stone, he was certain that it would determine his potential in the future. Furthermore, with the prompt system's assistance, he might gain foresight and prepare accordingly. Beep. Successfully accepted the task, the red wedding dress of Emerald. Please proceed to room 201 to find Emerald. After accepting the task, Ning Bai followed the robot's guidance in search of a way to the second floor. However, after circling the apartment several times, he was unable to locate the staircase leading upward. He meticulously examined each room, yet found no means of ascent. What is going on? Why are there no stairs to the second floor? System, how do I get upstairs? Ning Bai attempted to query the system, but received no explanations. It appeared that this prompt system only provided notifications, not answers. He would have to discover the way on his own. With this thought, Ning Bai continued to navigate the apartment. The corridor was eerily silent and dim, save for the emergency exit lights. Wait, the emergency exit. His gaze fell upon the emergency exit sign, and a realization struck him. In a place devoid of staircases or exits, what purpose did the emergency exit lights serve? Were they merely for illumination? That seemed implausible. With this revelation, Ning Bai began to follow the direction indicated by the emergency exit lights. Indeed, when he reached apartment 166, he noticed two emergency exit signs pointing left and right. Thus, apartment 166 was not merely a room, but a staircase leading to the next level. Ning Bai tried the doorknob of room 166, and to his surprise, it was unlocked. Pushing the door open revealed a scene that confirmed his suspicions. It was not an apartment, but a staircase leading upward. Since it was an emergency exit, the path should be safe, he mused, as he made his way up. Although the darkness obscured his vision, he encountered little danger. This staircase led only to the second floor, lacking access to a third level. Upon opening the door, bright light flooded his vision. While the incandescent bulbs were not particularly bright, they offered far greater visibility than the near-total darkness of the first floor. As he stepped onto the second floor, Ning Bai was taken aback to find many individuals traversing the corridor. They regarded him, the newcomer, with curious expressions, seemingly surprised by his presence. However, only a few chose to engage him in conversation, uncertain whether these people were living beings or spirits. Ning Bai opted to remain cautious and continued his search for room 201. The layout of the second floor mirrored that of the first, allowing Ning Bai to quickly locate room 201. Just as he was about to enter, a voice called out from behind him. Hey, you there, stop. Instinctively, Ning Bai turned to see a wiry figure with yellow hair approaching at a brisk pace. Uncertain why he had been stopped, he decided to listen. The yellow-haired individual approached and scrutinized him, then inquired, You look unfamiliar. Are you a newcomer from the first floor? First floor newcomer? So, everyone he had encountered was indeed a player? Ning Bai remained silent, his gaze fixed warily on the individual. Well, it seems today is your first day here. It's not even 8:30 yet, and you've already ascended to the second floor. Quite bold of you. So what task did you accept? The yellow-haired individual spoke with an air of authority that Ning Bai found off-putting. Why should I tell you? At Ning Bai's retort, the yellow-haired individual suddenly broke into laughter, reaching out to pat Ning Bai on the shoulder. However, at the moment his hand rose, it morphed into a dark, claw-like appendage. The ghostly claw emanated a chilling aura, enveloped in a dense miasma. An invisible pressure caused Ning Bai's pupils to dilate, and his breath became uneven. Kid, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? Daring to challenge us seasoned players? I could crush you with a single hand, believe it? Chapter 4. The DD substitute is ready. Huang Mao applies to battle. Huang Mao's touch on Ning Bai's shoulder was not forceful, yet the moment his ghostly aura made contact, Ning Bai felt an indescribable sensation burrowing into his shoulder. Even this gentle contact left him with an overwhelming sense of weakness in his arm. I am engaging with you out of respect, in this eerie apartment. Death can come at any moment, so being overly arrogant is not prudent. After intimidating Ning Bai, Huang Mao's hand returned to normal. He then playfully patted Ning Bai's face. Now, tell me what task you have accepted, and what level is the awakening stone? A regular task, a B-grade awakening stone. Ning Bai was not foolish. He refrained from divulging the true difficulty and rewards of his task. Upon hearing Ning Bai's words, Huang Mao's expression brimmed with confidence. All right, kid. You've got some guts to take on a regular task. Let's make a deal. I will assist you in completing this task, and all the other rewards will be yours. But I want your awakening stone. What do you say? Come on, share the details of your task. Disregarding whether Ning Bai needed his help, Huang Mao assumed Ning Bai's acceptance and carelessly pulled out a cigarette, standing beside him to smoke. Since we are to cooperate, shouldn't you also show some sincerity? Ning Bai's words prompted Huang Mao to cast a sideways glance at him. What do you mean? Seemingly oblivious to Huang Mao's displeasure, Ning Bai replied, I am a newcomer. There is much I do not understand. However, you are knowledgeable about these matters, and it would merely cost you a few words to enlighten me. Surely, this is not a difficult task for you. Upon hearing Ning Bai's words, Huang Mao's gaze shifted, a hint of surprise in his eyes. You're not as simple as you appear. No wonder you made it to the second floor so quickly. Fine, consider me your brother. Let us keep in touch. As he spoke, Huang Mao produced a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to Ning Bai. Without hesitation, Ning Bai accepted it and lit it with Huang Mao's flame. Let me briefly explain some rules of the eerie apartment. With that, Huang Mao took a deep drag from his cigarette and began to share his insights. Firstly, this eerie apartment is a game where death can strike at any moment, so continuous self-improvement is essential. Any enhancement, strength, talent, or ghostly abilities is vital. The most direct way to improve these skills is by using ghost coins to purchase abilities or by defeating eerie entities. However, all this may seem distant to you at present. Right now, your priority should be survival. Human activity is permitted from 8 in the morning until 8 in the evening. Beyond that, it is the realm of eerie entities. If you must leave your apartment, pray that you do not encounter one of them. Each floor is populated with numerous humans and eerie beings. Perhaps the entity next door is disguising itself as a human. They possess the ability to communicate through chat groups. So avoid revealing your identity and refrain from getting too familiar with others' apartments. The so-called humans may be entities luring you to your demise. Many on our floor have met their end due to foolish pursuits. Huang Mao's words triggered a memory of Liang Ru from room 107, who had continuously sought Ning Bai. It seemed likely that she too was an eerie entity. Had he opened the door to her, he might have become a corpse himself. Similarly, one of the two individuals from room 199 to 193 must be an entity. Furthermore, the rent in the apartment is quite reasonable. It is, in essence, a mechanism to prevent you from becoming complacent. The rent for the first floor is 100 ghost coins per day, and for the second floor, it is 200. Due to expenses, completing tasks is essential, and most players ascend floors weekly. Advancing to higher floors grants better treatment, benefits, and higher task rewards. If your level and resources are sufficient, ascending quickly will be advantageous for you. That is about all I can share. If you have further questions, feel free to ask. As Huang Mao finished his cigarette, he casually tossed the stub to the ground and extinguished it. Ning Bai, having listened intently, pointed to Huang Mao's left hand and inquired, Is your left hand a talent or an ability? Huang Mao rolled his eyes. What ability? It's ghostly power. Ghostly power is what eerie entities possess upon defeating them. You can acquire their abilities. Hence, it is termed ghostly power. Understanding dawned upon Ning Bai as he nodded in acknowledgement. He now grasped the basic workings of the eerie apartment. After their conversation, he felt a newfound clarity, no longer the naive fool he once was. All right. Now you share your task. When it came to his task, Ning Bai felt a twinge of insecurity. He was uncertain if all tasks were the same and whether Huang Mao could deduce that his task was not as simple as it seemed. However, there was no turning back now. He instinctively averted his gaze but spoke with composure, find the red wedding dress, and complete the wedding ceremony. That shouldn't be too difficult. I presume you'll play the role of the groom. No worries, I'll be right there to assist you. With that, Huang Mao gestured for Ning Bai to open the door to room 201. Ning Bai complied, pushing the door open. This time, the entrance revealed a room bathed in a blood-red glow, casting an ambience reminiscent of a sunset. The illumination surpassed even that of the incandescent lights in the corridor. Peering inside, Ning Bai discovered a girl's boudoir, adorned predominantly in red fabric, with a large double happiness character hung on the wall. Yet, what truly captivated Ning Bai was a girl seated at the vanity, brushing her hair before a copper mirror, softly singing a haunting lullaby. The bride in red smiles softly in bloom. The groom stands proud. Entering the room, mandarin ducks play in the water's embrace. Dragons and phoenixes herald their grace, love everlasting, through the fragrant years. Together they flourish, dispelling all fears. Chapter 5. The torn red wedding dress. Although it was a song of newlywed bliss, when sung by the girl, it bore a strangely unsettling air. Her tone betrayed no hint of joy associated with marriage. Rather, it was saturated with despair. Ning Bai found himself momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether to enter the room, but was unexpectedly shoved forward by a blonde-haired companion. Stumbling, he stepped into the room, with the companion following closely behind, decisively shutting the door. "Why are you closing the door? If something happens, we won't be able to escape," Ning Bai remarked, a sense of unease rising within him as he gazed at the now-closed door. He quickly pushed it open, only to find that the corridor he had seen moments ago had vanished, replaced by a modest courtyard bustling with people. Their faces radiated warmth and joy as they mingled with friends and relatives, reveling in the festivities. Confusion washed over Ning Bai. What did this mean? Was there no way back? The blonde-haired companion, however, spoke in a calm tone. "Don't be surprised. Rooms with supernatural entities are not to be entered lightly. It's easy to come in, but difficult to leave. Go and chat with the bride. I'll familiarize myself with the surroundings." With that, he pulled Ning Bai back into the room before stepping out. Watching the companion depart, Ning Bai felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. Despite his irritation towards the blonde-haired companion, his seasoned demeanor provided a sense of safety that felt suddenly absent. It was impossible not to feel panicked. Yet, despite this turmoil, he couldn't remain frozen in place. Maintaining a distance of over a meter from the bride, he inquired, "Hello, see you?" The ghostly bride turned, revealing a hesitant yet beautiful visage before Ning Bai. "Suehua, I am ready. Go fetch my wedding dress. Want you?" Ning Bai felt a twinge of awkwardness but pressed on. "Sister, where is your wedding dress?" A faint sorrow lingered on Tsiyu's face as she replied, "Mother has prepared it for me. Hurry back." Ding. New hints. 1. A shell is hidden in the ghost bride's makeup box. It can restore her sanity when she loses control. 2. To restrain the ghost bride's power, it is advisable to soak in black dog blood, which can suppress her violent tendencies. As the new hints emerged, Ning Bai turned toward Tsiyu. "Sister, I'd like to touch up my makeup. May I borrow your makeup box?" He did not approach directly but merely inquired. "No, use your own." Tsuyu's demeanor shifted abruptly, her eyes icy, revealing a fierce attachment to her makeup box. Respecting her refusal, Ning Bai replied with a nonchalant acknowledgement and exited the room. "Then I shall seek Mother." Leaving the room, he began to search among the crowd. If she was indeed Mother, she must be the one in charge. Yet most of the people in the courtyard appeared to be guests. Deciding against searching there, he headed toward the main house. Upon his arrival at the main house, he was met with a cacophony of voices. "Hurry, you all need to find the weaver girl to stitch the wedding dress. The ceremony is about to begin." Hearing the commotion, Ning Bai rushed inside, immediately spotting his blonde-haired companion silently contemplating in a corner, his chin resting on his hand. His tight-fitting pants and casual shoes stood out amidst the crowd clad in traditional attire. "What is going on?" Ning Bai approached, ready to inquire about the situation, only to be halted by a woman urgently calling for someone to assist with the wedding dress. "Suehua, what are you still doing here? Go find the weaver girl to fix the dress." She thrust a tattered red wedding dress into his hands. Ning Bai took a cursory glance, noting the conspicuous rips in the fabric. "How could it be torn like this?" he instinctively asked. The woman responded, "Isn't it common for someone from a prestigious family to tear the dress out of frustration when it doesn't meet expectations? It's truly absurd. The wedding is about to take place, and now the dress is ruined. What shall we do?" She then pushed him away, urging him to leave. The blonde-haired companion followed Ning Bai as they exited the main house, finally able to converse. "Have you discovered anything new?" Ning Bai prompted. "Yes," the companion replied. "When I first arrived at the main house, a portly fellow in a red groom's outfit caused a ruckus and tore the wedding dress. I suspect he is the ghost bride's bridegroom. There aren't many leads at the moment, but it shouldn't be too perilous. The real danger lies in how we can get Suyu into her wedding dress. However, small threats may still arise, so stay close to me." Although the blonde-haired companion was not particularly likable, Ning Bai recognized his competence. Together, they made their way toward the courtyard's exit. Stepping outside, they found themselves enveloped in darkness, the ground beneath them a winding country path that was less than agreeable to traverse. As they pressed on, the road grew dimmer, obscuring their vision. Above, the moonlight fell like a blanket of silvery snow. "Where is the weaver girl? Are we truly going to find her like this?" Ning Bai voiced his uncertainty, regretting not asking the woman for directions. However, the blonde-haired companion remained unfazed. "Since we have come this far, it must mean something significant will unfold. Even if we don't find the weaver girl, other storylines will surely trigger." "Hey, do you see that figure ahead?" Ning Bai interrupted, pointing nervously. In the moonlight, he indeed spotted a silhouette standing before them. The blonde-haired companion, alerted by Ning Bai's exclamation, focused intently. It appears so. Stay behind me. He stepped forward, blocking Ning Bai's path, as his left hand began to transform, revealing a ghostly arm. Stay close, don't lag behind. With that, they cautiously advanced together. As they drew nearer, the haunting melody once again filled the air. The red candles flicker, the bridal sedan sways, the bride weeps silently. The crimson satin wraps a heart in sorrow, marrying that man is not her beloved. Listening to the lamenting song, Ning Bai instantly deduced the identity of the ghostly figure ahead. Sueyu, how could she be here? It seemed more likely that it was her lingering resentment, rather than the true Sueyu. The blonde-haired companion identified the ghostly figure and shouted, I don't care what grievances you hold. Get lost, or my hand won't show you any mercy. This shout seemed to have an effect, as the ghostly figure of Tsiu evaporated into a flurry of paper money, scattering everywhere. With a thunderous boom, as Tsiu vanished, a bolt of lightning split the sky, and torrential rain began to pour down without warning. Ning Bai and the blonde-haired companion were instantly drenched, chilled to the bone. It's raining? That is not a good omen, Ning Bai murmured, glancing skyward. The blonde-haired companion, however, quickly took off running ahead. Ning Bai followed closely, but a growing sense of dread settled over him, as if something far more terrifying awaited them in the shadows. Chapter 6. The Weaver Girl and Zhang Zifen knock, knock, knock. Ning Bai rapped on the courtyard door and called out, Is anyone there? The rain is pouring down too heavily outside. Let us in to seek shelter. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, revealing a young woman of 17 or 18, who welcomed the two inside. You must be here to weave the bridal gown. Quickly, come inside. Be careful not to catch a chill. As the girl greeted them, Ning Bai felt an inexplicable strangeness wash over him. However, he found it difficult to articulate this odd sensation. He cautiously surveyed the room, anxious that something unusual might manifest. Fortunately, once inside, no eerie occurrences transpired. The golden-haired companion followed closely behind him, never straying far. Once welcomed into the main room, the Weaver Girl offered them tea. Please, have some tea and wait for a moment. With that, she stepped out of the room. Ning Bai called after her, Wait, the robe hasn't been taken. He held out the torn red bridal gown, intending to hand it to her, but she exited without a glance back. Seeing her leave, Ning Bai did not pursue her. Instead, he returned to his seat and turned to his companion. Have you discovered anything? Ning Bai inquired again, but the golden-haired one remained deep in thought, his chin resting on his hand. Ning Bai even doubted whether he had come up with any insights at all. I haven't found anything, but judging by my previous experiences, danger should be imminent. Danger? What kind of danger? The golden-haired one glanced at Ning Bai. TSK, I need to educate you again. This isn't something I discovered. Other players informed me that when it starts to rain during a quest, it signifies that something sinister is drawing near. But if you ask me what specific danger it is, I can't say. We should simply be cautious. As he spoke, the golden-haired one began to vigilantly observe their surroundings, and Ning Bai too felt the weight of caution. After a while, noticing that the outside was still quiet, they decided to explore the house. The room was a reception area, essentially a place for guests to gather and dine. In the corner stood a spirit tablet. Ning Bai approached and inspected it closely, reading the inscription, Spirit Tablet of the esteemed Chong family, established by the Zhang family. Chong family. Could it be that the Weaver Girl's family has some connection to the prominent Chong household? Ning Bai pondered, but he had no answers. So he continued to explore the room. The Weaver Girl had been gone for quite some time. Initially, both felt a slight tension, but such heightened anxiety could be tiring. Gradually, they began to yawn incessantly. Before he knew it, Ning Bai had dozed off with his head resting on the table. Suddenly, a cold breeze burst through the window, rousing Ning Bai from his slumber. He glanced toward the window but saw nothing amiss outside. How long has it been? Why is there still no sign of anything? He instinctively looked at his wrist, only to remember that his watch had been confiscated before entering the game. He attempted to check the system for the time, but apart from viewing his inventory, nothing else was accessible. The group chat messages were also out of reach. Hey, wake up, don't sleep. Ning Bai nudged the golden-haired one, but the latter snored thunderously, completely unresponsive to Ning Bai's efforts. How can he sleep so soundly in a place like this? Ning Bai shook his head, deciding to disregard him for the moment. Rubbing his face, Ning Bai began to organize his thoughts. So far, the information he had gathered indicated that the ghostly bride did not wish to marry the wealthy Chong, perhaps opting for suicide instead, thus transforming into a vengeful spirit. It could not be that simple. Alternatively, perhaps after marriage, the wealthy Chang subjected her to abuse, pushing her to the brink and resulting in her ghostly transformation? Yet, a ghostly bride should manifest during the wedding itself. If his assumption about the Chang being an abuser were correct, she would be a ghostly widow instead. Thus, it seemed that tonight's wedding ceremony would witness some unforeseen developments, but Ning Bai could not fathom what exactly, given his limited knowledge. Moreover, the weaver girl was rather peculiar. Ever since the rain began, the first courtyard they encountered was this one, where they had intended to seek shelter. Unexpectedly, they had stumbled upon the weaver's home. And it was curious that she had come without any samples. Was she planning to weave on the spot? That seemed rather impractical. It appeared that Ning Bai truly needed to have a word with her. With that thought, he gave the golden-haired one another firm push, attempting to rouse him to join in his quest for answers. Yet, the golden-haired one lay as still as a log. Ning Bai slapped the back of his neck twice. But still, there was no sign of awakening. Wait, can someone really sleep this deeply? Ning Bai grasped the golden-haired one's hair and pulled him up, peering into his eyes. He was horrified to discover that the golden-haired one's pupils had vanished, leaving only hollow whites. To make matters worse, a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. A chill ran down Ning Bai's spine, and without a moment's hesitation, he bolted toward the exit. Outside, the rain was falling even more heavily. He hurriedly made his way to another brightly lit house. He flung the door open and dashed inside, slamming it shut behind him. Inside the room, a shocking scene unfolded before him. The weaver girl was naked, entwined with another man in an intimate embrace. It appeared they had reached a pivotal moment in their encounter, and the weaver girl's voice was becoming increasingly melodious. Hey, what are you two doing? The bride is waiting to be married, and here you are, indulging in your own pleasures? Ning Bai felt a bit awkward, but urgency propelled him. We've been waiting here, nearly bored to death. You're not weaving the bridal gown, but rather enjoying yourselves? However, his words did not cause the couple to halt. Instead, they seemed to stoke the flames of their passion. Wait, something feels off. Ning Bai suddenly realized. Rather than feeling embarrassed, he stepped forward and reached out to touch the weaver girl. To his astonishment, his hand passed right through her body. A flash of memory surged back. So, what transpired here had occurred in the past. But what connection did these two have with the ghostly bride? Ning Bai was baffled, deciding to sit on a nearby stool to observe this live spectacle. The couple's progress was swift. Before long, they both sighed in unison, embracing each other tightly. Mr. Ziffin, when will you bring me home as your bride? The man, referred to as Ziffin, kissed the weaver girl's forehead and replied, Don't rush, my dear. Once Tzu has entered the household, the Chang family will bestow upon me wealth and honor. At that moment, I shall proudly bring you into the Zhang family, making countless people envious. Zhang Ziffin's words painted a beautiful picture for the weaver girl, and joy radiated from her face, though she playfully chided, You're deceiving me. Suiyu is so beautiful. Surely you must have gotten carried away with her. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziffin immediately propped himself up, raising 3 fingers, and solemnly swore, Do not doubt me, for I, Zhang Ziffin, swear to the heavens that my heart will always belong solely to you, the weaver girl. If I harbor even a trace of affection for Tzu, may the heavens strike me down. His oath was fierce, yet it succeeded in eliciting laughter from the weaver girl. Upon hearing this, Ning Bai instinctively glanced towards the thunderous storm raging outside. Goodness, such a venomous oath. I hope it doesn't strike me again. However, in that fleeting moment of turning his head, Ning Bai's peripheral vision caught sight of another pair of eyes. There, on the oiled paper of the window behind him, was a small hole. Through this minuscule aperture, a pair of eyes filled with hatred was fixated intently on Ning Bai. Chapter 7. The rabbit, driven to desperation, bites back. Confronting the bride of the ghost. Ning Bai instinctively screamed in terror at the single eye that appeared before him, extinguishing all the candlelight in the room. The weaving girl and Zhang Ziffin, who had been frolicking behind him, vanished entirely. Hastily, Ning Bai sprang up and dashed towards a corner, turning back only to find the eye in the oiled paper window had disappeared. He dared not let down his guard, fixating intently on the doorway. Why did you betray me? Suddenly, a haunting whisper from a woman echoed behind him. At that moment, Ning Bai felt a jolt of electricity shoot through his scalp, propelling him forward instinctively. This reflexive leap saved his life. Unbeknownst to him, the ghostly bride had materialized behind him with a grim expression, wielding a fruit knife mercilessly aimed at him. Thankfully, his instinctive movement caused the blade to miss him entirely. Sister, are you alright? It's me, Tsuehua. Ning Bai frantically retreated, attempting to awaken the ghost bride's sanity. Yet, she seemed resolute in her belief that he was Zhang Zifen. Zhang Zifen, you once professed your love for me. Was it all a lie? I despise you. I loathe you. I hate you. The ghost bride screamed in a frenzy, swinging the knife ruthlessly at Ning Bai. He desperately raised his foot to block, but one blow still struck him. The fruit knife sliced through his shoe, embedding itself between his toes. The visceral pain served as a stark reminder that this was no mere illusion. I love you. I was deceiving the weaving girl. You are my true love. Please believe me. Ning Bai shouted frantically, hoping to deter the ghost bride from her assault. Instead, his words only incited her fury further. You claim to love me, yet you cavort with the weaving girl. You are a liar. I will end your life. The ghost bride lunged forward again to strike him. In that instant, inexplicably, Ning Bai found a calmness wash over him, as 1,000 possibilities for self-preservation flickered in his mind. Yet, apart from confronting her directly, he could conceive no other means of escape. The system's shell remained behind, and the cramped room left no space to hide. Given the ghost bride's frenzied state, attempting to open the door would surely lead to being pierced multiple times by her blade. Damn it! Do you truly think I am a mere Hello Kitty? Ning Bai's frustration ignited a fierce resolve, and he kicked out at the ghost bride with all his might. The force of his blows sent her sprawling, and he seized the opportunity to pounce. He immediately grasped her knife-wielding hand. Adrenaline surged within him, granting him strength beyond measure. With a few swift movements, he nearly dislocated her wrist, wresting the knife from her grasp. Die! Ning Bai bellowed, the fruit knife now in his possession. He slashed mercilessly at the ghost bride. With 3 swift strikes, he inflicted 3 deep wounds upon her, from which dark, grayish mist poured forth instead of blood. The ghost bride's piercing scream began with a semblance of humanity, but as her injuries multiplied, her voice grew increasingly ethereal. Ning Bai, consumed by a singular focus, continued to strike with relentless fury. The ghost bride attempted to block with her arms, but he severed them cleanly. In that moment, Ning Bai was overtaken by a frenzied rage, oblivious to anything beneath him, striking the knife repeatedly. He only remembered her cries fading into echoes until they vanished entirely. Bang! The door crashed open, revealing Huang Mao, his face a mask of concern. What the hell, are you all right? Why didn't you listen? I told you not to separate from me. What were you thinking, running around like this? Ning Bai remained silent, maintaining his position atop the ghost bride, gasping for breath. Fear gnawed at his nerves, and the adrenaline coursed through him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He had slain a ghost. This was not akin to taking a human life. Killing a person required overcoming one's humanity, while vanquishing a ghost demanded conquering the fear of the unknown. Success. You have vanquished a malevolent spirit doppelganger. Congratulations, player. You have gained 10 points of Yin energy, and your level has increased to level 1. Congratulations, player. You have acquired a white-quality cursed object, a sharp fruit knife. White-quality cursed item, the ghost bride's right hand. The system's voice echoed in his mind, yet it did nothing to soothe the turmoil within Ning Bai. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Huang Mao, an experienced player, chose not to intrude, understanding the significance of overcoming fear and bravely confronting the supernatural. Ning Bai needed time to process. Fortunately, Huang Mao settled beside him, producing a cigarette and lighting it for Ning Bai. They sat in silence, both inhaling the smoke. Though Huang Mao remained calm while Ning Bai trembled, the cigarette trembling in his hand as his breaths came in shudders. As the cigarette burned down, Ning Bai's emotions began to stabilize. He reached for the ghostly hand beside him and asked Huang Mao, "What is the purpose of this?" Without hesitation, Huang Mao explained its use. Once activated, you will be able to inflict harm on supernatural entities. Huang Mao patiently elaborated, revealing that supernatural beings and humans existed in different dimensions. Ordinary humans could not harm them. Only those who had been touched by the essence of the supernatural could wield the ability to inflict direct harm. Ning Bai's victory over the ghost bride had largely depended on the cursed fruit knife. Without it, even if he had subdued her, he could not have killed her. If I use this, will I grow a ghostly hand like yours? Ning Bai inquired, still captivated by Huang Mao's spectral appendage, which had exuded an overwhelming aura of power. Do you truly believe it is so simple? Huang Mao scoffed. Child, your journey is far from over. Huang Mao patiently instructed Ning Bai on how to utilize the ghostly hand. Ning Bai obediently followed his guidance. The process was straightforward. Grasp the ghostly hand with both hands. Close his eyes, and allow the chilling essence to gradually enter his body, intentionally guiding it to permeate every part of him. Though it sounded complex, it was relatively simple in practice. The key was not to let the cold energy linger too long in any one area. As Ning Bai began to refine the ghostly hand, he distinctly felt his body strengthen significantly. His physique did not change much, but he moved with greater ease than before. Upon completing the refinement, a woman's voice suddenly resonated at the door. "Suehua, what are you two doing here? I've been searching for you everywhere. Come quickly. The bridal gown is ready." Chapter 8. The Black Dog's Blood, triggering a new hint? The red wedding dress has been completed? This is too quick. Ning Bai hastily rose and approached the weaving maiden. At that moment, the weaving maiden was holding a brand new red wedding dress, which felt somewhat heavy in Ning Bai's hands, likely due to the abundance of pearls and sequins adorning it. Ning Bai did not pay much attention, though the texture felt somewhat stiff, reminiscent of cheap cosplay outfits found online. However, he dismissed the thought. The weaving maiden then spoke. "Of course, it wasn't made just now. I lack such skills. It was delivered this morning by the Chong family." As she spoke, the weaving maiden caressed the golden trim on the wedding dress, which sparkled brilliantly under the lantern light. Yet the brilliance sent a peculiar chill down Ning Bai's spine. Clearly, the craftsmanship the weaving maiden referred to pertained to the gold embellishments. "All right, so, wait, did you say this wedding dress was delivered in the morning?" Ning Bai suddenly sensed a contradiction. Wasn't the wedding dress supposed to be torn apart in the evening? How could a new dress be delivered in the morning? Had the Chong family prepared to tear the old one down well in advance? "Yes, it was delivered this morning and has been in my room for quite a while." The weaving maiden confirmed with a nod, seemingly further validating that the Chang family was indeed well prepared. However, Ning Bai could not comprehend why the Chong family would wish to tear apart the old wedding dress, or what made this new dress so special. Though unsure, he refrained from asking. "All right, we shall take our leave now." With that, Ning Bai turned to exit the courtyard. Yet halfway through, he abruptly halted. "By the way, a couple of days ago, I spotted a large black dog around here. Whose is it?" Upon hearing Ning Bai's inquiry, the weaving maiden pondered for a moment. "A black dog? The Samao family next door has a black dog, though it's not very large. I'm not sure if it's the one you're referring to." She gestured towards the neighboring yard. Ning Bai nodded. "Oh, I see. I'll check tomorrow to see if it's the same one." With that, Ning Bai and Huang Mao proceeded to leave. As they stepped out of the courtyard, Ning Bai caught sight of the yard adjacent to the weaving maiden's home. The sky was still resonating with thunder and rain, but now it was accompanied by the sound of barking dogs. The barking emanated from the neighboring yard, a place that had not existed when Ning Bai and Huang Mao had arrived. It seemed to have appeared automatically after Ning Bai's inquiry to the weaving maiden. "Are you looking to procure the black dog's blood?" Huang Mao discerned Ning Bai's intent. "Yes. Do you wish to accompany me?" Upon hearing this, Huang Mao's expression soured. "You doubt my abilities? It's merely a novice task. I breezed through it effortlessly." Huang Mao appeared completely unconcerned, as if the task were trivial. Yet Ning Bai would not divulge that this task was anything but ordinary. It was indeed challenging. Otherwise, if Huang Mao became genuinely irritated, he might find himself in a precarious situation. "You can't always be there to protect me. When the ghostly bride appeared earlier, where were you?" Huang Mao retorted. "That was your own recklessness. Couldn't you have woken me up?" Ning Bai shook his head. "What if I told you that your situation back then was not as simple as you think?" "Huh? I wasn't sleeping? Then Never mind. It's not important. If you don't want to go, just wait here for me," Ning Bai said, and without further ado, he dashed towards the wall of the neighboring yard. The wall was only about 2 meters high, not particularly tall. Ning Bai was agile, and since merging with the ghostly hand, his physique had notably improved. Scaling the wall required little effort. With a thud, Ning Bai landed in the yard, and once again, the hint system in his mind activated. Ding. Side quest initiated. Warning. Do not let the hanging ghost's tongue ensnare you, or you shall be strangled to death. A hanging ghost. What does that mean? Did someone in this household hang themselves? Ning Bai quickly surveyed the yard. It was tidy and did not appear to be abandoned for an extended period. In the corner, a large black dog noticed Ning Bai's entrance and, disregarding the torrential rain, charged at him with fierce barks. The most convincing evidence of habitation, however, was the loud snoring emanating from the main house. Even the downpour could not muffle the thunderous snoring. This did not seem like the presence of a ghost. Ning Bai pondered for a long moment in the corner before ultimately deciding to press forward. After all, he was no longer the naive individual he once was. The ghostly bride task being categorized as difficult, would undoubtedly become increasingly perilous. If he did not procure the black dog's blood now, he would be utterly unprepared to confront the ghostly bride later. Steeling himself, he cautiously approached the black dog in the corner. Woof, woof, woof. The black dog, as the weaving maiden had described, was not very large, yet its determination to guard the premises was unwavering. Its short legs scampered towards Ning Bai, and the thin chain seemed on the verge of breaking as it lunged at him. Be quiet. Ning Bai suddenly lifted his foot and kicked the black dog on the head, then swiftly subdued it to the ground. Let us draw some blood first. With a thought, a fruit knife appeared in Ning Bai's hand. He swiftly made a cut across the dog's neck, and a rush of fresh blood gushed forth. The blood flowed onto Ning Bai's hands, accompanied by a slight stinging sensation. Astonishingly, the efficacy of this blood in warding off evil was remarkable. Without delay, Ning Bai pressed the red wedding dress against the dog's wound. The flow of blood indeed slowed significantly. As the blood rapidly soaked into the dress, Ning Bai felt a warmth spread through his palm. Almost there. Yet, he could not waste this precious black dog's blood. He grabbed the nearby dog bowl, emptied it of leftover food and rainwater, and collected the remaining blood within. With these supplies, he felt more confident in confronting the ghostly bride. The blood-red mixture of the black dog's blood and rainwater filled the bowl to the brim. Ning Bai chose not to extract more from the unfortunate little black dog, which appeared to be merely 2 or 3 months old. However, there was no alternative. The dog's life was less significant than his own. Cautiously, he stood up with the bowl of black dog's blood in hand. Just as he rose, he suddenly sensed something and swiftly flung the blood behind him. Ah! A piercing wail erupted, and Ning Bai turned around, his body breaking out in goosebumps at the sight. A hanging ghost with a long, lolling tongue had been splattered with the black dog's blood, and dark mist began to emanate from its body in waves. What the hell? Where did this ghost come from? Chapter 9. The Closest Distance to Death. Ning Bai felt a chill creeping up his back. In his haste to retrieve the black dog blood, he had completely overlooked the presence behind him. He was oblivious to when this malevolent entity had materialized. Perhaps it was due to his gathering of the black dog blood that the specter refrained from attacking him directly. Otherwise, he might not even have known how he had met his demise. Despite the fear coursing through him, Ning Bai's movements were swift. Once he realized the danger, he brandished his fruit knife and charged towards the hanging ghost. Die! He shouted, slicing off the creature's tongue, and then he began to slash wildly at the specter. It wasn't long before the hanging ghost dissipated into wisps of black mist and vanished from sight. Ping! You have killed the hanging ghost, earning 10 points of energy. A ghost-binding rope, white, and a long tongue, eerie item. Ning Bai dared not linger. He quickly stowed the items in his bag and vaulted over the courtyard wall, sprinting towards the outside. However, as he landed on the other side, he froze in place. The scene before him made his heart skip a beat. Standing where Huang Mao had been was the ghostly bride, Cui Yu, who had inexplicably appeared. She was gripping Huang Mao's neck with an icy, unfeeling gaze. No, please don't kill me. Huang Mao gasped, panic evident in his eyes as he struggled for breath. Yet, Cui Yu showed no mercy, tightening her grip, and Ning Bai watched helplessly as Huang Mao's face transformed from crimson to a ghastly shade of purple. The red veins in his eyes thickened until they burst. Crack! The sound of bones snapping echoed through the air. Huang Mao's neck twisted grotesquely, and his previously thrashing limbs went limp, falling to the ground with a thud, as Cui Yu discarded him like refuse, splattering mud everywhere. Ning Bai witnessed Huang Mao's demise firsthand, his psyche shaken to its core. A tide of terror swept over him. Just then, Cui Yu's cold gaze swung towards him. You're next. No. Ning Bai screamed in terror, turning to flee with a speed he never knew he possessed. Mud splashed around him as he stumbled and fell multiple times, only to scramble back up and continue his frantic escape. He dared not look back, yet he could feel that eerie presence closely pursuing him, never letting up. In that moment, Ning Bai understood the true meaning of sheer terror. His mind was a blank slate, consumed only by the instinct to run, as if survival lay solely in his flight. I don't want to die. Suddenly, overwhelmed, he shouted in despair, feeling as though he might explode from the pressure. It seemed that only by crying out could he alleviate the weight in his heart. Why have I been thrust into this absurd place to play this ridiculous game? Why do I work so hard, only to face death? I don't want to die? Ning Bai's eyes widened as he yelled, rainwater mixed with mud pouring into his mouth. carrying the taste of earth. Wait, something isn't right. Ning Bai's mind, previously clouded, snapped to attention at the flavor of mud in his mouth. He abruptly opened his eyes to the torrential downpour. With such heavy rain, how had his mouth been filled with mud without his eyes being blinded by the downpour? Ghostly trickery. In an instant, 3 words flashed in his mind. He halted abruptly and turned to face the ghostly bride, who remained at a distance, though she too paused her advance. Why have you stopped running? Have you given up? Chui Yu's voice was chillingly sinister. Give up? Huh. You can't kill me. Ning Bai retorted. You easily dispatched Huang Mao, yet now you cannot even touch me. I've fallen countless times on this journey. There is no way you could have failed to grasp me even once. Therefore, you lack the ability to kill me. Upon hearing his words, Chui Yu suddenly erupted into a chilling laugh that bore no resemblance to her former self. It sounded like that of a child. Congratulations. You guessed correctly. But just because I cannot kill you does not mean you will not die. Her voice gradually morphed into a child's, and her form began to shrink rapidly. Soon, the ghostly bride transformed into a child's visage. You killed my black dog. You also took my husband's life. You deserve to die. You must pay. The child glared at Ning Bai, her expression twisted with malice. Your husband? That hanging ghost? You're just a child. How could you have a husband? Ning Bai's composure returned, and he narrowed his eyes at the child before him. So what? We are bound by ghostly marriage. He is my husband. Joined as ghostly partners, we are eternally inseparable. I will have your life. You must pay for my husband's death. The ghostly child's rage was palpable, and the corners of her eyes crinkled with fury. Run. This is a graveyard. Suddenly, Huang Mao's voice echoed in Ning Bai's ears. He turned towards the sound and saw Huang Mao racing towards him, panting heavily. It was clear he had been through much. Yet, Ning Bai keenly caught the 2 words Huang Mao had uttered. Graveyard. Instinctively, Ning Bai glanced behind him, where countless phantoms now swirled, their eyes filled with insatiable greed. Living flesh. Ha ha ha, this body belongs to me. None shall contest me. I am your ancestor. And I alone shall command this vessel. Get lost, old fool. Whoever claims his body first shall keep it. Do you think I will yield to you? I haven't seen the outside world in ages, kid. Prepare to die. Cackles of wicked laughter erupted from behind Ning Bai as hundreds of specters surged towards him in a frenzy. The sheer spectacle was enough to send shivers down Huang Mao's spine, standing at a distance. Damn it. The talent awakening stone I was so close to obtaining is slipping away. That's a B-grade item. Damn it. Huang Mao halted, unwilling to press forward. While the talent awakening stone was indeed valuable, his life was paramount. The ghostly child, witnessing Ning Bai surrounded by the horde, wore a grotesque smile. This time, no one can save you. In that moment, despair washed over Ning Bai. Hundreds of specters. He was merely a novice in this treacherous game. Surely this time, he would meet his end. Ping. New prompt triggered. Red wedding dress. The red wedding dress, soaked in black dog blood, possesses formidable exorcism powers. Chapter 10. Escape from the graveyard. The auditory prompt resonated in Ning Bai's mind, jolting him into action. With a mere thought, the crimson bridal gown materialized in his hands from his backpack. Get lost, Ning Bai exclaimed, forcefully swinging the gown behind him. Several nearby malevolent entities were struck by the fabric, eliciting a chorus of anguished wails, while sizzling sounds erupted where the gown made contact, releasing clouds of ominous black mist. Ah, damn it. It's black dog blood. This hurts like hell. You little brat. I didn't expect you to come prepared. But it's useless. With this downpour, the black dog blood will wash away soon. You'll die anyway. You lot, guard the graveyard's entrance. Do not let him escape. Not going. Whoever wants to go can go. I'm not foolish. If I go, you'll seize his body. A cacophony of ghosts erupted in argument, leaving Ning Bai feeling exasperated. Do you even have brains? Why would you reveal the answer to me? Oh, my apologies. I forgot you lack brains. You lot bicker slowly. I'm leaving. With that, Ning Bai strode towards the graveyard's exit. Damn, he's leaving. Stop him. Not going. You go stop him if you want. As the old ghosts of the graveyard began to squabble amongst themselves, the child ghost grew anxious. Can you all refrain from infighting at such a critical moment? Quickly. Stop him. The child ghost, feeling desperate and lacking any combat ability, charged forward to block Ning Bai. Damn, a bunch of useless fools. Letting the duck fly away just like that. I'll be damned. Let your useless selves rot in the graveyard. At that moment, 4 or 5 malevolent entities surged forth. But after only a few steps, a ghostly hand suddenly smashed one of them to pieces. Huang Mao stepped into the graveyard, positioning himself in front of Ning Bai. Good lad, I didn't misjudge you. Your mind is quite sharp, I assent it. I can't take on hundreds, but against you rabble, one by one. I'll slay you. With a swift motion, Ning Bai wielded the fruit knife and decapitated the child ghost. Compared to dispatching a hanged ghost, this was infinitely easier. You love your husband so much. Why not join him in death? Ding. Successfully killed a vengeful spirit, gained rewards. Tenin Chi, mist ring, green eerie artifact. Vengeful spirit's hair, white eerie energy, Still a blue quality artifact? This should be more formidable than the rope and fruit knife I previously acquired. Yet, at that moment, Ning Bai had no time to inspect his rewards. The torrential rain continued to pour. He did his utmost to shield the crimson bridal gown from the drenching rain, fearing the black dog blood within would be completely washed away. With Huang Mao providing cover, Ning Bai swiftly fled towards the outside. Huang Mao's earlier display had thoroughly intimidated the other restless spirits in the graveyard. A simple truth, if they attacked together, both Huang Mao and Ning Bai would struggle to escape. However, these entities were not organized nor disciplined. At that moment, most were gripped by cowardice. Thus, they could only watch as Ning Bai and Huang Mao gracefully exited the graveyard without any resistance. A bunch of worthless things. Two mere humans got away just like that. A cooked duck just flew off. You are utterly useless. Useless? Who is useless? You all lack the courage to even advance, yet you accuse us of being useless? Do you think me a fool? I'll go up and be a target, while you reap the benefits? Since we are all stuck in the graveyard, no one should leave. The spirits within the graveyard erupted into chaos once more, watching Huang Mao and Ning Bai gradually fade into the distance. Thank you. Without you, I might have truly perished in the graveyard. On their way back, Ning Bai finally expressed his gratitude to Huang Mao. Huang Mao waved his hand dismissively. We are bros, but to be honest, this time it was truly your skill. Without that gown tainted with black dog blood, with so many entities, you wouldn't have made it out. Hearing Huang Mao's words, Ning Bai smiled. Truth be told, had it not been for his prompt system, he might have indeed resigned himself to his fate. By the way, what is your name? Ning Bai realized he had never asked for Huang Mao's name. After their shared ordeal, Huang Mao had undeniably assisted him greatly. Huang Tianxi, on the streets, they call me Huang Gu. All my mates are from the northeast. Next time, I'll treat you to sticky corn. I hope so. The two engaged in conversation as they made their way towards Tsuyu's home. The journey to retrieve the bridal gown had been fraught with incidents. Before stepping through that grand door, Ning Bai had been an earnest novice. Yet now, he found himself capable of confronting malevolent entities. This feeling was remarkably surreal. Though merely over an hour had passed, returning felt like stepping back in time. Ding. New prompt activated. Preparing for a ghostly marriage requires assembling a substantial entourage of paper figurines for the ceremony, lighting candles with corpse oil. Accompanied by the birth dates of both parties, each step is indispensable. Just as Ning Bai and Huang Mao set foot in the courtyard, the prompt system chimed once more in Ning Bai's mind. Ghostly marriage? Isn't that a wedding ceremony? Why ghostly marriage? Ning Bai furrowed his brow. And as he gazed again at the courtyard, he sensed an eerie atmosphere. De Huang, do you feel something is off about this wedding ceremony? Huang Mao glanced around upon hearing Ning Bai's question. It seems fine. What is not right? Wait. Suddenly, Huang Mao's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Ning Bai, upon hearing Huang Mao's words, anticipated he had also sensed something amiss. To his surprise, Huang Mao slapped Ning Bai. Who the hell are you calling De Huang? It's Huang Gu. You make me sound like a dog. Ning Bai rolled his eyes and independently walked into the courtyard. Based on the system's prompt, Ning Bai had reason to suspect this was not a typical wedding. It was highly likely that, like the child ghost, it was a ghostly marriage. Contemplating this, Ning Bai began to meticulously inspect the courtyard. The guest seating area held no particular points of concern. Ning Bai proceeded directly towards the hall, and upon closer inspection, he indeed uncovered numerous discrepancies. Chapter 11. You mean to tell me that this old man is 3 years younger than Sueyu? With the arrival of the year of the snake, may fortune surround you. With this gesture, wealth shall emerge. Wishing you a prosperous new year. The year of the snake brings good fortune, and with joyful games, winning this cup ensures a year of wealth. Cheers. The villagers in the courtyard exchanged cups and engaged in their respective games, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Ning Bai stepped through the crowd towards the hall. Harboring doubts about this so-called wedding ceremony, everything appeared unpalatable, particularly the odor. Indeed, due to the rain, A large grass canopy had been erected over the courtyard to prevent the food from being spoiled. Yet, the chill of the wind could not be concealed. Logically, it should be well ventilated here. However, upon entering the hall, an unpleasant stench subtly infiltrated Ning Bai's nostrils. He meticulously sought the source of the odor, and the closer he approached the offering table, the stronger it became. After sniffing around the items on the table, he finally identified the source, the incense candles. Though they appeared ordinary, the scent they emitted was exceedingly foul, reminiscent of the stench from a mouse trap that had ensnared a dead rodent for over half a month. Corpse oil incense candles? In an instant, this phrase sprang to mind. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that bubbles were emerging from the center of the candles. How could a candle burn and produce bubbles? Unless something had been mixed into the wax. Thus, upon discovering this suspicious detail, Ning Bai began to scrutinize everything else on the table. Most notably, the 2 birthday plaques. Chong family, Ding Mao year, Jia Chen month, Gung Su day, Jia Su hour. Yao family, Jia Zi year, Yihai month, Ding Wei day, Ding Yu hour. Ning Bai, having previously studied the heavenly stems and earthly branches, calculated the birth dates. Although he could not determine the exact years, the birth dates could suggest the approximate ages. Yet, several previous attempts had yielded inconsistencies. Ning Bai attempted to push backward through the dates. Jia Zi, Ichou Bingyin, Ding Mao. As expected, Ning Bai realized something was amiss. How could the Chong family's birth date be 3 years younger than Suiyu's? This was absolutely impossible. Thus, this wedding had nothing to do with the Chong family. It was a ghost marriage between a deceased individual and Suiyu. This conclusive evidence almost solidified Ning Bai's suspicions. He then opened the nearby bridal gift box. What lay inside was not gold or silver treasures, but clearly paper ingots. Oh, Suihua, what are you doing? Why are you opening the bridal gift box? Ning Bai's actions seemed conspicuous, and his mother had unknowingly approached him. The sight before her startled her. What is this? Paper money. Ning Bai quickly covered his mother's mouth. Mom, don't speak recklessly. So many villagers are watching. Let us ask the Chong family for clarification. Hearing Ning Bai's words, his mother nodded in agreement and pulled him toward the main house in the back courtyard. Upon entering the main room, Ning Bai spotted a plump man dressed as a groom, leisurely sipping tea. The man had a bald head adorned with several folds, and his graying mustache hinted at a mature age. Just by appearance, he looked to be at least 40 years old, well past the age of youth. How could his birth date possibly be 2 years younger than Suiyu's? As soon as Ning Bai and his mother stepped into the room, his mother pointed an accusatory finger at the Chang family patriarch. Old Shang, what kind of bridal gifts are these? Why are they all paper ingots? Do you genuinely intend to marry my daughter? Using paper ingots to deceive us is utterly disgraceful. If the villagers knew, where would our family's dignity go? People would say our family is worthless. You think a few paper ingots can suffice? This is unacceptable. His mother hurled insults at the Chang family patriarch, who stood frozen, teacup suspended in midair, astonishment flickering in his eyes. However, this soon vanished, replaced by anger. What are you saying? Do you think in this impoverished village we can procure so much gold and silver? Are jewels not to be sought? Does the transportation of goods come without cost? While it's unreasonable for me to seek your daughter, when have I ever treated your family poorly? Without my help in building your house, you would still be living in that leaky mud hut. What nonsense are you spouting? I will use paper money. Marry or not, if you don't wish to. Then I shan't marry either. All of you get out. This house is also mine. The Chong family patriarch stood up, unleashing a torrent of curses that rendered everyone speechless. His mother, who had been seething with anger, was momentarily subdued by his tirade. At that moment, Ning Bai couldn't help but admire the Chang family patriarch, secretly commending his retort. What a masterful act of defiance. Were it not for Ning Bai's awareness of the patriarch's ill intentions, he might have thought the man meant his words. Seeing the patriarch growing agitated, Ning Bai's mother dared not speak further and quickly moved to placate him. However, the patriarch remained stubborn, insisting he would not marry. Recognizing the situation was dire, his mother nudged Ning Bai. What are you standing there for? Hurry and take the wedding dress to your sister. Ah, Ning Bai responded, swiftly making his way to the west wing. Creak. The door opened, and Ning Bai entered Suyu's room. Sister, the wedding dress is ready for you. As he spoke, he handed the damp wedding dress from his system backpack to Tsiyu. You are not Sui Hua. You are merely an outsider. Sui Yu stared vacantly into the bronze mirror, murmuring. This unexpected statement left Ning Bai momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. Sister, what are you saying? I am Yao Sui Hua, Your sister. Yao Tsiyu rose, accepting the damp wedding dress from Ning Bai without regard for the rainwater. Though you resemble Tsuehua, she has never spoken to me in such a manner. She has never called me sister or regarded me as such. As Yao Tsiyu spoke, she began to undress, leaving Ning Bai momentarily bewildered. He instinctively shielded his eyes. One must admit, Tsiyu was indeed beautiful. Her figure was exquisite, previously concealed beneath her robe, now revealed in all its glory. Chapter 12. Replacing the birth certificate, a wedding abduction. Before the age of 7, I was blissfully content. My childhood was, without a doubt, the most exquisite period of my life. However, everything seemed to change after that. My parents quarreled incessantly, and I felt as if I were perpetually caught in the crossfire. A heavy stone named home pressing down upon my heart. My sister, Tsuehua, never spoke to me calmly. Her condescending demeanor made me feel less like my parents' daughter and more like their servant. I contemplated fleeing this suffocating abode countless times. Yet I lacked the courage to do so. Despair felt like a knife, severing all hope I had for life. From that day forth, I developed an aversion to rain, for it seemed to herald a cascade of misfortunes. That was until he appeared. He was extraordinary. Merely seeing his face could momentarily lift the heavy stone from my heart. His every smile and frown made me believe he was my salvation. How wonderful it would be to escape this despair-laden home and create a new sanctuary with him. Yet, life is unpredictable. One fateful day, the affluent Chang family came to propose marriage, an utterly absurd occurrence. He was in his 40s, 2 years older than my father, yet he sought to marry me. Could anything be more ludicrous? Yes, for my parents agreed and insisted I wed him, simply because this house had once been built for them by the Chang family. We owed them a debt of gratitude. Now, with such a bride price being offered, it seemed I was destined to marry a man I did not love. It was raining that day as I had a fierce argument with my parents and fled the house in search of Zhang Zifen. I was unsure why I dared to do so, but it was the bravest moment of my life. I longed to elope with Zhang Zifen, to consummate our love and establish a new home together. Yet, what I witnessed crushed my hopes. He was entwined with another woman, even swearing he had never cared for me. I cannot recall how I returned home that day, feeling as though my soul had departed. I drifted through each day in a daze, resigned to my fate of marrying the affluent Chang. Perhaps this was the only value I had left in life. Once wed, my parents would receive that exorbitant bride price, a means to repay their parental nurture. Tsuyu, while speaking, donned the damp bridal gown. After she finished her tale, she approached Ning Bai. Come, sister, it is getting late. Holding Ning Bai's hand, Tsuyu's touch felt icy, as though she were a block of ice. After hearing Tsuyu's story, a wave of inexplicable sorrow welled up in Ning Bai. This girl was so pitiful. Ning Bai remained silent, merely accompanying Tsuyu as they walked out of the room toward the wedding hall. Ding. Task completed. The apartment door will open in 30 minutes. You have 30 seconds to leave. Please do not linger within the apartment, or you will face the consequences. Ding. New hint triggered. Hidden task. Abandoning the exit once the apartment door opens will trigger a hidden task. How splendid. Such clarity. The prompt system is certainly unforgiving, handing out tasks with such ease. Yet, at that moment, Ning Bai felt a twinge of hesitation. After all, this current scenario was a difficult level. And although no particularly perilous situation had arisen thus far, Ning Bai knew something would undoubtedly occur in the next 30 minutes. The protagonist, at this instant, held her hand, her gaze vacant as she walked ahead. It was unimaginable that Tsiyu, appearing so composed now, might soon transform into a vengeful spirit attacking her. Whether she could endure depended on fate. A flicker of defiance stirred within Ning Bai. She did not believe in fate. Living meant defying destiny. Perhaps if she persevered, the outcome might change. But how could she alter the result? Drawing a deep breath, Ning Bai surveyed her surroundings, seeking a solution among the throng of people. Ultimately, her gaze landed on the hall ahead, and suddenly, a phrase echoed in her mind. To be united as ghostly spouses, never depart for eternity. Indeed, those were the words of that ghostly child. If Tsuyu became her wife, would she still turn against her? In an instant, Ning Bai felt a surge of exhilaration at this audacious thought, tightening her grip on Tsuyu's hand. Sister, I noticed a flaw in the birth certificate above. Do you know where I might find another? Upon hearing Ning Bai's inquiry, Tsuyu did not ponder too deeply. The birth certificates were all provided by the Chang family, stored in the grain warehouse at the back. You can inquire there, she replied. I shall go there first. Ning Bai released Tsuyu's hand and hurried toward the grain warehouse. Upon arriving, she heard hushed murmurs emanating from within. Instinctively lowering her footsteps, she approached the entrance and peered inside. The warehouse was dimly lit, yet Ning Bai discerned the figure within. It was Chang, here at the warehouse for what purpose? Unbeknownst to her, the wedding ceremony had commenced in the front yard, and they would soon take to the stage to wed. What was Chang doing here? Son, soon you shall be wed. I have come to fetch you, he called out, retrieving 4 incense sticks from his pocket, igniting them with a fire starter. He then bowed 3 times in each direction, reciting incantations. Soul, respond. I summon my son. Let the spirit inhabit my form. Hearts and souls intertwine, divine intent coalesces. With this chant, hasten to my abode. Suddenly, Ning Bai felt the temperature around her drop several degrees. Chang, holding the incense sticks, began to lose consciousness. The 4 sticks fell from his grasp. Thud! Chang collapsed to the ground, his substantial frame unknowingly pressing upon the lit incense. What was happening? Was this possession? Ning Bai was taken aback, and at that moment, Chang's voice transformed into a high-pitched child's laughter. How delightful it is to be alive. Father, since you have summoned me back, I shall not leave. I will help you achieve the wealth you desire. All these years of glory were due to my efforts, and now it is my time to relish in comfort. The voice emerging from Chang was that of a sharp, childlike tone. Listening, a shiver ran down Ning Bai's spine. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Perhaps Zuyu was not the ultimate boss of this challenging scenario. The true adversary was, in fact, the son of Chang before her. Chapter 13. The 72 Evil Arts. Ning Bai was taken aback by his own conjecture. At that moment, Chang Dahu stepped out into the open. Ning Bai quickly concealed himself behind the entrance, holding his breath, anxious that Chang Dahu might discover him. Fortunately, the latter was in a hurry, pushing open the granary door and striding out without noticing Ning Bai's presence. Watching Chang Dahu depart, Ning Bai hastily entered the granary, searching for the birthwood plaque. Although he couldn't find it, he stumbled upon a tome entitled The 72 Evil Arts. What is this? Ning Bai instinctively opened the book but could not discern its contents due to the poor lighting. He decided to store it in his system space, planning to examine it when time permitted. After another round of searching, Ning Bai still found nothing. There were simply too many items. If he were to comb through them all, the wedding would be over by the time he finished. The situation was indeed as such. The granary was quite spacious, cluttered with an overwhelming number of objects. The dim lighting made it exceedingly difficult for Ning Bai to locate the birthwood plaque. Regaining his composure, Ning Bai pondered the situation. As he contemplated, his gaze fell upon a pile of wood shavings in the corner. He quickly approached, picked one up, and confirmed it was of the same material as the birth plaque. Indeed, it should be nearby. Ning Bai rummaged around and found the carving knife used for crafting the birth plaque, along with a brush for painting. With these tools in hand, he felt certain the birth plaque must be close. After further searching, he indeed discovered 3 uncarved birth plaques. Without delay, Ning Bai set about crafting his own birth plaque. His mother had a deep belief in such matters and had once sought a jade plaque for him during his childhood. Consequently, Ning Bai was quite familiar with his own 8 characters. In no time, he etched his birth details onto the plaque and used the brush to outline the characters. Having completed this task, Ning Bai swiftly rushed towards the front courtyard. Let us welcome our bride, Yao Ziyu, along with the groom, Chang Erju. Just as he returned to the courtyard, he overheard this announcement. At that moment, the conspicuous Huang Mao approached him, breathless. Where have you been? I've been searching for you everywhere. Ning Bai was about to explain when Chang Dahu, on stage, suddenly erupted in anger, shouting at the officiant, nonsense. I am not Chang Erju. I am Chang Qing. Repeat that. Chang Da's outburst left everyone present in stunned silence. All eyes turned towards him, and a flurry of whispers erupted. What has come over old Chang? Why such fury on a day of celebration? Indeed, it's inappropriate to scold anyone here. Chang Qing. That name seems oddly familiar. I recall, Lu Xiaowen mentioned that name. After some reminders from the crowd, they finally connected the dots. Yes. Wasn't it said that the child in Xiaozhuan's womb was named Chang Qing? Years had passed, and yet old Chang had suddenly brought up this name. I see. Old Chang must be seeking a bride for his son. If one were to consider, Xiaowan and Ziyu were of similar ages. Ziyu was 3 years older, as she was pregnant alongside Xiaowan. It seems old Chang still cannot let go of his son. As guests murmured, in the kitchen, Ning Bai tossed the birth plaque he had created into the flames. Huang Mao followed closely behind. Hey, where are you running off to? I turned around and you vanished. What were you up to? Ning Bai smiled silently. Just moments ago, everyone's attention had been diverted, providing him the perfect opportunity to act. It doesn't matter. By the way, where did you go? Instead of answering his own whereabouts, he inquired about Huang Mao's. The latter sheepishly replied, "Oh, nothing much. The energy here is quite heavy. For ordinary people, it would be disconcerting, but for us practitioners, it's a paradise. I just stepped outside for some fresh air. Heavy energy? Could it be Tsueyus?" Though he did not dismiss this possibility entirely, Ning Bai harbored doubts. With the information he had gathered, he felt that Tsueyu's death seemed orchestrated, and the mastermind was likely from the Chong family. Yet, Ning Bai currently lacked crucial evidence. However, this was not the primary concern for Ning Bai. His goal was survival. Everything he did was to prepare himself for the impending storm, to face it with greater composure. With this thought in mind, he once again pulled Huang Mao along. "Come, we are heading somewhere." Huang Mao, bewildered, protested, "What are you up to now?" Ning Bai offered no explanation and led him directly to Tsuyu's chamber. "What is this? Are we here to steal?" Huang Mao was puzzled by Ning Bai's intentions. Ning Bai ignored his question, pretending to search for something until he retrieved Tsuyu's rouge box and extracted a blue shell from within. "What is this?" Huang Mao leaned in to examine it. But Ning Bai held it tightly in his hand. "A shell. Perhaps it will aid us." Huang Mao's eyes flickered at Ning Bai's words. "How did you know there would be a quest item here?" Ning Bai raised an eyebrow at Huang Mao's question. "Quest item? What exactly is that?" Huang Mao plopped down on the bed and explained, "It's something related to quests. These items may appear ordinary, but can trigger events at crucial moments. For instance, your red wedding dress is a main quest item, must have. The shell you're holding is a side quest item. It might influence the main quest or even trigger a side quest. Generally, the more such items, the better. One player on our floor specializes in collecting items. However, I believe it's unnecessary. To put it simply, with enough courage, smashing through all the bizarre entities before you makes you invincible," Huang Mao declared, clenching his fist with determination. Ning Bai, listening to Huang Mao, merely nodded in acknowledgement. In Ning Bai's view, while personal strength was undoubtedly significant, he held a deeper appreciation for the wisdom of Sun Tzu's art of war, achieving victory without battle. Striving for greater benefits with minimal cost was his true aspiration, for life is singular. Even instructors warned against wagering everything on a decisive battle. Chapter 14. Harvest Review. There are still 20 minutes until the apartment door opens. As the time approached, an inexplicable agitation began to rise within Ning Bai. To alleviate his unease, he decided to rummage through his backpack to see what useful items he could find. Backpack, sharp fruit knife, hanging ghost hemp rope, mist ring. The first items that caught his eye were the 3 peculiar artifacts. Ning Bai took them out one by one, examining their functions meticulously. Sharp fruit knife, a blade once wielded by a vengeful spirit, possessing immense lethality. Hanging ghost's hemp rope, a binding rope with formidable restraining powers against supernatural entities. Mist ring, capable of creating a phantom barrier, trapping supernatural beings or humans in a designated area for 1 minute, usable up to 3 times. Having grasped the utility of these artifacts, Ning Bai resolved to keep them on his person for a greater sense of security. However, he refrained from carrying the fruit knife to avoid self-harm. He then inspected other items in his backpack. Hanging ghost's long tongue, hair of a vengeful spirit. These 2 ghostly artifacts had remained unused due to time constraints. Now that most tasks were completed, he closed his eyes and absorbed their essence. As ordinary supernatural entities, their energies were easily assimilated, and soon the items in his hand vanished completely. Ding! Your tongue has been enhanced, making your words and actions more persuasive to supernatural beings. Your hair has been strengthened, reducing susceptibility to illusions. With the absorption of the 2 ghostly artifacts, Ning Bai felt a familiar surge of power. Compared to before, his physical constitution had noticeably improved, instilling him with a newfound confidence as he prepared to face the final dangers ahead. Furthermore, his backpack contained 2 mission items. 72 malevolent arts, shells in the rouge box. There was little to say about the shells, but Ning Bai was genuinely curious about the 72 malevolent arts. With that thought, he retrieved the book from within. It appeared to be quite ancient, its creased pages indicating it had been perused countless times, with several sheets torn. Yet, someone had painstakingly copied the text onto rice paper and tucked it into the creases. Skimming through, he noted that the early sections of the book taught methods for wealth and prosperity, from adornments to attire, and even the feng shui layout of a dwelling. These techniques were primarily aimed at attracting good fortune and warding off misfortune, rather than truly malevolent arts. However, as he delved further, the practices became increasingly sinister. The text detailed numerous self-serving and harmful techniques, including methods to siphon wealth from others, becoming more outrageous with each passing page. Some techniques even involved desecrating ancestral graves or tampering with others' homes, leading to misfortune or, at worst, familial ruin. Ning Bai felt a deep contempt for the author of this book. Nevertheless, he skimmed most of the text without pausing for detailed examination, except for a few pages that were marked with straw, likely containing crucial information. Upon closer inspection, he experienced a sudden epiphany. It was indeed significant. These pages revealed that prominent families had already begun employing these malevolent arts. The first technique, known as the Four Directions Gathering In Formation, was a secret feng shui practice. However, it was not a method for attracting wealth and blessings. Rather, it was a complete curse designed to bring ruin to others. This formation required placing 4 specific items around a residence. In the southern sector, which represented the leaf fire position, there should be a pool of stagnant water, perpetually exuding a deathly yin energy, an absolute taboo in feng shui. The principle of feng shui emphasizes the flow of energy from east to west. However, the eastern direction of the Yao family was obstructed by a screen, causing the accumulated yin energy from the stagnant water in the south to remain trapped within the home. Meanwhile, a grove of willows occupied the northern position, the Zihai water sector. Willows are known to gather yin energy, and being situated in the yin water position further amplified this effect. Naturally, the resident of the west wing, Chui Yu, became the target of this oppressive energy. Even the most cheerful girl might succumb to depression living in such an environment. Her parents and younger sister were equally affected by the suffocating energy. While her parents might still harbor love for one another, conflicts are inevitable. After 10 years without violence, one could consider their family fortunate. As for her sister Cui Hua, the situation was even direr. Ultimately, all these repercussions would fall upon Cui Yu if she did not leave her home. It was only a matter of time before she succumbed to despair, ultimately transforming into a vengeful spirit. This was undeniably a diabolical scheme designed to bring about familial destruction. Yet, as a businessman, the prominent family had less mundane motivations. They merely wished to profit from the Yao family's misfortune by constructing houses for them. Another malevolent technique was the yin spirit art, reminiscent of the ancient Southeast Asian Kuomintang rituals. This involved venerating the spirits of deceased infants, employing them to attract fortune and avert disaster. However, the yin spirit art required a blood relation, specifically one's own child, as kinship would mitigate the rebellion of the spirit. The strength of these yin spirits was formidable, enough for the prominent family to reap substantial rewards. Yet human desire is an insatiable abyss. The family even went so far as to sacrifice their own child, transforming them into a tool for profit. They aspired to turn Cui Yu into a vengeful spirit, siphoning the yin energy from her essence to amass even greater wealth. Upon reaching this realization, Ning Bai was chilled to the bone by the family's mercilessness. However, he could not help but ponder. If he were to obtain such a malevolent art and experiment with it, would he too grow numb to the suffering of others after tasting the fruits of success? He could not comprehend this, nor did he dare to try. Such dark arts were best destroyed. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed the book of 72 malevolent arts into the candle flame, reducing it to ashes. 1 bows to heaven and earth, thanking the cosmos for this union, wishing for celestial protection, and bows once. 2 bows to heaven and earth, hoping for peace in both realms, a tranquil passage of time, and bows twice. 3 bows to heaven and earth, wishing for enduring love through life and death, with blessings that endure, and bows thrice. The ceremony concluded. The officiant wore a joyful smile, addressing the newlyweds. Now, we proceed to the highlight of the occasion. The 2 newlyweds enter the bridal chamber. Chapter 15. The value of a difficult task and the unrelenting torment of Huang Mao. Do not crowd me. Move over there, you idiot. Enough. No pushing. There's barely enough space. Ning Bai and Huang Mao crouched beneath the bed, hiding well, when suddenly the door swung open. Both held their breath, fixating on the legs of the intruder. My dear, it's time to consummate the marriage. This voice was all too familiar to Ning Bai and Huang Mao. It belonged to Chang Dao. I'm feeling unwell. You should rest first, Cui Yu said as she settled in front of the dressing table, while Chang Dao, unfazed, discarded his wedding attire onto the floor. He then reclined on the bed, growing silent, leaving Ning Bai, and Huang Mao unaware of whether he had fallen asleep or not. The room fell into an unsettling stillness. Chang Dahu lay on the bed. Cui Yu sat at the dressing table, and Ning Bai and Huang Mao remained crouched beneath. I should be under the carriage, not inside, witnessing your sweet moments. Huang Mao inexplicably began to sing, an absurdity in such a critical moment. He even giggled afterward, as though it were the most amusing spectacle. Fortunately, his breathy voice, coupled with the lingering revelry outside, kept it from being heard by the couple. Ning Bai shot Huang Mao a fierce glare. How could he lack situational awareness? Just as they were engaging in their silent antics, a sobbing sound pierced the air, emanating clearly from Cui Yu at the dressing table. Ning Bai pressed a finger to his lips, signaling Huang Mao to hush, but Huang Mao seemed to find this increasingly humorous, unable to contain his laughter. Ning Bai feared that a loud breath would escape him, akin to a pig's squeal. He pinched Huang Mao's nose, causing him to gasp for air and push Ning Bai's hand away. The two wrestled beneath the bed, careful not to emit a sound, while the only audible noise in the room was Cui Yu's weeping. Amidst their playful struggle, a dripping sound began to echo, water even splattering onto Ning Bai's face. He shoved Huang Mao away and glared at him once more before instinctively wiping his face. However, upon looking down, he was horrified to find not water, but the crimson of blood. The temperature of the blood felt chilling, as if drawn from a deep well. He shot his gaze back up, only to witness a trickle of blood flowing from Cui Yu's wrist. Thud. Cui Yu's body collapsed backward, her face landing directly opposite Ning Bai's. In that instant, Ning Bai's pupils dilated. He surmised that Cui Yu could not endure the turmoil and had chosen to end her life. Yet, he never anticipated her demise would be so abrupt. They had merely been fooling around, and now she was gone. Unlike Ning Bai's terror, a smile unexpectedly grazed Cui Yu's face as she beheld them. She lifted her separated left hand, gently caressing Ning Bai's face until her gaze began to fade. The sensation against his skin was starkly cold, reminiscent of winter's frost. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Suddenly, a pair of feet entered Ning Bai's line of sight. Chang Dahu had awoken, or perhaps he had never truly slept. Ah, what a pity, my newlywed wife has passed away so inexplicably. If she is dead, then so be it. Matters of importance must take precedence. At that moment, Chang Da's voice sharpened once more, echoing the very tone Ning Bai had heard in the granary. Chang Qing crouched down, seizing Cui Yu's long hair and dragging her towards the door. Watching her lifeless body being pulled further away, Ning Bai felt an inexplicable turmoil within. In life, she had never known a single moment of happiness, and in death, she was still subjected to such indignity. Ah, I almost forgot something. Suddenly, just as he was about to exit the room, Chang Qing halted. You two little mice, aren't you planning to come out? Go to hell. You're the real rat. Huang Mao erupted, suddenly lifting the bed and hurling it at Chang Qing. Crack. With a mere flick of his hand, Chang Qing reduced the bed to splinters. Witnessing this scene, akin to something out of a martial arts novel, Ning Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. While he was momentarily stunned, Huang Mao charged forward with furious intent. Die! Huang Mao slapped Chang Qing with tremendous force. Ning Bai feared that had he received such a blow, he would surely be shattered. Yet, Chang Qing effortlessly absorbed the impact with his bulky frame. What? You blocked that? Huang Mao's expression was one of shock. But he quickly reacted, delivering a kick to Chang Qing's abdomen. To his astonishment, Chang Qing reacted even faster. He grasped Huang Mao's ankle and swung him like a rag doll, slamming him into the ground. Bang! Two horrifying thuds echoed as Huang Mao's body smashed into the ground, creating cracks in the bricks beneath him. Blood sprayed everywhere, leaving two distinct imprints on the ground. Staring at this terrifying display of combat, Ning Bai was utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, it was a martial arts scene, and now it seemed to have transformed into a marvelous clash. Yet it was evident that Huang Mao was not as resilient as Loki. After just a couple of exchanges, Huang Mao was left battered and bloodied. Are you enjoying the show? Chang Qing coldly addressed Ning Bai, before he could register the words. Chang Qing flung Huang Mao's body in Ning Bai's direction. Boom. Ning Bai felt as though he had been struck by a freight truck, his body uncontrollably hurtling backward. Several ribs cracked under the impact of Huang Mao's body. It was not until they crashed through the wall behind them that their momentum finally ceased. Dazed and disoriented, Ning Bai felt as if every bone in his body had shattered. He dared not contemplate what Huang Mao had just endured. His mind swirled in confusion, the world around him dimming until he succumbed to unconsciousness. Hey, don't you dare fall asleep. Suddenly, Ning Bai heard Huang Mao's frantic voice. He opened his eyes wide, only to find himself amidst the rubble, with Huang Mao, bloodied and battered, beside him. "You're not dead?" Ning Bai was astonished at Huang Mao's tenacity, but even the slightest movement sent waves of pain coursing through him. "Don't touch me. I think my bones are broken." Ning Bai gasped in agony, while Huang Mao, disregarding his pain, seized Ning Bai by the collar and shouted vehemently, "You bastard! You tricked me. How could an ordinary task involve a malevolent entity that has existed for over a decade? You're endangering my life." Chapter 16. The final battle with everything at stake. Cast to the ground by the yellow-haired man, Ning Bai tightly shut his eyes, his teeth clenched, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body. The agony was intense, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Ning Bai had never anticipated that this arduous task would be so terrifying. Chongqing appeared as a god of war, while he felt like a mere ant that could be crushed with ease. "From this moment forth, I shall no longer concern myself with you. Once the mission concludes, I demand everything from you. Otherwise, in the future, every time I see you in the apartment, I will kill you." With that, the yellow-haired man violently threw Ning Bai onto the ground and turned to leave. "Wait." Suddenly, Ning Bai called out to him. But the yellow-haired man continued to stride forward without looking back. "I have a way to make that monster disappear." Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired man finally paused. "Are you certain?" "I am." The yellow-haired man turned back, still hesitating. "There are 3 minutes left. I can leave after that. I don't think it's worth taking that risk." He turned again, yet he did not depart. Deep down, he knew how arduous those next 3 minutes would be. The reason Chongqing had not killed them was to fully transform the deceased Chui Yu into a vengeful spirit. He was uncertain of what might transpire in the remaining 3 minutes. If he simply hid, would they truly be able to complete this quest? Contemplating this, the yellow-haired man ultimately wavered. "Tell me, what is your plan?" Ning Bai raised his head and spoke to him. "It's quite simple. He is a spectral being, currently just temporarily possessing the body of Chang Dahua. The methods to control such spirits are explicitly recorded in Chang Dahua's writings. In cases where a spirit possesses a host but refuses to leave, one merely needs to pierce its forehead with 3 sticks of mugwort incense. Mugwort is a solar substance. When ignited, it inflicts substantial damage upon malevolent entities. The mugwort incense is already prepared in the granary by Chang Dahua before his arrival." Upon hearing Ning Bai's words, the yellow-haired man bit his lip, pondering for a long time without providing a response. "What are you still hesitating for? Are you waiting for Chongqing to come and kill us both?" Ning Bai's shout finally roused the yellow-haired man. He produced a small vial and tossed it to Ning Bai, saying, "Consume what's inside. I will retrieve the mugwort incense." With that, the yellow-haired man transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished, while Ning Bai mustered his strength to open the vial and drank its contents in one gulp. Although he was unaware of what it was, he believed that the yellow-haired man would not harm him. Indeed, as the liquid coursed through him, a warm sensation enveloped Ning Bai's body. Miraculously, the previously fractured bones began to heal rapidly, and before long, Ning Bai regained his ability to move. However, there was little time for astonishment. He needed to ascertain what Chongqing was doing. Quickly crawling out from the ruins, Ning Bai hurried toward the front courtyard. The sight before him would be etched in his memory forever. In the undismantled hall, Chongqing held Chui Yu's corpse aloft, dark, tangible spectral energy surging wildly into her body. "Awaken, my wife. May all here accompany you in death." Chongqing's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the small courtyard. The villagers, who had just been toasting moments before, now bore witness to this eerie spectacle. "What is happening? Is that Chui Yu? What has happened to her? Why are her hands so red? No, something is amiss. Why does old Chang's voice sound so shrill? Could it be that old Chang has been possessed? Old Chang has killed Chui Yu. Run." In an instant, panic ensued, and everyone rushed toward the courtyard gate. Suddenly, despite the absence of any visible threat, the heavy door slammed shut. This bizarre occurrence sent some tumbling to the ground, leaving them momentarily paralyzed with uncertainty. "What are you panicking for? Wait, you will all die?" Chongqing's piercing voice resonated in their ears. Although he appeared far away, it felt as though he was whispering right beside them. In that moment, fear spread like wildfire among the crowd. Some frantically pounded on the door, while others attempted to leap over the courtyard walls in a desperate bid for escape. Yet all efforts proved futile. The decaying, ancient wooden door would not budge, no matter how hard they struck. Those attempting to scale the walls were met with an invisible barrier of searing heat, causing them to tumble back into the courtyard, their bodies marked with scars resembling those of severe burns. Despair, terror, and screams reverberated through the masses. The mugwort incense has arrived. Catch it. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside Ning Bai. He looked up to see 3 lit sticks of mugwort incense landing steadily in his hand. I can do this, Ning Bai shouted, rallying his spirits. He drew forth a noose from his waist and hurled it toward Chang Qing, simultaneously activating the mind-bending ring in his hand. In an instant, dark mist began to emanate from the corners of Chang Qing's eyes. At this moment, Ning Bai had exhausted all his strategies. You two flies are truly bothersome. Chang Qing's voice turned cold, his eyes widening as the dark mist vanished. With a slight exertion, the ropes binding him snapped effortlessly. Just then, Ning Bai stood before Chang Qing, thrusting the 3 lit sticks of mugwort incense toward his forehead. But boom! Chang Qing moved with the swiftness of lightning, seizing Ning Bai by the neck before the incense could make contact. The overwhelming force sent Ning Bai's mind spiraling into darkness, rendering him momentarily lifeless. The incense slipping from his grasp. Bothersome? I shall send you to your demise. At the moment Ning Bai's neck was twisted, the yellow-haired man swung a massive hammer down upon Chang Qing's back, the hammer appearing larger than the yellow-haired man himself. Ugh! Chang Qing was sent sprawling to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. Ning Bai, still in Chang Qing's grip, fell to the ground as well. Wake up! Use the incense to pierce him, the yellow-haired man bellowed, raising the hammer once more to strike Chang Qing. A glint of hatred flashed in Chang Qing's eyes. You dare bite me, rat? I will have your life. Chang Qing's figure flickered. Instead of evading, he charged directly at the yellow-haired man. In midair, the yellow-haired man twisted his body and kicked out at Chang Qing, a scene reminiscent of their first encounter. As expected, Chang Qing seized the yellow-haired man's ankle once more. You possess no memory at all, committing the same error twice. Yet the yellow-haired man, undeterred by fear, smirked wickedly. Do you truly think I'm a fool? With a swift motion, he flung a golden ring from his hand. As it was cast, the ring expanded, ensnaring Chang Qing's body tightly. For a moment, Chang Qing found himself utterly immobilized. Ning Bai, drive it into him. Chapter 17. The Ultimate Boss, the complete form of the red wedding dress and jade. Ning Bai, stab him to death. With a furious roar, the yellow-haired man propelled Ning Bai forward, his figure instantly materializing before Chang Qing. 3 bundles of mugwort incense raised high, aimed at Chang Qing's face. You two ants! How dare you? Chang Qing bellowed, straining to push his arms apart, but the golden ring hurled at him by the yellow-haired man was no mere trinket. The more he struggled, the more the golden light radiated from the ring, forcefully suppressing him. With a sharp thrust, the mugwort incense pierced Chang Qing's face, eliciting a series of piercing wails from him. In an instant, black mist began to emanate rapidly from Chang Qing's body, his soul swiftly separating from that of Chang Dehu. How dare you be so arrogant? Seeing Chang Qing being rapidly stripped away, the yellow-haired man delivered a powerful kick, sending Chang Dehu flying 2 or 3 meters. As he attempted to follow up with more kicks, Ning Bai restrained him. Enough. Don't mind him. There's only 1 minute left until the gate opens. Upon Ning Bai's reminder, the yellow-haired man glanced at the remaining time on the system. Indeed. Only 1 minute remained before the apartment door would unlock. The two exchanged glances, deciding not to linger any longer and moved towards the gate. Hee hee. You two rats that have entered from outside, do you truly believe you can escape? Suddenly, Chang Qing's voice erupted from Chang Dehu's mouth again, albeit unstable due to the scorching mugwort incense, sounding oddly reminiscent of a theatrical performance. Look back at my wife. She is about to awaken. In her hands. You won't last even a second. Ha ha ha. Yao Tsui you. I command you. Kill everyone in the yard. Leave not a single soul. With those words, Chang Qing completely dissipated into thin air, and Chang Dehu collapsed to the ground. However, as they turned to look, a far more terrifying scene unfolded before Ning Bai and the yellow-haired man. Clad in a red wedding dress, Tsui eyes blazed crimson. In her hand, she held a bloodied fruit knife, surveying everyone present with a chilling gaze. Though she appeared much like the Tsiyu Ning Bai had seen at the Weaving Maiden's home, the terrifying aura she exuded was beyond that of a mere projection. Just meeting Tsiyu's gaze caused Ning Bai to feel as though his blood had frozen, the air thickening 100-fold. 30 years of vengeful spirit. It's over, we're doomed. As the yellow-haired man beheld Tsiyu, despair washed over him. He had dared to confront Chang Qing, yet upon seeing Tsiyu, he lacked even the courage to resist. The usually defiant yellow-haired man now bore an expression of utter hopelessness, revealing the sheer terror Tsiyu instilled in him. You all, Must I? Sueyu's voice was frigid, an endless torrent of hatred echoing in everyone's minds like rolling thunder. Swish! Sueyu's form transformed into a cloud of blood mist, spreading towards the people in the yard. Thud! Thud! Sueyu moved with lightning speed, appearing beside the guests, her fruit knife effortlessly severing heads from their bodies. The horrific scene plunged the crowd into further chaos. Yet, the yard had long been ensnared by Chongqing's barrier, preventing anyone from escaping. Their screams and struggles seemed utterly powerless in Sueyu's eyes. A slaughter akin to a meat grinder was unfolding in the yard. No, don't kill me. Sueyu, I am your uncle. Uncle too. I don't want to die. Please, Sueyu, spare my sister-in-law. Daughter, I am your mother, you. One by one, the people in the crowd attempted to awaken Yao Xiu by invoking their blood ties. Yet, with her eyes blood-red, Sueyu had long since disregarded who these people once were. They were merely tools for her to vent her pent-up resentment. Kill, kill, kill. Eliminate them all. Even when faced with her own parents, Sueyu showed no mercy. She was determined to eradicate everyone in the yard. Not a single soul would be spared. Meanwhile, Ning Bai and the yellow-haired man had hidden themselves in a corner of the kitchen. What do? We might really die here. The yellow-haired man was now uncontrollably shaking, truly feeling the fear of death. It felt as if the scythe of the Grim Reaper was poised at his neck, ready to drag him down to the depths of despair. Calm down. We still have a chance. Only 30 seconds left. Once the time is up, we rush out. It'll be fine. Ning Bai grasped the yellow-haired man's shoulder, shaking him frantically in an attempt to instill calmness. However, the yellow-haired man was beyond calming. He continued to mutter about impending death, seemingly oblivious to Ning Bai's words. Get a grip. I still have other cards to play. Ning Bai pulled out a shell from his backpack to show the yellow-haired man. This is also a quest item. It will take us out of here. Please, just calm down. The shell wobbled in front of the yellow-haired man's eyes, but he could not focus. At that moment, he had completely lost his rationality. Consumed by the fear of imminent death, seeing the yellow-haired man in such a state, Ning Bai felt a surge of frustration. The yellow-haired man was utterly useless now, paralyzed by fear. Yet, Ning Bai had no time to continue persuading him, as the screams from outside were dwindling. Most likely, the majority had already been slaughtered. Soon, the two of them would become Sueyu's next targets. As this thought crossed Ning Bai's mind, a chilling sensation suddenly crept up behind him, raising goosebumps along his neck. Run! Ning Bai shouted, lunging forward. The sudden outburst jolted the yellow-haired man awake, his speed instantly increasing. He charged like a speeding vehicle, crashing through the kitchen door and bursting out. However, Ning Bai was not as swift. By the time he emerged from the kitchen, the yellow-haired man had vanished without a trace. We're all going to die? Sueyu's icy voice echoed behind Ning Bai, and at that moment, the fruit knife swung towards his neck. Don't move. Ning Bai's sudden shout caused Sueyu's hand, poised to strike, to freeze in place. The red wedding dress she wore grew even more crimson in that instant. Dark energy surged from the red dress as Ning Bai's voice held Sueyu still for several seconds. Simultaneously, Ning Bai hurled the shell in his hand towards the now still Sueyu. Swish! The moment the shell made contact with Sueyu, it erupted into a cascade of azure waves. The blood-red hue in Sueyu's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by a flicker of clarity. Chapter 18. Refusing to return to the apartment, unveiling the hidden side quest. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the mouth of Sueyu. Ning Bai, startled by the outcry, stumbled backward, tripping over an unseen object and landing unceremoniously on the ground. Wasn't the shell supposed to awaken the deranged Sueyu? Why did it seem like she had become even more unhinged? Ning Bai began to doubt whether the system's prompts had been misdelivered. Yet, to be fair, the shell did exhibit some degree of effect. As the blood-red hue faded from Sueyu's eyes, she emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Father! Mother! What has happened to you? Sueyu cried as she drifted towards the heads of her parents among the heap of corpses. Gently cradling the cold skulls, she wept uncontrollably. It felt as though all that transpired moments ago was not her doing. What have I done? What on earth have I done? It was enough for me to die alone. Why must you accompany me into death? Oh heavens! Why have you been so unjust to me? Sueyu's anguished cries echoed into the sky, tears streaming relentlessly from her eyes. Witnessing this scene, Ning Bai felt a tightening in his chest. For reasons unknown. Every time he saw Sueyu tormented by fate, an overwhelming discomfort washed over him. The word tragedy was epitomized in her suffering. disillusioned with life. She had chosen to end her own existence, yet destiny compelled her once more to wield the knife and extend its claws towards her parents. Perhaps, in some respects, madness was preferable to lucidity. In that state, she would not bear the weight of guilt for having slain her own family. What have you done to her? At that moment, a scruffy-haired figure emerged from an obscure corner. His gaze was fixed upon the anguished Tsiyu in the yard, a flicker of irrepressible fear lingering in his eyes. However, that was no longer of significance. The door was about to open. We must depart. Ning Bai did not respond to the scruffy-haired boy's inquiry, but turned his attention to where Tsiyu's room once stood. Due to the battle between Chongqing and himself, the West Wing had been reduced to a mere ruin. Ding. Task timer has completed. All players must evacuate swiftly within 30 seconds, or bear the consequences. 30, 29, 28. As the system's countdown commenced, an apartment door materialized from the debris. The scruffy-haired boy dashed towards it in great haste. He forcefully flung the door open and rushed outside. Once back in the corridor of the apartment, he collapsed weakly to the ground. Yet bursts of maniacal laughter escaped his lips. Ha! Ha ha! Who can kill me? What of 10 years as a heroic spirit? What of 30 years as a vengeful ghost? I have emerged. Leaning against the corridor wall, he seemed utterly drained of energy. Nevertheless, he managed to pull a cigarette from his pocket. Lighting it with fervor and inhaling deeply, the intensity of his draw caused him to cough violently, yet he continued to laugh maniacally. In contrast to the scruffy-haired boy, Ning Bai's exit was not rushed. He glanced back repeatedly, observing the girl who clutched her parents' heads in sorrow. What are you staring at? Hurry up and come out. The door will close soon, the boy urged, offering a cigarette that seemed intended for Ning Bai. Yet, Ning Bai's pace remained measured. When he reached the door, he paused once more to look back at Sueyu. What are you still looking for? If you want to save her, I'll help you find her. But do you have the audacity to pursue a vengeful ghost? The scruffy-haired boy cursed aloud. His words seemed to solidify Ning Bai's resolve. Without hesitation, he turned back and stepped through the door. However, just as the boy anticipated Ning Bai's departure, the next action left him utterly dumbfounded. I wish to fight once more, Ning Bai declared, firmly grasping the doorknob and resolutely shutting the door behind him. Bang! The scruffy-haired boy had not anticipated such a move, and he was rendered speechless as the apartment door was firmly closed. What the hell are you doing? Open the door. Come out. I risked my life to save you. Are you throwing it away again? He sprang up and pounded frantically on the apartment door, but once shut, it remained shut. Opportunity was fleeting. If it was lost, there would be no turning back. Ding. You have chosen to forego leaving. The quest continues. Hidden task triggered. Seal the vengeful ghost. Objective. Seal the vengeful ghost Yao Tsiyu before dawn. Rewards. X-level talent awakening stone. A unique premium item. 5,000 eerie coins. 1 purple premium eerie weapon. Ding. New hint. Chong family's secret room. In the study of the Chong family, there is a hidden door leading underground, concealed within the 3rd row of bookshelves. However, caution is advised when entering the secret room, as Chongqing's soul is trapped therein and cannot escape. Arch-nemesis. Chongqing and you are both false husbands of Yao Tsiyu. One of you must die completely for the true husband to emerge, or neither can compel Yao Tsiyu to act. Chongqing's weakness. Beneath the locust tree to the west of the Chong family lies the corpse of Lu Xiaojun. Burning Lu Xiaojun's body will cause Chongqing immense anguish. Upon seeing the new tasks, Ning Bai furrowed his brow. Seal. Indeed, good fortune rarely comes alone, and misfortune seldom arrives singly. Suiyu had already descended into madness, yet his hidden task required him to seal her. But what choice did he have? Suiyu had transformed into a vengeful spirit, and sealing her might indeed be the wisest course of action. Finding a semblance of balance within himself, Ning Bai resolved to leave the Yao household in search of a means to seal Sueyu. However, when he attempted to push the door, it remained obstinately immobile. Just as before, what trickery had Chongqing employed? Ning Bai tried to recall any relevant information from the 72 forbidden arts, yet he was certain there was none. Now, it appeared that he would have to seek clues from the Chong family. With that thought, Ning Bai turned to glance at the position where Changdehu lay. At that moment, Changdehu was ensnared by a golden ring, surrounded by blood and severed heads, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the lifeless corpses around him. The golden ring? This very artifact had been left by the scruffy-haired boy. After subduing Chongqing, Tsiyu had transformed into a vengeful spirit. The scruffy-haired boy had been utterly terrified, and this golden ring had remained firmly around Changde, who without being removed. I wonder if I can take this golden ring for myself. Ning Bai mused. silently beckoning the golden ring. To his astonishment, it obediently released its grip on Chang Dahu, soaring into his hand. Ning Bai felt a surge of joy, but suddenly, Chang Dahu's corpulent body rolled over and sprang up from the heap of corpses, rushing straight towards the door. Chapter 19. A bold strike against the Chang family with the aid of Tsiu. The evil spirit breaks the seal. The Yin force is unleashed. Open. Chang Dahu recited an incantation towards the entrance, then forcefully burst through the door, rushing out of the Yao family estate. Ning Bai stood frozen, watching Chang Dahu flee. Once he dashed out, Ning Bai hurriedly followed, but before he could reach the threshold, the wooden door slammed shut with a powerful invisible force. No matter how he knocked or pushed, he could not create even the slightest opening. How dare you, Chang? So you're pretending to be dead here. Fuming, Ning Bai slapped the door, then mimicked the incantation he had heard Chang Dahu recite. Evil spirit, break the seal. Yin force, unseal. Open. He pushed the door, but it remained unyielding. Open. He pushed again, yet still no response. Reverse the situation, damn it. If it doesn't open, I'll become Yang Jian. After several futile attempts, the door remained immovable, and Ning Bai was bewildered by his failure. Could it be that now he could only? He turned to gaze at Sueyu, who was still weeping while clutching her parents' severed heads. The courtyard was now devoid of life. The living had either perished or fled, leaving only himself and Tsiu behind. Truth be told, although Tsiu, in a way, had become his ghostly wife, and she no longer appeared as mad as before, Ning Bai still instinctively felt a sense of trepidation towards her. Are you all right? Ning Bai cautiously inquired, but in the next instant, Sueyu transformed into a swirling crimson mist, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. He barely managed to turn, yet she seized his throat with an iron grip. Why are you trying to harm me? Why did you kill my parents? Why did you annihilate the entire Yao family, over 30 lives in total? Suyu's grip tightened as she lifted Ning Bai off the ground. Struggling for breath, he flailed his legs and desperately attempted to pry her fingers from his neck. In that moment, despair enveloped him. I had no part in your family's demise. I am an upstanding citizen. Fortunately, it seemed Suyu understood his innocence, for her grip was not as forceful as that of Chang Qing before her. Yet, being throttled for no apparent reason was exceedingly vexing, making him feel like a mere chick. Thud. Seeing Ning Bai's face turn crimson, Suyu ultimately relented, releasing him and letting him fall to the ground. He coughed violently, finally feeling relief. No, it's not me. It's Chang Dahu. He is the one behind all of this. Once he regained his composure, Ning Bai resolved to divulge everything he knew to Tsuyu. What do you mean? What did Chang Dahu do? Tsuyu's eerie, beautiful eyes chilled at his words. Don't rush. Let me explain it all to you. Ning Bai cleared his throat and began recounting the information he had gathered. He detailed most of the 72 evil arts, including the shadowy spirit of Chang Qing and the means by which he controlled Tsiyu through ghostly marriage. He spoke candidly, laying everything bare. As she absorbed this information, Tsiyu's gaze seemed to ignite with fury, as if her hatred could manifest physically. If looks could kill, the Chang family would have been obliterated in that moment. Chang Erju, you have doomed my entire family. I will ensure you have no place to rest in death. Sueyu's voice was frigid, and she began to drift towards the door, but upon touching it, a terrifying backlash propelled her away. Ning Bai instinctively reached out to steady her, but before he could utter a word, she lunged forward again, only to be repelled once more. This time, he firmly grasped her wrist after steadying her. Why not allow me to try? This brute force approach may not yield results. Upon hearing his suggestion, the once furious Tsiyu quickly regained her composure. Fine. The door is yours to handle. Your black dog blood has significantly affected me. I need a moment to recover. As she spoke, Sueyu floated in the air, swiftly absorbing the surrounding waning Yin energy. Watching her delegate this task to him, Ning Bai felt a twinge of frustration. Truth be told, this door was exceedingly difficult to open. What means did he possess to unravel this predicament? As he paced the courtyard, pondering a strategy, it became painfully evident that he had no solutions. He had already tried the method Chang Dahu employed to depart, but to no avail. When Chang Qing had set up this barrier, Ning Bai had been unconscious and was unaware of what had transpired in the interim. If he were to devise a plan, it would have to involve the granary. After all, it was likely that there were remnants left behind by Chang Dahu, perhaps containing the key to their escape. With this thought, Ning Bai grabbed an oil lamp and made his way towards the granary. The illumination offered by the lamp greatly facilitated his search. Soon, he stumbled upon a new discovery. However, This find was unrelated to exiting the courtyard. It was an ancient tome titled Controlling Ghosts. One chapter in the table of contents discussed the art of sealing malevolent spirits. Regrettably, this book was riddled with significant gaps, not just on that page but throughout. Ning Bai attempted to read the incantation for sealing evil spirits by the light of a lamp, but could only decipher 2 lines. To seal a vengeful spirit, one must locate an item that the spirit cherished during its life, such as a pillow it slept on for years, a mirror it often admired, or a cloth it frequently used to cleanse itself. These objects will have absorbed the spirit's essence. If such items are found and steeped in 5-yin water for half an hour under illumination, they can be used to contain the spirit, complemented by talismans for sealing. Note: the preparation of 5-yin water must be meticulous, and strict adherence to the requirements is essential. Once the spirit is sealed, do not touch the talismans, lest the seal be broken. The following section detailed the materials and preparation process for 5-yin water, beginning with night rain-yin water, but as he read further, the text became incomprehensibly fragmented, obscuring the necessary materials. Damn it, this is driving me insane, Ning Bai muttered in frustration, resuming his search within the granary for a way to escape. However, after an extensive search yielded no results, just as he was about to give up, Sueyu's voice echoed softly from behind him. The barrier has been lifted. Chapter 20. The enigmatic golden hoop strengthened 288 times. Huang Mao's ruin. As Ning Bai found himself in a state of despair, a ghostly voice echoed from the entrance. Startled by the sudden sound, Ning Bai exclaimed, "Oh, my sister, you move like a specter, without a sound." "Ah, indeed, you are a ghost." Just as he was about to express his thoughts, he remembered that Chui Yu was, in fact, a spirit, and swallowed his words back down. Chui Yu maintained her icy demeanor as she stated, "I have come to inform you that the barrier has been lifted. There is no longer a need for your search." "How did it open so suddenly? Is there a time limit on the barrier?" Ning Bai speculated, but Chui Yu paid him no mind and drifted away. "Hey, wait for me." Ning Bai hurried after her. But by the time he reached the courtyard, Chui Yu had vanished without a trace. Darn it, she must be heading to eliminate Chang Dahua. I hope the old Chang isn't found by her. The recently discovered method to seal the malevolent spirit was incomplete, yet, as the owner of the book, Chang Dahua was likely the sole individual knowledgeable about the essence of Wuyin water. Thus, Ning Bai was somewhat reluctant to see Chang Dahua perish. No, rather, he wished to delay his demise. First, he needed to search for items that could store vitality. Ning Bai proceeded towards the dilapidated west wing, rummaging through its remnants. There, he found an ancient bronze mirror prominently displayed on a table. This mirror should be unproblematic. He then placed the mirror into his system backpack. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a small golden hoop, which he decided to take out and examine. Golden hoop, blue-quality enigmatic artifact. Upon use, can immobilize a person or spirit in a fixed location. This artifact has been strengthened 288 times and requires an additional 212 enhancements to reach the purple quality. Strengthened 288 times? This is indeed impressive, he mused, imagining how Huang Mao must be grieving over it. Meanwhile, Huang Mao was not merely grieving, he was utterly distraught. He crouched at the entrance of apartment 201, gritting his teeth in frustration. My golden hoop, my talent awakening stone. That scoundrel has ruined me, and yet he hides away inside. He deserves nothing less than death. Huang Mao lamented, reflecting on how many new players had come and gone in the bizarre apartment. Yet nothing truly changed. What kind of player am I? I'm an old hand on the second floor. And you lot, just fresh recruits, expect me to lead you? What level are these new players? They cannot even defend themselves against a minor spirit. How can they possibly fight? On another note, Ning Bai was the earliest new player to ascend to the second floor. Thank heavens. Huang Mao continued, players like you lack a solid foundation. Can you guarantee that he will survive against the 10-year-old spirit Chang Qing or the 30-year-old malevolent spirit Yao Chuiyu? Be pragmatic. I advise you to grasp the concept of hiring others to play on your behalf. I, Huang Mao, began to guide you well, yet at the end, you shut the door on me and refused to pay. How do I explain that? My dignity is at stake. Ning Bai, however, remained indifferent to Huang Mao's grievances. The golden hoop was now in his possession, and he intended to put it to use. Stowing away his findings, Ning Bai set off towards Chang Dao's residence, despite not knowing its exact location. Yet, as long as he focused on reaching Chang Dao's home, the path would reveal itself. Much like his previous journey to the Weaver girl's abode, he jogged along the narrow path for 2 to 3 kilometers, and after several encounters with spirits, his physical stamina had significantly improved. He felt no hint of fatigue, only a light sheen of sweat. Could it be that Cui Yu has arrived already? As he approached the Chang residence, he noticed a layer of black mist enveloping the courtyard under the moonlight, a telltale sign of malevolent energy. Ning Bai hastened into the courtyard, finding Cui Yu standing in the center, seemingly waiting for something. "Cui, Miss Yao, what are you waiting for?" He inquired cautiously, but Cui Yu ignored him, continuing to hover in place. "Chang Erju is certainly not here. I advise you to abandon your wait. If my deductions are correct, Chang Dahua is likely in a hidden chamber." However, to uncover the truth about Wuyin water, Ning Bai needed to devise a way to divert Cui Yu. Otherwise, she would soon sever Chang Dahua's head. Ning Bai pondered aloud. If I'm correct, the barrier must have certain limitations, such as the array's creator not being able to stray too far, or perhaps time constraints. Regardless, what matters is that Chang Erju must be aware of these limitations. He will undoubtedly seek a safe refuge during this time frame, or perhaps escape the village altogether. However, wherever he may be, he certainly wouldn't linger at home, knowing you would return to search for him. If you remain foolishly here, you will never encounter him. Upon hearing this, Cui Yu finally turned her gaze toward Ning Bai. "And where do you believe Chang Erju is now?" Seeing that Cui Yu was open to discussion, Ning Bai carefully concocted a plausible explanation. "If he were to flee towards the outskirts, it would be difficult for us to locate him, but I wager he wouldn't dare leave the village. The wild beasts would claim his life. Thus, he is likely hiding somewhere until dawn breaks. As for where he might be, I suggest we check Zhang Zifen's residence." Ning Bai casually mentioned a name, recognizing that he knew only a handful of people. The mention of Zhang Zifen sparked a fleeting crimson glint in Yao Cui Yu's eyes. Though it was brief, the murderous intent seemed to penetrate Ning Bai's very being, causing him to stiffen involuntarily. Zhang Zifen. Perfect, he must die too. With that, Yao Cui Yu's form glided away, racing towards the exit, disappearing in an instant. Watching her depart, Ning Bai exhaled a sigh of relief. "All right, now it's time to deal with you, Chongqing." Chapter 21. The heartless Chang Erju and the refinement of the gathering pearl, she has departed. A piercing, ethereal sound echoed through the basement. Chang Erju, trembling in the corner, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Gazing at the plaque on the offering table, he spoke. "Could you hasten the absorption of Tsuyu's energy? If she remains alive, I shall inevitably find my head severed by that insane woman. You old fool, shouldn't you be the one with your head on the chopping block?" The voice of Chongqing resonated once more from the tablet, instantly igniting Chang Erju's fury. "You insolent brat, what are you insinuating? I am your father. Bah, you merely regard me as a tool for your profit. When have you ever treated me as your son? This ghastly state I find myself in is entirely your doing." The voice of Chongqing was laced with boundless resentment. Were it not for their contract, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate Chang Erju. "Silence. I have been benevolent enough to arrange a ghostly marriage for you, yet you wish to usurp my body. If it weren't for those two intruders outside, who knows what fate would have befallen us?" Mentioning the outsiders rekindled a sense of loathing in Chang Qing's voice. "Those two vile rats, I deeply regret not having dispatched them outright." At that moment, above them, Ning Bai, guided by the system's prompts, discovered the old locust tree outside the Chang residence. Armed with a shovel, he eagerly began to excavate. Thanks to his enhanced physique, Ning Bai dug swiftly, and before long, he was close to unearthing the roots of the old tree. Before long, a corpse wrapped in white cloth was unearthed by Ning Bai. Could it truly be a body? Considering Chongqing should have been around 13 or 14 by now, it was likely that the remains had long since decayed into a skeleton. Furrowing his brow, Ning Bai peeled back a corner of the cloth, revealing Lu Xiaojuan's pallid skin beneath. The cloth was coated in a viscous, transparent liquid, which made Ning Bai feel somewhat queasy upon contact. Yet, remarkably, the corpse emitted no odor. In such a damp environment, bacterial growth would be accelerated, yet the bacteria had neither consumed Lu Xiaojuan's body nor caused significant decay. The skin beneath the cloth was merely pale, resembling that of a recently deceased individual. Ning Bai extracted a fruit knife, slicing through the white cloth enveloping Lu Xiaojun, revealing a complete corpse before him. Indeed, it was a homicide. Chang Erju was truly ruthless, capable of such a heinous act as taking two lives for one. Although Ning Bai was no forensic expert, it was evident that the long gash on the neck indicated foul play. Lu Xiaojuan's facial expression remained frozen in a look of terror, as if she had witnessed something unfathomable before her demise. Despite the grotesque scene, Ning Bai did not rush to incinerate the body. Instead, he pried open Lu Xiaojuan's mouth, probing within. Moments later, he retrieved a pitch-black orb. Indeed, it was the Yin Gathering Pearl, a creation that had cost 3 lives. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the green cursed artifact, Yin Gathering Pearl, crafted from human bones. It slowly absorbs Yin energy when worn. The Yin Gathering Pearl was meticulously documented among the 72 malevolent arts. Upon seeing Lu Xiaojuan's intact corpse, Ning Bai had immediately thought of it. However, it seemed that the deranged Chang Erju had not merely refined a single Yin Gathering Pearl. Suppressing his disgust, Ning Bai ventured further, probing Lu Xiaojuan's lower body. As he delved into the cavity, he encountered a milky white orb, which he deftly extracted with a slight curve of his fingers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the blue cursed artifact, Mother and Child Yin Gathering Pearl, crafted from the remains of a man and woman who met untimely deaths. The 2 orbs complement each other, enabling a cyclical absorption of Yin energy, generating a substantial amount of Yin and Yang energy. Indeed, Ning Bai's suspicions were confirmed. The black Mother Pearl served to absorb Yin energy, while the white Child Pearl transformed Yin energy into Yang energy, or more accurately, into energy. This energy could empower not only the cursed, but also humans. Lu Xiaojuan's preservation was not due to any preservatives, but rather the energy produced by the white Child Pearl, which was sufficient to satiate the bacteria within her, preventing them from consuming their host. Equipping this blue cursed artifact would prove invaluable in the future, though it was regrettably filthy. Ning Bai grimaced as he noted the location where Lu Xiaojuan had concealed the Child Pearl. A sudden urge to sever his own middle finger surfacing within him. Simultaneously, in the basement, Chang Qing erupted into frantic cries. No, something is amiss. I sense someone has disturbed my corporeal form. Old fool, go check what is happening. Hearing Chang Qing's voice, Chang Dehu was instantly alarmed. Chang Qing's body must not be disturbed. The consequences would be dire. What is happening? What do you sense? Although filled with panic, Chang Dehu feared that it was the malevolent spirit, Xiu, attempting to force him out. If he truly ventured outside, his head would be forfeit. Someone has tampered with the Mother and Child Yin Gathering Pearls. I can no longer feel their power. Hurry and investigate. Listening to Chang Qing's frantic cries, Chang Dehu hesitated to venture outside, instead continuing to inquire, "Are you certain?" The response to Chang Dehu's inquiry was not Chang Qing's reply, but rather a piercing scream, as Chang Qing's spirit tablet suddenly erupted into plumes of smoke. Upon witnessing this, Chang Dehu was thoroughly unnerved. It was evident that someone had set fire to Chang Qing's corporeal form. Should Chang Qing's body be destroyed, the backlash would surely cost him his life as well. Both sides faced imminent death. Resolute, he flung open the secret door and dashed outside. As he burst forth, Chang Dehu beheld flames roaring beneath the locust tree in the courtyard. Damn it! Who did this? Stop it at once. He sprinted forward. But barely had he taken a few steps when a shovel came crashing down upon his face. Bang! The blow landed squarely. Although Ning Bai had tempered his strength, Chang Dehu's frail form could scarcely withstand Ning Bai's enhanced might. The impact shattered Chang Dehu's nose, sending him sprawling on his back, unable to rise for a considerable time. What are you trying to accomplish? Stop me from burning the corpse? After a prolonged moment, Chang Dehu touched his face, blood gushing forth. He struggled to crawl towards the direction of the corpse. Please, don't burn it. If you continue, I will truly perish. Ning Bai stepped forward, placing a foot on Chang Dehu's lower back, coldly stating, "Do you not think you deserve to die? You have committed countless heinous acts. It is high time you met your end. I am resolute in incinerating Chang Qing's body. Not even Jesus can save him. Mark my words." Chapter 22. The kind-hearted young man, please. I beg you, don't burn Chang Qing's corpse. I'll give you any amount of money you desire. If Chang Qing's body is incinerated, I will suffer repercussions. I will perish. Ning Bai remained indifferent, firmly pressing down on Chang Erju's back. You caused the massacre of the Chui family. Now, Chui Yu is hunting you down. Do you think you can spend any amount of money left? Chang Erju gazed at the charred remains of the body before him, tears of resentment streaming down his face. I do not wish for this to happen. But what can I do? Regret is futile now. I have no other choice. He wept uncontrollably, mud, blood, and tears mingling on his face. A moment ago, a shovel had knocked out one of his front teeth, rendering him a pitiful sight. Yet, witnessing the body turning to ashes, He realized that he could not halt the unfolding tragedy. Have you ever tasted tree bark? Do you know the flavor of thin mud? Do you understand the feeling of hunger so intense that you become dizzy, unable to utter a word, yet forced to drink well water just to feel a semblance of fullness? I know it all too well. As a child, I was consumed with thoughts of how to fill my stomach. Even if it was tea food, I sought anything. I gnawed on the old tree outside our home. The pain from consuming thin mud kept me awake at night. When I finally fell asleep, hunger would awaken me. To eat a piece of bread felt like a dream. I didn't even know what it felt like to be full. It was because my family was impoverished. Due to our lack of money, I went hungry. I watched as my mother was humiliated by the landlord. I saw my father grovel on the ground, barking like a dog, fighting with the landlord's dog for scraps. I witnessed the utter humiliation that poverty brings. Thus, from a young age, I aspired to be wealthy. I longed to buy a house filled with bread, to feast 10 times a day, with each meal containing 10 pieces of meat. Upon hearing Chang Er-ju's words, Ning Bai fell silent. Lifting his foot from his back, Chang Er-ju rose, choosing not to extinguish the flames consuming the nearby body. Perhaps it was already too late for that. The corpse had turned into a charred shell, no longer salvageable. Leaning against the brick wall, Chang Er-ju wiped his tears and recounted his story. Later, an old Taoist priest arrived in the village, possessing remarkable abilities that commanded the landlord's utmost respect. The old priest treated me kindly, often providing me with rice and flour to sate my hunger. My curiosity about his mystical powers led me to study under him. He taught me many things: feng shui, fortune-telling, and arcane arts. I learned extensively and came to understand fate. However, when I saw my own destiny, I was taken aback. My fate was abysmally poor. A life of mediocrity devoid of power or wealth, riddled with calamities. I was unwilling to accept this. It was not the destiny I desired. I sought ways to alter my fate, but it always proved accurate, and all the calamities came to pass. Even my parents departed this world due to those tribulations. And within a few years, the old priest passed away, leaving me alone in this world. Yet, I secretly took the old priest's large chest, which he had always forbidden me to open. Inside lay the very thing I sought: methods to alter fate. I diligently followed the instructions within to change my destiny, seeking fortune and avoiding disaster. Gradually, my previously mundane fate began to improve, until one day I found myself well-fed, with enough bread to fill an entire room. Eating 10 meals a day, each adorned with 10 pieces of meat. Yet, I discovered that I was not satisfied. Instead, I yearned for more. I wished to transform bread into gold and silver. I desired to revel with women 10 times a day, each time with 10 maidens at my disposal. My cravings grew insatiable, to the point where I was willing to sacrifice others' lives to alter my fate. But the old priest once said, "What is meant for you cannot be lost, but what is not yours will ultimately be returned." I used dark sorcery to create Cha-Ching, compelling him to amass wealth for me. In just a few years, my fortune became vast enough to last 10 lifetimes. Yet, my desires only intensified, and the dark energy Chongqing required grew ever greater. I constructed new homes for the entire village, effectively transforming it into a village of spirits, solely to provide Cha-Ching with more dark energy. For if Cha-Ching could no longer draw upon this energy, he would turn against me, causing all my amassed wealth to gradually vanish. The magnitude of my expenditures over the years was excessive. The backlash could very well lead to my demise. Indeed, just as the old priest had warned, what is not mine must eventually be returned. To me, Chongqing resembled a lone shark, compounding interest upon interest. I found myself trapped, desperately seeking ways to mend this gaping wound. I had no other options. If only I had been content after having my fill, perhaps things would not have spiraled into this chaos. Chang Er-ju clutched his hair, lamenting his regrets. It seemed he truly felt remorse now. But would Ning Bai believe him? If you had thought of this sooner, Yao Chui, you would not have died, and you wouldn't be hiding in your basement to survive. Upon hearing Ning Bai's words, Chang Er-ju suddenly looked up and pleaded, "Can you help me? I genuinely do not wish to die. I will give you everything. I ask you to save me." Hearing his plea, a smile crept upon Ning Bai's lips. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Indeed, Ning Bai could have long since questioned Chang Er-ju about the production of 5-in water, or pressed him for Chongqing's weaknesses. However, he felt no urgency. His ultimate goal was to eliminate Chongqing and become Cui Yu's true consort, thereby gaining dominion over her. Additionally, he aimed to seal Cui Yu as part of his mission. Chang Er-ju sought to eliminate Chongqing to prevent any backlash, and simultaneously, to seal Chui Yu to avoid being killed. Yet, Chang Erju was unaware of Ning Bai's true intentions. If he were to reveal his goals first, their relationship would shift to one of partnership. Conversely, by keeping his own needs concealed and allowing Chang Erju to grow anxious, he could position himself as a benevolent figure acting out of righteousness, standing atop the moral high ground. Wouldn't he that warrant some form of compensation? If it were anyone else, Ning Bai might not feel such a need, but Chang Erju is different. He possessed the remarkable mother-child gathering in Pearl. He must have other valuable possessions as well. Ning Bai intended to extract a hefty price from him. Chapter 23. The Purple Premium Ghostly Powers, the century-old evil spirit mask. Do you think I require your money? Ning Bai forcefully pushed aside the kneeling Chang Erju, his eyes brimming with disdain. Upon hearing that Ning Bai had no need for money, Chang Erju grew increasingly anxious. I have other items. I possess something else. Yes. The old Taoist once gifted me a skull mask. That item will undoubtedly be of use to you. With that, Chang Erju promptly rose and headed into the courtyard. Ning Bai followed closely behind, genuinely curious about what valuable item Chang Erju could present to him. After a thorough search, Chang Erju emerged with a mask, excitement gleaming in his eyes. This is it. This will certainly be beneficial to you. He rushed over, holding the skull mask aloft. Before Chang Erju could hand it over, Ning Bai's system had already identified the item in his hand. Century-old evil spirit mask, an artifact emanating from the embodiment of the 300-year-old malevolent spirit, a purple premium ghostly powers item. A purple premium. What an extraordinary item. Ning Bai accepted the skull mask, unable to conceal his exhilaration. Yet, his verbal appraisal of the mask was rather lukewarm. It could indeed enhance my strength, but if that is all it offers, it may suffice against Chong Qing, but against Chui Yu. Ning Bai hesitated, betraying a lack of confidence. Chang Erju, having overheard Ning Bai's words, felt equally uncertain. Aside from this, it seems I have little else of value. After a moment of deep contemplation, Chang Erju sighed heavily. Alas, you might as well examine it yourself. With that, he opened a large box revealing an assortment of peculiar items. This is the inheritance from the old Taoist, filled with various unknown objects. Most of the contents I do not even comprehend their purpose, so feel free to choose for yourself. Upon hearing this, Ning Bai stepped forward to rummage through the box. The items within were indeed bizarre, steeped in Taoist essence. A multitude of pestles, compasses, and jade stones dazzled him, yet he remained oblivious to their uses. In fact, he was less knowledgeable than Chang Erju, relying solely on whether the system could recognize any of the items. For instance, black dog blood possesses the ability to ward off evil, but his system does not acknowledge it. Nevertheless, the efficacy of black dog blood is indisputable. Therefore, even without any system prompts, Ning Bai diligently searched through the items. Sandalwood, dust whisk, green quality, ghostly soldier. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before Ning Bai, swiftly directing his attention to the item. He carefully lifted the dust whisk. Inspecting it closely, its ancient design crafted from sandalwood seemed devoid of any combat power. However, upon holding it, a peculiar sensation surged within him. He gently flicked the whisk, and in an instant, it felt as if something within him was drawn out by the whisk. Boom! A terrifying explosion resonated, shattering the window directly in front of Ning Bai. In that moment, he also sensed a significant portion of his strength being siphoned away. Good heavens! This item possesses formidable power. Ning Bai exclaimed in awe, marveling at the whisk's might, yet simultaneously astonished by the energy it consumed. It is worth noting that currently, running 2 or 3 miles would not leave him fatigued. Yet, with a mere flick of the whisk, he felt as though his stamina was being rapidly depleted. The item is indeed exceptional, yet it is a double-edged sword. Is the power of this whisk truly so terrifying? Chang Erju, witnessing Ning Bai's display of the whisk, was utterly astounded. He had thoroughly examined the items in the box, yet was entirely unaware of their effects. Some did possess a degree of protective capability, though their efficacy was far from satisfactory. Otherwise, these items would not have been left to gather dust in the box. Now, seeing the sheer potency unleashed by the whisk in Ning Bai's hands, Chang Erju felt a twinge of regret. It seemed that his failure to investigate thoroughly had resulted in Ning Bai uncovering a hidden treasure. This tendency to avoid losses over the years is not easily altered. Chang Erju felt a pang of regret. His expression went unnoticed by Ning Bai, who stowed the whisk in his system backpack and continued to search. This is quite impressive, but bang. That should suffice. This whisk is already quite powerful. enough to contend with Chang Qing and Yao Chueyu. Chang Erju swiftly closed the box, nearly pinching Ning Bai's hand in the process. This sudden action left Ning Bai momentarily stunned, only for irritation to wash over him. Very well, then keep your belongings. When Chang Qing ultimately turns against you, you shall see how much you retain, Ning Bai retorted, turning to leave. Stung by Ning Bai's words, Chang Erju panicked and hurriedly opened the box, submissively saying, "How about you take a few more?" Yet, Ning Bai did not even glance back, striding out of the courtyard. As Ning Bai made to depart, Chang Erju could no longer contain himself, rushing out to pull him back. "Brother, please don't leave. I'll give you everything in this box, I implore you. Don't be angry with me." Ning Bai forcefully shook off Chang Erju's hand, coldly replying, "No need, keep it for yourself. I'm curious how long you can hold on to it. I want to concern myself with Chang Qing once he completely turns against you. You can take these items to hell and see if Yama recognizes them." Hearing Ning Bai's biting remarks, Chang Erju hurriedly apologized, attempting to appease him. "Oh, brother, it was my fault. I shouldn't have said that. Haven't we always had a good conversation? Why are you angry now? Please, I'll give you all of these items. As long as you help me deal with Chang Qing and Yao Chueyu, I'll offer you my entire fortune. From this day forth, I shall retreat to the mountains, and I shall no longer require these worldly possessions." After much coaxing from Chang Erju, Ning Bai finally calmed down. "Very well, I have a few questions for you, and you must answer them earnestly." "Certainly, I promise to cooperate fully." The first question, what weaknesses does Chang Qing possess, and how can he truly be slain? The second question, I found a method to seal malevolent spirits in the book on controlling ghostly powers, but the section on 5-ine water is torn. Do you know how to produce 5-ine water? Chapter 24, Awakening New Spectral Powers, the form of the malevolent spirit. In response to the two pressing questions posed by Ning Bai, Chang Erju crossed his arms and pondered deeply. "I am aware of Chang Qing's weaknesses, yet confronting him proves to be quite challenging. Although you have incinerated his corporeal form, inflicting significant damage upon his vitality, I have nurtured him for over a decade, providing an abundance of yin energy. Thus, despite his injuries, he remains formidable. However, his soul is parasitic upon the spiritual altar I constructed for him. If you can destroy this altar, he shall be irrevocably transformed into a wandering spirit, his power greatly diminished. The most notable drawback is that without a spiritual seat or a corporeal body, he will be unbound and free to roam, posing a substantial risk of escape." At this point, Ning Bai and Chang Erju's gazes met in unison, their lips curving into faint smiles. "So what is the method?" Chang Erju nodded and replied, "It is indeed feasible, but you must eliminate him within the time it takes to burn 3 incense sticks." With that, Chang Erju handed over the formation diagram to Ning Bai. The name of this formation is the God-binding array. It can be utilized by both humans and specters, though it is somewhat complex for humans. Firstly, one must drop 3, 5, or 7 drops of blood into the vermilion powder, ensuring the number is odd. Then, mix the blood-infused vermilion with nearby soil and encircle it. Finally, ignite the God-binding talisman, and the task will be complete. For specters, employing the God-binding array is simpler, as they do not use vermilion, a substance of utmost yang, but rather gypsum powder, a material of extreme cold. Simultaneously, the blood transforms into yin energy, with quantities being even numbers. The reason Chang Erju imparted this knowledge to Ning Bai is twofold. On one hand, only the practitioner can freely enter and exit the God-binding array. Others must wait for the duration of 3 incense sticks, or, like Chueyu, force their way out once the array expends its energy. On the other hand, though unspoken, it is evident that Chang Erju wishes to distance himself from this affair. "All right, I understand. What about the 5-ine water?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Chang Erju furrowed his brow, deep in thought. After considerable contemplation, he finally recalled the 5 required materials. Yes, indeed, the 5-ine water consists of night rain-ine water, ancient well living water, ancestral tomb dew, cold pool dead water, and ghost weeping tears. The night rain-ine water and ancient well living water are readily obtainable. As for the cold pool dead water, I may need to visit the Yao family, while the ancestral tomb dew is particularly perilous, ever since I turned the village into a ghostly realm. The ancestral graves have been perpetually haunted. However, the most challenging to acquire may be the ghost weeping tears. It is exceedingly difficult to evoke a ghost weeping, let alone collect their tears. Upon hearing the mention of collecting tears, an image of Yao Chueyu cradling her parents' severed heads, tears streaming down her face, surfaced in Ning Bai's mind. Ghost weeping tears. I believe I can find a way to obtain them. You have a method? Chang Er-zhu exclaimed with excitement at Ning Bai's declaration. However, Ning Bai merely shook his head and stated, this is not important. We must first deal with Chang Qing. By the way, Cui Yu has gone to confront Zhang Zifan. Given Cui Yu's capabilities, Zhang Zifan's head is likely already severed, and she is preparing to return. You might as well gather the first 3 types of Yin water and wait for me in the grain storage of the Yao family. Chang Er-zhu felt a pang of panic at the suggestion of waiting at the Yao family estate. Isn't that tantamount to walking into a death trap? Ning Bai shook his head. No, often the most perilous places are the safest. Hearing this, Chang Er-zhu finally took a deep breath and agreed. Very well, I shall await you in the grain storage. With that, Chang Er-zhu dashed out of the courtyard. Watching him depart, Ning Bai eagerly retrieved the skull mask he had just acquired. This time, Ning Bai's gains were unprecedentedly substantial. The mother-child gathering Yin pearl, the skull mask, and the dust of floating spirits. Each of these items rivals the golden cudgel in worth. With these treasures in hand, Ning Bai felt assured in confronting Chang Qing. Yet he remained humble. First, he carefully cleaned the mother-child gathering Yin pearl before tucking it into his pocket. Ding! Your Yin energy has reached its limit. Your current level has risen to level 2. Upon integrating the mother-child gathering Yin pearl, Ning Bai immediately ascended to level 2, thanks to the pearl's gathering effect. Coupled with the Yin energy obtained from vanquishing the hanged ghost couple, his advancement was entirely reasonable. As his level increased, Ning Bai's physique underwent yet another evolution. Regrettably, within the confines of this task, he could not access any system functions except for his backpack, not even personal attributes. Thus, Ning Bai could only discern his improvements through intuition, with specific values to be examined later. Simultaneously, the continuous flow of energy coursing through him swiftly replenished the stamina he had depleted while utilizing the dust of floating spirits. This was the power granted by the White Mother Pearl. The 2 pearls complemented each other, not only accelerating his experience acquisition, but also enhancing his endurance. By this calculation, Ning Bai could utilize the dust of floating spirits again 10 minutes after each use. After managing these 2 items, Ning Bai finally turned his attention to the skull mask. It is your turn. Absorb. With practiced ease, Ning Bai began to draw on the power from the skull mask. Having absorbed ghostly artifacts several times before, he had mastered this process. However, compared to the previous white ghostly artifacts, the energy contained within this purple premium ghostly artifact was overwhelmingly vast. Ning Bai absorbed its energy for over an hour before finally cleansing it completely. Ding! Successfully absorbed the purple premium ghostly artifact, acquired new spectral power, malevolent spirit form. Upon utilizing this spectral power, the host will transform into a malevolent spirit, significantly enhancing physical and supernatural abilities while greatly increasing brutal attributes. This state will consume substantial stamina. Please use it judiciously. Spectral power. A transformation type, spectral power. Ning Bai was elated upon discovering his new skill. From the moment he first laid eyes on Huang Mao, he had envied his ghostly hand. Now, not only had he acquired it, but he had obtained an even more formidable full-body mutation-type spectral power. A premium-grade spectral power. Eager to test its capabilities, Ning Bai immediately chose to transform. In the next instant, a purple skull mask materialized upon Ning Bai's face, and his body unleashed an overwhelming, terrifying energy. At that moment, the terrifying power radiating from Ning Bai surpassed Huang Mao's ghostly hand by dozens of times. Even if Huang Mao stood before him, Ning Bai possessed the capability to crush him effortlessly. This is true power. Chapter 25, Evergreen's second spirit position. Buzz. Suddenly, Ning Bai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The malevolent spirit form he had just transformed into dissipated in an instant. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, struggling to regain his composure. Goodness, the energy consumption of this spirit form was indeed excessive. Ning Bai had only maintained it for a brief moment before his body succumbed to exhaustion. Fortunately, the white orb was fervently circulating, replenishing the energy he had expended. At this rate of recovery, in about 5 or 6 minutes, Ning Bai's strength would be fully restored. Seizing the opportunity, he rummaged through the chest, hoping to uncover some valuable items. Ning Bai turned to open the large chest and continued his search, but there were no further prompts from the system. He retrieved 3 jade tokens and adorned himself with them, then attempted to store the entire chest in the system space. Ding! Storage failed. Please empty the contents before attempting again. Alas, It proved to be futile. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Ning Bai resumed his search. He could easily carry smaller items, while larger ones could be placed directly in his backpack. His backpack already contained a fruit knife, an ancient bronze mirror, a floating object, and a golden hoop. He packed everything he could carry, wielding the fruit knife, securing the floating object at his waist, and transforming the golden hoop into a bracelet to fit his wrist. Next, he continued to rummage through the chest for items to take, adhering to the principle of selecting the larger ones to fill his backpack. In no time, 9 compartments were filled. A quick glance at his backpack revealed an ancient bronze mirror, a Vajra pestle, a green stone scepter, a blue-black seal, a 3 pure ones bell, a money sword, a Bagua mirror, a jade paixio, a primordial umbrella, and a bronze pagoda. Most of these items were unfamiliar to Ning Bai, but upon placing them in the backpack, the system assigned names to them. However, it only provided the basic label of quest item in the detailed description section. The specific uses remained for Ning Bai to explore. After gathering these items, he continued to search for smaller trinkets. Yet, there was little of value left, save for a moderately sized, aesthetically pleasing greenish gourd. Ning Bai picked it up and shook it. Was there wine inside? According to Chang Erju, the contents of this chest had been here for over a decade, right? As he pondered, Ning Bai removed the gourd's cap and took a whiff. Instantly, a rich, sweet aroma of alcohol exploded in his mind. He felt his saliva uncontrollably begin to flow. Goodness, this smells divine. Without a second thought, he raised the gourd and downed the last sip of the precious liquid. In an instant, warmth enveloped his entire body. The stamina he had previously depleted was swiftly replenished by the wine's restorative properties. This wine is simply exquisite. Regrettably, that was the last drop. Reluctantly, Ning Bai raised the gourd, hoping to pour out just a bit more, but it was completely empty. Taking a deep breath, he hung the small gourd at his waist and resumed his search. However, the remaining items were not to his liking. Oh well, this ensemble should suffice. Not to mention, the golden hoop on his wrist alone was capable of restraining a fully powered Chongqing. Now that Chongqing's physical form was destroyed and his combat strength diminished, Ning Bai should be able to overpower him. With this thought, Ning Bai promptly began to set up the god-binding formation as previously planned. Once everything was successfully arranged, he followed the system's instructions and opened the secret chamber door. Chongqing, I have come to claim your life. With that, Ning Bai stepped into the chamber. The atmosphere within was eerily silent, as if it held nothing. Holding a lantern, Ning Bai cautiously ventured deeper into the chamber, scrutinizing every corner. Yet he found no trace of Chongqing. At first, Ning Bai naively thought that Chongqing was hiding to launch a surprise attack. But after waiting for a considerable time, he encountered nothing. Why was there nothing at all? Was Chongqing gone? Or perhaps dead? Half an hour prior, Chongqing was still within the chamber, writhing in agony as his physical form was destroyed, rendering him considerably weaker. Meanwhile, Chang Erju had yet to return, and Chongqing was mentally preparing for death. However, just as he anxiously awaited Ning Bai's appearance, a mysterious summons forcibly pulled him towards another individual. Upon seeing his surroundings, Chongqing understood everything. He was now in the main hall of the Weaver girl's residence. Zhang Zifen, like Chang Erju, harbored ambition. Upon learning that the Chang family had become immensely wealthy due to Chongqing, he chose to establish a spirit position in his own honor. Yet, to Chongqing, those offerings were insignificant, and he had never cared for Zhang Zifen. Little did he know, fate had other plans. Zhang Zifen and Chang Erju had schemed that after their marriage, he would take 800 taels of silver and leave the village forever. However, upon witnessing the scene of carnage at the Yao family, Zhang Zifen was paralyzed with fear. He fled directly to the Weaver girl's home without returning home. Upon hearing of the Yao family's events, the Weaver girl was equally terrified. The two deliberated for a long time but could devise no effective strategy. Meanwhile, Yao Tsueyu, having visited Zhang Zifen's house only to find him absent, immediately deduced that he had taken refuge at the Weaver girl's place. Sure enough, upon her arrival, she caught the two in the act. In a dire moment, Zhang Zifen utilized the technique he had secretly learned to summon Chongqing. Thus, the scene that Chongqing encountered was one in which Tiu had cornered the Weaver girl and Zhang Zifen. You two, die for me. Suiyu's eyes gleamed with a crimson light as she aimed her knife at Zhang Zifen's throat. Yet, a strange smile blossomed on Zhang Zifen's face. He stood there, unflinching, awaiting the blade's descent. Suddenly, Yao Tsiyu's hand, poised to strike Zhang Zifen, froze in midair, a piercing pain surging through her mind, leaving her in distress. Oh, My dear wife, we just exchanged vows, and now you seek to murder your husband? Zhang Zifen approached Ciyu with a malevolent grin. Chongqing, you and your family will meet a wretched end. Gazing at the perpetrator responsible for her family's ruin, Ciyu's eyes burned with fury, yet Chongqing laughed maniacally, unfazed. A wretched end? Ha 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 ha. I stand before you now. Do you not wish for revenge? Come, kill me. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 26. The henchman I hired pins me down. Chongqing stood before Ciyu, laughing heartily, his expression exuding a sense of triumph that ignited a fierce hatred within her. Yet, bound by the constraints of their contract, Ciyu found herself utterly powerless to retaliate. Any action that might inflict harm upon Chongqing sent excruciating pain coursing through her mind. Though her desire to see him suffer was overwhelming, she was left with no means to act upon it. In a corner, the weaving maiden, witnessing Chongqing's ability to subdue the vengeful Ciyu, rushed forward to clutch his arm, seemingly seeking solace in his presence. Chongqing offered no resistance to her embrace, his gaze remaining fixated on the defiant Ciyu before him. Dear lady, if you seek vengeance, I shall assist you, he declared. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Chongqing tightened his grip around the weaving maiden's neck, while his other hand wrenched her chin to the side with a violent twist. A sickening crack echoed through the air as her neck contorted grotesquely, leaving her lifeless form collapsing to the ground. What have you done? Sueyu's eyes were filled with alarm and confusion at the sight of the weaving maiden's demise. We shall aid one another. I will eliminate the weaving maiden, and you will help me slay the intruding rat. Chongqing announced as he strode toward the exit, his demeanor resembling that of a commander rather than a collaborator. Sueyu, upon hearing his words, felt a flicker of hope ignite within her, but she remained silent, trailing behind him as they made their way back to the Chang family residence. As they approached the Yao family estate, the only sounds accompanying them were the relentless rain battering against the muddy ground and the rhythmic splashes of Chongqing's hurried footsteps. His eyes gleamed with excitement, each step more urgent than the last. Rat, this time, you shall surely meet your end. Time and again, you have thwarted my plans, even burning my very flesh. I shall rend you to pieces and ensure your torment is unending. Chongqing's hatred deepened as the Chang family courtyard drew nearer. His initial plans had seemed flawless: seize control of Chang Erju's body, massacre the Yao family, and finally bend the vengeful Sueyu to his will. However, Ning Bai had forced him out of Chang Erju's body and severely weakened him by burning his own flesh, inciting Chongqing's ire. He had been careless, failing to eliminate those two pesky rats completely. Otherwise, he would not be in this predicament. But this time, he would not allow himself to be so negligent. Destiny had granted him a second chance, providing him not only with a new vessel but also the assistance of the vengeful Ciyu. He felt confident that Ning Bai could not escape his grasp. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chongqing and Ciyu returned to the Chang family estate. Inside the study, a solitary lamp flickered, illuminating Ning Bai, who sat deep in thought at his desk. He was perplexed by Chongqing's whereabouts. Initially, he suspected Chongqing might be attempting a stealthy attack, but after waiting for several minutes in the secret chamber without encountering him, he was left baffled by the sudden turn of events. Are you looking for me? A familiar voice echoed from outside, prompting Ning Bai to look up sharply. To his astonishment, a stranger of similar age stood at the door. Though he did not recognize the man, Ning Bai could never forget that voice. Chongqing. So, the spirit tablet from the weaving maiden's home belongs to you? Ning Bai had suspected as much for some time, though he had hesitated to confirm it. Now, with Chongqing manifesting through a completely unfamiliar man, his suspicions were unequivocally validated. Guess you figured it out quickly. You must be quite sharp, Chongqing replied with a wicked grin. Too bad it's of no consequence. Sueyu, eliminate him. Chongqing commanded Sueyu, and simultaneously, Ning Bai bolted towards the unsealed door of the secret chamber. Sueyu followed suit, gliding toward the chamber in pursuit. Observing the chase unfold, Chongqing felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction as he ambled towards the secret chamber, which was his domain, devoid of any escape routes. Ha! Do you not realize this is my territory? You have walked straight into a trap. Chongqing guffawed, descending the stairs, only to be suddenly drawn to a flicker of fire below. He glanced up to find Ciyu standing alongside Ning Bai, who held a burning talisman in his hand. Ning Bai regarded Chongqing with a mocking smile. A trap? Who is truly ensnared here? Suddenly, the bookshelf behind him slammed shut, prompting Chongqing to hastily press a lever. To his dismay, it proved ineffective. The God-binding array, That old wretch has betrayed me. Realization dawned upon Chongqing as he recognized the array. Suiyu, I command you to kill him. Now. Immediately. Upon seeing the array, an unsettling feeling rose within Chongqing, likely not solely due to the god-binding array, but also because of Tsiyu, who stood beside Ning Bai. He had issued a direct order, so why had Tsiyu not acted against Ning Bai? I will not kill him, for he is my husband, Tsiyu resolutely declared, shocking Chongqing further. Noticing the confusion in Chongqing's eyes, Ning Bai smiled and said, "Oh, right. I forgot to mention that I altered the birth dates on your wedding vows. Your spirit tablet has already been incinerated." As these words sank in, Chongqing's fury ignited like a raging inferno. He charged at Ning Bai, shouting, "Rat, you have thwarted my plans once more. You shall pay dearly." Before Chongqing could reach Ning Bai, Tsiyu swiftly seized him by the throat and nonchalantly tossed him aside, as if he were refuse. Turning her gaze, her voice, though cold, held a hint of gentleness. "Be careful, I shall aid you from the sidelines." All right. With Tsuyu's support, Ning Bai felt emboldened. Although she could not directly slay Chongqing due to their prior bond, she could certainly prevent him from harming Ning Bai. In that moment, Ning Bai's spirits soared. Plans often falter in the face of unexpected changes. He had not anticipated that Chongqing would possess another spirit tablet to facilitate his escape. Yet, had this not occurred, Ning Bai would have likely emerged victorious in a one-on-one confrontation. However, Chongqing's return had brought him an ally, an unexpected boon for Ning Bai. Chapter 27. Unfair? Life is inherently unjust for everyone. Unfair. This is so unfair. Chongqing watched as Ning Bai and Yu united against him, and in that moment, his mentality completely shattered. He had sought help, yet now those very allies were aiding his adversaries. Hearing Chongqing's words, Ning Bai found them absurd. Unfair? How could such words escape your lips? Is Yu treated justly? What have they done? Merely because you require the nourishment of Yin energy, she must transform into a vengeful spirit. And even her family is not spared. Has the entire Yao family not spoken of injustice? Ning Bai mocked Chongqing, but Chongqing countered, "Did I choose this? Did I have a choice? From the moment I was in my mother's womb, that old wretch had already crafted me into this form. Did I have a choice? By what right do you stand there and accuse me as a victim?" Chongqing frantically repeated the word choose, his expression twisted in fury. "Then come and accept your death." Ning Bai replied coldly, gripping a fruit knife in his hand. "Yes, you have no choice. Fate toys with everyone. Some are born with a silver spoon, while others cannot even choose how to live. I cannot fully empathize with your pain, but I understand better than you how precious the right to choose is. At this moment, how many hearts yearn to see their dreams fulfilled? Yet, for the sake of work and family, they lack the freedom to abandon everything. Losing a job means they cannot afford to be careless with loans and living expenses. They can only extract a fleeting moment of respite from their drained existence, hiding in a corner to lick their wounds. No one's destiny is entirely satisfactory, but choice is not about desiring a certain life. It's about how to confront the matters at hand. What choices can lead to the life I wish to live sooner? Yet you, Chongqing, have chosen apathy. You chose to slaughter the entire Yao family. Yu's choice to stand by my side is the consequence of that." With those words, Ning Bai approached Chongqing, pointing the fruit knife directly at him. "You deserve to die." Without hesitation, Ning Bai lunged forward, raising the knife to stab Chongqing. However, Chongqing was no pushover. Despite his diminished strength, he overpowered Ning Bai. As Ning Bai thrust the knife, he seized it, attempting to wrest it away. Ning Bai was taken aback, gripping the knife tightly, but Chongqing's strength was overwhelming, and he managed to snatch it away. With the knife now in his possession, Chongqing disregarded the blood flowing from his hand. It was not his concern. "Oh no, the weapon is gone." Ning Bai momentarily froze, failing to comprehend the situation. But Chongqing had already stepped forward, brandishing the fruit knife as he lunged at Ning Bai. A flash of red light appeared as Yu intercepted them, flipping Chongqing to the ground. She then turned to Ning Bai and asked, "Do you have another weapon?" As she spoke, she produced her own knife and handed it to him. Watching this unfold, Chongqing seethed with rage. You both." Chongqing rolled over and charged at Ning Bai once more. Just then, Ning Bai conjured two items in his hands, a Vajra pestle and a Qingstone Rui. "Well then, let's see what you've got." With Yu providing support, Ning Bai felt unburdened. Although he had lost the fruit knife, it was the perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of other items. As Chongqing charged, Ning Bai raised the Vajra pestle and Rui, swinging them wildly. This erratic flailing was ineffective against Chongqing. who seized the moment and lunged forward with the fruit knife aimed at Ning Bai's throat. If that blade struck true, Ning Bai would undoubtedly perish. Yet, in that instant, Chui Yu grasped Changqing's knife-wielding hand, causing his deadly strike to miss and instead land on Ning Bai, who had been unable to connect his own attack. With a piercing sound, the Vajra pestle struck Changqing, releasing a wave of Yin energy. "Let go of me!" Changqing screamed in pain. However, the Rui proved ineffective. Oh, the Vajra pestle works. After testing its function, Ning Bai thrust it into Changqing's body twice more, each strike inflicting far greater damage than before. "Let us try something else." With that, Ning Bai retrieved two new items from his backpack, the Qingxian seal and the Sanqing bell. "Are you using me for testing?" Cha Qing, infuriated by Ning Bai's new acquisitions, roared as Chui Yu yanked him by the hair into the air. Ning Bai raised the Qingxian seal and slapped it onto Changqing's face, leaving dark markings that looked both ridiculous and pitiful. However, it was evident that the Qingxian seal was not meant for such use. Changqing only grew angrier, showing no other reaction. Undeterred, Ning Bai swung the Sanqing bell, striking Changqing's head. A deep, resonant chime echoed, momentarily disorienting Ning Bai. While Chui Yu stumbled and fell to the ground from the sound's impact, Changqing was suddenly released but appeared dazed, sitting on the floor, unable to regain his senses. The Sanqing bell proved to be a powerful area control tool. Ning Bai marveled as he tossed the golden hoop from his wrist, ensnaring Changqing tightly. He then proceeded to explore the remaining items in his backpack. However, apart from the money sword, which had an effect on Cha Qing, none of the other items could inflict harm. The Bagua mirror, although not an offensive weapon, revealed Changqing's true appearance. "Look here, little brat." Ning Bai approached Changqing, reflecting the mirror's light upon him. The visage of Zhang Zifen transformed into that of a dark-skinned child. "Oh my, are you mixed race? Why so dark? So ugly?" As Ning Bai toyed with him as if he were a plaything, Changqing's fury reached its peak. "Enough. If you're going to kill me, then do it. Is there any point in insulting me like this?" Seeing Changqing genuinely enraged, Ning Bai sighed and withdrew his playful demeanor. "All right, you are indeed a pitiable child. I shan't toy with you any longer. I hope in your next life, you can be born into a better fate, if there is a next life." With that, Ning Bai's gaze turned icy, and a purplish mist began to envelop him. Simultaneously, a skull mask appeared upon his face. "Evil spirit, arise." Chapter 28. I shall strike in the form of a malevolent spirit. In an instant, Ning Bai successfully transformed into a malevolent spirit. A terrifying power permeated the entire secret chamber. Upon witnessing Ning Bai's transformation, a palpable fear manifested in Changqing's eyes. "No. Who are you? Please, no." Changqing, who had previously displayed a fearless demeanor, was now gripped by terror, thrashing about in a frenzy. The golden hoops surrounding him rippled under the strain of his struggles. Meanwhile, Chui Yu, upon seeing Ning Bai in his ghastly form, was equally alarmed, her gaze filled with vigilance. Fortunately, Ning Bai's target was not Chui Yu, but rather Changqing. At that moment, from beneath the skeletal mask, Ning Bai emitted a chilling laugh as he approached the desperately writhing Changqing. Standing before him, Ning Bai reached out toward Zhang Zifen's face. The shriek that escaped Changqing's lips reached a crescendo, a sound filled with dread, echoing throughout the chamber. Yet, the screams could not deter Ning Bai. He forcefully tore at an unseen entity in his grasp. Before long, a pitch-black, ghostly child was extracted from Changqing. Next, Ning Bai's mask opened wide, and he bit off Changqing's head, beginning to chew slowly. Changqing's cries abruptly ceased, leaving only the eerie sound of chewing reverberating in the chamber. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Soon, Ning Bai's skeletal form resumed its feast, this time devouring Changqing's entire body. Savoring each bite, the peculiar sounds of chewing resumed, but it was not long before Ning Bai collapsed, exhausted. The malevolent spirit form dissipated. Ah, indeed. The duration of the malevolent spirit form is far too brief. I could barely endure its consumption for 500 words. Ning Bai lay on the ground and lamented feebly. Ding. The host has devoured a 15-year-old malevolent spirit, gaining 1,800 points of Yin energy, 21 physical points, and acquiring a new passive ability, Yin energy absorption. Yin energy absorption. You will continuously absorb surrounding Yin energy at all times. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to LV3. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to LV4. Voices echoed in his mind. In the moment he consumed Changqing, Ning Bai's power surged rapidly. Perhaps due to the direct consumption of Chongqing, this method of enhancement seemed far more effective than the previous absorption of spectral energy items. Ning Bai's previously depleted stamina was nearly replenished in an instant, even increasing by nearly threefold. It could be said that Ning Bai had wholly acquired Changqing's physical prowess. It seemed that the current Huang Mao standing before him might not be able to defeat him after all, and it did not end there. The 1,800 points of Yin energy granted Ning Bai 2 successive upgrades. These upgrades significantly enhanced his already improved physique. Just from this single kill, Ning Bai's physical abilities had more than tripled. This left him exceedingly satisfied with his malevolent spirit form. It appeared that in future encounters, he could frequently allow the malevolent spirit to take the stage. "My lord, are you well?" Suddenly, Cui Yu stepped forward to assist Ning Bai to his feet. Her address momentarily stunned him. "Ah, Cui Yu, this is rather inappropriate, I senti it?" Yet Cui Yu seemed unperturbed, linking her arm with his as she said, "It's fine, you may not be accustomed to this title yet, but you will gradually adapt." Hearing her words, Ning Bai, in a daze, seemed to catch a glimpse of a smile passing over Cui Yu's face. Goodness, can a malevolent spirit smile? No, allow me to explain. When I suspected this matter, I merely changed the birth token to avoid being killed by you. So, there is no need for you to burden yourself. Upon hearing Ning Bai's words, a flicker of disappointment appeared in Cui Yu's eyes. Could it be? Does my lord disdain me? No, absolutely not. Ning Bai hurriedly clarified. I merely find it a bit unfamiliar. Cui Yu, you are well educated and exceedingly beautiful. How could I ever disdain you? Upon hearing Ning Bai's explanation, Cui Yu responded. I am now alone, with my only concern being you. After I take my revenge, would you be willing to take me away? At this, Ning Bai promptly nodded, certainly. But you must allow me to seal you once. He refrained from voicing the latter half of his statement, considering he still needed to negotiate with Chang Erju to create the 5-yin water for his ancient bronze mirror. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a terrified scream pierced the air. It was Zhang Zifen, who had just regained consciousness. Ah, please don't kill me. Miss you, I beg you spare me. It was all Changde Hue's doing. He promised me 800 taels of silver to seduce you. But aside from deceiving your affections, I have done nothing wrong. I did not deceive your uncle and aunt, nor did I touch your wealth or your body. Please, I implore you, do not kill me. As he spoke, Zhang Zifen scrambled frantically into a corner, as if trying to burrow into the ground. In a flash, Cui Yu's eyes glowed red, and she appeared before Zhang Zifen, raising her fruit knife to strike. Wait, Ning Bai suddenly called out to her, just as the knife was about to descend upon Zhang Zifen's head. Cui Yu halted her movement at Ning Bai's command, turning to him with a questioning gaze. What is it, my lord? Cui Yu's cold voice rang out. Yet her tone lacked the previous ruthlessness. Even though her eyes had been filled with crimson moments ago, her murderous intent had dissipated entirely. Observing the change in Cui Yu's demeanor, Ning Bai hesitated before speaking. Well, how should I put it? I feel he was merely used by Changde Hu. His crimes do not warrant death. However, that is just my perspective. If you truly despise him, then you may do as you wish. Upon hearing Ning Bai's words, Cui Yu sheathed her fruit knife, addressing Zhang Zifen. Since my lord believes your crimes do not warrant death, you may leave. Zhang Zifen, upon hearing her words, felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, thanking Cui Yu and Ning Bai profusely. Miss Yao, thank you. I am grateful for your mercy. And to you, sir, for your righteous words. With that, he bowed deeply twice before standing and rushing towards the bookshelf in the secret chamber. Boom. As soon as he touched the bookshelf, Zhang Zifen was hurled back by the force of the barrier, rolling down the stairs. Ah! He cried out in pain, clutching his face. Ning Bai and Cui Yu approached him, only to find that his previously handsome face had been disfigured by the barrier's power, now covered in red welts. While he may have escaped death, he still could not evade punishment. Let this handsome face serve as his retribution. Chapter 29, The Final Gamble. Zhang Zifen's disfigurement by the barrier was indeed unforeseen by Ning Bai. However, the time remaining for the barrier was already scant, and this collision inadvertently allowed Ning Bai and Cui Yu to exit earlier. Has the rain ceased? Stepping out of the Chang family's study, the rain that had poured all night finally stopped. A deep blue morning light quietly ascended the sky. Where shall we go next? Cui Yu turned to Ning Bai, her gaze imbued with tenderness. Ever since Ning Bai eliminated Chongqing, becoming Cui Yu's true husband, her attitude toward him had undergone a complete transformation. She began to heed Ning Bai's opinions on everything. Well, Let us first search for Chang Erju. With the dawn upon us, he may be planning his escape. I suspect he will likely return home, as his substantial family assets remain there. Please wait here. I will go look for him. Chui Yu nodded in agreement. Very well, but I cannot wait too long. By daybreak, my strength diminishes considerably. Thus, you must return promptly. Ning Bai offered Chui Yu a reassuring look before departing through the gates of the Chang residence, hastening towards the Yao family. The situation with Chang Qing had dragged on for too long. The ritual still required an hour of soaking, and he was uncertain if time would suffice. As he pondered, he instinctively glanced at the system. Ding! You must seal the malevolent spirit Chui Yu within 1 hour and 42 minutes, or the mission will fail. Upon seeing the time displayed in the system, Ning Bai quickened his pace. After all, having significantly enhanced his physique multiple times, this distance posed little challenge for him. Before long, he arrived back at the Yao residence. The sight of the Yao family's tragic state still stirred discomfort within Ning Bai. Reluctant to dwell on the gruesome scene of corpses and blood, he swiftly made his way toward the granary. Ah, old Chang. Ning Bai rushed into the granary, where Chang Erju was shivering from the cold. The rain had fallen all night, and the biting wind was frigid, yet he dared not flee, fearing Chui Yu would discover him. Little brother, you finally arrived. Has Changqing died? Chang Erju asked knowingly, fully aware of his own spirit's fate. How did you fare with the 5-yin water? Ning Bai pressed, anxious to learn about the 5-yin water. I found 3, night rain-yin water, cold pool dead water, and ancient well-life water. The most challenging to gather are the ancestral tomb dew and ghost weeping tears. I am at my wit's end. Chang Erju frowned, expressing his distress. Ning Bai held no resentment. I will handle the rest. But the most crucial part is the concoction. This matter cannot afford any mistakes, so please tell me the method of preparation. Leave the preparation to me. Chang Erju replied earnestly. I understand that this matter cannot suffer any errors, so I must seize the opportunity myself. Chang Erju's words irked Ning Bai. Chui Yu is pursuing you. Do you truly believe you can focus on preparation while she hunts you down? Chui Yu will not pursue me. I can prepare the 5-yin water openly in her presence. I am the most suitable person for this task. Ning Bai argued, yet Chang Erju remained obstinate. I comprehend that your current situation makes you more apt to concoct the 5-yin water, and while preparation is important, the most vital aspect is the drawing of talismans, which cannot be succinctly explained. Therefore, I still wish to prepare it myself. Chang Erju resolutely refused, leaving Ning Bai at a loss. He was more anxious than Chang Erju, yet he wished to avoid any missteps. However, for reasons unknown, Chang Erju clung stubbornly to his stance. Further persuasion might incite resistance. Shaking his head, Ning Bai chose to relent. Very well, I shall not press you. You may prepare it as you wish. With that, Ning Bai turned and walked towards the burial mounds he had visited earlier. Throughout the journey, Ning Bai felt somewhat apprehensive, although he had grown stronger. Facing the multitude of wandering souls was still daunting. However, he was not overly frightened. After all, those rabble lacked organization and discipline. Should any foolish spirits dare to provoke him, he would simply become an avenging spirit and devour them. The remaining ones would likely not dare to stir up trouble. Fortunately, upon returning to the cemetery, Ning Bai found it eerily empty, devoid of any spectral presence. With dawn approaching, these apparitions had likely retreated to rest. The absence of these minor spirits saved him time, allowing Ning Bai to retrieve the dew from the grass and branches using the small gourd Chang Erju had previously provided. Given the rain that had fallen all night, the dew was easily collected. Yet, whether it was dew or rainwater remained a mystery to Ning Bai. Perhaps it would prove useful, if not. There was little he could do but accept that this task might be doomed. After collecting a small amount of dew, Ning Bai sealed the gourd and returned to the Yao residence, presenting it to Chang Erju. Here you go. This is what I collected from the burial mounds. Do you think it will suffice? Chang Erju nodded. What are your plans for collecting the ghost weeping tears? Ning Bai pondered briefly and inquired. Do you have any dry cloths? No, we cannot use those. Before Ning Bai could finish, Chang Erju waved his hand dismissively. The ghost weeping tears are of utmost importance. We can only allow the water to drip directly in, at least 3 drops. Upon hearing his words, Ning Bai pressed his lips together, conceding, understood. After discussing their plans, they prepared to split up. Chang Erju would draw talismans while Ning Bai swiftly departed with the gourd towards the Chang residence. Along the way, he kept an eye on the time provided by the system. Remaining time, 1 hour and 23 minutes. I am still wasting too much time. Ning Bai's initial hope of resolving this task before 1 hour and 30 minutes ultimately went unfulfilled. He now had to race against the clock. Returning to the Chang residence, Ning Bai wore a dejected expression. Upon seeing him return in low spirits, Cui Yu glided over. My husband, what troubles you? Have you not found Chang Erju? Ning Bai shook his head. No, I did not find him. I just returned from the Yao family. I witnessed once more the scene of that earthly purgatory, and my heart feels heavy. In truth, they did nothing wrong. They were truly innocent and lovely people. They had come with such joy yet. Ning Bai's voice quivered as he spoke, attempting to evoke an emotional response from Cui Yu, but to no avail. She remained silent, her expression grim. Though not at the point of tears, it was evident that coaxing a malevolent spirit to weep was not a simple task. He would have to initiate the next plan. Cui Yu, shall we first lay my parents to rest? Let us not subject them to further exposure to the elements. Chapter 30. Collecting tears of demons, let us lay our parents to rest, so they may no longer suffer under the scorching sun or the relentless rain. Ning Bai spoke these words to Cui Yu while meticulously observing her expression. A flicker of inner turmoil flashed across Cui Yu's eyes. As long as Chang Erju remains alive, my heart finds no peace. Upon hearing her lament, Ning Bai felt an overwhelming sense of conflict. It seemed that Chang Erju was the root of Cui Yu's anguish. Nevertheless, he continued, Chang Erju will undoubtedly meet his demise. Even if he flees to the ends of the earth, I shall accompany you until the day you exact your vengeance upon him. But aunt and uncle have been dismembered, enduring a night of rain. If they are subjected to another day of exposure, their bodies will begin to decay. Ning Bai's words intensified the struggle evident on Cui Yu's face. Ultimately, she relented. Very well, my husband's wishes shall be my command. We shall bury them. Relieved by her acquiescence, Ning Bai felt a weight lift from his heart as he led Cui Yu toward the Yao family estate. His pace quickened. Knowing they had but an hour to complete the light ritual, he needed to collect 3 drops of tears before that hour elapsed. Otherwise, the sealing process would be rendered impossible. Once again, he opened the system to check the time. 1 hour and 16 minutes remained. Could he gather the tears within that brief span? Warning: the task deadline is approaching. Should the host fail to complete the hidden mission, the main quest will also be deemed a failure, resulting in the forfeiture of all rewards and a penalty of 1,000 gibi before further tasks can be accepted. Suddenly, a notification from the system sent a wave of helplessness through Ning Bai. A failed mission would incur a penalty? No payment meant no further tasks, and thus, no means for rent. What a wretched predicament. Was this not akin to a death sentence? He hastened his steps, contemplating the dire consequences of failure. Fortunately, the journey was not lengthy, and they soon arrived at the Yao residence. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene of dismembered bodies, Cui Yu's expression was overtaken by anguish. This horrific sight was an indelible psychological scar for her. Her once vibrant family lay in tatters, and all of this was a result of her own actions, decapitating her uncles and aunts, even her own parents. Such memories are unbearable for anyone to confront. Yet, in pursuit of Cui Yu's tears, Ning Bai had no choice but to commit such a brutal act. Xiaoyu, I will dig the grave. You tend to the remains of your relatives, he instructed, picking up a shovel and heading to the backyard to begin his grim task. Though engaged in digging, he remained vigilant regarding Cui Yu's emotional state. Initially, she was silent, methodically piecing together the severed heads and bodies. However, as time passed, her pain became increasingly palpable. Each time a head was matched with its body, memories of their living selves flooded back to her, echoes of their words, their smiles, their actions. Cui Yu gradually succumbed to despair, unable to contain her sorrow, and began to weep uncontrollably. Why have I done this? Uncle, please do not leave me. I promise to be good. I will heed your every word. Please, do not abandon me. Crumpling to the ground in tears, Ning Bai's eyes glimmered with hope as he abandoned the shovel and rushed to her side. Cui Yu, what troubles you? He asked. Concern etched on his face as he helped her to her feet. The small gourd he held had already been opened. Cui Yu, now streaming with tears, was oblivious to Ning Bai's covert actions as he collected her tears. Her heart was engulfed by grief, her mind replaying the horrific moments of her own actions. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Ning Bai skillfully gathered Cui Yu's tears. Initially, he fumbled, but as her tears continued to fall, he swiftly succeeded in collecting 3 drops. That's enough, he exclaimed, stowing away the gourd and glancing at the system timer. Time remaining, 1 hour 8 minutes. There was ample time. Yet, He could not afford to delay. Chui Yu, wait here for a moment, he said hurriedly before darting toward the location where he had arranged to meet Chang Erju. This spot lay beside the willows adjacent to the Yao estate. Chang Erju had been waiting there for quite some time. Quickly, I have gathered the tears. Let us proceed with the concoction. Ning Bai tossed the sealed gourd to Chang Erju, and together they raced out of the willow grove. However, just as they emerged from the trees, a figure clad in a crimson wedding gown stood nearby, her icy gaze fixed upon Ning Bai and Chang Erju. A chill ran down Ning Bai's spine. It was over, completely over. The web of lies he had so painstakingly maintained had been utterly unraveled. A wave of inexplicable emotion washed over him. Perhaps it was guilt. Deceiver, you have deceived me. Even you. At that moment, the warmth in Chui Yu's gaze towards Ning Bai evaporated, replaced by profound disappointment. In an instant, her form transformed into a crimson specter. Run, Ning Bai cried out, his body morphing into a malevolent spirit, positioning himself before Chang Erju with greater speed than Chui Yu. With a fierce thrust, Chui Yu's fruit knife lunged forth. Yet Ning Bai shielded Chang Erju with his own body. The blade pierced his shoulder, but he did not utter a sound. Stay calm, Ning Bai urged, wrapping his arms around Chui Yu. In his malevolent form, his strength surged, rendering her unable to break free. Let me go, she protested. I refuse to release you. Chui Yu, my beloved, please, just this once. Ning Bai clung to her desperately, disregarding the knife embedded in his shoulder. Do not call me beloved. I am not yours. You have deceived me. I believed you were different from the rest. I was wrong. You are all the same. You are all liars. Initially, Chui Yu struggled. But as her efforts proved futile, she surrendered her resistance. I am deeply sorry. I truly apologize. I will no longer deceive you. I am an outsider, tasked with sealing you, and Chang Erju knows how to accomplish this. He cannot die just yet. I will not lie to you again. Chapter 31. I will forever hate you. As dawn broke, a blush of crimson appeared upon the mountain peak. The night's torrential rain had enveloped the village in a delicate veil of mist. Suddenly, with a thud, Ning Bai fell backward onto the ground, sending splashes of water in every direction. The purple mist that surrounded him dissipated, and the skeletal mask on his face vanished into the void. Chui Yu, now freed, cast a glance at Ning Bai devoid of any emotion before turning and disappearing from sight. Meow. Ning Bai was roused from his slumber by the gentle licking of a cat. He sat up abruptly, startling the small white kitten beside him, which quickly scampered away, seeking refuge in a distant corner, soon vanishing from view. How long have I been unconscious? Ouch! As Ning Bai attempted to rub his groggy head, a sharp pain emanated from his left shoulder, causing him to wince. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he opened his system to check the status. Remaining time, 23 minutes 12 seconds. Failure to complete the task will result in a penalty. Had he truly been in a stupor for over half an hour? What had become of Chang Erju? Where had Chui Yu gone? Ning Bai's mind was awash with questions. He could only recall desperately clinging to Chui Yu to buy Chang Erju some time to flee, but that had only lasted a minute and a half. The toll of the evil spirit form on Ning Bai was nothing short of terrifying. A minute and a half had been his limit. If Chang Erju had not escaped, perhaps that was simply the fate he was destined to meet. I must search for them. With this thought, Ning Bai sprang to his feet, seeking out Yao Chui Yu and Chang Erju. At the Yao residence, he found nothing. The same was true for the Chang household. Even in the secret chamber, there was no trace of either of them. Undeterred, he continued his search outside, but the weaver's home yielded no results. And the cemetery had also been checked in vain. After an exhaustive search, he had not caught a glimpse of either of them. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Was my task doomed to fail? With a sigh, Ning Bai opened his system once more to check. Only 5 minutes remained before the task deadline. Yet still, there was no sign of the two. Sighing again, he began walking toward the Yao residence. In truth, there was a remedy for this situation. He could borrow 1,100 ghost coins from Huang Mao to pay the rent for the day, then cover the penalty and continue with other tasks. With the golden hoop in hand, Huang Mao would surely lend it to him. Ning Bai pondered over the golden hoop, contemplating his next course of action. This time, he had indeed brought trouble upon himself. Ultimately, he had succumbed to greed. Chang's family, driven by avarice, had destroyed the entire village, annihilated the Yao clan, devastated Yao Chui Yu, and turned their son, Chang Qing, into an unrecognizable entity. Likewise, Ning Bai's own greed had led him astray. Despite possessing an A-grade awakening stone, he had chosen to pursue some hidden task. All of this stemmed from the consequences of greed. At that time, Ning Bai had believed he had an abundance of hidden cards, confident in his chances of success. Indeed, those cards had proven effective. He had nearly dispatched Chong Qing with ease, reaping a bountiful reward. Yet, ultimately, he had paid the price for his avarice. Returning to the Yao residence, Ning Bai sat down on the stool where he had first encountered Cui Yu, silently reflecting on the myriad events of this task. From the moment he laid eyes on Cui Yu, to her tragic act of self-harm, their shared gaze on the ground, to Ning Bai using a shell to awaken her, and their joint confrontation with Chong Qing, culminating in her calling him husband with a hint of tenderness in her eyes, and finally, his expression of disappointment when he uttered, "You deceive me as well." The tumultuous roller coaster of life seemed to have been experienced by Ning Bai in just one night. Time remaining, 15 seconds, 14 seconds, 10 seconds, 9 seconds. As he watched the countdown on the system approach its conclusion, Ning Bai let out a long sigh, rising to depart toward the apartment's exit. 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, ding. Congratulations, player Ning Bai, for completing the hidden task. The door to the apartment has been unlocked. Please evacuate promptly. As Ning Bai stood at the threshold, a voice resonated in his mind, completely unexpected. He had braced himself for the task's failure and the accompanying penalties. How had this task been completed so inexplicably? Ning Bai stared in bewilderment at the door that had materialized before him, momentarily frozen in place. Wait? No way. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he dashed toward the Chong residence in a frenzy. At that moment, an inexplicable sense of unease surged within him, growing stronger as he approached the Chong home. His steps quickened. Each time he traversed this path, he felt urgency, but never had he felt such desperation. Even as the wound on his shoulder tore open from the exertion of running, he gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain to continue his frantic pace. No, please, no. Ning Bai's heart cried out in desperation, scarcely considering that this reckless action might trap him here. The vivid images in his mind filled him with dread. In just 2 minutes, Ning Bai covered nearly 2 miles, a speed that would astound even Olympic record holders. Yet, he found those 2 minutes interminable. He wished he could move faster. A piercing scream echoed through the courtyard of the Chong residence, the very sound Ning Bai dreaded most. He rushed in with a leap, only to find Chong Erju clad in a Taoist robe, lightly tapping a peachwood sword against an ancient bronze mirror. Each tap elicited a scream from Cui Yu that shattered Ning Bai's heart. Hey, brother, what are you doing here? Look, I've sealed Cui Yu. I told you I could handle this. Now, I'm going to use my magic to completely vanquish this female ghost, to rid the world of evil. Rid of your mother. Ning Bai leaped and kicked the rotund figure of Chong Erju, sending him flying several meters, crashing heavily onto the ground. Unable to recover for a moment, with no time to waste, Ning Bai dashed toward the bronze mirror. I'm coming. I will release you. Grasping the bronze mirror, he swiftly removed the talismans affixed to it, liberating Cui Yu from its confines. Cui Yu, are you all right? Cui Yu lay on the ground, drenched in blood, burn marks marring her delicate skin. She sat there, devoid of her previous haughtiness, now appearing weak and breathless. Ning Bai quickly produced the gathering pearl from his possession and offered it to Cui Yu. Yet, she disdainfully flicked her sleeve, sending the pearl flying. Her eyes, filled with resentment, fixed coldly on Ning Bai. Don't think that just because you saved me, I will forgive you. I hate you. I will forever hate you. Chapter 32, the final act of the red wedding dress. I will forever hate you. After uttering those words, Yao Zuiyu struggled to rise from the ground, staggering toward Chong Erzis in the distance. What do you want? Don't come any closer. One more step, and I will take action. Chong Erzis, swiftly getting to his feet, aimed his peachwood sword once more at Zuiyu. In that moment, Yao Zuiyu appeared utterly feeble, lacking her previous vigor. During the day, the power of the supernatural being was significantly diminished, and coupled with the injuries Chong Erzis had inflicted on Zuiyu, she was barely holding on. Thanks to Ning Bai's timely arrival, engaging in combat with the robed Chang Erzis at this moment, Cui Yu was hardly a match for him. Suddenly, Ning Bai strode purposefully between the two, seizing the peachwood sword from Chong Erzis's grasp and promptly snapping it in two. After this decisive action, Ning Bai stepped back, observing the final confrontation between Chong Erzis and Zuiyu. At that moment, Chong Erzis was utterly baffled. Whose side are you on? Kid, does what we discussed earlier mean nothing now? While questioning Ning Bai, he kept an eye on the unsteady Zuiyu as she approached him. We previously agreed to seal Zuiyu, but I never mentioned killing her. As for whose side I am on, this is my wife. Are you asking me to kill my wife? Ning Bai snapped back, his anger barely contained. Seeing Ziyu in such a state twisted his heart, and he felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate Chang Erzis. Yet, Sueyu's hatred for him surpassed even his own. Thus, the task of dealing with Chang Erzis was left to Ziyu. This isn't fair. Chang Erzis's words echoed those of his son, Chang Qing, almost verbatim. Ning Bai merely chuckled, offering no explanation as he deftly placed the golden hoop around Chang Erzis's body, then disregarded him entirely. If it were Chang Qing, Ning Bai might have been inclined to share a few words, but Chang Erzis, he was unworthy. Ning Bai stood quietly at a distance, watching the unfolding drama. Suiyu staggered to where Chang Erzis was bound, raising the fruit knife in her hand and methodically plunging it into his body. Initially, Chang Erzis's screams resembled that of a slaughtered pig. However, as he lost more blood, his cries began to weaken until they eventually ceased altogether. Yet, Suiyu continued to stab him relentlessly. After delivering over 200 strikes, Ning Bai could no longer bear to watch and finally spoke up. If you keep this up, he'll be nothing but mush. Only then did Suiyu cease her actions. She rose silently and walked towards the ancient bronze mirror, ultimately vanishing into it as a streak of red light. Ning Bai approached the mirror, peering inside. What appeared to be a mirror revealed Ziyu in her west chamber, sitting at her vanity, combing her hair, without turning to acknowledge Ning Bai. With a deep sigh, Ning Bai stored the mirror away and began his journey back to the Yao residence. On the way, the morning fog had completely dissipated, and the bright sunlight bathed the ground, swiftly evaporating the remnants of last night's rain. Birds flitted about in the forest, busily foraging for food, creating a cacophony of chirps and chatter. Upon returning to the Yao family home, the door to the apartment stood resolutely, yet Ning Bai chose not to enter. Instead, he retrieved a large iron shovel from the granary and began to dig in the yard. After excavating over 30 substantial pits, he meticulously arranged the heads and bodies of the Yao family members before placing them in the graves, marking each with a blank plaque. By the time he completed this grim task, the sun had reached its zenith. Taking a deep breath, Ning Bai pressed down on the door to the apartment. Creaking open, the dimly lit corridor of the white incandescent lights reappeared before him. Ning Bai stepped inside, closing the door to room 201 behind him. Ding! Congratulations to player Ning Bai for completing the hidden mission in room 201. Reward: 1,000 points of EN energy, current level LV4, allocated attribute points, 12. Player: Ning Bai, apartment 106. Level: 4,268,1200. Talent: Unawakened. Physical strength: 28. Special abilities: 13. Supernatural powers: Mountain Ghost Evil Spirit, Purple Premium Supernatural Power. EN Spirit Body, Blue Quality Supernatural Power. Wedding Dress Ghost Left Hand, White Ordinary Supernatural Power. Hanged Ghost Long Tongue, White Ordinary Supernatural Power. Vengeful Spirit Hair, White Ordinary Supernatural Power. Supernatural Artifacts: Golden Hoop, Blue. Mist Ring, Green. Jade Gourd, Unidentified. Ancient Bronze Mirror, Unidentified. Dust Brush, Unidentified. Total Combat Power, 89. Allocatable Points, 12. Mission: Suiyu's Red Wedding Dress. Mission completed. Please seek the corresponding floor service robot to redeem rewards. Gazing upon his updated personal attributes, Ning Bai felt immense satisfaction. This time, he had undergone a complete transformation. Ding! The system has triggered a new notification. Time: please be aware of the current time. Return to your room before 8 o'clock. If you are not within a safe time frame upon exiting the mission, you will automatically receive 3 minutes of invincibility. X-level talent. X-level talent is unique and can be enhanced. Permissions: the access privileges for residents on the first floor of the apartment have been reduced. Upon reaching level 10, more features will be unlocked. Mission: only one mission can be accepted daily, but with the consent of others. Missions can be completed as a team. The system notifications echoed in his mind. Ning Bai instinctively glanced at the time displayed in his system. To his surprise, it was already 1 a.m. Looking down the empty corridor, an inexplicable chill crept over him. 3 minutes to return to his room should pose no problem. With this thought, he hastened back in the direction he had come. Creak! Just as Ning Bai had taken a few steps, a door beside him suddenly opened a crack. A single eye, glimmering with excitement, peered from the darkness within. Ning Bai felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of that eye. Despite having spent considerable time with Ziyu, Being scrutinized by that gaze still sent chills through him. However, while his heart raced, fear had no hold on him. With 3 minutes of invincibility, no one could harm him. Ignoring the ghostly eye, Ning Bai sprinted towards the stairwell, reopening the door to apartment 266. Inside, darkness enveloped him as before. Though the blackness was thick enough to obscure his hand, Ning Bai felt a strange sense of reassurance. The second floor, whether inhabited by humans or monsters, filled him with a strong sense of danger. The first floor was his true home. Ning Bai descended the stairs swiftly, pushing open the door to his room. However, as the door creaked open, he was confronted by a figure cloaked in black, wielding a scythe, standing at the entrance of the stairwell. Chapter 33, Awakening of Talent. The Pact of the Underworld, Thunder. The Grim Reaper before Ning Bai startled him considerably. However, this specter was not here for Ning Bai. Instead, it drifted towards the nearby apartment 153. Upon reaching the door, the Grim Reaper extended its dark hand and knocked on the door. A chilling voice followed, uttering a single phrase, "Pay the rent." This utterance sent an involuntary shiver down Ning Bai's spine. The sound was not particularly harsh, yet its deep, bubble-like tone felt akin to a coarse pencil scraping against his soul. Despite the discomfort, Ning Bai chose to remain, observing the unfolding scene. With a creak, the door to apartment 153 swung open, revealing a hunched old man who produced a 100 yuan note from the Bank of Heaven and Earth, handing it to the Grim Reaper. Having received the rent, the specter departed without delay, drifting towards the next apartment. The old man turned to Ning Bai, his gaze revealing a glimmer of greed. "Look away." Ning Bai cursed at the old man. With 3 minutes of invulnerability, the old man could not harm him. In fact, even in a confrontation, Ning Bai felt confident against this elderly figure. The old man, chastened by Ning Bai's rebuke, retreated into his dwelling. Thus, it became clear that spirits preyed on the weak and feared the strong. Ning Bai shook his head and swiftly passed the Grim Reaper in search of a service robot, while the specter continued to knock on the door of apartment 152. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is there?" A panicked female voice erupted from within. "Pay the rent." Once again, the two words echoed, harsh and unyielding. "No, I don't have any money. I don't want to stay here. Let me go." The girl's anguished cries resonated throughout the room. Witnessing this, Ning Bai initially contemplated leaving, but halted to observe the consequences of failing to pay rent. "Knock, knock, knock." The Grim Reaper, unfazed by the girl's screams, knocked once more. "Pay the rent." This time, impatience tinged the specter's tone, though it was drowned out by the girl's desperate pleas. Seeing that the door remained shut, the Grim Reaper's form inexplicably drifted through the door. Indeed, it ignored the physical barrier. "Pay the rent." This marked the third reminder given to the girl, the specter's tone now thoroughly exasperated. "Please, I have no money. Don't kill me. I'll do anything. Please, don't." A chilling sound, the slice of a scythe through flesh, silenced the girl's screams abruptly. The thud of a heavy object hitting the ground followed. The Grim Reaper emerged from the apartment, seemingly unfazed, and proceeded to knock on the next door. Having witnessed the entire grim spectacle, Ning Bai resolved not to linger. The situation was as he had surmised, outside the safety window. Stepping out of one's room might not guarantee death, but failing to pay rent assured it. The Grim Reaper seemed to operate under a system of rules. As long as it received the required payment, it could not harm you. Yet, should you refuse after 3 requests, it was free to enact a fatal consequence. With this understanding, Ning Bai hastened his search for a service robot. As he turned a corner, he encountered one. "Hello, how has your day been?" The service robot cheerfully greeted him. "Cut the chit-chat. I'm here to collect my task rewards." "Certainly. Dispensing task rewards now." Beep. The task, the Scarlet Bridal Gown, is complete. Player receives a level talent awakening stone, 1,000 eerie coins, a banquet for 10, and a case of bottled water. Beep. The task, sealing the malevolent spirit, is complete. Player receives X-level talent awakening stone, 5,000 eerie coins, and 1 purple premium eerie weapon. All items have been stored in the player's backpack, available for review. I want to make a purchase. Beep. Sorry, this feature is not yet available. Seeing the purchasing option unavailable did not dishearten Ning Bai. He merely sought validation. However, his eerie coin reserves had become quite substantial, enough to cover 2 months' rent. If left unspent, the 6,000 eerie coins would serve no purpose. Yet, saving them as a backup fund was also a viable option. With these thoughts, Ning Bai briskly returned to his apartment 106. "Hey there." Just as he positioned himself before his door, A pitiful voice emerged from the adjacent apartment 107. Turning to glance, he saw the door ajar, the voice emanating from the narrow opening. You caused me trouble before. Do you think I'll fall for that again? Ning Bai ignored the woman from 107, opening his door and stepping inside. No, please listen to me. Slam. Ning Bai responded with a resounding closure of his door. Ah, finally, I can rest. He stretched deeply, feeling the weariness of his mind despite the white pearls that continually restored his physical energy. Perhaps he had endured too much in a single day, experiences that had once been unimaginable in his 20 years of life. Stripping off his damp clothing, Ning Bai entered the bathroom to indulge in a hot shower. Alas, the bathroom lacked a shower, forcing him to settle for washing his face at the sink. Soon, the Grim Reaper would return to collect rent. He decided to check his recent rewards. X-level talent awakening stone. Using this will awaken 1 X-level talent skill. A-level talent awakening stone. Using this will awaken 1 A-level talent skill. Ning Bai pondered whether these two awakening stones could be used simultaneously. Ultimately, he opted to utilize the X-level talent awakening stone first. Beep. Awakening talent in progress. As the stone activated, a tingling sensation spread across the top of Ning Bai's head, though it truly felt as if he were gaining intelligence. Beep. Congratulations to the player for successfully awakening the X-level talent, the Pact of Underworld Thunder. Suddenly, Ning Bai was engulfed in waves of electrifying pain, accompanied by streaks of white lightning erupting around his body, crackling with energy. Yet, this sensation was fleeting, lasting barely a second before the pain transformed into a peculiar comfort. Chapter 34. The Purple Exceptional Eerie Weapon, Abyss. Gazing at the flickering lightning in his hand, Ning Bai gently tapped the television cabinet. Bang! The moment his finger made contact, a terrifying explosion reverberated through the air. Ning Bai was genuinely astonished by the sheer magnitude of the force unleashed by such a light touch. If this were directed at a malevolent entity, it would likely be obliterated, its very soul shattered. How astonishingly powerful. Observing the white lightning dancing in his grasp, Ning Bai felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Yet, he recalled the words of the system. The X-level talent is a growth-oriented ability. This power is already formidable. How terrifying might it become with further development? Once more, Ning Bai reached for another A-level talent awakening stone beside him, pondering whether he could utilize it concurrently. With this thought in mind, he attempted to activate it. Ding! Awakening dual talents requires a second talent stone. Current player's second talent stone count. 0. Unable to use this item. So, it is indeed possible to possess dual talents, but additional items are necessary. Is that it? Ning Bai grasped the underlying implication of this information. However, for him at this moment, such a prospect seemed slightly distant. If nothing else, he could sell this talent awakening stone to others, likely yielding a substantial amount of eerie currency. After dealing with the talent, Ning Bai turned his attention to another item in his inventory that warranted his interest. Purple Exceptional Eerie Weapon Chest. Randomly obtain 1 purple exceptional eerie weapon upon opening. He proceeded to use it. Ding. Extracting. Without hesitation, Ning Bai opened the chest. In an instant, a layer of pale purple radiance began to coalesce in his hand. The light pulsed rhythmically, as if a life form were gradually taking shape. Before long, a pitch-black Tang Hung knife materialized in his grasp. Ding. Congratulations, player, you have obtained Abyss, Purple Exceptional Eerie Weapon, a knife. The feel is rather pleasing. Ning Bai examined the weapon closely. The Abyss knife was predominantly black, yet under the illumination, a faint deep blue shimmered, reminiscent of the depths of the ocean. Buzz. As Ning Bai drew the Abyss, the ethereal blue hilt emerged from its ebony sheath. In that moment, he felt as if a ferocious beast from the deep sea had opened its eyes. The sensation was exhilarating. Unable to restrain himself, Ning Bai swung the knife. Unexpectedly, the power of thunder within him surged forth, emanating from the blade's tip. A streak of white lightning sliced through the air in an instant. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed as a massive hole was blasted into the wall. Runes danced upon the surface, barely countering the formidable detonation. This sudden turn of events caught Ning Bai entirely off guard. He had merely intended to wield the Abyss to gauge its essence. Who could have anticipated that the fusion with his internal thunder would yield such a catastrophic chemical reaction? The might surpassed even that of the floating dust. Feeling the substantial depletion of his internal energy, Ning Bai was filled with astonishment. Although he had similarly experienced significant fatigue when using floating dust, his physical capacity at that time was merely a quarter of what it was now. Henceforth, He resolved to rely on floating dust for the time being, refraining from employing the abyss's power for now. With this thought, Ning Bai returned everything to his inventory. However, his bag was currently too full to accommodate any more items. It was time to declutter. He retrieved everything, particularly the ancient bronze mirror housing Chuiyu, placing it before the damaged corner of the television cabinet. He also glanced at what Chuiyu was doing at that moment. Chuiyu was no longer at her vanity, but instead lay on the bed, taking a brief rest. The face that had been charred by Chang'er Zhu had now reverted to its original beauty. Even with half a face visible, Ning Bai found Chuiyu to be strikingly lovely. It was a pity that she likely still harbored resentment towards him. With a sigh, Ning Bai continued to arrange various items, including the jade pai shio, upon the television cabinet. Upon exiting room 201, these items were no longer considered quest objects. Instead, they were classified as unknown items, details revealed upon identification. However, he currently had no means of identifying them. He would inquire with Huang Mao another day. After tidying up, Ning Bai found little left in his bag. At that moment, a knock echoed from his door. "Rent," a familiar voice called out, prompting Ning Bai to rise and head towards the entrance. Just as he opened the door, the voice from room 107 seeped through the crack once more. "I'm begging you. I don't mean to harm you. I have no eerie currency for rent. Please lend me 100 eerie coins. I am willing to do anything you ask." The tone of room 107 was no longer pitiful, but rather filled with urgency. "Did you fail the task?" "Yes, I am indeed eerie. Our first task was to devour other human players, and at that time, no one believed in me. Not a single person came to my room. If you do not save me, this guy will kill me." The voice from room 107 was now laced with desperation. "Rent." The Grim Reaper, indifferent to their conversation, reiterated the demand for rent. Understanding the situation, Ning Bai took out 100 eerie coins from his bag and handed them to the Grim Reaper. After receiving the coins, the Grim Reaper turned and knocked on room 107's door. "Rent." The same words echoed as the Grim Reaper addressed the occupant of room 107 once again. This time, 107 finally opened the door. Ning Bai squinted as he peered into room 107. The room was devoid of light, shrouded in darkness. Emerging from the shadows was a girl clad in a tattered blue school uniform. Her eyes brimmed with desperation. "Please, I promise I will do anything for you. I truly do not wish to die." Ning Bai leaned against the doorframe, nonchalantly replying, "I do have 100 eerie coins, but why should I give them to you? What benefit can you offer me?" Upon realizing that Ning Bai possessed eerie coins and had not retreated into his room, the girl seemed to understand that a transaction could be made. She contemplated briefly before immediately responding, "I will repay you. I will return 1,000 eerie coins. No, I will repay you 10,000 eerie coins. I will ensure you receive every last one. Rent." The Grim Reaper interjected once more, seemingly sounding the alarm for the girl's life. "But I do not require eerie coins. Do you have anything else?" Ning Bai shook his head, hoping the girl could offer him an alternative benefit. I can give you myself." Chapter 35. The most treacherous is the human heart. I can give myself to you." The words of the student girl momentarily stunned Ning Bai, who soon broke into laughter. "You are not even human. What would I want you for? To be my wife?" The student's anxious response was frantic. "I can accompany you on missions. All the rewards I earn from killing other humans will be yours. Please, help me pay my rent." "Pay rent." The third warning from the Grim Reaper echoed ominously, his scythe poised and ready to claim the girl's life at any moment. "Here." Ning Bai retrieved a 100-unit ghost coin from his backpack and handed it to the student girl. She eagerly accepted the coin, her entire demeanor relaxing as she surrendered to the Grim Reaper. He accepted the ghost coin and turned to leave. Watching him depart, the student girl seemed to lose her strength, collapsing to the ground. "Does what you said still count?" Ning Bai, still leaning against the wall, inquired. Truth be told, he did not care much for that 100 ghost coins. After all, he still had a full 6,000 ghost coins left to spend. And giving her 100 coins to witness a good show was reasonable enough. "Oh no, time's up." Suddenly, the student girl exclaimed, rushing back to her room and slamming the door shut with a bang. Ning Bai sighed helplessly at her departure. As expected, he had been deceived. He had actually believed the ghostly words of the apparition. Shaking his head, Ning Bai closed his own door and returned to his room. In the copper mirror, Yao Tsuyu lay soundly asleep on the bed. He chose not to disturb her, instead stretching lazily and lying down on the hard cot. "If only I could crawl into the mirror. The bed there is certainly much more comfortable." After yawning, Ning Bai prepared to sleep. Closing his eyes, he reopened his system. He still had 12 attribute points from his previous upgrade to level for that needed allocation. It was a good time to do so. Ding. Successfully allocated 12 attribute points to physical strength. Current physical strength, 40. Now, his strength was considerable. With the powerful weapons like the spirit form, dust, and abyss, Ning Bai could wield terrifying combat prowess. However, these tools were a bit too formidable. His physical strength was insufficient to sustain them. Had it not been for the earlier presence of the gathering pearl, he likely would not have made it out of the mission. Thus, he resolved to enhance his physical strength to withstand his own consumption. After completing this task, Ning Bai opened the social feature, eager to see how others had evolved and the intensity of their talent awakenings. No sooner had he opened it than a notification from apartment 107 popped up. 76 messages. So many? Ning Bai thought, not surprised, and opened the messages to glance. Most were simply requests for ghost coins, and he could not be bothered to read them thoroughly. He dismissed the notifications and turned to the group chat for the first floor. The people on the second floor are utterly despicable. Disgusting. Their actions are simply vile. But we have no talent awakening stones left. Exactly. If I had known, I would have taken the ordinary difficulty mission. C-level awakening stones sell for 200,000 ghost coins. B-level for 1 million, and A-level for 50 million. They certainly have the audacity. Animals. All of them are animals. Without any talent, how can we survive in this apartment? Talent no longer matters. We owe them 3,000 ghost coins. I genuinely want to kill their entire family. The group was in a frenzy of angry curses, leaving Ning Bai bewildered. He quickly scrolled up through the chat to understand what these newcomers had endured. After reading, a cold sweat broke out on Ning Bai's forehead. The players on the second floor were indeed malicious. It turned out that at noon today, players had begun to emerge from their rooms one by one. Upon realizing that no issues would arise, they all started seeking ways to earn ghost coins. However, before finding methods, most chose not to recklessly take on high-difficulty tasks, opting instead for simple-level missions. All the simple-level missions were the same, a patrol on the second floor. Fortunately, the timid players banded together to take the patrol task, believing in the strength of unity. However, while they patrolled together, the veteran players on the second floor committed an egregious act. They imprisoned everyone, forbidding them from completing the tasks, and those who dared to disobey were met with brutal beatings. Many girls were dragged into rooms and humiliated. In the end, none of these players completed their tasks. Following their failure, the veterans began lending money to everyone. Borrow 100 ghost coins. Repay 3,000 ghost coins. They demanded daily repayments, threatening to kill the newcomers if they failed to pay. Since the Talent Awakening Stone could only be obtained once, its value skyrocketed. By the end of the first day, about 80 of the human players in the group had nearly perished. Yet, only a small fraction had been killed by the ghosts. That portion was almost negligible. The majority had succumbed to bullying, leading to their tragic choice of suicide, with most victims being female. The final group perished due to their inability to pay rent, claimed by the Grim Reaper, much like the girl Ning Bai had witnessed earlier in apartment 152. After absorbing the plight of the people in the chat, Ning Bai felt a wave of dread wash over him. The heart of humanity is indeed treacherous. Even the apparitions might not be as sinister as these veteran players. Ning Bai thought of the previous yellow-haired individual. Perhaps he was one of them. Thankfully, Ning Bai had opted for an ordinary mission, had he chosen a simple one. The yellow-haired man might have strung him up for a beating and then offered him a predatory loan after his task's failure. With this realization, Ning Bai felt completely at ease regarding his decision to withhold payment from the yellow-haired man. Moreover, he still possessed 100,000. However, after witnessing these events, Ning Bai resolved to remain vigilant. At times, the human heart can be more malignant than the apparitions. Ding. You have an unprocessed private message. Noticing the system's prompt, Ning Bai curiously clicked on it. To his surprise, the sender was none other than the student girl from 107, who had just swindled him out of 100. 107. Hey, big brother, I didn't run away. Us apparitions are different. We cannot leave the room for more than 15 seconds. 107. Let us chat here. 107. Why aren't you replying to my messages? 107. What I said earlier still stands. I will return all your ghost coins. 107. Why are you silent? Do you really want me that badly? 107. All right, I can give myself to you, but you must first help me clear my instance before I can leave my apartment. 107. Did you see my messages? 107. Are you there? Upon opening the private chat with 107, Ning Bai realized he had missed quite a few messages. It seemed he had not truly been deceived after all. Chapter 36. A Thousand Eerie Creatures Dungeon? Previously, Ning Bai had merely glanced at the information without delving deeply into it. He had noted the earlier matter regarding 107 borrowing money, but had subsequently disregarded the following remarks. To his surprise, it seemed that this student did not deceive him. Nevertheless, even if it had been a ruse, Ning Bai would not have been overly concerned about the 100 eerie coins. Instead, he had gleaned a significant piece of information. Eerie creatures could not stray from their designated rooms for more than 15 seconds. This raised a question in Ning Bai's mind. Hadn't the yellow-haired one informed him that the eerie creatures emerged to roam during the night? Confused, he decided to reach out to the student for clarification. Ning Bai, but I heard that night is the time when eerie creatures are active? Why can't you roam? 107. You finally replied. Well, during the day, we eerie creatures must guard our dungeons, waiting for human players to challenge us. If we eliminate a human player, we can claim all their possessions, along with additional kill rewards. However, at night, all dungeons cease activity, granting us eerie creatures a respite. As long as there are no players challenging us in our rooms, we can indeed choose to leave. But if we remain outside for more than 15 seconds without returning, we automatically accept a hunting mission, actively seeking out human players. 107. This mission lasts until 8 a.m. the following morning. If we successfully eliminate a human player during this time, we receive substantial rewards. However, failure to do so results in our complete erasure. After listening to 107's explanation, Ning Bai comprehended the distinction between safe and unsafe periods. Ning Bai, oh, I understand now, but what do you mean by leaving the apartment? He posed this question, having already formed a tentative hypothesis in his mind, yet uncertain. 107. It's quite simple. If a human player successfully navigates the dungeon and we eerie creatures remain alive, we will have a choice. If we choose to stay, the dungeon will continue, awaiting the next task. Should we opt to leave, we can either follow other players out or select a new apartment. Choice. So, was Yao Tzuyu silently choosing to accompany him? This thought deepened Ning Bai's confusion. Ning Bai, how are dungeons created? Do you create them yourselves? 107. Dungeons are formed from all the experiences we eerie creatures endure. Each time a player enters a dungeon, we must relive our agonizing moments prior to death until we reach a pivotal juncture, at which point we can gradually regain control of our bodies. Typically, the moment we acquire this control coincides with the arrival of true danger. This revelation reminded Ning Bai of the first time Yao Tzuyu had referred to herself as an outsider. Perhaps that was when she began to regain control of her body. Ning Bai, but why did I encounter multiple eerie creatures in my last dungeon? 107. Those are automatically generated by the dungeon. No matter how many times they are killed, they persist in our memories, existing as long as we retain our recollections. The system continuously generates them unless our memories are erased. Having asked these questions, Ning Bai nodded in understanding. If that were the case, Ning Bai, by the way, how many eerie creatures are in your dungeon? 107. Over 1,000. Ning Bai, 1,000. 107. Yes, over 1,000. Everyone in our school has perished. Ning Bai, I have a bold idea. 107. Are you suggesting? Ning Bai, indeed, these over 1,000 eerie creatures could expedite my leveling up. If other players join your dungeon, I could assist you in eliminating them. What do you think? 107. That could work, but I'm uncertain if anyone will enter my dungeon tomorrow. If no one does, you won't be able to enter on your own. Ning Bai, no worries, I'm always available. With that, Ning Bai ended the conversation with 107, rolling over contentedly and finding a comfortable position to sleep. However, his slumber was far from restful. The room was damp and frigid, devoid of blankets or covers. Throughout the night, Ning Bai awoke numerous times from the cold. Now, he regretted not having brought a blanket when entering the dungeon. It would have surely been better than this restless sleep. Awakened by discomfort, he rose from bed at 6 a.m. Attempting to dress, he discovered that his clothes, having hung overnight, remained damp. This was intolerable. Opening the group chat in the system, he found that others were faring no better. This room is freezing. There's not even a sheet. I'm about to freeze to death. Freezing isn't the issue anymore. I'm so hungry my head is spinning, and I've been drinking tap water. Why does this tap water smell foul? I'm about to vomit. Vomiting is better than having no water. Just make do with it. Everyone, try to sleep for a bit. We need to continue with our tasks tomorrow. The loans are piling up, and I don't know when I'll finish them. Reading the discussions in the chat, Ning Bai felt a wave of relief. At least he wasn't starving. with the mother and child gathering pearl. He felt no hunger despite not eating all day. Thus, the experience cards for the grand banquet and bottled water remained unused. Perhaps he could sell the grand banquet? Comprising a total of 108 dishes, it would take 3 days to finish. It would be wasteful to consume it alone. If he could leverage it to earn some eerie coins, that would be splendid. However, the newcomers on his floor were as broke as they appeared, and with their numerous loans, there was little to gain. It would be more prudent to target the seasoned players on the upper floors. These individuals were overflowing with wealth. Charging 2,000 eerie coins for a single dish would hardly be excessive. With these thoughts, Ning Bai rubbed his hands together, plotting his next moves. Unfortunately, he lacked the contact information for the seasoned players on the second floor. The yellow-haired one had never proactively added him as a friend, and he had been too indifferent to seek him out. Clearly, he would need to find an opportunity to visit the second floor. A little client development was in order. As he contemplated his plans, an array of money-making ideas danced through Ning Bai's mind. Chapter 37. The floor master of the second floor, Duan Mufone. Ding. As the clock struck the hour, Ning Bai could no longer contain his impatience and swiftly pushed open his door. He felt an overwhelming urge to escape the confines of his room. Upon stepping into the corridor, he was met once again with its enveloping darkness, a sight he had grown accustomed to. Creak. At that moment, the door of room 101 swung open, revealing a short-haired girl clad in black athletic wear stepping out. Ning Bai paused momentarily, his gaze drawn to her under the faint glow of the safety indicator light. However, the dimness of the corridor allowed him only a vague impression of her presence. Ding. New prompt. Resident of 101. Chu Xinyan, female, talent level, X, level, 7. Total combat power, 263, danger level, A. The notification echoed in his mind, causing Ning Bai's pupils to constrict. This woman also possessed an X-level talent. Her capabilities evidently surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Who on earth was she? Ning Bai remained transfixed, watching as Chu Xinyan departed. Unable to shake off the unease settling within him. He had thought his own X-level talent was formidable, yet here was someone whose prowess rivaled his own. Most strikingly, she had seemingly obtained the information about leaving the apartment at 8 o'clock with remarkable swiftness. Her ability to gather information appeared nearly on par with his own. Despite Ning Bai's astonishment, Chu Xinyan offered him not a single glance, engrossed in her own tasks before vanishing into the depths of the corridor. Perhaps it was wiser not to provoke her. Shaking his head, Ning Bai approached the service robot to accept a task. Welcome. How may I assist you today? Accepting a task, he was presented with the following options. Ghost School Challenge. Proceed to apartment 107 and devise a means to escape the school. Team task. Upon completion, receive 3,000 ghost coins, a dining hall meal card, a water dispenser, and 3 item expansion cards. For each additional team member that escapes, gain 500 ghost coins. Escape from 107. The mere mention of apartment 107 sparked excitement in Ning Bai's eyes. Wasn't that the room of the female student he had just heard about? He had only mentioned wanting to undertake this task yesterday, and now it was before him? Fortune seemed to smile upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted the task. Ding. Task accepted successfully. Matching you with new teammates. Entry into the instance available at 10 o'clock. As it was a team task, Ning Bai could not enter immediately. Seizing the opportunity, he began contemplating strategies to reach out to potential new clients upstairs. Resolutely, he made his way up to the second floor, traversing the dimly lit staircase once more. Upon reaching the second floor, he noticed that, perhaps due to the early hour, most residents remained in slumber. Only a few stragglers wandered the corridor, yawning and stretching. When they caught sight of Ning Bai, they merely regarded him with curious glances, offering no approach. Hey, do you know a guy named Huang Tianqi? Ning Bai took the initiative, stopping a plump fellow in his tracks. Huang Tianqi? The one from apartment 228? What do you need him for? The hefty man scratched his head, clearly puzzled. I borrowed something from him during a previous task, and I've come to return it. Upon hearing this, the man's gaze turned quizzical as he scrutinized Ning Bai. Ning Bai felt a wave of confusion wash over him, wondering if he had misspoken. Yet, the man said nothing further. Just wait a moment. I'll send him a message. With that, the plump fellow's expression grew vacant, presumably checking his system. Moments later, he returned to reality. All right, just wait for him. He should be here shortly. Suddenly, a furious voice thundered from behind Ning Bai. Damn you, Ning Bai! Ning Bai turned to see Huang Mao, clad in oversized shorts, brandishing a ghost claw aimed squarely at him, clearly intent on delivering a crushing blow. Reacting instinctively, Ning Bai raised his arm in defense. Bang! A thunderous noise reverberated as a white shield materialized before him, crackling with arcs of electricity. The moment Huang Mao made contact, the electricity surged forth, sending him flying. Huang Mao's body convulsed as he was propelled backward, struggling to regain his footing. Are you all right? Ning Bai marveled at the unexpected strength of his talent. His mere instinctual defense had yielded such powerful results. The plump man beside them, equally astonished, exclaimed, "A talent? This kid possesses a talent." Nearby, seasoned players on the second floor halted, their expressions a mix of shock and intrigue. Who is this guy? He looks unfamiliar. Could he be the floor master from the first floor? His talent seems to rival an A-level. How enviable. He possesses an A-level talent. I can barely scrape by with a C-level talent stone. Indeed, if I could merely procure a C-level talent stone in this lifetime, I would consider myself fortunate. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Ning Bai chose not to pursue Huang Mao any further. Once Huang Mao regained his composure, he regarded Ning Bai with newfound trepidation. Did you use an A-level talent stone? Indeed, Ning Bai nonchalantly affirmed. Now that you've used it, what do you want from me? Huang Mao inquired, his gaze darting as he avoided Ning Bai's eyes. Well, you did assist me, and I still have your golden hoop. With that, Ning Bai produced the item from his backpack, waving it slightly. Huang Mao's eyes lit up, and he rushed forward, eager to reclaim it. Thank you. Not so fast, Ning Bai said, raising a hand to fend off Huang Mao's grasp. What do you intend to do? Huang Mao flinched, clearly intimidated by Ning Bai's demeanor. Fear not. If I truly wished to harm you, you wouldn't have been able to rise. Ning Bai pocketed the golden hoop and articulated his intent. I plan to sell some items I've collected, but the new players on the first floor lack the means. You've already drained them dry, leaving little to be gained. Thus, you have quite the audacity. Before Ning Bai could finish, a voice interrupted, prompting him to turn instinctively. A towering man in a suit, nearly 6 feet tall and wearing polished shoes, approached him with an air of authority. Ding. New prompt. Resident of apartment 203, Duan Mufeng, male, A-level talent holder, level 36, total combat power, 863, danger level, a danger level of 5A? This man could effortlessly crush him. Ning Bai regarded the suited man with caution, but in the next moment, he inexplicably vanished. Panic surged within Ning Bai as he sensed the man's voice resonate from behind him. Hello, I am Duan Mufeng, the floor master of the second floor. Ning Bai turned abruptly to face the man, who now extended a friendly hand toward him. Rather than reciprocate, Ning Bai inquired, "What business do you have with me?" The man in the suit observed that Ning Bai did not extend his hand for a handshake, yet he remained undeterred, holding his hand aloft as he remarked, "Are you not seeking to gain something for yourself? Only I can fulfill that desire on the second floor." His assertion was corroborated by the nearby individual with the yellow hair. Indeed, the floor leader is the most formidable presence on our level. You should speak with him. Upon hearing this, Ning Bai hesitantly clasped hands with Duan Mufeng. Ding. You have received a new friend request. Duan Mufeng has requested to add you as a friend. Ning Bai acquiesced to the friend request from Duan Mufeng within the system. However, deep down, he harbored no intention of engaging in any dealings with this man. Transactions are predicated on a foundation of mutual strength and respect. The man before him did not require validation of his status as a level 5A rated threat. As for respect, it appeared that the man indeed held him in high regard, though such respect could very well be feigned. Huang Tianqi, it seems you have some unresolved issues with him. What transpired? Duan Mufeng inquired, turning his attention to Huang Mao. In the presence of Duan Mufeng, Huang Mao displayed utmost deference, recounting the events between the two with candor. Ning Bai stood by, and Huang Mao dared not embellish the tale. After absorbing the entirety of the story, Duan Mufeng nodded thoughtfully. All right, I believe I grasp the situation. Tianqi, would you allow me to express a few thoughts? Huang Mao promptly nodded, obediently awaiting Duan Mufeng's words. In this matter, Tianqi has indeed rendered you assistance. And the talent awakening stone you agreed upon with him is also a fact, correct? Indeed. However, the issue lies in your deception. Had you not misled him, perhaps Tianqi would have sought my help or that of another manager on the second floor to assist you, but you failed to communicate, nearly resulting in Tianqi's demise. Nonetheless, it remains a fact that you aided Huang Tianqi in retrieving his artifact. As for the talent awakening stone, let us set that aside for now. In light of my standing, may I request that you return Tianqi's artifact to him? Chapter 38, The Scourge of Middlemen. Upon uttering these words, Duan Mufeng's gaze fell upon Ning Bai, seemingly awaiting his reaction. All right, here you go. Without hesitation, Ning Bai removed the gold hoop and tossed it to the yellow-haired man, who eagerly caught it, his eyes alight with excitement. Thank you, Boss Duanmu, and you. The yellow-haired man glanced at Ning Bai, awkwardly expressing his gratitude. Perhaps more for Duanmu Feng's sake than Ning Bai's. Very well, brother, your straightforwardness earns you my respect. Let us consider the grievances between you and the yellow-haired man settled. Shall we? Duanmu Feng continued, choosing not to further exploit Ning Bai, but rather to wipe the slate clean. Since you put it that way, how could I possibly hold a grudge? It seems I have benefited from this after all, Ning Bai replied, though discomfort brewed within him. Were it not for Duanmu Feng's interference, he might not have returned the gold hoop to the yellow-haired man, and could have even leveraged it to compel him into service. Yet, with just a few words from Duanmu Feng, Ning Bai found himself obligated to relinquish the hoop. Duanmu Feng had not pressed him further, but had gained an inexplicable favor simply because he was stronger, and Ning Bai sought strength through him. This sentiment left Ning Bai feeling quite displeased. Those in higher echelons can always exploit those below. The powerful can perpetually prey upon the weak. Even so, Ning Bai was still obliged to express his thanks. No problem, we shall consider ourselves brothers from now on. But there is one matter you must assist me with. Duanmu Feng waved his hand, stating, in this peculiar apartment, upward mobility is permissible, yet downward is not. Thus, we cannot enforce the debts owed to us by the first-floor players, but you can. At this point, Duanmu Feng fell silent, observing the reluctance etched on Ning Bai's face. What? Are you unwilling? Ning Bai nodded, choosing to remain silent. I understand your hesitance, but this is a task you must undertake. On one hand, it will allow the new players on the first floor to recognize you and establish your authority. It is essential that one day, all players in your tier respect you as they do me. Respect is earned through capability, not oppression. I am the one who exploits them, not you. You merely assist me. What is in it for me? Ning Bai inquired. The benefit is that you will earn a 5% commission, and I can provide you with a substantial quantity of daily necessities, as well as food and water. The mention of essential goods stirred something within Ning Bai. The living conditions on the first floor were deplorable, a constant struggle for food and warmth. Should these items become available, it would significantly enhance the quality of life for the first-floor players and yield considerable profit for himself, provided that no usurious practices ensued. That is my final condition, Ning Bai stated. Duanmu Feng nodded seriously. Each person will repay 1,000 a day, cleared in 3 days. So may I purchase a batch of useful daily supplies and food from you now? Certainly, Duanmu Feng replied, leading Ning Bai to his apartment. Upon entering, Ning Bai was taken aback. The apartment was filled with a plethora of miscellaneous items. Every conceivable necessity was present. Choose freely. With Duanmu Feng's permission, Ning Bai began selecting items. The first priority was bed linens, blankets, and pillows. Without these, he could not hope to sleep soundly. Next, he sought toiletries. Though he was not averse to a little disarray, he could not tolerate being unkempt. Finally, after selecting a kettle, Ning Bai inquired about the prices. How much for these? He asked. Each item is generally 300, but I'll give you a discount, 1,000 for all. Ning Bai began inspecting the food items. Cigarettes? How much for these? 500. Though not cheap, he decided to take a box. And the food? That depends on the day. Today's is 1,000 per portion. Yesterday's is 800, the day before that is 500, and the one before that is just 100. However, if you eat it, whether you get an upset stomach is no concern of mine. Hearing these prices made Ning Bai's heart sink. Good heavens, these prices are exorbitant. I earn 3,000 a day, and it barely covers 3 meals. I'll take 4 portions from yesterday, he decided. How about water? No need for water at this time, Ning Bai replied, as he still had a case of mineral water. All right, that totals 4,700. With a pained expression, Ning Bai retrieved the amount from his backpack and handed it to Duanmu Feng. Thank you for your patronage. We welcome you to return. Duanmu Feng accepted the coins with a beaming smile. May I ask you a few questions? Speak. Where do these supplies come from? Collected from the instances. And the pricing? All prices are 10 less. Ning Bai felt a pang of regret upon hearing this. Indeed, middlemen were the most unscrupulous of all. One last question. How does equipment enhancement work, and how can items be appraised? Having received Ning Bai's payment, Duanmu Feng was forthcoming with his answers. Equipment enhancement requires the use of second-floor robots, using any unwanted trinkets for the process. If you require assistance, I can help. As for item appraisal, it necessitates an eye of appraisal, priced at 10,000 each. Ning Bai suddenly felt impoverished. Thousands of coins seemed to vanish in an instant. However, he recognized that this was merely a consequence of monopolistic practices. The true prices were likely not so steep. Understood, Ning Bai nodded and subsequently bid farewell to Duanmu Feng. As he exited the stairwell leading to the second floor, an inexplicable sense of resentment welled up within him. Ascending to a higher level had become imperative. Enduring such exploitation was untenable. If he could reach a higher floor more swiftly, he would have the opportunity to turn the tables. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The priority was to reclaim the money he had lost to exploitation. With this thought, Ning Bai promptly made a statement in the first floor chat group, 106, selling 2 lunchboxes for 2,000 coins each and several bottles of mineral water for 500 coins each. Interested parties, please message me privately. After sending this message, he returned to his room and began organizing the various items he had just purchased. Midway through, feeling a bit parched, he opened a bottle of mineral water. As he drank, he suddenly recalled the light green gourd. It was lightweight and perfect for carrying. When he descended into the instances, it would be just the thing for drinking water. With this in mind, he poured the mineral water into the gourd and hung it at his waist. Once everything was in order, he opened his system interface. You have new friend requests. You have new friend requests. You have new friend requests. Within a brief span of 2 minutes, the group chat erupted. Lunchboxes? Is this for real? I want one. I want to eat too, but I have no money. I only have 1,000 coins. Brother, could you spare me a bottle of water? Is there anyone who wants to share a meal? I'll contribute 500 coins. I'm in. In apartment 106. Ning Bai observed the persistent notifications chiming from the group chat and began to approve friend requests one by one. Brother, could you possibly lower the price? I only have 1,800 coins left. Messaged 157. Not possible, Ning Bai replied, dismissing the conversation, which meant 157 had forfeited the opportunity to purchase a meal. He proceeded to the next dialogue. Hey there, I'm short on cash. Could I perhaps compensate in kind? Inquired 182. Not possible, Ning Bai reiterated. Closing the chat once more, he then opened another message. Bro, I've got the money ready. I want a meal, said 149. Come to 106, Ning Bai instructed. Isn't it dangerous to go out now? 149 questioned. Ning Bai, uninterested in engaging further, closed the dialogue and continued his methodical approach. He resolutely replied with not possible to anyone attempting to haggle, directing all others to apartment 106. In this swift exchange, Ning Bai managed to respond to all the tenants in a matter of moments. Meanwhile, a knock echoed at the door. Ning Bai approached and opened it, revealing a group of over 10 individuals outside, predominantly male, with only one girl among them. Brother, I want the meal. Hey, I'm a girl. Let me go first. Brother, I'll pay 3,000. Sell it to me. Chapter 39. The team mission commences. Fire-swallowing ghost school silence. Ning Bai, irritated by the clamor of the crowd, bellowed at the top of his lungs. Instantly, all fell silent, their gazes fixed upon him, awaiting his decision on how to distribute the 2 boxes of meals. I do not care whether you are male or female, nor the price you are willing to pay. I only consider who arrived first. Upon hearing this, a stout fellow in the crowd spoke up. Brother, I was the first to arrive. Nonsense. Clearly, I was the first. The commotion erupted once more, with voices rising in disagreement. Ning Bai felt a sense of helplessness. It was evident that desperation had driven people to such behavior. Enough. You, hand me the ghost coins. He casually pointed at an individual, who, upon hearing Ning Bai's command, brightened and promptly produced 2,000 ghost coins, placing them in Ning Bai's hands. Brother, these are my ghost coins. Without hesitation, Ning Bai retrieved a meal from his spatial inventory and handed it over, then pointed again at the stout man. You. Give me the ghost coins. The stout man eagerly approached, offering the ghost coins he had prepared. Ding. Current ghost coins remaining, 5,100. Well, the meals are sold out. If anyone desires bottled water, come to me. A wave of disappointment swept through the crowd. It was clear they would rather have sustenance than spend their ghost coins on water. I'll take a bottle. I also want one. Finally, 2 individuals decided to purchase bottled water, netting Ning Bai an additional 1,000 ghost coins. Anyone else? Silence fell over the crowd, and without further ado, Ning Bai closed the door. Back in his room, he opened the chat group for his floor and began to read the conversations. Brothers, I managed to get meals. You guys went out. So early? Aren't you afraid of danger? Better to be killed by a ghost than to starve to death. Are the meals delicious? I'm starving. Not tasty. They have a rancid smell. Probably from a few days ago. Can we still eat that? Better than starving. 106. I want to eat too. I'll pay 3,000. 106. Please. I want to eat, even if it's spoiled. Seeing the relentless mentions, Ning Bai sent a message. None left. I bought these meals from someone on the second floor. Upon hearing this, hope flickered in the group. Can we buy more? We're starving. Yes. I'm on the brink of starvation. Please, Great One, go to the second floor and get more meals for us. We are willing to pay a premium. The group was clearly desperate, their messages flooding in so quickly that Ning Bai struggled to keep up. They have plenty of food, but they require me to clear the debts you owe today before they will sell me more meals. The message left the group in silence for a long time. It was evident that they were reluctant to continue being exploited. All right, we are willing to pay, as long as we can get more food. I'm in. Since everyone agrees, I will too. Eventually, all chose to compromise. After all, survival was the priority. However, they lacked sufficient ghost coins and would have to wait until they took on new tasks. Is anyone up for a mission together? The more, the merrier. I am. I want to join. Take me along. 3 of us should suffice. Anyone else forming a team? Yes, some brothers are. In no time, the chat was bustling with alliances forming. Before long, the corridor outside echoed with the sound of bustling footsteps, signaling that all the members of the floor were uniting to undertake the mission. Ning Bai observed the budding ambition for profit among the crowd and smiled knowingly. If everyone were to languish in despair, how could he earn any money? Content. He stretched lazily and reclined on his bed, prepared to indulge in a restful slumber. With the basic bedding, Ning Bai slept soundly. Had it not been for the alert announcing the commencement of the mission, he would have relished the comfort even longer. Ding. Less than 1 minute until mission start. Please proceed to room 107 immediately. Ding. Less than 1 minute until mission start. Please proceed to room 107 immediately. Ding. Less than 1 minute until mission start. Please proceed to room 107 immediately. The system's voice echoed incessantly in his mind, preventing Ning Bai from drifting off. Reluctantly, he extricated himself from bed and exited his room. Ding. New notification. Teammate Xiao Yu. Apartment 188. Male. Total combat power 34. Teammate Lu Feng. Apartment 157. Male. Total combat power 26. Teammate Su Xiao. Apartment 162. Female. Total combat power 14. Teammate Yang Shouting. Apartment 103. Female. B-class talent Frostblade. Total combat power 58. At that moment, 4 individuals stood before Ning Bai's door, 2 men and 2 women, eyeing him with mild surprise as he emerged from room 106. You 4 are my teammates for this mission? Ning Bai inquired first. Upon hearing this, the 4 exchanged astonished glances. 106 is joining us for this team task? Splendid. With all 5 of us, we are sure to succeed, especially with Sister Yang here. We can simply coast through. Seeing Ning Bai's participation ignited a wave of excitement among them. Hello, I am Yang Shouting, one of the few players with talent. A girl in a white shirt extended her hand in greeting. Rather than a friendly gesture, it seemed to serve as an assertion of her status within the team. I possess talent. This team should heed my guidance. In a team task, survival hinges on one's abilities. Words hold little weight. Ning Bai did not reciprocate the handshake, but instead grasped the doorknob of room 107 and stepped inside first. His action left Yang Shouting feeling somewhat embarrassed, retracting her hand discreetly. Meanwhile, Su Xiao regarded Ning Bai's retreating figure with disdain. What is his problem? He is not very cooperative for a team task. Standing nearby, Lu Feng adjusted his thick glasses and remarked, I find him rather intriguing. Chapter 40. The new apparition, Fire Ghost Ding. Successfully entered the new instance, Fire-Swallowing Ghost School. Task objective. Investigate the cause of the fire that befell the Yunlan aristocrats and successfully escaped the ghost school. As Ning Bai pushed open the door to room 107, the system's notification echoed in the minds of the group. Before Ning Bai's eyes lay a classroom, illuminated by bright lights and equipped with advanced teaching apparatus. Above the blackboard hung 6 prominent characters, Yunlan Aristocrat School, beneath which was a striking crimson emblem. This logo seemed somewhat out of place in its positioning. The classroom was filled to capacity with students clad in splendid uniforms. The design and quality of these uniforms surpassed Ning Bai's previous attire, with the boys' outfits resembling tailored suits, each appearing as though custom-fitted, exuding an aesthetic appeal despite their uniformity. The girls' uniforms were equally exquisite, with shirts and skirts accentuating the graceful curves of their legs. It was evidently class time, with the teacher holding a textbook and explaining concepts to the students. Yet, when Ning Bai and his companions entered, the teacher greeted them with a warm smile. Ning, next time you enter the classroom, please announce your presence. There was no hint of reprimand in her tone. Apologies, teacher, I forgot. Ning Bai replied casually as he made his way into the classroom. Unlike Ning Bai's calm demeanor, the four behind him surveyed their surroundings with caution before entering, carefully murmuring. Report. The female teacher responded to their apprehension with kindness, nodding in approval for their entry. All right, let us continue with our lesson. We were discussing sine, cosine, and tangent in trigonometric functions. Now, I will present two problems for you to solve. The lesson resumed, and the students focused their attention on the teacher. However, Yang Xiaoting and her companions were not fully engaged, opting instead to converse quietly. Sister Xia, what should we do next? One asked. Let us listen to the lesson for now and assess the situation, she replied. That 106 is quite reckless, charging in without a clue. Is he trying to be the lackey of the seasoned players? As two girls whispered, the tall figure of Xiao Yu leaned in. Xiao, what are you discussing? We're talking about that 106 fellow, one girl replied. Xiao Yu observed Su Xiao's disdainful glance toward Ning Bai and chimed in. Yes, I find him quite irritating. If the opportunity arises, I'll teach him a lesson. He cracked his knuckles, producing a series of sharp sounds, only to be met with a glare from Yang shouting. Xiao Yu, don't seek trouble. Our priority is to complete this task and earn our rewards. Though 106 may be a bit arrogant, he is still part of our team, and we should strive to accept him. Xiao Yu's face betrayed his dissatisfaction as he retorted, accept him? Do you see him fitting in? He is sitting there, oblivious to even basic trigonometry. Among them, only the bespectacled Lu Feng did not join in the banter. He observed his companions through his large glasses, silently concluding that 106 was no ordinary character. He had expressed this sentiment when they first entered the instance, but as a member with little combat prowess. He was often overlooked. Meanwhile, Ning Bai, seemingly engrossed in the lesson, was not truly paying attention. Ding! New notification. Detected a new type of apparition, fire ghost. A spirit that perished in flames and, consumed by resentment, delights in arson. This type of apparition cannot directly harm individuals. To banish it, simply recite, the heavens are dry. Be cautious of fire and candle, and the fire ghost shall not harm you. Yunlan Aristocrat School, a recently established institution, it faced compensation disputes during its construction, resulting in a tragic incident that was deliberately suppressed, leaving most unaware of its existence. Anniversary Gala. The Anniversary Gala will take place in 7 days. A significant event that all students must attend. No absences are permitted by the school. These 3 notifications crystallized the threads of the unfolding mystery in Ning Bai's mind. Given the presence of the fire ghost, it was highly probable that the fire incident was linked to it. The tragic incident during construction might also be connected. However, what role did the student from room 107 play in all this? Could she be the fire ghost? This notion seemed perplexing. The upcoming Anniversary Gala coincided with the day of the fire. Yet, what puzzled Ning Bai was the duration. Would they truly have to endure an entire week within the school? Report. At that moment, the classroom door swung open once more, and a girl in a blue uniform entered, her presence strikingly conspicuous. She was flushed and breathless. Liangru, it's you again. Can you not be late? Do you see what time it is? The teacher abruptly hurled her textbook at the girl, scolding her sharply. The contrast between the teacher's previous gentle demeanor and her current harshness was stark. The textbook struck the girl, causing a trickle of crimson to run down her cheek. To Ning Bai's astonishment, rather than concern, the other students erupted into laughter, as though the girl's chastisement was a source of entertainment. Are you crying? You have the audacity to cry? How many times have I told you about the uniform? When will you wear it properly? The girl bowed her head, her hair obscuring her face, attempting to hide her tears. Yet the teacher's words were even more cutting. Earning money? Are you a courtesan? You, a country bumpkin, do not belong in an aristocrat school. Go back to your seat. Chapter 41. A role model for teachers. Last night, Liang Ru was utterly exhausted from accompanying the drinks. It was a grueling ordeal. Why are you crying, sister? Where do you work? I'll come to support you. The classmates mocked Liang Ru as she walked toward her seat. This scene made Su Xiaoxiao grit her teeth in anger. How could they be so cruel? What girl could possibly endure such words? Yang Xiaoting, beside her, clenched her fists in rage, perhaps feeling a deeper empathy for Liang Ru's plight as a fellow girl. Meanwhile, Lu Feng adjusted his glasses and spoke with a knowing demeanor. They are merely children. In their moral framework, nothing seems excessive. Students often repeat what their teachers say. It is only as they mature that they may grasp the pain in their words. Yet most will forget the cruelty of their past. While victims will continue to suffer from the humiliation and shattered self-esteem, even recalling those moments after many years. It is truly revolting to hear such words from someone who is supposed to be a role model. Lu Feng's perspective resonated with a few others, and they looked at the female teacher at the podium with a hint of disdain. Amidst the chatter, Liang Ru returned to her seat, wiping away her tears and taking out her textbooks and stationery to begin class. However, several classmates still gathered around her, their laughter incessant. Yet, the teacher at the front remained indifferent to their behavior. Eventually, Liang Ru could no longer bear the humiliation and slumped over her desk, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Unable to endure the scene, Su Xiaoxiao stood up and scolded the boys. "Are you done? Is this amusing to you?" She approached Liang Ru, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Classmate you." Suddenly, as Su Xiaoxiao made contact with Liang Ru, the classroom erupted into flames. The students and teacher vanished without a trace in an instant. "Fire! Run!" Xiao Yu was the first to shout, his chair ablaze beneath him, causing him to leap up and flee. "Xiao, stay away from her." Yang shouting reacted quickly, feeling the temperature around her plummet. She grasped an ice blue sword, rushing to shield the stunned Su Xiaoxiao behind her, her gaze fixed warily on the only figure that had not disappeared, Liang Ru. Liang Ru remained slumped over her desk, weeping as the flames consumed her. Among the group, Lu Feng was the most composed, despite being startled. He quickly realized that he hadn't felt any burning pain from the flames. Moreover, he detected no acrid smell of smoke. Boldly, he held his hand to the fire, discovering there was no heat. This fire seemed to be an illusion. He shared this crucial insight with the others, only to find Ning Bai similarly holding his hand to the flames. "You reacted quite swiftly," Ning Bai remarked, surprised that Lu Feng could maintain his composure. His own calmness stemmed from his strength. He had never regarded this scenario as particularly alarming. Yet, he had to admit that Lu Feng was steadier than himself. Prompted by Lu Feng's revelation, Yang shouting and the others came to the same realization, but by then, Liang Ru had been completely engulfed by the flames, leaving no trace behind. The once tidy classroom was now a charred ruin. The group, shaken by the sudden turn of events, found Su Xiaoxiao clutching Yang Shouting's arm in fear, tears streaming down her face. "Sister Yang, I'm so scared." Yang Shouting, sheathed in her icy blade, embraced Su Xiaoxiao gently, whispering reassurances, "Don't be afraid, it's all right." As for Xiao Yu, the strongest fighter among them, he had long since vanished. This previous incident merely served as a prologue to their mission, implying that it was fundamentally linked to the girl named Liang Ru. Ning Bai nodded affirmatively. "Your analysis is correct, yet I suspect there are deeper secrets at play." Upon hearing Ning Bai's deduction, Lu Feng inquired, "Oh, what have you discovered?" "It's merely intuition. Let us observe further." A prompt notification echoed in their minds. New hint. The girls' restroom has unusual noises. Consider searching for new clues there. Ignoring the others, Ning Bai stepped out of the classroom. The moment he crossed the threshold, the charred remains of the building reverted to their original state. The classmates who had vanished now reappeared beside him. He glanced back at the classroom, failing to spot Yang Shouting and the others. Just then, Lu Feng emerged from the door, followed by Yang Shouting and Su Xiaoxiao. The four reunited, but Xiao Yu was notably absent. Whereas Xiao Yu? I don't know. He probably moved ahead. Having not seen Xiao Yu, the group resolved to proceed with their next challenge. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu found himself in a different temporal reality. As he had exited the classroom prematurely, the teaching building was engulfed in flames, a charred shell of its former self. Where are they? Why haven't they caught up? Have they perished in the blaze? Or has that strange entity harmed them? Fear crept into Xiao Yu's heart as the oppressive silence heightened his anxiety. He decided to retrace his steps to find his teammates. "Hey, Sister Yang, Xiao, where are you? Is anyone there? Help!" Though he called out desperately, he had forgotten the way back in his haste. Fortunately, the layout of the building was straightforward, and after a few circles, he recalled the classroom they had occupied. Upon finding it, he was met with a figure clad in a pale blue school uniform. Terror seized him, prompting an involuntary scream as he quickly covered his mouth. Yet it was too late. Liang Ru had already lifted her head to gaze at him, her eyes gleaming with excitement, her laughter echoing eerily. I am the greatest." Chapter 41. Campus bullying in the restroom. Look, Look, photos of the girl from class 7 who serves drinks. Wow, she's quite voluptuous. She indeed has the potential to be a hostess. Where did this come from? It was posted in the class group, apparently. It's happening in the girls' restroom on the 3rd floor. Is that true? Let's go see. Come on, take me with you. Ning Bai and his 3 companions strolled down the corridor of the teaching building, surrounded by classmates who were all whispering about something and rushing towards the 3rd floor restroom. Let's head to the 3rd floor as well, Ning Bai suggested, leading the way, and his companions readily agreed. They made their way to the girls' restroom on the 3rd floor, only to find it crammed with students, leaving no room to move. Many were pulling out their phones, capturing the commotion inside. Excuse me, let me through. Su Xiaoxiao desperately tried to squeeze in, but the throng of students paid her no mind. One boy, visibly annoyed by her attempts to push through, turned and shouted at her, "Get lost, or I'll smash your face in." Those words sent Su Xiaoxiao into tears. Seeing her cry, Yang Xiaoting felt a surge of anger. Just as she was about to speak up, a large hand seized the boy by the collar. With a swift motion, the hand's owner effortlessly tossed the bulky boy aside. "I told you to move, so why are you still in the way?" Ning Bai glared at the boy, who now looked utterly intimidated and dared not make another sound. Ning Bai then took the lead, clearing a path as if the other students were mere chicks being tossed aside. Watching this unfold, Yang Xiaoting was filled with astonishment. Ning Bai's strength was nothing short of incredible. He lifted students of all sizes, regardless of gender or build, without breaking a sweat. What level of physical prowess did he possess? Su Xiaoxiao was equally shocked, not only by Ning Bai's might, but also by his chivalrous act of intervening, stirring a slight flutter in her heart. Perhaps he wasn't as bad as she had thought. With Ning Bai paving the way, the 5 finally squeezed into the restroom. Inside one of the stalls, 4 or 5 girls were relentlessly snapping photos of Liang Ru, whose clothing was torn and barely clinging to her body. Bruises marred her skin and face from recent violence. Yet, this was merely the beginning. She was being forcefully held over the ceramic toilet bowl. "Get to licking. Who do you think you are, a country bumpkin? Using our toilet? I want you to clean it." "Oh dear, that's rather unkind, isn't it? She still has to serve drinks tonight. What do you think it would taste like after licking a toilet? Her mouth might not be cleaner than the toilet. Come on, lick it. Stick out your tongue." One girl, frustrated by Liang Ru's silence, reached out with her manicured hand to pry open her mouth. But Liang Ru resolutely refused, even as her lips were cut and bleeding from the struggle. In a fit of rage, the girl slapped Liang Ru's face repeatedly. "Smack, smack, smack. And here is a kick for good measure. How dare you break my nails, you wretch." Ning Bai and his friends, witnessing this brutal act of bullying, were filled with compassion. Su Xiaoxiao, anxious, urged Ning Bai, "You should intervene." Before Ning Bai could respond, Lu Feng shook his head in resignation. "It's futile. This has happened before. Even if we stop it now, the harm Liang Ru has suffered cannot be undone. The outcome has already been sealed. Are we just going to stand by and watch?" Su Xiaoxiao's eyes welled with tears again. Suddenly, the classroom bell rang, prompting students to scurry back to their classes. After delivering a final, vicious kick to Liang Ru, the girls threatened her, "Wait for me at the CF across the street after school, or else you'll regret it." With that, they hastily returned to their classrooms, leaving the girls' restroom in disarray, with Liang Ru alone, sobbing beside the toilet. The 4 watched helplessly as she cried. After the previous experience, Su Xiaoxiao hesitated to comfort Liang Ru. However, the inevitable occurred. Flames inexplicably erupted from Liang Ru, engulfing her completely before vanishing into thin air. This time, only Liang Ru burned. The scene did not dissolve into chaos with her disappearance. The 4 stood in stunned silence, unsure of what to do next. Lu Feng was the first to speak. "Where should we go from here?" After pondering for a moment, Su Xiaoxiao replied, "Since we are also students here, I believe we should return to class." Yang Xiaoting shook her head, saying, "I think we should leave for the CAF outside. It might trigger the next part of the story." But Lu Feng had a different perspective. "Yu hasn't shown up yet. Shouldn't we look for him first?" Each of them offered their opinions, and Ning Bai nodded. "In that case, I propose we split up." As soon as he suggested this, the 2 girls protested in unison. "No, there could be unknown dangers lurking in our mission. We shouldn't separate." "Exactly. I lack self-defense skills. I can't manage without Yang Jia." Despite the girls' objections, Lu Feng supported Ning Bai's idea. "Actually, I believe 106 is right. We can split up. Besides, haven't you noticed a new group chat in our system?" Upon Lu Feng's reminder, they all realized the new group chat had appeared. Fire Swallowing Ghost School Mission Group. The chat was already filled with several messages. all sent by Lu Feng, all tagged to Xiao Yu. Yet, Xiao Yu had not responded. Indeed, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed upon seeing the group chat, quickly typing, Xiao Yu. Where are you? I can't find you. Wait, why can't I tag him? Lu Feng replied, huh? I could tag him earlier. Wait, now I can't either. Ning Bai concluded, the group chat only has 4 of us left. He must have perished. Chapter 43, Separate Actions, Separate Meals. In truth, even without Ning Bai's reminder, the 3 individuals had already discerned the source of their predicament. Their reluctance stemmed more from disbelief than anything else. It was hard to accept that merely departing the apartment prematurely could lead to such dire consequences. Should we continue to act separately? With the incident involving Xiao Yu as a cautionary tale, their trepidation towards the suggestion of splitting up intensified. If you 3 are afraid, you may stick together. I can manage on my own, Ning Bai asserted, confident in his abilities, especially since he had made the acquaintance of a student girl. Even if he were to encounter her, she might not necessarily pose a threat. After all, she owed him money. Furthermore, should they cross paths, he would welcome the encounter, as it meant an abundance of spirits to consume in his ghostly form. Are you prepared? Even if the next person to vanish from the group chat is you. It doesn't matter? Zhang shouting scrutinized Ning Bai, urging him to reconsider. I will keep you updated in the group chat, Ning Bai insisted. While Su Xiaoxiao expressed her concern, do you truly intend to act alone? With Sister Yang around, your safety would be assured. Ning Bai resolutely shook his head. No need. Can I accompany you? Lu Feng's question took the 2 girls by surprise, and even Ning Bai found Lu Feng's choice peculiar. Given the fate of Xiao Yu, why would Lu Feng still wish to stay with him? Although Sister Yang was indeed talented and powerful, with Xiaoxiao as a liability, adding another burden might overwhelm her. Lu Feng's words were blunt, yet the 2 girls were indeed liabilities at present. Hearing Lu Feng's candid remarks, Ning Bai regarded him with newfound respect. While he might not possess formidable strength at this moment, his astute mind was quite impressive. He could swiftly analyze the situation at hand. Though temporarily lacking in power, one could only surmise that as long as he remained alive, he would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Very well, then accompany me, Ning Bai replied. And without further ado, the 4 of them began to explore other areas in pairs. Where shall we go? Lu Feng inquired, trailing closely behind Ning Bai. Are you hungry? Ning Bai's question momentarily caught Lu Feng off guard. Rubbing his stomach, he replied, not particularly. I usually don't eat much. I'll take you to the cafeteria to see if we can find something to eat, Ning Bai suggested. With that, the 2 exited the teaching building, setting off in search of the cafeteria. Ninggu, look. Lu Feng suddenly pointed towards a distant structure emblazoned with the word cafeteria. Without hesitation, they hastened towards it, soon stepping inside. Upon entering, the opulent surroundings left them both momentarily speechless. This cafeteria bore no resemblance to an ordinary one. It was more akin to a grand plaza. Various food stalls lined both sides, offering an array of delectable dishes, even featuring a Western restaurant. Each stall's decor was pristine and inviting, a feast for the eyes. My goodness, is this truly a student cafeteria? Lu Feng exclaimed, appearing like a country bumpkin witnessing sophistication for the first time. Ning Bai's astonishment was no less than Lu Feng's. Braised chicken. Ninggu, let us get braised chicken to go, Lu Feng exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. And there's snail rice noodles. Wow. And hot dry noodles. Lu Feng excitedly flitted between stalls, momentarily at a loss for what to choose. Ultimately, they decided on the braised chicken stall. Hello, we'd like 2 large portions of braised chicken and 6 bowls of rice, Lu Feng ordered, nearly salivating at the thought. The polite server responded, certainly, 2 large portions of braised chicken for 400, plus 6 bowls of rice for 60, totaling 460 yuan. How would you like to pay? The server produced a machine and placed it on the table. This scene left both boys utterly dumbfounded. Do you have any money? Lu Feng asked. All of it was confiscated when we entered the apartment. Do you have a card? Of course not. Ning Bai attempted to hand the server a 100 yuan ghost coin. Surprisingly, the server accepted it without hesitation. Hello, what about the remainder? Is this really possible? Their eyes lit up as they both hurriedly retrieved all their ghost coins to hand over to the server, exclaiming, please bring us 10 more portions of braised chicken. However, the server declined. I'm sorry, each person may only purchase 1 portion of food. Upon hearing this, the 2 boys remained undeterred, each producing 230 ghost coins to pay the server. Even so, they felt quite fortunate. While waiting for their meal, Lu Feng shared this revelation with Yang Shouting and the others. Yang shouting, Sister Yang, you can buy food at the cafeteria with ghost coins. Lu Feng messaged. Really? Just ghost coins? Yang shouting replied. Yes, Ning Gu and I have already tried it. You should come quickly, Lu Feng urged. Wow, it truly works. Xiao Xiao and I are at a rice noodle shop outside. Eating outside is also an option, Lu Feng replied. Indeed, but they informed us that we can only purchase one portion. I had hoped to bring something back for you. We have the same restriction. Could this be a rule of the realm? Lu Feng pondered aloud, then quickly stood and dashed outside. Moments later, he returned, looking dejected as he slumped back into his seat. Sure enough, at the snail rice noodle shop across the street, they told me the same thing. Each person is limited to one portion. It appears to be a common rule. Despite the limitation, Lu Feng remained content. After all, having a meal was better than having none at all. At that moment, steaming braised chicken was served at their table, and they eagerly began to feast. To be honest, the flavor was quite delightful. Though Ning Bai possessed the mother-gathering yin pearl and did not feel hunger, 2 days without food left him uncomfortable with an empty stomach, prompting him to indulge heartily. In contrast to Ning Bai's ravenous consumption, Lu Feng was more cautious, merely finishing a bowl of rice and a few pieces of braised chicken before packaging the remainder for later. Are you full? I have a small appetite. I can save the rest for later. Ning Bai paid little heed to Lu Feng's words, consuming every last morsel of his meal. Once they finished eating, Ning Bai contentedly stretched. However, in that fleeting moment, his gaze caught sight of a charred head in the kitchen, devoid of hair, its glaring white eyes piercingly bright. Is that a fire ghost? Chapter 44. The charred figure. In a fleeting moment, Ning Bai perceived a figure entirely engulfed in flames, its body charred black. Yet, just as he sought to discern more clearly, the figure vanished without a trace. Hastily, Ning Bai rose and moved towards the back, but as he stood, a hand abruptly pushed him aside. Instinctively turning, he was astounded to find that the one who had displaced him was none other than Liang Ru. At that moment, Lu Feng also recognized Liang Ru's presence and swiftly messaged the two girls to report this development. Liang Ru's gaze was fixated on the kitchen, as if she too had glimpsed the shadow of that charred figure. She advanced a few steps, intent on entering the kitchen, only to be obstructed by a server. Classmate, this is the kitchen. You cannot enter, the server stated. Liang Ru pointed towards the kitchen, exclaiming, just now, I saw a person completely charred black. The server, upon hearing Liang Ru's words, seemed unnerved, glancing towards the kitchen before skeptically responding, you must have seen wrong. How could such a figure appear in broad daylight? Don't scare me. I truly saw it. He just slipped into the kitchen. Liang Ru insisted firmly, yet the server dismissed her. Classmate, if you're here to eat, then eat. If not, stop being paranoid. We have work to do. The server's brusque tone left Liang Ru feeling somewhat aggrieved, but she chose not to argue further, casting lingering glances towards the kitchen. Ning Gu, did you see it too? Ning Bai nodded, yet he had no intention of inspecting the kitchen. He had gleaned the information he sought. The fire spirit and Liang Ru were indeed two distinct entities. Most likely, this fire spirit was the stubborn resident who perished during the demolition. This encounter might very well be the catalyst for everything to come. Liang Ru must have harnessed the fire spirit's power to instigate the blaze. But where to go next? Ning Gu, Yang Jie, and the others have responded. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Ning Bai promptly opened the system. Yang shouting, we also have progress here. As we were heading to the CAF, those girls just happened to come out, claiming they would wait at the school gate until Liang Ru appears. This message illuminated Ning Bai's thoughts. If Liang Ru remained inside and did not emerge until nightfall, wouldn't he that provide an opportunity to confront the fire spirit? With this realization, Ning Bai hastened towards Liang Ru's direction. However, as he stepped out of the Huangmin chicken restaurant, the once bustling cafeteria had plunged into darkness. Only a few sound-activated lights flickered sporadically. Ning Gu, our group chat has vanished, Lu Feng remarked, hurriedly trailing behind Ning Bai. At this moment, Ning Bai retrieved the dust from his backpack. Stay close to me, he instructed, slowing his pace and sharpening his focus. According to the previous iterations of the story, the first encounter typically served as a prologue, while the second often escalated into genuine peril. Despite his formidable strength, he remained wary. The faint sounds of girls weeping began to seep into their consciousness as they delved deeper into the cafeteria. Following the sound, they approached a dim storeroom and confirmed the source of the cries. Liang Ru was curled up among a pile of debris, sobbing softly. Dad, I don't want to attend this elite school anymore. I want to return to Sanzhou. Liang Ru appeared to be on the phone, the voice on the other end brimming with rage. Crying again? All you know how to do is cry. I worked tirelessly to put you through school, and this is how you repay me? Dad, I truly can't bear it any longer. They all bully me, and the teachers scold me. I am in so much pain. Why are they bullying you and not others? Don't you know how to build good relationships with them? Pain. How old are you? What hardships have you faced? I work like a dog every day, dealing with my boss's whims, struggling to earn a pittance, and you can't even handle school. But I really can't take it anymore. They bully me every day. Please, let me go back. I'm bullied too. Do you think I earn no money? What about our lives? If they want to bully you, then endure it. Your task is to study hard. Understand? Stop calling me. Don't you know phone bills cost money? Dad, I beg you. If this continues, I really don't want to live anymore. Before Liang Ru could finish, the call was abruptly terminated, indicating that her last words fell on deaf ears. You all don't care about me. You think I'm a burden. Fine. Then I'll show you what death looks like. With a swift motion, a lighter ignited in the darkness, flickering flames dancing to life. Without hesitation, Liang Ru hurled the lighter onto the scattered debris, and in an instant, the flames consumed the surrounding paper and plastic. Ning Bai and Lu Feng, standing outside, witnessed the unfolding scene with clarity. Behind Liang Ru, a figure, charred black, emerged, its face contorted in a gleeful grin. There's a ghost. A ghost. Lu Feng trembled in fear, desperately retreating behind Ning Bai. Holding the dust, Ning Bai observed the scene silently. At that moment, the fire spirit began to dissipate, transforming into tendrils of dense smoke that slithered toward Liang Ru's mouth and nose. Instead of pain, her face illuminated with an unsettling excitement, a smile that sent chills down their spines. In that instant, Liang Ru's gaze locked onto Ning Bai and Lu Feng. Ha ha ha, dead? The ones who should perish are clearly you. Why should I die? You are the ones who deserve to die. With Liang Ru's shriek, the cafeteria erupted into flames, consuming both Ning Bai and Lu Feng in an inferno. The searing heat battered their faces, and thick smoke rapidly gathered overhead. Ninggu, what should we do? Should we run? Lu Feng's face reflected panic, yet he hesitated to flee, turning to Ning Bai for guidance. Run? We need to confront her. Ning Bai extracted a fruit knife from his backpack and handed it to Lu Feng. This statement left Lu Feng bewildered. Confront? Confront her? Yes, you heard me correctly. I command you to confront her, Ning Bai reiterated, waving the knife. Yet, Lu Feng trembled as he accepted the knife, hesitating to advance. I advise you to act swiftly. Otherwise, the blaze will grow fiercer and we won't escape. Then should we just run? Ultimately, Lu Feng faltered in action. Observing Lu Feng's demeanor, Ning Bai sighed deeply. No wonder you are so weak. When faced with the supernatural, mere evasion will only render you more feeble. With that, a surge of purple gas enveloped Ning Bai's form, and a skull mask appeared upon his face. Malevolent Spirit. Unleash. Chapter 45. The Fusion of Mysterious Powers, the Evil Spirit. As Ning Bai transformed into his evil spirit form, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped the atmosphere. Lu Feng gazed at Ning Bai's transformation, his eyes wide with shock and fear. It was no wonder that Ning Bai had always maintained such composure. The terror he exuded was exponentially greater than that of Liang Ru. This description was not an exaggeration. The fear Liang Ru instilled felt akin to a speeding car, whereas Ning Bai's presence was reminiscent of a comet hurtling towards Earth. Under the weight of Ning Bai's terrifying aura, Liang Ru appeared diminutive. Even the flames seemed hesitant to spread upon witnessing him. At that moment, although Ning Bai and Liang Ru stood at the same height, he resembled a colossal deity towering over her. Come here. With a subtle lift of the dust in his hand, Liang Ru was yanked toward Ning Bai, as if ensnared by an enormous hand. In an instant, she sensed a presence of unspeakable horror and struggled to escape. Yet, Ning Bai seized her hair, his skeletal mask opening wide. In one swift motion, Liang Ru's body was severed in half, the lower half collapsing lifelessly to the ground and dissipating into wisps of black mist. Ding! The player has consumed a fire ghost avatar, gaining 200 points of energy, 10 ability points, and acquiring a new mysterious power, arson, by placing a fire seed and infusing it with energy. The seed will ignite. The system detects that the host's mysterious power exceeds the maximum limit. Please choose to fuse or forget any mysterious power. Mysterious power, skeleton evil spirit, purple grade. Upon using this power, transform into an evil spirit and consume other mysterious entities to gain their abilities. Mysterious power, Vengeful Ghost's left hand, white grade, passive ability. Your left hand can directly harm mysterious entities. Mysterious power, Hanged Ghost's long tongue, white grade. Your words are more easily accepted by mysterious entities. Mysterious power, Grievous Spirit's hair, white grade. You are less susceptible to deception by mysterious entities. Mysterious power, Een energy absorption, green grade. Increases Een energy by 2 points per minute. Mysterious power, Fire Seed, white grade. Releases a fire seed at a designated location, which can ignite when infused with Een energy. The maximum number of mysterious powers is 5. Please fuse or forget any mysterious power. The system's notification surprised Ning Bai. It seemed that these powers were not infinitely learnable. However, upon examining his list of abilities, he found them to be rather unimpressive. After some contemplation, he decided to fuse all his powers into Een energy absorption. His skeleton evil spirit was his strongest means, without question. Ding. Fusion successful. Gain new power. Een energy absorption 4, green grade. Absorbs 6 points of Een energy per minute. This power has been enhanced 4 times and requires 6 more enhancements to elevate to blue grade. It appeared that the fusion would not diminish the original power's strength. Thus, he could attempt to enhance his evil spirit powers next time. As he pondered, he checked his level. Level 4, 1042 1200? Almost ready to level up. Observing his nearly full experience bar, Ning Bai made a simple prediction. The Mother Gathering Een Pearl collects about 4 points of Een energy in approximately 1 minute, combined with the current 6 points from Een energy absorption. Thus, if he did nothing, he would gain 600 points of Een energy in an hour. It seemed that in just 15 minutes, his level could rise to 5. Muttering to himself, he glanced at the now utterly dumbfounded Lu Feng. Let us go. Don't you find it cold outside? With this reminder, Lu Feng finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed Ning Bai out. Upon exiting the cafeteria, the night remained pitch black, with numerous fire trucks arriving to combat the blaze. However, this hardly concerned Ning Bai and his companion. As they stepped outside, Ning Bai felt parched. He casually retrieved the green gourd from his waist, intending to quench his thirst. Removing the lid, he poured the mineral water he had previously added into his mouth. The moment he drank, his pupils dilated in surprise. The liquid within the gourd had transformed into an exceptionally sweet and refreshing essence. As the liquid slid down his throat, an invigorating chill spread throughout his body, enveloping him in unprecedented comfort. It seemed this gourd was indeed extraordinary. As he felt the liquid restore his stamina, which had diminished due to his evil spirit form, he realized its immense value. He would need to find an opportunity to identify this treasure. After reattaching the gourd to his waist, Ning Bai led Lu Feng outside the school gates. At this moment, Lu Feng still appeared somewhat shaken, clearly lacking the courage of his companion. Ninggu, how did you become so powerful? Lu Feng finally asked the question that had been on his mind. Ning Bai did not hold back. Part of it is luck, part is a calm mind, but most importantly, it is the courage to venture forth and fight. From the very beginning, you chose to follow the crowd in completing sea-level tasks, leading to persecution by those at the second level. And you were even outdone by Yang shouting. This is because you lacked courage. Just now, I offered you another opportunity to eliminate Liang Ru, yet you hesitated. You possess a clear mind, yet you were too timid. Hearing Ning Bai's words, Lu Feng felt a wave of shame wash over him. Ning Bai was right. He had always been running away, even though he could quickly analyze every situation. He was simply afraid of facing the consequences of failure. All right, this time, I want to run away. Lu Feng gritted his teeth, looking earnestly at Ning Bai, as if to prove himself. Whatever you say, your decision to flee or not has nothing to do with me. I am merely sharing how to grow stronger. How you choose is entirely your own affair. As they spoke, Ning Bai had already exited the school gate. Outside, several shops were brightly lit, remaining open despite being empty inside. Ninggu, what are you planning to do? Ning Bai did not respond directly, instead walking towards a convenience store. Hello, welcome to Simon Eli. What would you like? The shop assistant greeted with a warm smile, and Ning Bai got straight to the point. Do you have any mysterious artifacts or powers? The assistant, seemingly unfazed, nodded and replied, of course. Please follow me. Chapter 46. The Eerie Mall Shopping Indeed. After the previous experience of purchasing food, Ning Bai was inspired to consider whether he could acquire items at the convenience store as well. With little to lose from trial and error, he decided to give it a try. To his surprise, it actually worked. Guided by a female attendant, Ning Bai and Lu Feng were led to a designated section of the supermarket, prominently marked with the words Eerie Mall. Ding. New prompt. Items in the Erie Mall can be purchased using Erie coins, with a fixed limit of 10 purchases per week for any item, while other items in the convenience store are limited to 20 purchases. Sir, the Erie artifacts and Erie energy items are all here, along with various other items for your selection. Once you've made your choices, simply proceed to the front desk to check out. With that, the female attendant returned to the front desk, leaving Ning Bai to browse. Upon observing the plethora of items available, Ning Bai's eyes widened in astonishment. Everything he had or had not seen before was now present, and he felt an overwhelming desire to purchase them all, though he was acutely aware of his financial constraints. Checking his bag, he found a mere 840 Erie coins remaining. Curious about Lu Feng's balance, he turned to him and inquired, "How many Erie coins do you have left?" Without hesitation, Lu Feng opened his bag and replied, "I have just under 2,000 Erie coins left. If you need it, take it." Ning Bai counted the 940 Erie coins and assured him, "I will repay you." With a total of 780 Erie coins now at his disposal, he felt ready to indulge. First, he acquired 2 identification eyes, which he deemed crucial for his current items, including the dust and gourd in his possession. He even felt the need to identify other items back home. Securing 2 was a prudent choice. Next, he purchased a packet of healing powder and a healing potion, which he had been yearning for since Huang Mao had administered the powder to him before. One could never be too careful, so having these on hand was wise. This brought his total expenditure to over 4,000 Erie coins. Additionally, Ning Bai wished to procure a protective talisman. Though his strength was considerable, he recognized that there were always greater forces at play. The most formidable spear might not pierce the toughest shield. Only with ample leeway could one seize countless opportunities to start anew. However, as he approached the talisman, he was taken aback. It was a jade pendant, nearly identical in shape to the 3 jade tokens he had found in his previous quest. Could it be that the items he had previously collected were indeed talismans? Reflecting on this, he rummaged through his pocket, recalling that 2 of the tokens were left in his apartment, with only the smallest one remaining with him, hoping it would prove beneficial. Assessing the prices, he noted that the ordinary talisman was priced at 5,000 Erie coins, while the identification eye was 1,000. What more was there to deliberate? He promptly decided to purchase an identification eye instead. Acquiring 3 identification eyes and 2 healing items totaled 5,000 Erie coins, leaving him with over 700 Erie coins to spend. He contemplated buying some cigarettes, recognizing their value as a hard currency. Upon returning to his apartment, he was confident that the cigarettes would double his investment. Approaching the counter, he inquired about the price of the cigarettes. "They are 100 coins per pack. How many would you like?" Upon hearing this price, Ning Bai felt a pang of regret, recalling that he had a pack of overpriced cigarettes worth 5 times more. That scoundrel Duan Mufeng is truly unscrupulous. "I'll take 2 packs. "Certainly," the female attendant replied, handing him 2 packs of cigarettes. "That will be 7,000 Erie coins." Without hesitation, Ning Bai produced 7,000 Erie coins and handed them over. "Thank you for your patronage. Please come again." As he exited the store, Ning Bai swiftly used the 3 identification eyes. The identification eyes took on a shape resembling an eyeball, yet were composed of a milky white stone, carrying some weight. Upon activation, they transformed into a pool of milky liquid that rapidly seeped into the items. To his astonishment, each item began to radiate with light, accompanied by the system's notification sound. Ding! Identification successful. Ebony dust, blue quality Erie weapon, recommended to pair with Erie techniques duality dust, eternal dust, Wudong Taiji dust, etc. Spirit gourd, green quality spiritual treasure. Placing a pill or liquid inside will enhance its properties by 30 after 30 minutes. Ordinary talisman. This item will absorb 10 of damage upon receiving harm and can withstand up to 7 instances. Rechargeable with a blessing talisman. With the successful use of the identification eyes, Ning Bai felt a surge of power in these items, especially the dust in his hand. It seemed to have grown stronger. As he waved the dust lightly, a thunderous explosion erupted at his feet, the force amplified by his innate talent, the thunder convergence, intertwining with the explosion to significantly enhance its potency. The strength had increased several-fold. Chapter 47. The marvelous use of the Yunshin gourd. Though the ferocity of this attack may not rival his abyss, its power remains formidable. Even if Tsuyu were present, she would likely find it unbearable. Lu Feng, trailing behind Ning Bai, remained perplexed by Ning Bai's actions, lost in a labyrinth of thoughts. Suddenly, as he pondered, Ning Bai raised the floating dust in his hand and gave it a swift flick. Boom! The thunderous explosion truly left Lu Feng dumbfounded. He stared in astonishment at the gaping crater that had inexplicably materialized before him, his shock beyond expression. The force of the blast was akin to that of a detonator. Despite entering the peculiar apartment simultaneously with Ning Bai, a day had passed without any changes for him. In contrast, Ning Bai had transformed himself into a humanoid monster in such a brief span. It had merely been a day. Even Yang Shouting would likely be effortlessly overwhelmed by Ning Bai. No wonder the second-floor denizens were eager to broker deals with him. This man is terrifyingly powerful. In that moment, Lu Feng began to feel grateful for his discerning eye. From the very start, he believed in Ning Bai's strength and resolutely chose to follow him. Now, it appeared that his choice was indeed astute. As he contemplated this, an involuntary glimmer of admiration flickered in Lu Feng's eyes when he looked at Ning Bai. Ning Bai, however, remained oblivious to Lu Feng's gaze, simply sheathing the floating dust at his waist before once again examining the Yunshin gourd. This little gourd was certainly no ordinary item. While others bore names beginning with the character for strange, his Yunshin gourd began with the character for spirit. Moreover, the gourd spoke of all sorts of elixirs. Did it include his healing powder? Having expended considerable energy while brandishing the floating dust, Ning Bai decided to drink the spirit water from the gourd in one go. He then attempted to pour a vial of healing potion from his backpack into it. Yunshin gourd, in use. Healing spirit potion, restores 80 of life force and repairs damage within 1 minute of ingestion. Can be produced after 28 minutes. 80%. What a miraculous elixir. Ning Bai was astounded, and an idea sparked in his mind, a method to exploit Dong Yufeng's resources. Upon returning, I must ensure this fellow yields some treasures for me. It is unbearable that this first-floor player is the only one profiting from the situation. The reason Ning Bai had refrained from using his banquet experience card was that the first-floor players could not handle such an abundance of dishes. With their limited supply of strange coins, they could hardly afford 2,000 strange coins, and serving 108 dishes simultaneously would surely result in waste. Furthermore, Dong Yufeng's presence made it impossible for Ning Bai to directly engage with the seasoned players on the second floor. When dealing with Huang Mao, they shared mutual benefits. However, trading with Dong Yufeng meant squeezing out minimal profit for himself. Thus, Ning Bai had decided to forego using the banquet card for the time being. He resolved to wait until he had grown strong enough to stand on equal footing with Dong Yufeng, or even surpass him, before making his move. The benefits brought by the Yunshin gourd would undoubtedly allow Ning Bai to take a shortcut. So although it was merely a green-quality spiritual treasure, its value was anything but negligible. As for the talisman, there was little to elaborate on, only that it netted him a modest profit of 4,000 strange coins. The 2 packs of cigarettes, of course, would be sold to other players on the first floor. Unlike food, cigarettes do not have a shelf life, and Ning Bai was confident he would have no trouble selling these 2 packs. The cigarettes bore a white box with the words apartment cigarettes inscribed on them. Previously, Ning Bai had smoked a couple from Huang Mao, which were not particularly enjoyable, but in this place, having anything to smoke was already a boon. With that thought, Ning Bai pulled a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips. However, upon searching his pockets, he realized he had no means to light it. Oh no, no fire. The fusion of strange energy was a tad hasty. At this moment, in a different timeline, Yang Shouting and Su Xiaoxiao had already noticed the disappearance of Ning Bai and Lu Feng from the apartment. Su Xiaoxiao was the first to panic. Tingjia. It's over. Lu Feng and 106 have vanished from the group. Could they have perished as well? Hearing Su Xiaoxiao's words, Yang Shouting felt a weight in her heart but refrained from saying much. In this situation, saying more would only increase Su Xiaoxiao's anxiety. Let us hold off on the cafeteria for now. Let us head back to the teaching building first, Yang Shouting suggested as she made her way toward the building. The campus was eerily quiet, with only the sounds of teachers lecturing echoing from within the teaching building. The two made their way to Class 7 of the senior year, knocked on the door, and entered, reporting. The teacher at the podium was the same woman from before, and the students in the classroom remained largely unchanged, except for the absence of Liang Ru. Coming quickly, the teacher did not make things difficult for them as they took a seat at the back of the class. Tomorrow is our school anniversary gala. I'll remind you once more. The anniversary is a showcase of our Yunlan Noble School, and any performances must be flawless. Any issues must be reported to me, and on the day of the anniversary, no one is allowed to take leave. even if you are undergoing surgery. You must be present at school. The teacher's serious demeanor indicated the importance of the anniversary, suggesting that the principal had issued a strict order. But what about Liang Ru? She hasn't attended class for 6 days. Ever since that day Zhang Yaqing invited her to the CAF, Liang Ru has not returned to school. Perhaps she is avoiding being humiliated by Zhang Yaqing again. Haha. Don't be ridiculous. She is busy with her career, securing clients isn't easy. Indeed. She might be busy earning money for her school uniform. Haha. The students did not see Liang Ru's absence as problematic, even speculating about her whereabouts. Noticing the commotion among the students, the female teacher waved her hand to silence them. All right, everyone, stop discussing. Liang Ru has been unilaterally expelled by the principal. She is no longer a student in our class. Now let me share a few more points regarding the anniversary chapter 48. The anniversary celebration, beep. All players are requested to proceed to the school auditorium for the anniversary celebration within 3 minutes. Beep. All players are requested to proceed to the school auditorium for the anniversary celebration within 3 minutes. Beep. All players are requested to proceed to the school auditorium for the anniversary celebration within 3 minutes. As the repetitive alert echoed in his mind, Ning Bai furrowed his brow. Was it time for the anniversary already? He felt a sense of confusion. He distinctly remembered the system indicating that the celebration would commence in 7 days. Although it was unlikely they would remain in the task for the full duration, this still seemed rather abrupt. Ninggu, look behind you. Suddenly, Lu Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Ning Bai turned to follow Lu Feng's gaze, witnessing distant mountains disintegrating into powder at an alarming speed. In mere moments, a mountain peak had vanished entirely. Let us hurry, we can't be late. Lu Feng, clearly anxious, dashed toward the school. Yet, Ning Bai maintained a leisurely pace behind him. There is no rush. We have 3 minutes. The task instance hasn't fully collapsed yet, so as long as we enter within that time frame, we'll be fine. As he spoke, he activated the system. In the group chat, the names of Yang Xiaoding and Su Xiaoxiao reappeared, but Xiaoyu, the first to vanish, had yet to return. Ning Bai typed, Yang Xiaoding. Where are you? Yang Xiaoding replied, You? Why are you back? Su Xiaoxiao added, 106. Are you both all right? You scare me to death. Ning Bai responded, We're fine. Just entered another dimension. It seems you triggered some task that pulled us all back onto the same timeline. Su Xiaoxiao inquired, What about Xiaoyu? Why hasn't he returned? Ning Bai replied, He is probably dead. Yang Xiaoding interjected, All right, enough of that. Let us head to the auditorium. After closing the system, Ning Bai quickened his pace toward the school. The 3 minutes passed swiftly, yet the collapse of the scene seemed to decelerate. The distant mountains crumbled instantaneously, while the nearby buildings took several seconds to collapse. Once inside the school, the collapse area minimized significantly, making the walk nearly indistinguishable from a normal stroll. Finding the auditorium was a breeze, as countless students and teachers were moving in the same direction. Simply following the crowd led them to the venue effortlessly. Yang Jia, Xiao Xiao. Lu Feng exclaimed excitedly as he rushed toward the 2 girls at the entrance of the auditorium. Upon seeing Lu Feng, Su Xiaoxiao unexpectedly ran up to Ning Bai and embraced him. You scared me to death. Where did you 2 disappear to? The sudden display left everyone momentarily stunned, including Ning Bai, who hadn't anticipated such an action from Su Xiaoxiao. As everyone's gaze fell upon her, Su Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed. Oh, I was just worried. I'm relieved to see you're okay. Without hesitation, Lu Feng called her out. Worried about who? I disappeared too. Why didn't you worry about me? Faced with Lu Feng's teasing, Su Xiaoxiao shot him an annoyed glare. Shut up. Ning Bai, unfazed, turned to Yang Xiaoding and asked, How did you trigger the anniversary? Yang Xiaoding candidly recounted the events that unfolded upon entering the classroom. After listening, Ning Bai sighed, feeling a sense of regret. The system had informed him of the existence of the fire demon, and it was certain that there were matters related to it within this instance. Unfortunately, he hadn't yet located the complete scene, and the anniversary had already been prematurely activated. Well, let us go in. The scene is collapsing rapidly now. Noticing Ning Bai's sigh, Yang Xiaoding sensed something amiss. You seem a bit disappointed. Ning Bai replied nonchalantly, Yes. Our current timeline is the scene where Liang Ru was possessed by a dark entity in the cafeteria 7 days ago. There was a battle, and reflecting on it now, it seems Liang Ru perished in that fire. As he spoke, a thought formed in Ning Bai's mind. Liang Ru had mentioned that only when an event reaches a certain stage can a dark entity gain control over itself. Did she possess that ability now? Welcome, esteemed leaders. We appreciate your presence for the inspection. As the four entered the auditorium, several middle-aged teachers, likely school officials, greeted them warmly. It seemed their identities had shifted from students to leaders. You are the principal? Ning Bai quickly inquired. Yes, I am Zhou Zhongyi, the principal. How may I assist you? The man, identified as Principal Zhou, asked with a smile. Ning Bai, with a slight smirk, suddenly posed a serious question. Have you ever killed anyone? Principal Zhou appeared taken aback by the inquiry, scratching his head in confusion. What do you mean, leader? I don't quite understand. Ning Bai remained silent. Continuing to press. I heard there was a fire incident during the school's demolition. Are you aware of it? The principal shook his head earnestly. I truly have no knowledge of that. I am merely the principal. You might want to inquire with the contractor. Oh, are you certain? Ning Bai scrutinized the principal's eyes, his expression grave. I don't know. Haha. Why are you so tense, Principal Zhou? Relax, it was just a joke. Ning Bai suddenly burst into laughter, patting the principal on the shoulder. Leader, please refrain from making such jokes. They are not amusing. Principal Zhou's tone grew noticeably less cordial. Unperturbed, Ning Bai waved his hand dismissively and proceeded deeper into the auditorium. Inside, the venue was packed, but fortunately, for seats were reserved for them at the front of the stage. Ning Bai took the central seat without hesitation, with Su Xiaoxiao and Lu Feng sitting on either side. Su Xiaoxiao leaned closer to Ning Bai and asked, 106, what shall we do next? I have a name. I am Ning Bai. All right, 106, what's next? Next, we simply sit here and enjoy the show, after which a fire will erupt and claim everyone's lives. Chapter 49 The Rose Without Thorns. Then why are we here? Upon hearing Ning Bai's words, Su Xiaoxiao displayed a hint of panic, but after a moment of reflection, she realized her question seemed rather foolish. The collapsing scene behind them left them no choice but to proceed. What should we do next? Yang Xiaoting, seated beside Su Xiaoxiao, also found herself at a loss and began to solicit Ning Bai's opinion. Ning Bai shrugged in uncertainty. I don't know either. Perhaps there are other passages here. Or we may need to avoid the fire and wait for it to subside before we can leave. Surely, there must be a way to escape, for now. We can only take it one step at a time. As they conversed, Ning Bai casually called out to a teacher passing by, Excuse me, could you please tell us how many exits there are in this hall? The teacher, initially preoccupied, lost his impatience upon realizing he was addressing a leader. Our conference hall has a total of 6 doors. The 2 main doors you entered through are the primary entrances. There are also 2 side doors, though they are usually kept closed. To your left is the dressing room where students prepare for performances, and finally, there is the emergency exit, which is mostly open. Furthermore, fire safety facilities are inspected and replaced annually. We ensure that the basics are well managed to guarantee the safety of our students and teachers during classes. The teacher went on to extol the virtues of their school, and Ning Bai had no choice but to endure the monologue politely. Fortunately, the teacher had little time and departed quickly to prepare for the performance. Without acquiring any useful information, the 3 of them grew increasingly restless. Conversely, Ning Bai remained composed. Rather than scanning the room, he began to observe the performance on stage. The festivities commenced with the school anniversary's opening ceremony. Following a group song by the teachers and school leaders, after which Principal Zhou Zhongyi took to the stage to deliver the opening speech. Even at a prestigious institution, the speech remained predictably mundane. Subsequently, the anniversary celebration officially began, with each class presenting their respective acts. Some performed skits, others delivered comic dialogues, and many elegantly dressed female students showcased their dance talents, creating a lively atmosphere. However, Yang Xiaoting found it difficult to concentrate on the performance. She poked Ning Bai, who was engrossed in the show, and asked, Are we just going to sit here? What? Can't you wait any longer? Ning Bai's gaze remained fixed on the stage, exacerbating Yang Xiaoting's anxiety. Think of a way out. Suddenly, Ning Bai broke into a smile and proclaimed, We won't have to wait much longer. As soon as he spoke, a student host on stage addressed the audience. Let us extend our gratitude to Cheng Yiming from Class 6 for his splendid performance. Next, we invite Liang Ru from Class 7 to present the song Rose Boy. Let us give her a round of applause. At this announcement, the students from Class 7 exchanged puzzled glances. Who? Liang Ru? When did she sign up? Yeah, she wasn't even seen during the choir performance. Teacher, when did Liang Ru arrive? Why is she singing at the anniversary? The teacher, equally bewildered, hurried towards the principal. Principal, what is going on? Liang Ru has already withdrawn from school. Why is her act still included in the program? Principal Zhou was momentarily taken aback. He distinctly remembered Liang Ru, the only student who couldn't afford the school uniform. What is going on? With so many leaders present and the MV being recorded, you bring up such a mess? Hurry and find a student who can sing this song. Make sure nothing goes awry. He gestured emphatically for the teacher to take action. Just then, the accompaniment began to play, and Zhou Zhongyi instinctively turned his gaze to the stage. Upon seeing Liang Ru, he was filled with rage. What is she doing? Which school's uniform is she wearing? Liang Ru, who had vanished for a week, unexpectedly appeared on stage, clad in her oversized blue uniform, patched and tattered. Despite her disheveled appearance, a radiant smile illuminated her face. At that moment, she shone like the sun, dispelling the gloom enveloping the entire auditorium. Go for it. Ning Bai shouted encouragement to Liang Ru, who smiled back and nodded at him. Are you out of your mind? Get out of here. Yang shouting could hardly believe that Ning Bai, in such a moment, remained glued to his seat, engrossed in the performance. So, we are here on a mission while you are simply enjoying life, is that it? She decided to ignore him and swiftly flipped the table, racing towards several exits. Watching Yang shouting flee, Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly crawled out from under the table, calling after her, shouting, "Wait for me." Lu Feng glanced at Ning Bai, then at the already distant Yang shouting, ultimately deciding against waiting with Ning Bai for an uncertain fate. Who confines whose soul within whose body, transforming one's form into a prison of self-imprisonment. At that moment, Liang Ru's voice floated through the microphone, reaching every ear in the audience. The students below began to murmur among themselves. Isn't that the girl from class 7 who serves drinks? I have her photo. As if anyone is innocent. The school chat groups are buzzing about it. I heard she works as a princess at Huey Kate TV, serving drinks. No wonder she sings so well. She is a professional. It's hilarious that someone like her can perform at the anniversary. She is just ambitious, and I heard she was kept by a boss for 2 or 3 months. But she didn't behave and ended up with some young man who infected her with something. Now that boss doesn't want her anymore. Pretty women are all like that. It's pathetic. Surrounded by students pointing and gossiping about Liang Ru, Principal Zhou was engulfed in humiliation. Get her down. Stop singing. He bellowed, rushing onto the stage in an attempt to pull Liang Ru off. But just then, flames erupted around the stage, engulfing the entire area in fire. Undeterred by the chaos, Liang Ru maintained her sunny smile, her voice tinged with a sense of injustice. In times of turmoil, whispers abound. What beauty invites jealousy? You are not guilty. The world is the true culprit. Chapter 50. Thus, it has become art. A fire has ignited. Quickly, fetch the fire extinguisher. Call 199. Upon witnessing the flames erupt, the school leaders panicked and sprang into action. In stark contrast, the students remained transfixed, watching Liang Ru continue her performance on stage. Wow, how spectacular. The fire creates such an ambience. One remarked. Liang Ru is actually quite beautiful, though her outfit isn't very fitting. I doubt this was rehearsed. It seems rather appropriate, doesn't it? The students exhibited no sense of urgency, still absorbed in Liang Ru's singing. Among them, Ning Bai remained unfazed in the front row. As the song approached its climax, 2 enormous stage curtains, towering 5 meters high behind Liang Ru, were suddenly engulfed in flames, igniting the entire performance hall with fervor. The students, feeling the searing heat, were swept away by the onslaught of scorching air and smoke, hastily attempting to flee. At this moment, they finally sensed something was amiss. However, escaping now seemed utterly impossible. Thousands of individuals surged toward the limited exits, initially maintaining a semblance of order. Yet, as they reached the exits, flames erupted, igniting the doors and turning the handles into molten metal. In an instant, a reckless boy, believing the flames were still manageable, dashed into the inferno, attempting to force the door open with his bare hands. Unbeknownst to him, the door had been locked, and upon contact, his flesh became seared to the handle. The agonizing pain sent him collapsing into the flames, wailing in despair until the fire consumed him entirely. Meanwhile, a physical education teacher had somehow procured a steel pipe and shouted to the students, "Stand back. Let me handle this." His presence restored a measure of calm to the frenzied crowd. However, as he charged into the blaze and swung the steel pipe at the door with all his might, the glass door rebuffed his effort, sending shockwaves through his hands. The pain in his palms paled in comparison to the inferno licking at his clothing, igniting the edges. Driven by agony, he raised the pipe once more, striking the door again. The sound echoed loudly, yet only a minor scratch appeared on the glass. "Open, damn it!" he cried, the flames scorching him mercilessly. Yet, the door remained unyielding, and the steel pipe twisted under the impact. Despair washed over him, and he abandoned his efforts, fleeing the flames. Outside, chaos reigned as students, terrified by the sight of a burning figure, panicked and rushed back into the performance hall. The fleeting order that had briefly existed vanished entirely. Every rose has its thorns. The most exquisite revenge is beauty, and the most splendid bloom is a counterattack. Do not let anyone change you. Whether you are you or she, there will be those who love you wholeheartedly. At this moment, the song reached its zenith, and Liang Ru sang with all her might, the screams of the audience seemingly cheering her on. Flames danced in rhythm with her voice, as one by one. The wicked were cleansed of their sins in the fire. Thus, it became art. Cough. Sister shouting. It hurts so much. Are we going to die here? Su Xiaoxiao cried. Her leg scorched by a burning object, the skin charred away, and pus began to form. Yang shouting, aiding both Su Xiaoxiao and Lu Feng, searched desperately for an escape. This isn't working. Where's the exit? Armed with the frost blade, Yang shouting swung at the surrounding flames. The only means to combat the fire lay in her hands. Nothing else, be it extinguishers or water, posed any threat. Yet, the power of the frost blade was limited, and as the flames continued to rise, Yang shouting felt a profound sense of helplessness. Her strength waned, while the thick smoke enveloped the hall, both people and flames vying for oxygen. Ouch! My foot! Lu Feng suddenly exclaimed, realizing his shoe had melted from the heat. If this continues, we won't be able to move at all. Frostblade strike. Sensing the dire situation, Yang shouting resolved to make a final effort. She unleashed a powerful gust of icy energy towards the door, instantly dropping the surrounding temperature to freezing levels. A sharp crack echoed, invigorating the trio. Glass. The glass is shattered. It's the principle of thermal expansion. We are saved. Lu Feng and Su Xiaoxiao rushed towards the broken glass door, desperately attempting to break through to safety. Yet, their efforts proved futile. This was not the correct escape route. And even if they managed to break free, they could not return to the dormitory. Defeated, Lu Feng slumped to the ground. Yet the residual chill from the frost blade brought him an unexpected comfort. As he felt around the ground, his hand unexpectedly fell through a piece of debris. What? There's a hole here. Lu Feng exclaimed, drawing the attention of the two girls. Could this be the exit? Su Xiaoxiao hurried over, confirming the existence of the opening. Yang shouting, having expended her energy, felt utterly drained, and the frost blade dissipated into delicate snowflakes. It was clear that she could not break open this larger hole alone. Xiaoxiao, let us work together to widen it. Lu Feng urged, stepping forcefully upon the small opening, while Su Xiaoxiao tried to assist, though her strength was insufficient. Wait, I'll find a tool. Chapter 51. The performance concludes. The slaughter commences. Lu Feng incessantly stomped on the ground, yet to little avail. As the temperature of the frost sword energy was gradually devoured by the flames, the heat waves left him in a state of desperation. Use this. Suddenly, Su Xiaoxiao hurried back, brandishing a ram's horn hammer she had miraculously acquired. However, her clothing bore a large gash, and her skin was marred by a sizable burn. The sight of the hammer ignited a spark of excitement in Lu Feng. He seized it and struck the ground with fervor. Bang, bang, bang. With the hammer's aid, their pace noticeably quickened. The cement floor began to crack rapidly, and soon, a substantial opening emerged. Quick, help Sister Yang inside. Lu Feng was oblivious to the depth of the hole. All they knew was that lingering outside would surely lead to their incineration. Su Xiaoxiao, gritting her teeth against the pain, assisted the unsteady Yang shouting into the opening. Fortunately, the hole was not too deep, leaving half of Yang shouting's body still outside. Unable to endure the heat any longer, Su Xiaoxiao and Lu Feng swiftly followed suit. Upon entering the small cavity, a refreshing chill enveloped them. Lu Feng could not suppress a genuine exclamation of delight. What a relief! The trio crouched in the small space, panting heavily. The sensation of having escaped death prompting Lu Feng to burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha! I'm alive! I'm alive! In stark contrast to the chaotic escape of the three, Ning Bai remained seated, the sole audience till Yang Ru's performance. Your silent accusations conveyed profound truths, awakening countless sincere hearts. As the song neared its conclusion, the surrounding cries of agony grew increasingly faint. Countless souls lay charred and lifeless. Yet many more succumbed to the choking smoke that engulfed the air. Remarkably, it seemed as though all of this was inconsequential to Ning Bai. The flames appeared unwilling to encroach upon his vicinity. Even the chairs once occupied by Su Xiaoxiao and Lu Feng stood unscathed nearby. Clearly, this was Liang Ru's protection for Ning Bai. Not only did the flames refrain from touching him, but even the smoke and heat waves did not assail him, as if an invisible shield enveloped him. Finally, the last note faded away. The auditorium was devoid of any surviving students or teachers, the screams extinguished. Only the furious roar of the flames lingered, still yearning for Liang Ru's melody. Marvelous. Absolutely splendid. Ning Bai applauded enthusiastically. Having borne witness to Liang Ru's experiences, he could deeply empathize with her emotions. Unlike Cui Yu, who crumbled under psychological torment, she had awakened through the weight of humanity's malevolence. Ning Bai rose and approached Cui Yu on stage. Disregard others' definitions. There will be those who love you sincerely. Liang Ru descended from the stage, producing 1,000 strange coins from her pocket and handing them to Ning Bai. Here, this is the strange currency I borrowed from you. Observing the coins in Liang Ru's hand, Ning Bai accepted them without hesitation, inquiring, "Did you kill that man?" Liang Ru waved her hand dismissively. "It was merely a matter of convenience. Now it's up to your prowess." She gestured towards the thousands of classmates who had perished in the flames. To their astonishment, these individuals began to rise one by one. Their appearances mirrored that of the fiery specter witnessed in the cafeteria. "Oh, is this what you meant by 1,000 strange beings?" Liang Ru nodded. "Indeed, in 5 minutes, the fire brigade will breach the entrance, and they will all vanish. How many you can eliminate depends on you." Upon hearing Liang Ru's prediction, Ning Bai grinned. "Is it truly wise for you to favor me so?" Liang Ru replied with a huff. "I am willing." "All right then, let us see how I perform." With that, Ning Bai drew the floating dust from his waist, the purple light reappearing as he donned the skull mask once more. "Break!" Ning Bai raised his hand and flung it towards a distant fiery specter. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, lightning entwined with a force shooting forth from the floating dust like a bolt. Boom! In an instant, that fiery entity was obliterated into a cloud of ash. Ning Bai's mask opened, and the ashes were entirely absorbed into his being. Ding! Devoured 1 fire specter. Gained 50 points of Yin energy, 1 ability point, new strange power, fire seed, white ordinary. Current level, 5,240,1600. Is this all I receive? Glancing at the meager Yin energy and ability points acquired, Ning Bai felt a twinge of insult. This paltry amount was less than what he had expended in physical energy. Such an attack could only be unleashed 30 times in succession before his stamina would falter. Faced with the thousands of fiery specters within the auditorium, continuously employing such an attack would surely lead to his demise. Clearly, he needed to conserve his energy. With a thought, Ning Bai flung the floating dust once more, and a clap of thunder resonated as another fiery specter was struck down by his lightning. Although this time it did not annihilate the ghostly remains as before, the electric surge seemed remarkably effective against these strange entities. The sparks flickered upon the specter, which appeared to lose its strength and collapsed, its form disintegrating into ash and absorbed by Ning Bai's skull mask. Ding! Devoured 1 fire specter, gained 50 points of Yin energy, 1 ability point. Strange power, fire seed enhanced 1, current level, 5,291,1600. Oh, it can automatically enhance. How intriguing. At that moment, the surrounding fire specters began to awaken one after another. Despite their varied forms, all had been scorched into charcoal, exhibiting little distinction. In an instant, numerous fire specters charged toward Ning Bai with terrifying shrieks. Swiftly, he wielded the floating dust, sending forth several arcs of lightning towards the advancing specters. However, due to his lack of precision and the overwhelming number of targets, only one struck true, while another inadvertently hit a different unfortunate specter. Ding! Devoured 2 fire specters. Gained 100 points of Yin energy, 2 ability points, strange power, fire seed enhanced 3, current level, 5,393,1600. Due to Ning Bai's miscalculation, 3 fire specters had now closed in on him. They roared as they lunged forward, their bodies igniting with crimson energy. Instinctively, Ning Bai stepped back, striking the 2 approaching specters with the floating dust. With extraordinary physical prowess, his strikes produced a series of piercing sounds. The specters were flung to the ground, their bodies twisting grotesquely as bones shattered, their heads crashing against the floor, creating fissures. The remnants then transformed into dark ashes, swirling into Ning Bai's form. Yet, the 3rd specter, now fully charged, approached Ning Bai. Before he could react, A horrifying explosion erupted around him. Boom. Ding. The protective talisman has absorbed 1 instance of damage for the host. Current uses remaining. 6. Chapter 52. The Cosplay Expert. Beep. Devoured 2 fire spirits. Gained 100 energy points, 2 ability points, esoteric power, fire seed enhancement 5. Current level 5495160. As the system's notification echoed, a wave of scorching heat surged forth. Ning Bai's left side was violently propelled by a terrifying explosion, the searing pain causing him to grimace in agony. Good heavens, that hurt. Even with a protective talisman shielding him from harm, flames were no trifling matter. Thankfully, the skull mask on his face mitigated some damage, but his body still suffered severe burns from the blast. Had his face been charred, he could scarcely fathom the pain it would have inflicted. Cosplaying as a Minecraft creeper, Ning Bai's expression turned serious as he assessed the situation. His gaze swiftly locked onto several approaching fire spirits, and with a flick of his hand, he summoned his floating dust. This time, however, he slowed his tempo considerably, confirming his targets before unleashing a bolt of lightning. Zap! 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 3 arcs of electricity raced towards the fire spirits, striking true without exception. Beep. Devoured 3 fire spirits. Gained 150 energy points, 3 ability points. Esoteric power, fire seed enhancement 8. Current level 5646160. Though he effortlessly dispatched 3 fire spirits, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, and the elimination of those 3 had little impact. Countless fire spirits continued to advance. Swiftly, Ning Bai leaped onto the stage and turned abruptly, bellowing, "Electrify!" With a flourish, he cosplayed as a powerful politician, unleashing a terrifying, spherical bolt of lightning that detonated among the fire spirits behind him. The explosion thundered through the air, obliterating 5 fire spirits in an instant. Beep. Devoured 5 fire spirits. Gained 250 energy points, 5 ability points, esoteric power, fire seed enhancement 18. Beep. Esoteric power fire seed has reached maximum enhancement value of 10 points, automatically upgraded to high-quality green esoteric power. Fire attack. All of the host's attacks are imbued with flame damage, capable of generating flames within a 3-meter radius at will, with 8 enhancements remaining. Current level 5900160. The esoteric power has leveled up. Ning Bai's focus wavered momentarily, but 3 more fire spirits had already surged onto the stage. Realizing the urgency, he dismissed any distractions. His right hand deftly swung the floating dust, dispatching the fire spirits scaling the stage, while his left hand retrieved his self-brewed blood potion from the Rui bottle. Unfortunately, the potion had not fully transformed yet, falling short of its optimal state. But it would suffice for now. As Ning Bai cosplayed as a destined hero, more fire spirits began to swarm onto the stage, easily numbering over a dozen. Singular attacks were futile, and area damage was impractical due to their scattered positions. The giant screen at the back completely blocked his escape route. Thus, he resolved to perform a failed mana cosplay once more. With a swift flick of his floating dust towards the sky, a white dust tail erupted, soaring toward the hanging lantern above. With a powerful leap, aided by the dust, Ning Bai traced a perfect arc through the air, landing behind the throngs of fire spirits. He then unleashed a flurry of strikes with his floating dust, decimating large swathes of the fire spirits. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals in the underground cavity were facing their own dire predicament. Initially, the fire spirits had not sought them out immediately. However, once awakened, many of the fire spirits found their way to the hidden trio. What the hell? Lu Feng, the last to enter the cave, was closest to the fire spirits. He sensed something was amiss, but it was too late. Fiery red auras began to ignite on the fire spirits. Instinctively, Lu Feng turned to shield the 2 girls. Boom. A deafening explosion obliterated the cave entrance. The trio was violently thrown by the shockwave, bloodied and battered. Lu Feng, in particular, found his clothing torn to shreds, his skin charred and raw. Yang Xiaoting, already in a weakened state, fainted from the blast, lying motionless on the ground. Su Xiaoxiao, being smaller in stature and shielded somewhat by Lu Feng, suffered the least harm, though she still experienced severe dizziness. Even so, her injuries were far from trivial. The force of the explosion left her disoriented, with multiple burns marring her skin and half of her hair singed away, exposing raw flesh. As she slowly regained her senses, a fiery apparition loomed before her. Shaking her head to clear her mind, She glanced over to see Lu Feng, his body a mangled mess, engulfed in flames. No, please. No. Su Xiaoxiao frantically beat at the flames consuming Lu Feng. Lu Feng, who had almost succumbed to unconsciousness, was jolted awake by the searing pain. The sensation surged through his mind like a tidal wave, compelling him to writhe and struggle, though Su Xiaoxiao held him down. Stay still. Let me help you put out the fire. Bearing the agony, Lu Feng endured as Su Xiaoxiao fought the flames, the pain pushing him to his limits. Fortunately, the flames were not overwhelming, and soon they were extinguished. With great effort, Lu Feng rose to his feet. The cave entrance now completely collapsed. He peered outside, and the sight froze him in place. It's over. All of our classmates have turned into those charred monstrosities. We're doomed. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao emerged from the cave, her eyes widening in despair as she beheld the theater filled with creatures. Could it be that we are truly destined to die here? As the two stared hopelessly at the carnage, two fire spirits noticed them and shrieked, charging towards the trio. Su Xiaoxiao, terrified, collapsed onto the ground. No, I don't want to die. Lu Feng, equally despondent, recalled the devastation wrought by a single fire spirit moments ago, and now two more were closing in. Was this truly how it would end? He refused to accept it. Yet, in this dire moment, a thought flashed through Lu Feng's mind. Ning Bai's words echoed. You possess a clear mind, but you are too timid. You are not even as brave as Yang shouting. You must summon the courage to fight. With that, Lu Feng crouched down, gripping his hammer tightly, and roared to bolster his resolve. We're all going to die, and I'm still hesitating. Everyone perish. Chapter 53. Infernal Fire and Lightning Whip. With a furious roar, Lu Feng brandished his hammer and charged toward the two fire demons. As he closed the distance, the demons began to glow a menacing red, seemingly on the verge of exploding. With a powerful kick, Lu Feng sent one demon flying, then swung his hammer down with tremendous force onto the other. A resounding crash echoed as the kicked demon detonated upon impact with the ground. Fortunately, the distance created by Lu Feng's kick shielded him from the blast's fury. To his astonishment, the demon struck by his hammer, despite its glowing form, did not explode upon the shattering of its skull. Even more surprising was the fact that Lu Feng leveled up for defeating this eerie creature. In that moment, dark energy surged into his body, and his previously battered back began to heal rapidly. Staring in disbelief at his left hand, Lu Feng could hardly fathom the realization that he was capable of vanquishing such malevolent entities. Despite the whirlwind of emotions, he understood that he could not afford to falter. Many more fire demons remained unchallenged, and Su Xiaoxiao and Yang shouting still required his protection. Renewed with confidence, Lu Feng gripped his goat horn hammer and boldly faced the oncoming demons. Since evasion was no solution to the problem, he resolved to tear apart every obstacle with his own hands. Notification: consumed 48 fire demons, gained 2,400 points of dark energy, 48 special ability points, and fire attack enhancement 56. Current level: 5-2, 58 2000. After a frenzy of slaying, Ning Bai's level surged by 2, though he felt his stamina dwindle significantly. Damn, these creatures are exceedingly difficult to kill. I feel as if I've slain countless entities, yet there seems to be no visible progress. The pressure began to mount as he faced the onslaught of thousands of malevolent beings. 5 minutes felt unbearably prolonged. Drawing forth the medicinal gourd, he took a sip and wielded his floating dust with fervor. Following rigorous training, he could now unleash 3 precise bolts of lightning per second with absolute accuracy. However, even at this astounding rate, he could not halt the relentless tide of fire demons surging toward him. Their presence became increasingly vexatious, as his ordinary lightning strikes proved insufficient to impede their advance. Conversely, utilizing the explosive damage of the floating dust drained his stamina excessively. The theater's terrain had become utterly desolate, with most objects reduced to ashes, and even the metal seats melted into pools of molten iron. There was scarcely any suitable ground to maneuver. After propelling himself to a safer position, Ning Bai began to contemplate his strategy against the swarm of demons. Forcing himself to remain calm, he analyzed the current situation. The spirit form's fixed consumption was significant. The floating dust possessed immense power, delivering full damage, while also excelling in range combat. Yet, its weaknesses were glaringly apparent against such a multitude of foes. Its ability to eliminate targets quickly was severely lacking, and the consumption of energy was evident. In close combat, the dust would momentarily bind the opposing entity, albeit briefly, thereby diminishing his attack speed and efficacy in melee confrontations. With this insight, Ning Bai promptly stored the floating dust in the system space and retrieved his purple-quality ghostly weapon. Abyss, it is time for you to shine. He gazed at the advancing horde of fire demons as he unsheathed the abyss with fervor, unleashing a blade of energy that cleaved through the air, accompanied by a crackle of lightning. Slicing through the demons, a cacophony of severed bodies echoed forth. The blade's power carved a gaping void in the ranks of the fire demons, demonstrating its formidable might and evident effectiveness. However, such potency came at a steep cost to Ning Bai's stamina. As he swung the blade, darkness clouded his vision, nearly causing him to collapse. Fortunately, he quickly sipped from the gourd, replenishing his energy. Otherwise, he would have met his end amidst the encroaching demons. Meanwhile, an exhilarating notification rang in his ears. Notification: consumed 58 fire demons, gained 2,900 points of dark energy, 58 special ability points, and fire attack enhancement 114. Current level, 71-985-2300. Notification: fire attack enhancement has reached maximum value of 100 points, automatically upgraded to blue level Eerie ability, Infernal Fire Sea. Infernal Fire Sea generates a 10-meter diameter field centered on the player, enhancing attack speed and power by 20 points. While allies' attacks inflict a burning effect that can stack up to 100 layers, each providing a 5-second burn effect. Enemy units within the field experience a 10-point decrease in movement speed, with an additional layer of burning effect added each second. Experience from the Spirit Thunder Pact has met upgrade conditions. Congratulations. Host has unlocked a new eerie trick. Lightning Whip generates a whip of lightning to strike targets swiftly. Splendid. Another 2 abilities unlocked. Ning Bai felt a surge of excitement, especially regarding the Infernal Fire Sea. It was not only an area of effect, but also provided beneficial buffs, perfectly suited for his current needs. Without hesitation, he activated the Infernal Fire Sea, enveloping himself in a wave of searing heat. The fire demons within a 5-meter radius faltered, sparks igniting on their bodies. Come on. What are you waiting for? Sensing his newfound strength, Ning Bai enthusiastically began wielding the abyss. Lacking formal training in swordsmanship, his strikes were largely erratic. Yet, the abyss was astoundingly sharp, gliding effortlessly through the bodies of the demons, offering little resistance. Despite his inexperience, his formidable physique allowed him to strike at an astonishing rate of 3 blows per second. This extraordinary speed translated into a staggering efficiency. In just 8 seconds, he dispatched 42 fire demons. This efficiency surpassed even that of the floating dust by more than double. Chapter 54. The original soup transforms the original food. Bang, bang, bang. Upon discovering a method to combat the fire spirits, Lu Feng's courage surged forth. At this moment, Lu Feng wielded a hammer, relentlessly swinging it at the scattered fire spirits. These creatures possessed remarkably feeble defenses, allowing Lu Feng to topple them with minimal effort. Observing Lu Feng's valiant actions against the fire spirits, Su Xiaoxiao inexplicably felt a surge of bravery. Sister Shouting had always protected them. Now it was their turn to shield her. With that, she seized a fragment of stone and dashed out to assist Lu Feng in vanquishing the fire spirits. Although Ning Bai had drawn away the majority of the fire spirits, only a few stragglers remained within their reach. Yet, they proved to be no easy adversaries, and the duo found themselves overwhelmed, albeit managing to avoid any major mishaps. They swiftly dealt with those they could, while evading the remaining threats to avoid direct confrontation with the impending explosions. Fortunately, the terrain surrounding them was advantageous, with a load-bearing wall providing shelter. Utilizing this wall, they narrowly evaded several explosions. Despite their apparent chaos, they maintained a semblance of order, avoiding any catastrophic errors. Su Xiaoxiao, filled with a sense of pride, exclaimed, "These foolish spirits are not as difficult to handle as I thought. Soon, we shall defeat them all." However, in her moment of triumph, she failed to notice a fire spirit targeting the slumbering Yang Shouting in the pit. It disregarded the carnage wrought by Ning Bai and the duo of Lu Feng and Su Xiaoxiao, opting instead for a stealthy approach. As the fire spirit approached the pit, it radiated a menacing red glow, unnoticed by Su Xiaoxiao, who was still engaged with 4 other fire spirits. Panic seized Lu Feng as he shouted, "No! A spirit is heading for Sister Shouting." He attempted to rush towards the fire spirit, but his position rendered him incapable of intervening. Even a direct sprint would result in him being incinerated by the glowing menace. Yet, Su Xiaoxiao was only 3 steps away, in a moment of desperation. She could potentially save the day. "Do not touch, sister," shouting, with Lu Feng's warning ringing in her ears. Su Xiaoxiao hurled the stone in her hand towards the encroaching fire spirit. Alas, fate was unkind. Her throw missed its mark. The fire spirit's crimson glow intensified, signaling an imminent explosion. In that instant, Su Xiaoxiao made a split-second decision, sprinting towards the fire spirit with all her might. With her slender arms fueled by an overwhelming force, she charged at the fire spirit, shouting fiercely, "No!" With a powerful shove, she sent the fire spirit careening away from the pit. Yet, in that same heartbeat, the countdown to the fire spirit's explosion reached its end. Boom! The deafening explosion hurled Su Xiaoxiao's frail form backward. "No!" Lu Feng's anguished cry echoed as he witnessed Su Xiaoxiao being blasted away. He yearned to rush to her aid, but the 4 fire spirits pursuing her ignited in a blaze of crimson light. "Xiaoxiao, run! Hurry!" Lu Feng screamed desperately. Yet, Su Xiaoxiao, dazed from the explosion, struggled to regain her senses amidst the ringing in her ears. By the time she composed herself, 4 glowing spirits surrounded her, illuminating her figure in a brilliant display. "Haha, I told you I could protect others, and I've done it." In her final moments before death, Su Xiaoxiao exhibited an unexpected calmness, even managing a serene smile. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 4 consecutive explosions reverberated through the air. Lu Feng could only watch helplessly as the flames consumed Su Xiaoxiao's body. In that fleeting moment, she resembled an angel descended from the heavens, pure and beautiful. Notification: devoured 76 fire spirits, gained 3,800 points of Yin energy, 76 ability points, and 90 points for the ability Hellfire Enhancement. Current level 10, 38, 3000. Physical fitness 58. Ability 213. After a straightforward yet brutal bout of slaughter, Ning Bai had slain a total of 200 fire spirits, showcasing an astonishing efficiency in his extermination efforts. His speed exceeded that of the floating dust by a factor of 2. However, he faced a singular, overwhelming issue: excessive physical exhaustion. Despite Ning Bai's attempts to conserve energy, retracting his sword aura and the powers of the infernal thunder, the consumption rate of his exceptional weapon was unlike anything he had experienced before, resembling a ravenous demon that relentlessly drained his strength. He found himself continuously consuming healing potions during the battle. The contents of his small gourd quickly depleted, leaving Ning Bai with only 9 healing potions remaining. Yet, the restorative effects of these potions could not keep pace with the rate at which he was exhausting his energy. One by one, he downed the potions until they were all gone. "Damn it, is that all there is? I just squandered 1,000 eerie coins." Ning Bai cursed under his breath, contemplating alternative strategies. Over 3 minutes had passed since the onset of the 5-minute timer, and his tally of defeated fire spirits was less than 1/10 of the required number. Time was of the essence, despite his relentless efforts. The sheer magnitude of the task was daunting. However, this mission was not solely about exterminating the spirits, it was fundamentally about survival. Regrettably, he lamented the absence of a potent area of effect skill. Otherwise, wait a moment, aren't these spirits essentially area of effect damage? A spark of inspiration ignited in Ning Bai's mind. With a swift thought, he sheathed his abyssal blade and deactivated the hellfire. Then, he charged forward, barehanded, seizing a fire spirit by its throat and hoisting it aloft. The fire spirit, momentarily bewildered by Ning Bai's actions, erupted into a fiery blaze. Observing the intensity of its fiery aura, Ning Bai hurled it into the throng of fire spirits. Boom! An explosion erupted amidst the cluster of spirits, transforming the fallen spirits into dark, shadowy energy that swirled towards Ning Bai's mask. Remarkable. Notification: devoured 4 fire spirits, gained 200 points of Yin energy for ability points, and 94 points for the ability Hellfire Enhancement. Current level 10, 240, 3000. Incredible. The original soup transforms the original food. Self-sustaining? Or perhaps destructive? Chapter 55. Countdown to the instance, earning thousands of experience points. Boom, boom, boom. Ning Bai discovered a new method of eliminating enemies, and he was instantly filled with exhilaration. Whenever a fire ghost approached, emanating a crimson glow, Ning Bai would seize it by the neck and hurl it away. These charred corpses were primarily former classmates, each weighing around 100 pounds, with the occasional 200-pound plump individual. However, at this moment, Ning Bai's physical prowess rendered them as light as chicks to him, and he experienced no fatigue whatsoever. On several occasions, due to a miscalculation in control, he inadvertently snapped the necks of the fire ghosts while tossing them, resulting in their extinguished flames before they could even strike other fire ghosts, dissipating into mist consumed by the mask. Estimating his limits, he realized he could last a maximum of 5 minutes without wielding his abyss blade. Yet, if he were to suffer embarrassment, it would only serve to fuel his excitement. While this statement may not sound favorable, it accurately reflected his situation. The only significant expenditure of stamina came from maintaining his specter state, which required a slight amount of energy. Nevertheless, the devouring ability of the specter was the primary source of his power. And in the choice between breathing and activating the specter form, Ning Bai would always opt for the latter. Ding. Devoured 6 fire ghosts, gained 300 EN energy. 6 ability points, spectral power. Hellfire enhancement 100 points. Ding. Devoured 4 fire ghosts, gained 200 EN energy. For ability points, spectral power. Hellfire enhancement 104 points. Ding. Devoured 5 fire ghosts, gained 250 EN energy. 5 ability points, spectral power. Hellfire enhancement 105 points. Ding. Devoured 6 fire ghosts, gained 300 EN energy. 6 ability points, spectral power. Hellfire enhancement 228 points. Current level 12,04000. The system notifications echoed in his mind as Ning Bai's level soared rapidly. Within a brief span of 30 to 40 seconds, he had vanquished over 120 fire ghosts, propelling his level up by 2. With just over 50 seconds remaining. What a pity. Had he conceived of this method earlier, annihilating them would have been effortless. Ning Bai shook his head, feeling a tinge of regret. However, given the circumstances, all he could do was strive to eliminate as many fire ghosts as possible. With that thought, Ning Bai plunged even more energetically into the horde of fire ghosts, tossing one after another into the air, triggering a series of explosions. The thunderous sounds resonated continuously, reminiscent of a splendid fireworks display. Time slipped by, and suddenly, the blaring of police sirens filled the air. Firefighters, fully armed, rushed to the entrance of the performance hall, initiating a forceful assault on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of battering rams shattering the glass echoed at the entrance, followed by the shattering of glass under the strain. With the instant the glass shattered, all surrounding fire ghosts disintegrated into the air, vanishing without a trace like shards of glass. Ding. Devoured 186 fire ghosts, gained 9,300 EN energy, 186 ability points. Spectral power, Hellfire enhancement 414 points. Current level 14,808, 5000. Stamina 88. Ability 527 Ning. Task completed. All players please return to the designated location in the apartment. The system notification rang in his mind, signaling the complete conclusion of this team task. Ning Bai took a deep breath, retracting the specter form back into his body. In an instant, a wave of debilitating fatigue washed over him, causing his legs to buckle. The exhilaration from earlier had been exhilarating, but as the adrenaline faded post-battle, exhaustion surged through every pore. Struggling to steady himself, Ning Bai surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, only Lu Feng remained standing alongside him, his eyes bloodshot and his hands trembling with the hammer. After confirming the task was indeed finished and that he had survived, Lu Feng's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, bursting into tears. Get used to it. Ning Bai patted Lu Feng's shoulder and approached the charred remains of Su Xiaoxiao. It was impossible not to feel a pang of sorrow. Although his relationship with Su Xiaoxiao was neither particularly close nor distant, witnessing a teammate perish at the hands of the supernatural was undeniably distressing, albeit just a bit. Upon entering the eerie apartment, surviving was a gift. Death was the norm. And Ning Bai had long prepared his psychological fortitude in the jadeite instance. Even if one day he were to perish within an instance, he would face death with composure. Wake up, girl, it's time to go home and rest. Ning Bai gently patted Yang Xiaoting's face, rousing her from her unconscious state. Yang Xiaoting stirred, her gaze filled with confusion as she took in her surroundings. What happened? Where am I? As she sat up, her eyes fell upon Su Xiaoxiao's charred remains. Despite the devastation, She recognized her through the familiar facial contours and the remnants of her clothing. Xiao Xiao. A heart-wrenching scream erupted as Yang Xiaoting lunged towards Su Xiaoxiao's side, tears streaming down her face. Sighing, Ning Bai found the emotional display too painful to witness. He turned away, heading outside. Yang Xiaoting's anguished cries tugged at his heartstrings. Though he yearned to be more stoic, fully extinguishing his humanity would require time. What's wrong? Are you feeling for that little sister? Suddenly, a girl's voice emerged behind Ning Bai. Liang Ru appeared out of nowhere. No, I'm just exhausted. The intensity of this instance is a bit too much. Next time, I'll show you what a perfect clearance looks like. Ning Bai rubbed his forehead, acknowledging the truth of his exhaustion. As he brushed past the firefighters, he longed to collapse into his not-so-cozy bed for a deep slumber. When will you come next time? Liang Ru's voice called out, a hint of hesitation lacing her words. We'll see. I'll visit when I have time. Ning Bai continued walking without looking back. Wait. Liang Ru's face reflected a struggle, yet she ultimately spoke with determination. Can you take me with you? Ning Bai paused at her words, momentarily taken aback. This instance, teeming with thousands of supernatural beings, was one he had planned to revisit for more experience. Yet recalling Liang Ru's earlier words, that every instance forced these entities to relive their torment, Ning Bai turned around and extended his hand to her. All right. Chapter 56. Am I really Ning Kaichin? Ding. Task completed. Reward. 3,000 ghost coins, a cafeteria meal card, a water dispenser, 3 item expansion cards. And 2 team members escaped the ghost school. Ghost coins 1,000. Detected that the host's level has risen to level 10. Cross-floor missions can now be initiated. Would you like to begin immediately? No. I'm utterly exhausted, Ning Bai muttered, striding directly towards his apartment 106. The mere act of redeeming his rewards had already pushed his physical limits. At that moment, he was holding Liang Ru's hand, compared to the icy grip of Chueyu. Liang Ru's touch was warm and comforting. In this chilly apartment, that gentle warmth brought Ning Bai a sense of solace. However, anxiety began to gnaw at him. What if Chueyu gets angry upon seeing me return with another female ghost? Ning Bai pondered. Yet he couldn't shake off a strange emotion rising within him. In just 2 days within this eerie apartment, he had attracted the attention of 2 female ghosts, sharing the same surname. Could he perhaps be related to Ning Kaichin? He quickly dismissed this ludicrous thought by shaking his head. Before he knew it, he had arrived at his apartment door. Taking a deep breath to bolster his courage, Ning Bai pressed down on the doorknob with determination. As the door swung open, he instinctively released Liang Ru's hand. Yet, what was destined to happen could not be avoided. The moment the door creaked open, a chilling aura rushed in, and crimson mist enveloped Ning Bai. Chueyu stood at the threshold, coldly brandishing a fruit knife towards Liang Ru. Who is she? The blood-red glint in Chueyu's eyes was a clear indication of her murderous intent. Chueyu, don't be like this. We're all on the same side. Ning Bai attempted to explain, but suddenly he was enveloped from behind by a warm embrace. Brother, this sister is so fierce. I'm scared. Liang Ru, far from being frightened, clung to Ning Bai, further escalating the tension. In an instant, instead of feeling the warmth at his back, Ning Bai broke into a cold sweat. Oh, you little green tea fairy. You truly wish for my suffering. Indeed, Liang Ru's presence intensified Chueyu's hostility. Her gaze seemed capable of piercing through Ning Bai to eliminate Liang Ru behind him. The atmosphere between the 2 female ghosts grew unbearably tense. All right, both of you. Let us calm down and listen to me. We are all part of this peculiar apartment, and our unity is essential for survival. Rather than squabbling, we should focus on how to escape. Ning Bai's words fell flat, having no effect whatsoever. As long as I can be with my brother, it doesn't matter where I am. I came here for him, and if I cannot be with him, I might as well return to my apartment 107. Their declarations left Ning Bai bewildered. What did this mean? Were their ties to him so profound? Liang Ru was merely a friend, and their relationship had never progressed beyond that. As for Chueyu, while they had entered a ghostly marriage, it had been a temporary measure to escape a dire situation, and she had explicitly stated she would never forgive him. Upon returning to the apartment, she hadn't uttered a single word to him. How did this suddenly turn into a claim of love? Sighing, Ning Bai thought, you two can fight to your heart's content. I can't be bothered. Exhausted, he dismissed the need to mediate their relationship. He pried Liang Ru's arms from around him and made his way toward the bed. However, as he took a few steps, his gaze fell upon a pile of ghost coins lying silently on the floor behind Chueyu. Thinking his fatigue had caused him to hallucinate, he rubbed his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed his sight was not deceiving him. He hurriedly approached and began collecting the coins, astonished. What? Where did these ghost coins come from? Is someone generously gifting me money? Ning Bai swiftly gathered the coins, counting over 800. While not a fortune, he was still puzzled about their origin. Turning to Cui Yu, he inquired, Cui Yu, where did this money come from? Interrupted. Cui Yu glanced back and pointed to the jade picio on the table. It came from that picio, as if to corroborate her statement. The jade picio emitted a crisp sound, and a ghost coin shot forth like a cannonball from its mouth, floating about the room. Seeing this spectacle, Ning Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, this instance is truly remarkable. The items from this instance are indeed treasures. Grabbing a floating 100 ghost coins, Ning Bai realized he had just earned his rent for the night. Curious, he wanted to examine further, but his heavy eyelids betrayed him, and he collapsed onto the bed, deciding to investigate later. After this brief interlude, Cui Yu and Liang Ru continued their silent standoff, and Ning Bai, uninterested in their conflict, buried himself under the covers and fell into a deep slumber. With the comforts of bedding, Ning Bai slept soundly until the Grim Reaper knocked at the door, rousing him reluctantly. Why are you two still standing there? In the dim light, the two female ghosts remained unmoved, causing Ning Bai's heart to race. Yet, they remained silent, merely locking gazes. Knock, knock, knock. Rent due. The second knock echoed, and Ning Bai sighed, getting out of bed to hand a 100 ghost coin note to the Reaper, sending him on his way. You two are remarkably patient. I commend you. Returning to bed, Ning Bai covered himself with blankets, only to be startled awake again by the presence of the two ghosts, completely losing his desire to sleep. He decided to check the system. Upon doing so, he was bombarded with social messages. Bro, is there any boxed meal left? I want one. Boss. We VE gathered the loan. When can we expect the boxed meal delivery? Please say something. I'm on the verge of starvation. Numerous messages flooded in, leaving Ning Bai bewildered that they were all directed at him. Among these, one stood out. Duanmu Feng, my friend, have you gathered the loans? I trust you 1T delay. Ning Bai casually replied, we'll discuss it in detail tomorrow morning. Duanmu Feng responded with a question mark, followed by an acknowledgement. Closing Duanmu Feng's chat, Ning Bai's sharp gaze caught another message. 101 Chu Xinyan requests to add you as a friend. The girl with the awakened X-grade talent? Why was she reaching out to him? Chapter 57. The Salt City has lost its flavor. After Ning Bai accepted Chu Xinyan's friend request, he promptly sent her a message. Ning Bai, hello. 101. I used a full Manchu Han Imperial Feast experience card. Could you assist me with it? Chu Xinyan wasted no time and got straight to the point. Ning Bai, sure, but I will take a small service fee. 101, you can set the price, and we'll split the earnings evenly. Half. Goodness, Chu Xinyan truly possesses immense wealth. With 108 dishes, the price could well exceed tens of thousands of ghost coins, and she is willing to share the profits equally. Ning Bai, are you certain? 101, it's fine. If I keep it, it will spoil, and I detest having a foul odor in my home. Ning Bai, all right then. I'll pick it up tomorrow morning. 101, please come now. The smell is quite overwhelming. Ning Bai, are you not aware that it's not a safe time? For a fleeting moment, Ning Bai felt bewildered. Logically, Chu Xinyan should be aware of the safety hours. Otherwise, she wouldn't have almost collided with him while exiting her room. If she knows, is she deliberately leading him to his doom? 101, don't worry. As long as you activate your evil spirit form, these little ghosts on the first floor 1T even muster the courage to leave their rooms. Upon hearing this, Ning Bai's eyes widened in shock. Ning Bai, how do you know? 101. Aren't you clever? Take a guess. How does she know about his abilities? No. Ning Bai himself was unaware that the entities on the first floor posed no threat to him. How could she possibly know? He knew she possessed an X-level talent. But it seemed Chu Xinyan understood him even better. Could it be that she has a hint system as well? This notion was not without merit. It should be noted that the floor master of the second floor, Duanmu Feng, only had an A-level talent. Thus, X-level talents are not commonplace, and it is likely that very few individuals even know of their existence. Ning Bai, I can't guess, nor do I care to. After closing the chat with Chu Xinyan, Ning Bai sent a message in the group. Selling food, all fresh, limited to 50 portions, for 1,000 ghost coins. 50 portions of food are undoubtedly excessive for the mere 30 individuals on the first floor, so Ning Bai opted for a low price. Coincidentally, everyone had ghost coins on hand, and given their hunger, they would surely choose to stock up on food. There was no doubt that the 50 portions would sell out quickly. Only 1,000 ghost coins. I want 5 portions. I also want 5 portions. I want 7 portions. Is this for real? Do we need to pay back loans before we can buy food? Seeing this message, Ning Bai promptly responded. Not for now. This food isn't from the second floor players. I will help everyone delay the loan issue. Just avoid going to the second floor for the time being. As soon as Ning Bai's message was sent, everyone erupted in joy, their final concerns dissipating as they began to quote prices in the group. Witnessing the group's enthusiasm, Ning Bai felt quite satisfied. The loan could be collected at any time, but if the food was not sold today, it would spoil. Thus, he temporarily chose not to collect loans from Duanmu Feng. It's not safe to go out now. Prepare your ghost coins and wait for me in the apartment. I'll personally deliver them to you shortly. With that, Ning Bai shut down the system and got out of bed. Yao Ziyu and Liang Ru were still locked in a standoff, but Ning Bai paid them no mind. Getting dressed while collecting the ghost coins spat out by the Jade Paixio. Not a substantial amount, only 13 coins. Nevertheless, this brought his total ghost coins to just over 7,000. Walking once more into the dim corridor, Ning Bai remained vigilant, glancing around at the surrounding rooms. Although this was not his first time traversing this dim corridor, it was indeed his first time doing so during unsafe hours. Creak. A rusty hinge squeaked as the door to room 112 cracked open, revealing a pair of blood-red, eerie eyes that fixed intently on Ning Bai. What are you staring at? Ning Bai's evil spirit form surged forth, emanating a terrifying pressure around him. The entity that had locked onto him slammed the door shut with a loud bang, no longer daring to show itself. Just as Chu Xinyan had said, upon releasing the evil spirit form, all entities recoiled in fear. Although the evil spirit form lasted only a second, the corridor fell into complete silence. Arriving at room 101, Ning Bai found the door wide open. Knock, knock, knock. After a gentle rap on the door, a girl's voice came from within. Come in. With permission granted, Ning Bai pushed the door open. What met his gaze was a floor littered with food, so much that it completely filled the room, leaving no space to step. Even the restroom, which had been exuding a foul odor, was not spared. I can't even get in. No wonder Chu Xinyan didn't discuss prices. With this much food on the floor, there's no room to move. The only area in the room not overtaken by food was the bed, where a girl clad in black sportswear sat, engrossed in an old-fashioned video game console. Without a doubt, this girl was Chu Xinyan. However, as Ning Bai carefully observed her exquisite features in that moment, his heart raced. The last time he had seen Chu Xinyan, it had been in the dim corridor. Besides noticing she had short hair, he had seen little else. This time was different. Under the bright light of the room, Chu Xinyan's angelic visage was clearly visible. In the absence of any cosmetic enhancements, her beauty easily eclipsed that of all celebrities and influencers. Yao Ziyu and Liang Ru were already considered above average in terms of looks, yet they could not compare to Chu Xinyan at all. Resident 101. Chu Xinyan, female. Talent level, X, level, 12, total combat power, 589, danger level, A. The prompt reappeared, indicating that Chu Xinyan's danger level remained A, and her level and total combat power had doubled. In contrast, after his last bout of devouring the fire ghost, Ning Bai's supernatural attributes had skyrocketed several times. His total combat power had reached 698. Logically, he should far surpass Chu Xinyan before him. Why then did she still classify him as A in danger? I want to close the door. You can come in whenever you please. All right, I'm taking my leave. Their dialogue was succinct as Ning Bai collected 10 portions of food into his backpack, preparing to depart. Suddenly, Chu Xinyan let out a frustrated sigh. Oh no, I lost again. Ning Bai, wait. Ning Bai turned, puzzled by her call. What is it? Chu Xinyan set aside her game, climbed to the edge of her bed, and with a cheerful smile, asked, could I borrow that little gourd of yours for a moment? You do know what it's for, don't you? Chapter 58, Delivering Takeout Part-Time. Earning 100,000 a day in a moment of uncertainty, Chu Xinyan found herself at a loss for words. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossing her face. I don't know. Why are you asking so many questions? With a swift motion, she appeared beside Ning Bai, deftly snatching the Yunxian gourd from his waist. Ning Bai, taken aback by her sudden movement, attempted to reclaim the gourd, but Chu Xinyan vanished again, reappearing on the bed. She shot him an exasperated glance. It's not like I'm not giving it back. Why all the fuss? With that, she flashed back to her bed and, rummaging through her backpack, stuffed a handful of blue pills into her mouth. You still say you don't know? Chu Xinyan, displaying a carefree attitude, tossed the gourd aside and resumed her gaming. All right, Off you go to deliver takeout. I need to focus on clearing my levels. I refuse to believe there is a challenge I cannot conquer. Observing Chu Xinyan immersing herself back into her game, Ning Bai sighed in resignation. Accepting the fact that the gourd was now in her possession, after leaving apartment 101, he began to reflect on the peculiar events that had transpired. It appeared that Chu Xinyan understood him remarkably well, despite him never disclosing any personal details. She had casually mentioned her ability to roam the corridors in her malevolent form and had even called him by name without hesitation. She knew every method of using the Yushin gourd. Just yesterday, she had shown no interest in him, but today she was unexpectedly familiar. Initially, Ning Bai had perceived her as an aloof goddess, but his interactions revealed her to be a bona fide jester. The contrast was striking, and it was evident that she was an enigma he could not decipher. With the wealth of eerie coins he had just acquired, he resolved to keep his distance from her wherever possible. Opening the group chat, Ning Bai sent a message. I am currently at 101, who nearby requires food. Almost instantly, numerous players responded. I'm at 193, very close. Could you deliver to 103? I'm at 110, I need 6 portions. Though most players had received some food from today's instance, no one could be certain if more would appear tomorrow. Even those who weren't particularly hungry felt compelled to spend their eerie coins upon seeing the limited time, limited quantity, and special price notifications. With eerie coins being practically useless beyond the meager 100 required for rent, players were eager to stock up, hoping for a chance to experience the strange shop instance like Ning Bai. Knock, knock, knock. Delivery. Ning Bai knocked on the door of 103, instinctively uttering the words, feeling somewhat awkward, yet finding no better term to use. The door swung open promptly, revealing a surprise. Yang shouting. Indeed, the occupant of 103 was Yang shouting, her eyes still red, perhaps grieving the loss of Su Xiaoxiao. Here are 4,000 eerie coins, she said, handing them to Ning Bai, who then selected 4 portions of meat-heavy dishes from his collection and passed them to her. My condolences. With that, Ning Bai waved and proceeded to the next apartment. Arriving at 110, he knocked again. Delivery. Ha! I'm here. A young man's cackling echoed from within as he rushed out in excitement. Sixth brother. What do you have? The door opened wide, and the man rubbed his hands together in eager anticipation. Well, we have steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chick, roasted goose, marinated pork, marinated duck, sauce chicken, and preserved meat. Ning Bai trailed off. I forgot the rest, but it's all random. How many portions would you like? 5. The man quickly produced 5,000 eerie coins and handed them over, which Ning Bai gladly accepted before returning to apartment 101 to collect more food. Over the next 2 hours, Ning Bai traversed the corridors, delivering meals. The chat had mentioned 50 portions, but that was merely a marketing tactic to encourage purchases. Ultimately, after making his rounds, he successfully sold 92 dishes. Along the way, he unexpectedly encountered Lu Feng, who seemed to be in a much better state than Yang shouting. Ninggu, you've arrived. Ning Bai acknowledged, yet questioned. You want 7 portions? Indeed, Lu Feng had requested 7, but previously, they had both earned 4,000 eerie coins from their last task. So where had he acquired so many coins? Scratching his head, Lu Feng explained, after our task, I completed some daily quests. While they didn't yield much, I managed to save over 1,000. Plus, I sold the leftover huamen chicken from the cafeteria for 2,000 eerie coins. He then handed 7,000 eerie coins to Ning Bai. Gratefully accepting the coins, Ning Bai offered Lu Feng all 10 portions of food. Consider this as repayment for the 1,900 coins you lent me. So much, Lu Feng exclaimed, shaking his head. This is a bit excessive. Those coins were a gift to you, Ninggu. I can't possibly eat all this. Don't worry. If you can't finish it, just discard it. Consider it a gift from me. With that, Ning Bai turned to leave, continuing his deliveries to other apartments. This meat is truly delicious. It's intoxicating. You all have meat. Why do I only have a plate of mixed fruits, steamed pumpkin, and cold winter melon strips? 106. Sixth brother, I want meat. Ning Bai replied, it's all random delivery. We don't offer after-sales service. I need a supplement. I've lost 5 pounds. The food indeed smelled enticing, but the portions seemed scant. I've eaten 3 portions, and I'm still not full. I had 5 portions, but still didn't satiate my hunger. My wallet insists that eating until half full is good for the stomach. Why does my marinated duck smell like a restroom? Did you forget to flush? I did flush, and I closed the door. But the odor seems to be emanating from the duck. Ning Bai interjected, Fellow deliverers, please refrain from causing disturbances in the group. I will hold those responsible for malicious defamation. Laughter erupted, and Ning Bai felt his spirits lift as he engaged in light-hearted banter. Though the delivery work was arduous, it was rewarding. Watching his eerie coins soar from over 5,000 to 96,768 filled him with an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. With such an abundance of eerie coins, he hoped to encounter the strange shop once more. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Yes, it was Chu Xinyan. Chapter 59. Unlocking the new identity of VIP Level 1 player. Upon returning to room 101, only 18 dishes remained unsold. Ning Bai felt quite satisfied with this outcome. Keeping the leftovers for himself seemed a reasonable choice. He decided to carry all the remaining dishes back to his room. After completing this task, he found Chu Xinyan still seated on the bed, engrossed in her game, her beautiful face displaying an unusual seriousness. Ning Bai quietly admired her delicate features for a moment. Chu Xinyan was truly the kind of girl one could gaze at endlessly, possessing an enchanting allure. At the same time, he found himself perplexed as to why she so readily allowed him into her room. In such a peculiar apartment, devoid of moral or legal constraints, and given her striking beauty, could she really be so untroubled by his presence? Leaning against the television cabinet, Ning Bai patiently waited for Chu Xinyan to finish her game before he spoke. The dishes are nearly sold out. You should keep the 50,000 ghost coins. Chu Xinyan set down her game console and looked up, asking, how much more do you need to reach 100,000 ghost coins? Just under 4,000. With that, Chu Xinyan retrieved 4,000 ghost coins from her backpack and handed them to Ning Bai. Here you go. Ning Bai was momentarily taken aback, unsure of her intentions. Why are you just standing there? Take it. Instinctively, he accepted the coins, and in that instant, his system emitted a chime. Chime. Congratulations, player. Total assets have surpassed 100,000, becoming a VIP Level 1 player. VIP Level 1. Task settlement ghost coins increase by 10. Probability of encountering the bizarre shop rises by 10 points, and the weekly trading limit is increased by 10 times. What? Ning Bai exclaimed in astonishment at the system notification, his voice rising several decibels. He had just been about to inquire how he could re-enter the bizarre shop when Chu Xinyan had seemingly resolved it for him. While it might be a mere coincidence, experiencing such occurrences once or twice could be dismissed as fate, but this was beyond mere happenstance. Chu Xinyan appeared almost to possess mind-reading abilities, rendering all his secrets transparent to her. Don't make a fuss. You don't need to transfer the remaining coins back to me. Consider it a deposit for the Yunjingxian gourd. As she spoke, Chu Xinyan promptly got off the bed and ushered Ning Bai out of her room. Wait, enough of that. I'll return it to you tomorrow morning. With that, she firmly pushed him out, leaving Ning Bai with a multitude of questions. However, as her door closed, he was compelled to abandon his thoughts and return to his own apartment. At this moment, the confrontation between Yao Tsiyu and Liang Ru had finally come to an end. Liang Ru had retreated into her bronze mirror, while Yao Tsiyu sat on her bed in a daze, not glaring at each other anymore. You two are rather short-lived. Ning Bai teased Liang Ru casually before climbing onto his bed. It's not like I wanted to quarrel with her. She came looking for trouble. And you didn't even defend me, Liang Ru lamented, perched at the head of Ning Bai's bed. Ning Bai simply responded with an "oh," his mind still tangled with thoughts of Chu Xinyan. It wasn't that he was bewitched by her. Rather, he was baffled by the extent of her abilities. After pondering for a long while without any clarity, Liang Ru, having vented her frustrations, leaned against the headboard in silence, sulking alone. Perhaps due to her constitution. When she was angry, she radiated warmth, soon transforming the damp and chilly room into a cozy haven. Before long, weariness overcame Ning Bai, and he decided to close his eyes and drift into slumber. However, his sleep was restless, plagued by alternating sensations of heat and cold. Initially feeling quite energetic, he awoke from this sleep only to find himself increasingly fatigued, barely able to summon the strength to rise. I feel so unwell. Am I catching a cold? Ning Bai groaned as he sat up, his nose completely blocked. Blurrily opening his eyes, he was startled to see Yao Tsiyu's face mere inches from his own. What are you doing? He exclaimed, instinctively recoiling, only to feel a wave of warmth radiating from his back. Turning his head, he noticed Liang Ru standing on the opposite side of the bed, gazing at him. Why are you both here? Ning Bai questioned, bemused by the sight of the two girls flanking his bed like a pair of guardian spirits. It dawned on him that his cold was likely a direct result of their presence. Don't you have your mirror? Why are you out here? He is my husband. What right do you have to sit on my husband's bed? Uft. What century are we in? He brought me back. If I sleep in his bed, what business is it of yours? You shameless hussy. How about a fight, then? The atmosphere ignited as the two girls clashed, and Ning Bai's temper flared at that moment. You two get out. Seeing him upset, Yao Ziyu and Liang Ru fell silent, standing obediently in place as if awaiting his command. Ning Bai glanced at the clock. It was already past midnight. The first floor chat group had quieted down, clearly indicating that all the players had entered their respective instances. Since it was already late, he felt no urgency to leave. He casually opened his backpack and retrieved the leftover meals. Brother, let me heat the food for you, Liang Ru exclaimed, darting over to him and conjuring warm flames with a flick of her wrist. The once cold dishes began to sizzle and emit savory aromas that filled the room. My husband, allow me to feed you, Yao Ziyu floated over, deftly slicing the meats into thick, tender pieces before offering them to Ning Bai. Though he felt slightly awkward, he obediently opened his mouth. I must admit, this treatment is rather princely. This is wonderful. We are all unfortunate souls. Since we share the same roof, we might as well be a family. What is the point of bickering? Ning Bai suggested, attempting to ease the tension between the two girls as he introduced them formally. This is Yao Ziyu. She is the first bizarre entity I brought out from my initial instance. And this is Liang Ru. She is also a pitiable girl. As he introduced the two, he was pleasantly surprised by the positive response. Perhaps they had both endured enough grievances and unresolved resentments as bizarre entities. After hearing each other as stories, a flicker of compassion ignited in their eyes. Liang Ru even extended her hand, saying, Hello, Sister Yao. Chapter 60. Time reversal. The relationship between Yao Ziyu and Liang Ru improved remarkably following Ning Bai's mediation. He had not anticipated that the tactic of mutual introduction would prove so effective. Had he known, he would have employed it much sooner. However, to foster an even stronger bond between the two, a bit of external interference was necessary, specifically involving them both in a joint mission. When a nation's ethnic conflicts reach an impasse, the best remedy often lies in the face of an external threat. Moreover, from the outset of their recruitment, Ning Bai's intention was to cultivate them as his own operatives. The current circumstances seemed to be aligning well with his envisioned plan. After finishing their meal, Ning Bai organized the 1,200 ghost coins that had erupted from the jade pai shio he had acquired and subsequently prepared his backpack. The reward from the last dungeon was rather modest: a water dispenser, a food card, and 3 backpack expansions. He positioned the water dispenser in the corner of the room and utilized the 3 expansion items. Ding! Successfully used 3 backpack expansion items. Current maximum capacity is 13. With the experience gained from the previous dungeons, Ning Bai opted not to carry an excessive amount of belongings. The unidentified items he had brought from the Ziyu dungeon were of no interest to him. The efficacy of unidentified items remained uncertain, and their power was significantly diminished. Therefore, he planned to assess these items before making any decisions. If they turned out to be useful, that would be ideal. If not, he would either enhance or sell them. Thus, his current load was also kept to a minimum: the floating dust, abyssal blade, protective jade tablet, and 9 healing powders. Aside from these, the most crucial item, the Yunxian gourd, was absent. Having organized everything, Ning Bai turned to address Ziyu and Ru. Let us embark on our mission together. The 3 exited the room, heading toward room 101. At that moment, the door to room 101 was wide open. It seemed Chu Xinyan was not fond of closing doors. Ning Bai felt a twinge of curiosity regarding why she had not yet departed, as she typically left precisely at 8 o'clock. Are you not leaving yet? Chu Xinyan appeared to be tidying up some items, and upon hearing Ning Bai's inquiry, she seemed unperturbed. I was waiting for you, coming quickly. With that, Chu Xinyan tossed an item towards him, which Ning Bai caught and recognized as the Yunxian gourd she had forcefully borrowed. I keep my promises. Here is the gourd back. And it contains some delightful drinks for you. Upon hearing her words, Ning Bai instinctively examined the gourd. Yunxian gourd, built-in functional beverage, restores 80 stamina upon consumption. Restoring stamina. This functional beverage is perfect for me. Currently, Ning Bai was at full capacity for damage, but lacking in stamina. Chu Xinyan's timely gift was indeed fortuitous, though he had grown accustomed to her surprising generosity. Dear sisters, these are small gifts I prepared for you. With that, Chu Xinyan retrieved 2 items from her backpack: a small teddy bear and a string of red bell charms. Teddy bear, white ghost artifact. absorbs surrounding energy and transforms into a giant bear for combat. This artifact can only be used once. Bell Anklet, White Ghost Artifact. Increases movement speed by 3 points when worn. Upon seeing that both items were white artifacts, Ning Bai understood their limited utility, akin to the fruit knife he had obtained when defeating Sueyu's avatar. However, when the two women received Chu Xinyan's small gifts, their faces lit up with joy. Wow, this bear is so adorable. Thank you. This anklet is beautiful. I truly love it. Initially, the two had harbored doubts about Chu Xinyan's identity, but upon receiving her gifts, any lingering hostility evaporated completely. It is undeniable that women understand women well. The two troublesome individuals who had vexed Ning Bai were effortlessly won over by Chu Xinyan's inexpensive gestures. Chu Xinyan graciously replied, "You're welcome," before tossing her large bag to Ning Bai. "Carry my bag. Let us go." Thus, the four of them set off outside. After locating a service robot, Chu Xinyan quickly accepted a mission and handed the robot over to Ning Bai. He stepped forward to open the task list, which revealed only 2 remaining tasks. Level up task. Proceed to District 74. Seek out the Lone Hero Certification Medal. Reward for success. 10,000 Ghost Coins. Low-level Physical Enhancement Potion 1. Stamina Recovery Potion 10. Purple Artifact Lottery Card. No penalties for failure. Simple task. Go to Apartment 130. Investigate the cause of Old Zhang's death. Reward. 1,000 Ghost Coins. Boxed Meal 1. Mineral Water 1. No other tasks available. Please come earlier next time. After reviewing the 2 new tasks, Ning Bai promptly chose to accept one, simultaneously confirming some thoughts in his mind. So your ability is time reversal, is it? Or perhaps, akin to a video game where one respawns after death? Ning Bai suddenly locked eyes with Chu Xinyan, who flinched and hastily denied it. Impossible. That would be too outrageous. Although Chu Xinyan was in denial, Ning Bai had already reached a firm conclusion, even deducing the general nature of her ability. She was not simply friendly. She had interacted extensively with her future self over many days. During their first encounter, Ning Bai had been somewhat surprised. Few people knew that 8 o'clock was the safe time, and he had been taken aback when he observed Chu Xinyan. Yet, she had not even glanced at him, which was peculiar for a person who discovered another sharing the same information. At the very least, a mere glance would not have been too much to ask. However, Chu Xinyan had not even bothered to look, suggesting that she had witnessed his departure at 8 o'clock numerous times before, so much so that it had become a mundane routine, treated with the indifference one would reserve for a stranger. So your ability operates on a daily cycle, correct? Seeing that Ning Bai had firmly established his understanding of her powers, Chu Xinyan sighed. Let it go. You always manage to guess. What will happen next? Will you die? To be honest, Ning Bai was eager to uncover whether this time reversal ability was a talent or merely a fortunate quirk. However, that inquiry bordered on sensitive territory. So he preferred to know what would transpire next, or why she had repeated this cycle so many times. From Ning Bai's perspective, it seemed that Chu Xinyan had relived this day at least 5 times. No, while I can reverse time, if I die, I cannot go back. Chu Xinyan shook her head, refuting Ning Bai's assertion. But in my 13 reversals, you have died 8 times, Ru has died 12 times, and Yao has died 5 times. Chapter 61. Ascending the Layered Instance, Block 74. What? I have perished 8 times? Ning Bai's eyes widened in disbelief as he spoke. Logically, his current strength was formidable. What kind of sinister creature could have vanquished him a total of 8 times? Indeed, 8 times. Chu Xinyan nodded earnestly and explained, your combat prowess is undeniably strong, and few can withstand your assaults. However, this instance is entirely different. The 3 sinister beings within have each cultivated their skills for 30 years, and each possesses a premium protective talisman that can absorb 40 of your attack damage, totaling 20 times. Moreover, you lack any defensive skills, rendering you quite fragile upon contact. Ru Mei's numerous deaths were primarily in sacrifice for your damage output. Yao Yao, on the other hand, can engage those sinister beings. Yet she often loses her sanity after your demise, resulting in mutual annihilation. Chu Xinyan's words struck at the heart of Ning Bai's most pressing issue. His attack power was indeed substantial, but in terms of defense, aside from the slight enhancement from his evil spirit form, he had only the meager damage reduction from his mundane talisman. What shocked Ning Bai further was that this instance's boss was also a creature with 30 years of experience. He vividly recalled that Cui Yu was also a being of 30 years cultivation. Did this imply that 3 equally formidable sinister beings would soon emerge in the instance? Had they ever successfully cleared it? Ning Bai inquired about his greatest concern. Chu Xinyan shook her head and replied, "In truth, clearing this instance is quite simple. As long as you do not perish, you can withdraw after 30 minutes. However, my goal is to seize every opportunity within this instance." Chu Xinyan articulated the crux of the matter. Thus, this so-called ascension task was fundamentally straightforward. It was merely Chu Xinyan's greed that had led to his numerous deaths. If I refrain from greed and do not recklessly sacrifice myself, I should surely survive in the instance, correct? Upon hearing this, Chu Xinyan shook her head, saying, "Do you believe such a simple matter eluded the other version of yourself in a different timeline? Danger accompanies greater rewards. Perhaps your previous deaths were paving the way for you or another version of yourself in another timeline." Ning Bai suddenly thought of someone upon hearing Chu Xinyan's words, Duan Mufeng. The individual who posed the greatest threat to him after ascension could only be Duan Mufeng. It was quite possible that the price of life paid by other versions of himself was indeed due to Duan Mufeng's influence. What opportunities lay within this instance? To put it simply, your current cultivation is approximately 14 years. Ignoring the scattered opportunities within the instance. Merely defeating the 3 boss-level sinister beings would suffice to propel your cultivation to a century. Chu Xinyan's words left Ning Bai momentarily astounded. A century of cultivation. This meant his strength would multiply tenfold. No wonder he felt compelled to strive so desperately. Completing this endeavor would render him invincible in the future. After an extensive explanation, Chu Xinyan appeared somewhat fatigued and urged Ning Bai, "All right, let us enter the instance. Once inside, I will explain things to you at a leisurely pace." With that, Chu Xinyan guided Ning Bai to the entrance of room 166. Isn't this the staircase leading to the second floor? Why have you brought me here? Ning Bai queried. Puzzled by the door to 166. The ascension instance is, of course, accessed via the stairway. Chu Xinyan replied as she opened the door to 166. What greeted them was no longer the dimly lit corridor where one could not see their hand in front of their face. Instead, it was a sun-drenched afternoon. Chu Xinyan skipped inside, inhaling deeply with a look of pure delight on her face. Bathed in sunlight, she appeared even more enchanting. Ning Bai followed closely behind her into the instance. Welcome to Block 74. The evacuation point will be generated in 30 minutes. During this time, you should seek to gather as many resources as possible to take with you. Due to the vastness of this instance, all players have been granted access to the map function to avoid getting lost. New prompt: Hero Certification Medals. There are a total of 3 within this instance. Hidden in the Central Park Management Office, the southern woods of the park, in the pavilion in the artificial lake. Nirvana Divine Seals. There are 3 Nirvana Divine Seals in this instance, located in 3 places excluding Central Park. Resource Rewards. This instance contains 6 premium quality items, marked on the map for the host. Total participants, 7. Southern Park Street, Apartment 9527 Ning Bai, Chu Xinyan. Back Alley, Apartment 4399 Dangwon, Jialo. East Market, Apartment 1080 Lin Xian, Wu Tian, Wu Yi. As soon as they stepped into the instance, the prompt system activated once more. Simultaneously, small dots began to appear in Ning Bai's vision. These dots resembled task indicators in a game, pinpointing fixed locations, and as Ning Bai concentrated on them, they expanded. When he focused on the dot directly ahead, it flickered and enlarged, displaying 760 m, while a white dashed line appeared on the ground leading in that direction. A patrol route? It seemed that his prompt system had evolved once again. "Hey, what are you thinking about? Have you not seen sunlight in a while?" Chu Xinyan gently tapped Ning Bai's shoulder, smiling. Ning Bai nodded. "Indeed, I haven't experienced such bright sunlight in quite some time. Enough enjoyment for now. Let me explain what lies ahead," Chu Xinyan said to Ning Bai. This map is vast, consisting of 4 scenes. The Central Park is at the heart of the map, where players do not spawn, but it harbors 3 boss-level sinister beings, making it a perilous area. The other 3 scenes are Southern Park Street, East Market, and Back Alley. Southern Park Street is where we currently are, and some of the rooms here are accessible. Random resource chests may appear within these rooms, containing various items, food, water, daily necessities, and even bizarre artifacts. However, these bizarre artifacts are guarded by sinister beings, typically of 4 to 5 years cultivation, which are easily dealt with. All these items can be taken out of the instance. For now, it is best to remain in Southern Park Street. The other 2 scenes will feature players from other apartments. "Oh, so the backpack you provided me is for the purpose of collecting these items?" Ning Bai inquired, pointing at the backpack on his back. Chu Xinyan snapped her fingers and exclaimed, "Clever. Now, let us split up for a while. We will search the surrounding area for 20 minutes. The three fellows from East Market will come looking for trouble afterward." Chapter 62. The Nirvana Divine Seal. As Chu Xinyan concluded her words, she waved her hand and vanished from Ning Bai's sight, leaving him unaware of her quest for some elusive object. Ning Bai, undeterred, began to examine the notifications that had appeared before him. There were three distinct colors of prompts. The first was green, signifying mission items, specifically the leveling up item required for their current dungeon, a Brave certification medal. These 3 points were clustered together, prompting Ning Bai to temporarily forego their pursuit. The other 2 colors were purple and gold. The purple points totaled 6, indicating premium items, while the 3 golden points represented what the system referred to as the Nirvana Divine Seal. The name itself was striking, suggesting it was an item of superior quality, perhaps even beyond that of premium items. Ning Bai scanned the area and located the nearest golden dot indicating a Nirvana Divine Seal, merely 50 meters away. "Let us proceed." He beckoned to Tsiyu and Liang Ru, taking the lead. With the automatic navigation feature guiding him, he swiftly ascended to the 3rd floor of an old residential building. As he approached the door, an eerie chill emanated from within. "Husband, I sense a murderous intent," Yao Tsueyu suddenly remarked, releasing Liang Ru's hand and gripping her fruit knife tightly. "Be cautious," Ning Bai advised, acutely aware of the lethal stakes involved in this dungeon. With that, he gripped the doorknob and turned it. With a creak, the door swung open to reveal an elderly man hunched over on a tattered sofa, his gaze gleaming with excitement as he fixed his eyes on the trio. Hee. "It has been ages since I feasted upon flesh. Allow me to," before he could finish. His head abruptly tumbled off. Liang Ru gasped, "Ah, sister, there's a ghost," as she instinctively sought refuge behind Yao Tsuyu. She found her companion had already crossed to stand before the old man, swiftly severing his head before he could utter another word. "You're a ghost too. What is there to fear?" Ning Bai shot a glance at Liang Ru and boldly stepped into the room. Though he feigned nonchalance, he couldn't suppress a flicker of trepidation upon witnessing Yao Tsuyu's formidable prowess. This was a creature of 30 years' cultivation, capable of instilling fear even in Huang Tianxi, rendering him utterly paralyzed by terror. If he were to engage Yao Tsueyu in a life-or-death confrontation, it would be no exaggeration to say Ning Bai would be utterly outmatched. Before the old man's remains, a crimson light began to manifest. The head, still adorned with a sinister grin from its last moments, along with the body and cane, dissipated into a cloud of black mist, merging into Tsuyu's form. The blood-red wedding gown she wore flickered with a barely perceptible crimson glow, and a look of inexplicable satisfaction crossed her face. Can slaying the sinister truly augment one's strength? Yao Tsuyu felt the influx of ominous energy enhance her abilities significantly, elevating her prowess by approximately 3 years. If she could safeguard her husband, would she not effortlessly ascend to become a formidable spirit with a century of cultivation? In that moment, Liang Ru, filled with admiration, approached Yao Tsueyu, exclaiming, "Sister Yao, I had no idea you were so powerful. I truly admire you." Her eyes sparkled with admiration, causing Yao Tsueyu's cheeks to flush slightly. "Indeed, you two can become equally formidable. Simply eliminate other sinister beings, and we can seize their power." "Really? I can become as strong as Sister Yao?" "Absolutely. Give it a try next time." The bond between the 2 girls was undeniably blossoming, yet Ning Bai's focus was wholly consumed by his objectives. Following the system prompts, he approached a supply box and, upon opening it, his eyes widened in astonishment. Inside lay a fiery red rune seal, quietly resting. Beep. Detected a golden legendary item, Nirvana Divine Seal. "Do you wish to bind it immediately?" Nirvana Divine Seal. Upon the death of the binder, items are immediately destroyed, and the binder will be forcibly teleported out of the dungeon, returning to their apartment to respawn. During the teleportation, all items in the backpack and on their person will be lost and irretrievable. Note: this item cannot be unbound, transferred, or traded after binding. Revival. This item grants the ability to resurrect. With fervor, Ning Bai hastily confirmed the binding. In an instant, clarity washed over him. Why had he perished 8 times in the future? How could he have been so reckless? With such an invaluable resurrection item at his disposal, he ought to seize more resources instead of succumbing to death. Yet, it seemed his future self had not disclosed this to Chu Xinyan, leading her to believe he was merely laying the groundwork for some other timeline. What groundwork? With the Nirvana Divine Seal, what was there to fear about being a bit reckless? Beep. Successfully bound one Nirvana Divine Seal. Upon host's death, the item will activate automatically. With the binding successful, Ning Bai eagerly turned his attention to the other 2 golden points. Such a remarkable item had 2 more counterparts in this dungeon. Resolute, he dismissed the notion of premium items as trivial. Securing the Nirvana Divine Seals became his paramount objective. With this newfound determination, he swiftly locked onto the next Nirvana Divine Seal, located 563 meters away. "Let us go. We have no time to waste," he urged, transforming into his spectral form and leaping through the window. "Wait for me, husband." Yao Tsueyu, enveloped in a red aura, soared toward the shattered window, leaving Liang Ru standing bewildered in the living room. "What are you doing? Why am I being left behind?" Liang Ru hurried to the window, shouting at the 2 figures now far below. "Wait for me. You stay here and wait for us to return." Ning Bai had no intention of taking Liang Ru along. As a fire ghost, her physical capabilities were woefully inadequate, unable to keep pace with even an ordinary man. It was impossible for her to match their speed. Regardless, they would reconvene in 20 minutes, and it would be easy enough to bring Liang Ru along then. The more pressing matter at hand was to procure the remaining 2 Nirvana Divine Seals. If other apartment players accessed them first, Ning Bai would suffer significant losses. As Ning Bai and Yao Tsuyu vanished almost instantaneously, Yao Tsuyu pouted in disappointment. "Not bringing me again. Is it because I'm too weak? Fine, don't regret it." Liang Ru stomped her foot in frustration before turning and exiting the room. Chapter 63. The Supreme Esoteric Manual of Xian Ingong. Following the directions provided by the map, Ning Bai raced towards the location of the Nirvana Divine Seal nestled in a backstreet alley. With his current physical condition, he could cover the distance of over 800 meters in merely 2 or 3 minutes at full speed. The Southern Park Road was lined with old residential buildings, while the backstreet alley, as its name suggests, was filled with narrow courtyards. As Ning Bai approached the vicinity of the courtyard indicated, he was suddenly met with the sounds of a fierce scuffle emanating from within. Were others already here? Upon receiving this information, Ning Bai hastened his steps towards the courtyard. Inside, a man and a woman were engaged in a desperate battle against an elderly, malevolent entity. The duo's strength was lacking, and they struggled against the old foe. Noticing that their attention was diverted, Ning Bai swiftly slipped into the courtyard towards the supply box. Ding! Golden legendary item Nirvana Divine Seal detected. Binding. Ding! The current host has bound 2 Nirvana Divine Seals, approaching the maximum limit, which is 3. Is there a maximum binding limit? Ning Bai pondered, his movements unceasing as he quickly tossed a bottle of mineral water into the supply box and sealed it once more. After completing this task, he nimbly vaulted over the courtyard wall, all without alerting the 2 combatants. Acquiring the second Nirvana Divine Seal was effortless, and he felt confident about obtaining the final one. Let us proceed. In search of the last seal, he beckoned to Cui Yu as they dashed towards the East Market. The East Market was an expansive bazaar. Unlike the stationary entities in the previous 2 locations, the beings here were of a wandering nature. The supply boxes were concealed amidst the various stalls. Before even entering the market, Ning Bai could hear the distant sounds of grievances. "Damn it, why are we placed in this wretched East Market this time? This impoverished spot. If it weren't for the fixed Nirvana Divine Seal, I wouldn't even bother searching here. Honestly, anything found in East Market is hardly worth the effort. We might as well raid the back alley instead, which is far easier to search. But what about that deadweight? Should we bring him along? I suppose we must, lest he miraculously locates the Nirvana Divine Seal and binds it for himself, leaving us at a disadvantage. Indeed, let's head elsewhere. This place is too poor." At that moment, Ning Bai chose to remain patient, quietly hiding behind the wall to eavesdrop on the conversation. Soon, a young man appeared in the distance. "All right, you 2 are seasoned players. We'll go wherever you suggest." "Very well, then, Lin boss, let us move together." As they spoke, the trio's footsteps headed towards the market's entrance, while Ning Bai found a relatively concealed spot to observe their retreating figures. Lin Xian, LV-12, Talent A, Total Combat Power, 366, Danger Level, C. Wu Tian, LV-38, Talent C. Total Combat Power, 723, Danger Level, B. Wu Yo, LV-42, Talent C. Total Combat Power, 927, Danger Level, A. Wu Tian and Wu Yo bore a striking resemblance in both appearance and height, leading Ning Bai to suspect they were likely twin brothers. Yet, what puzzled him further was their evident experience as players. suggesting they had likely ventured into this instance more than once. Doesn't the level increase weekly? Why are these two still entering a level 2 instance? Even more curiously, how could they have repeated it so many times? Though Ning Bai found it perplexing, it was of little consequence. The last Nirvana Divine Seal lay within reach. And for now, he would set aside other thoughts. Let us enjoy ourselves before addressing anything else. Chui Yu, eliminate all entities within the market. Yes, my husband. Having received Ning Bai's command, Chui Yu vanished in an instant, while Ning Bai leaped into the East Market to commence a frenzied search for the supply boxes. First and foremost was the final Nirvana Divine Seal. Nothing else mattered at the moment. Without the system's prompts, it would have been nearly impossible for Ning Bai to locate all 3 Nirvana Divine Seals so swiftly, as it was likely that only 1 or 2 would have been found, with the remainder reclaimed by the instance. However, with the system's guidance, he seized all 3 Nirvana Divine Seals with minimal effort. Ding! Nirvana Divine Seal detected. Would you like to bind it immediately? Nirvana Divine Seal binding has reached maximum limit. 3. Seeing that he had successfully collected all 3 Nirvana Divine Seals, a sense of inexplicable satisfaction washed over Ning Bai. He could now turn his attention to acquiring the exquisite items that lay beneath. The East Market was decidedly unfriendly to other players, as the supply boxes were not easily located. Only through the guidance of malevolent entities could one find the boxes. Yet the entities here were all of a wandering nature, implying that the boxes would not be guarded. This significantly heightened the difficulty of locating them. However, for Ning Bai, the situation was entirely different. Equipped with the hints towards the supply boxes, he easily found them without concern for interference from malevolent beings. The 2 exquisite items in the East Market were not far apart, and Ning Bai, uninterested in the contents of other boxes, made a beeline for these 2 prized possessions. While the system would indicate that a particular supply box could yield exquisite items, the specific contents remained a mystery until Ning Bai opened each box himself. Let us see what the first box yields. Congratulations. Luck is on your side. You have uncovered Xianing Gong, Purple Exquisite Esoteric Manual, in the supply box. Would you like to learn it immediately? What exactly is an esoteric manual? This concept is becoming somewhat overwhelming. As if in response to Ning Bai's confusion, the system provided an explanation. An esoteric manual refers to a cultivation technique. Each individual may cultivate only one manual, which will gradually enhance their spiritual attainment. Enhancing spiritual attainment? Never mind. I don't quite grasp it. Let us learn it. Ding. Learning successful, now automatically cultivating Xianing Gong. As he practiced Xianing Gong, Ning Bai distinctly felt the dark energy within him gradually intensifying. This sensation resembled that experienced during battles with malevolent entities. Yet the dark energy from Xianing Gong appeared to be far purer. Not bad. Indeed a treasure. Let us see what the next box contains. Chapter 64. The 9 Netherine Pill and the Crimson Flame Wings. Ding. Congratulations to the player for an extraordinary stroke of luck. You have obtained a rare purple item, 9 Netherine Pill. Consuming it will gradually enhance your cultivation by 100 years over 3 days. A century of cultivation. What a treasure! Ning Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a formidable artifact, akin to the mysterious jade, boasted merely over 30 years of cultivation. Yet this 9 Netherine Pill could elevate his practice by a century. If placed within the Yuxian gourd for 30 minutes, its effects would increase by an additional 30. This implied that Ning Bai would gain an astonishing 130 years of cultivation. With this thought, he eagerly transferred the energy drink from the Yuxian gourd into another empty bottle and subsequently inserted the 9 Netherine Pill. Having gathered these exquisite items, Ning Bai found little interest in the remaining possessions. It had already been over 12 minutes since parting ways with Chu Xinyan, and it was time for him to return to South Park Street to reunite with her. Sueyu, have the eerie entities been cleared? Ning Bai called out loudly. Yao Tsueyu's figure swiftly appeared beside him. My lord, all the eerie entities have been eradicated. There were a total of 7. At this moment, Sueyu's crimson aura intensified. After vanquishing these entities, Yao Tsueyu's cultivation surged once more, now exceeding 50 years. Let us return. Xiaoru is still waiting for us in the building. All right, Yao Tsueyu replied. And together they proceeded towards South Park Street. However, halfway through, Yao Tsueyu suddenly spoke. My lord, would you like me to lead you? Surprised by her suggestion, Ning Bai quickly comprehended the reason. Initially, Yao Tsueyu's speed matched his own, but after defeating so many eerie entities, her strength had nearly doubled. Thus, as they journeyed back, Yao Tsueyu walked beside Ning Bai with an air of ease. Very well, please guide me. As she spoke, Yao Tsuyu grasped Ning Bai's right hand and, with a gentle leap, soared several meters into the air. Before long, they arrived back at South Park Street. My lord, it seems. Yao Tsuyu pointed ahead, where several old residential buildings were engulfed in flames, thick black smoke obscuring the clear sky. Indeed, it appears Xiaoru is throwing a tantrum. As they rushed towards the scene of the fire, it became evident that Liang Ru was responsible. At that moment, Liang Ru was entirely engulfed in flames, her hair swaying freely in the blaze. Fireballs erupted from her hands, hurling them in all directions as she shouted angrily, "You didn't take me with you. You're bullying me. I'll burn you all. I'll set everything ablaze." Boom. The flames collided with the buildings, producing terrifying explosions. Some eerie entities within the residential complex were scorched, moaning in agony as they clung to the windows. Others, unable to withstand the heat, perished in the inferno. A few managed to leap from the windows, yet the flames consumed them, reducing them to cinders. The more resilient entities, having survived the initial onslaught, attempted to flee. But Liang Ru would always launch a fireball to send them into oblivion before they could escape. Witnessing the hellish scene, Ning Bai resolutely walked into the inferno. Yet, Yao Tsuyu, upon seeing the terrifying flames, wore a look of trepidation. Noticing her fearful expression, Ning Bai gently patted her delicate hand and said, "Wait here for me. I'll go calm that little girl." Yao Tsuyu nodded and stayed behind. As Ning Bai stepped into the flames, the overwhelming heat instilled a sense of fear within him. Ultimately, he activated his own infernal flames, forcefully neutralizing the fire's intensity before proceeding. Who has angered Xiaoru to ignite such a blaze? Upon seeing Ning Bai enter the flames, Liang Ru halted her actions, pouting in annoyance. Who else could it be? You two didn't take me along. Observing Liang Ru's adorable demeanor, Ning Bai stepped forward and gently embraced her, saying, "All right, I apologize. I promise to take you with me next time." In his embrace, Liang Ru's cheeks flushed slightly, but she did not resist, instead snuggling closer to him, her earlier anger dissipating entirely. "What were you two up to?" "We opened a treasure chest in another district," Ning Bai admitted without hesitation. "Then you must take me to open a treasure chest. Otherwise, I won't forgive you." Liang Ru wriggled out of Ning Bai's embrace, gazing at him earnestly. This was precisely what Ning Bai had hoped for, as a rare item awaited in the residential building directly across from them. The eerie entities within had long been reduced to ashes by Liang Ru's flames. Even without her prompting, he intended to claim it. "All right, conveniently. There's another chest across the way. Let us allow Xiaoru to open it." Upon hearing Ning Bai's agreement, Liang Ru's face lit up with joy. Let us go." Leading Liang Ru to the exquisite supply chest within the building, Ning Bai gestured towards it, asking, "Would you like to open it, or shall I?" "I will," Liang Ru exclaimed excitedly as she dashed forward, directly opening the supply chest. Ding! Congratulations to the player for an extraordinary stroke of luck. You have successfully opened a rare purple item. Crimson Flame Wings. Purple rare eerie ability. Generates a pair of fiery wings, allowing you to fly forward 50 meters. Inflicting flame damage on enemies behind you. Wow. Xiaoru, you're amazing. You managed to uncover a rare eerie ability. Although Ning Bai had anticipated this, he still exuberantly offered his praise. Such items are exceedingly rare. I can't believe you obtained one in a single attempt. His enthusiastic compliments filled Liang Ru with newfound confidence. Of course, my luck is exceptional. Ning Bai examined the fiery red wings from the chest and handed them to Liang Ru. Since you opened it, this is yours. Upon hearing that Ning Bai was gifting it to her, Liang Ru beamed with delight. Really? I love you so much. She then leaped up and planted a heavy kiss on Ning Bai's cheek. Her cheeks flushed as she snatched the crimson flame wings and dashed away, leaving Ning Bai momentarily stunned. Incredible. Every scene contained two exquisite items. One had been opened by Liang Ru on South Park Street, while the other had vanished before Ning Bai could retrieve it, presumably opened by Chu Xinyan. With nothing else to pursue, Ning Bai decided not to waste any more energy and headed directly to the initial rendezvous point set by Chu Xinyan. At that moment, Chu Xinyan was already waiting there, playing with a pair of earring-like items, seemingly just obtained. What did you get? Chu Xinyan shook her head in disappointment. Nothing useful. I'll explain later. Trouble is on the way from East University. Listen for my signal. When I say airplane, you act immediately. Chu Xinyan and Ning Bai exchanged their signal. Just as three familiar figures swiftly approached them, cursing loudly, "Thieves of South Street. Return my East University equipment." Chapter 65. Annihilating the East Market Trio, preparing to loot. On the asphalt road of South Park Street, the brilliant sunlight hung in the sky. This thoroughfare, which should have been bustling with activity, was now eerily silent, devoid of even a single bird. At the center of the road stood 7 individuals, their eyes locked in a tense standoff. You newcomers certainly have some audacity. Stealing from us at East Market, huh? Takeda's face was etched with fury, his finger pointed like a cannonball at Ning Bai and Chu Xinyan as he berated them. I've been around this 74th block for 3 or 4 months, and I've never encountered anyone as bold as you. Hand over everything you've taken, and I might let you off the hook this time. Takeda's rage burned fiercely, while Wuyo appeared considerably calmer, merely folding his arms and observing the two with a cold gaze, his tightly pressed lips betraying the anger simmering within. In contrast, a young man named Lin Xian surveyed Chu Xinyan with unmasked avarice in his eyes. Little sister, my brother here has been a seasoned player in the apartment for months. You really don't want to provoke him. Just hand over what you've got, and I might speak a good word for you, he said, his tone not overly aggressive. He took a step closer, greedily inhaling the alluring fragrance emanating from Chu Xinyan. Step aside. Chu Xinyan shot him a fierce glare. Lin Xian, a fa of bravado masking his weakness, flinched at her fierce demeanor and retreated behind Wuyo. He never even left South Park Street. How could you accuse us of stealing your belongings? Chu Xinyan spoke earnestly, her gaze fixed on Takeda. Takeda, unyielding, retorted, not you? Then who the hell was it? There are only 3 scenarios in the 74th block, and the players in the alley have already been eliminated by us. Do you honestly believe 2 corpses could have stolen our supply box? And you dare say it wasn't you? Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you the one who stole? Ning Bai, who had been watching the scene unfold, displayed no signs of tension or fear. Rather, a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. When Takeda met Ning Bai's gaze, he perceived a trace of mockery reflected back at him. In a flash, a wave of unbridled rage surged within Takeda as he advanced a couple of steps, intent on teaching Ning Bai a lesson. Look out. Suddenly, Chu Xinyan shouted, drawing the attention of nearly everyone present, though none were foolish enough to glance up. Lin Xian had somehow sidled up to Chu Xinyan again, and she retaliated with a swift kick to his groin. Ugh! Lin Xian cried out in agony, clutching himself as he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, Takeda and Wuyo both harbored thoughts of throttling Lin Xian. They were here for items, and Lin Xian's clumsiness was jeopardizing their plans. Had it not been for the substantial sum he had paid, they would have already berated him. Watch out, brother! Suddenly, Wuyo summoned a long spear that materialized in his hand, aimed directly at Takeda's head. Clang! A dreadful, sharp sound erupted in Takeda's ears as Ning Bai's right hand, wielding a blade, deflected Wuyo's spear. Without Wuyo's interference, Takeda would have been cleaved in 2 by Ning Bai's weapon. How unfortunate, Ning Bai mused, expressing regret that he had not claimed Takeda's life in that moment. Having narrowly escaped death, Takeda stumbled back a couple of steps, warily eyeing the assailant behind him, cursing. You brat. No sense of honor. Brother, watch out. Wuyo shouted again, this time because Chu Xinyan had somehow appeared behind Takeda. A short sword, glinting ominously, plunged into his back. With a swift thrust, the blade met no resistance as it pierced Takeda's flesh. Wuyo lunged at Chu Xinyan with his spear, but she seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, flashing to Ning Bai's side. Just a friendly reminder. Brother, did you not notice what was behind you? Ning Bai sheathed his blade, a playful smile gracing his face. Yet, it was too late. Wuyo had yet to turn around. He felt a chilling sensation at his throat, and his vision swiftly plummeted until he collapsed, his lifeless head rolling away from his body, revealing the spectral form of a woman clad in a blood-red wedding gown looming behind him. You lot, when the apartment war begins, I will make you pay dearly. Wuyo uttered his last words, his body dissipating into dark mist, leaving behind a colorful array of items scattered on the ground. Brother! Takeda's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of his sibling's demise. His shock morphed into fury. You worthless scoundrels. How dare you resort to such despicable tactics? Return all my brother's gear and the items stolen from East Market, and I might let this slide. If not, enough with the nonsense, Chu Xinyan snapped, appearing before Takeda and unhesitatingly slashing her short sword across his throat. Such wasted words. Chu Xinyan turned to leave, but at that moment, Ning Bai noticed a faint, enigmatic smile on Takeda's face. The bodies within the instance would not linger. As Takeda fell, his form dissipated into wisps of smoke, leaving a scatter of equipment behind. With the Takeda brothers now deceased, only Lin Xian remained, feigning unconsciousness on the ground. However, his act was transparently poor, his body trembling like a leaf while he squinted to keep an eye on Ning Bai and Chu Xinyan. Oh, what seems to have caused this one to faint? Chu Xinyan recognized Lin Xian's charade. Even without his pretense, she could surmise the truth. She approached him, her gaze playful like a cat toying with its prey. Without warning, she lifted her feet and brought them down forcefully between his legs once more. Though Chu Xinyan's overall combat prowess was lesser than Ning Bai's, her physical capabilities were hardly lacking. The impact of her kick was thunderous, likely shattering some bone, and her attack left Lin Xian writhing in unbearable agony. In the midst of his desperate cries, he succumbed to the pain, meeting the same fate as the Takeda brothers, dissolving into a swirl of dark mist and a scattering of items. Very well, it is time to divide the spoils. Chapter 66. The fusion of evil spirits and malevolent ghosts, unleashing the supreme form. The two brothers truly appeared impoverished, having only yielded a meager amount of equipment. After a thorough organization, Ning Bai and Chu Xinyan gathered all the equipment and items dropped following the demise of the three individuals. The gear dropped by the Wutian brothers amounted to a mere 5 pieces, yet the quality was commendable. Panlong, exceptional lance-type spectral weapon. Neon, exceptional sword-type spectral weapon. Ying Arc, exceptional armor-type spectral gear. Breaking Wine Slash, exceptional blade-type spectral technique. Shattered Stone Staff, fine staff-type spectral weapon. Among these 5 items, most were of exceptional quality, with only one being of fine quality. It could be said they were quite fortunate. In addition, the duo possessed over 87,000 spectral coins. Furthermore, they had 17 healing powders and 26 healing potions. Conversely, Lin Xian had an abundance of items, but only one was of exceptional quality. Heart of the Ocean, exceptional ornament-type spectral artifact, upon use, generates a water barrier capable of absorbing substantial damage. This item can be utilized 28 times. Apart from this, the rest were mostly blue or green trinkets that Ning Bai found unworthy of further examination, and he had merely over 13,000 spectral coins. The harvest this time was indeed substantial. Please, choose first. I'll take what remains, Ning Bai remarked, showing little interest in the spectral weapons. Save for the Heart of the Ocean, which piqued his curiosity. However, he was mindful of the fact that he still owed over 50,000 spectral coins. It was evident that Chu Xinyan also had her eyes set on the sapphire pendant, Heart of the Ocean, not solely for its attributes, but because of its exquisite appearance. Such a glittering object holds an irresistible allure for a girl. All right, I shall not be modest. With that, Chu Xinyan promptly stowed away the Heart of the Ocean and then claimed the Neon Blade. The Neon Blade indeed lived up to its name, emanating a kaleidoscope of colors due to exquisite forging techniques, making it quite a sight. After selecting these 2 items, Chu Xinyan also added the Panlong lance to her collection. You do not lack weapons. I shall take the enhanced gear, leaving the remaining armor and techniques for you. She then handed Ning Bai the Ying Arc and Breaking Wind Slash, also producing another ring from her pocket. This ring I just uncovered from a treasure chest, but it holds little use for me. However, it suits you perfectly. Consider it a small gift from me. Upon hearing Chu Xinyan's words, Ning Bai examined the ring's effects. Command Ring. Exceptional ornament-type spectral artifact. This item is a bound spectral artifact. Upon use, it can bind up to 5 spectral contracts, allowing the user to command spectral entities in battle, with the capability to possess only one entity at a time. Possess in battle? This item is indeed useful. Seeing the item's description, Ning Bai immediately donned it on his left hand. Ding. Successfully equipped the command ring. This item is a bound artifact and cannot be unbound, transferred, or sold. Do you confirm binding? Yes. Ding. Binding successful. Current contractual spectral entities. 05. No available entities to command. Please attempt to contract with other spectral entities. Ning Bai turned to the side, addressing Yao Xiu. Xiu, I need to contract with you. With that, he extended his left hand, adorned with the command ring, and gently tapped Yao Xiu. In the next moment, a prompt appeared before Xiu. Do you wish to enter into a command contract with player Ning Bai? Yes. No. Xiu, though unsure of the contract's implications, trusted Ning Bai implicitly and immediately chose yes. In an instant, a dim mark appeared above them. However, neither seemed to feel anything extraordinary. What is the purpose of this contract? I am somewhat perplexed. I shall attempt to command. Ning Bai shook his head. Feeling nothing particularly remarkable, But since it was a command contract, he decided to activate the command. Suddenly, Ning Bai felt his eyes grow hollow and blurred. Control over his body began to fade. Meanwhile, Yao Tsuyu found herself drifting uncontrollably toward Ning Bai's body. In an instant, Tsuyu became the master of his form, while Ning Bai could only observe from within his subconscious. Am I inside my husband's body? Sueyu raised her hand, somewhat bewildered by the situation, observing Ning Bai. Chu Xinyan expressed her curiosity. How fascinating. Your voice now sounds just like Yao Yao's. Liang Ru, equally excited, chimed in. I want to try too. Let me have a go. Liang Ru moved closer to Ning Bai, eager to enter his body. However, she had not entered into a command contract with him, making it impossible for her to join. Xiaoru, wait. I feel incredibly powerful right now. At that moment, Yao Tsuyu's eyes sparkled with exhilaration as she lightly tapped her feet, her form shimmering with a crimson glow. The abyssal broadsword was firmly grasped in her hand, and an aura of malevolence enveloped her. Instantly, a dominating presence was unmistakably projected. Break! Ning Bai called out, as he wielded the abyssal broadsword, unleashing 3 slashes imbued with thunderous purple energy. The blade's energy surged forth like a raging tempest, hurtling towards a distant, aged apartment building. Boom! A cacophony of explosive sounds echoed in the distance as the sturdy concrete structure crumbled as if it were mere child's play. In the instant the energy penetrated the building, it began to collapse, dust rising in its wake as bricks and debris fell to the ground, revealing the aftermath of destruction. Chu Xinyan watched in astonishment as the 3 slashes had rendered her speechless. Having been reborn countless times, she was intimately familiar with all of Ning Bai's forms. Yet, this was her first encounter with the manifestation birthed from the fusion of Ning Bai and Sueyu. Such terrifying power. Not even the 3 boss-level spectral entities in the park would dare confront it, likely opting to flee in terror. This might be the closest they had come to a perfect victory. Gazing at the swirling amalgamation of malevolent and evil spirit energies surrounding Ning Bai in the sky, Chu Xinyan's excitement was palpable. She could hardly contain her eagerness to plunge into Central Park and teach those 3 boss-level spectral entities a lesson they would not forget. Chapter 67. The Block Slayer. Wow. How handsome. My brother is so handsome. Liang Ru clapped her hands excitedly as she watched Ning Bai obliterate a building with his 3 blades of air. Although she could not fully comprehend the extent of Ning Bai's power, she certainly understood how strikingly handsome he was. Bang! With a resounding thud, Ning Bai's body crashed into the ground, his nose bloodied and streaming with crimson. As magnificent as he had appeared moments before, he now looked utterly disheveled. I knew this would lead to trouble. Ning Bai uttered these words, his voice returning to its normal timbre. Chui Yu's form languidly drifted out from within Ning Bai. The sheer force of that trio of blade energies had been overwhelming, exhausting even the combined strength of Ning Bai and Yao Chuiyu. This was hardly surprising. Chuiyu typically expended little of her energy against malevolent entities, usually dispatching them effortlessly with her sharp fruit knife. However, Ning Bai had an abundance of enhancements. Not only was the blade energy released by the abyss terrifyingly taxing, but the physical augmentation from his evil spirit form, the damage from the underworld thunder pact, and the burning effect from the hellfire combined to create a formidable force. The destruction of the building was merely a physical manifestation of this overwhelming power. Should any malevolent entity encounter such an assault, even one with a century of mastery would find itself on the brink of annihilation. After taking a sip from the energy drink previously given to him by Chu Xinyan, Ning Bai's stamina was nearly restored in an instant. Brother, I want to fuse too. Let me try? Liang Ru approached excitedly, eager to merge with Ning Bai. Yet, the fusion skill of the command ring had a cooldown period and could not be used successively. Sure, but there is still a half-hour cooldown. I'll sign a contract with you first. With that, Ning Bai raised his hand and bound Liang Ru as his second contracted spirit. Ding. Contract binding successful. Currently possessing 2 contracted entities. Great. I've been bound. It will be my turn soon. Liang Ru exclaimed joyfully. But Ning Bai had no intention of granting her that opportunity. Chuiyu, are you all right? Supporting Chuiyu, Ning Bai inquired with concern. I'm fine, just a bit exhausted. A short rest will suffice. Yao Chuiyu waved her hand, indicating she was not gravely harmed. At that moment, Chu Xinyan approached, her eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. I knew this equipment would suit you. You are now the strongest form I have ever witnessed, bar none. With this, we have a real chance of achieving a flawless victory. A chance? Upon hearing this phrase, Ning Bai felt even more perplexed. The abilities he had just displayed were undeniably extraordinary. Even entities with a century of mastery might not stand a chance against him. Shouldn't the current situation guarantee an effortless victory? Why speak of hope? Noticing Ning Bai's confusion, Chu Xinyan explained calmly. Since this is a dungeon, it cannot be that simple. The strength of those boss-level entities does not stem from their innate abilities, but rather from their mechanisms. As she spoke, Chu Xinyan began detailing the intricacies of these three boss entities. Though they had only over 30 years of mastery, the cursed artifacts and possessed symbols equipped upon them were of exceptionally high quality. This endowed them with a strength far exceeding that of mere 30-year entities, making them even more formidable than those with a century of experience. However, the truly vexing aspect lay in their intrinsic mechanisms. Within a certain range, these entities were invincible. If they were not specific entities, with Ning Bai's combat prowess, even with top-tier protective charms reducing their damage by 50, he could easily dispatch them within a few moves. As she spoke, Chu Xinyan casually retrieved a newspaper from a nearby basket and handed it to Ning Bai. These three boss entities are featured here. Following Chu Xinyan's guidance, Ning Bai glanced at the article. Tragedy in Block 74. A doctor dedicated to saving lives has transformed into a mindless killer. As Ning Bai read on, he learned of a massacre in the Central Park of Block 74, where a madman had slaughtered 32 people overnight. Among the victims were an 80-year-old park manager and several children under the age of 12, along with their guardians, regardless of age or gender. All had met a grisly fate at the hands of a fire axe. The perpetrator commenced his rampage at 8 p.m. on the first night and continued until 5 a.m. the following morning, when an elderly man out for his morning exercise discovered the dismembered bodies of several children and alerted the authorities. The criminal was found sleeping in the park management office, seemingly never having contemplated escape. Upon being discovered by the police, he laughed maniacally and declared, "Murder demands retribution," before charging at the officers and being shot dead on the spot. The preliminary assessment suggested that the doctor had succumbed to overwhelming work-related stress, resulting in a mental breakdown. In a rather absurd conclusion, the journalist advised readers to manage their stress and maintain a balance between work and leisure, encouraging them to savor the beauty of life. Nonsense. The implication of murder demands retribution was left unexplained, yet they hastily arrived at such a conclusion. After finishing the article, Ning Bai felt deeply dissatisfied with the outcome. Indeed, we have also been investigating to uncover the true reason behind that man's madness. Chu Xinyan provided a spoiler without hesitation. It turns out the story began with a harmonious family of three. The father was a doctor at a nearby hospital, while the mother, after becoming pregnant, returned home to become a full-time housewife. Their child had just begun attending kindergarten. During one rare weekend, the family visited the park for a leisurely outing. Unfortunately, this marked the beginning of their tragedy. Initially, everything was delightful. The young boy played joyfully with older children, while the parents reveled in the serene scenery and engaged in pleasant conversation. However, an unexpected conflict arose when the boy got into a scuffle with a few other boys. The parents rushed to intervene, pulling the children apart. The mother chastised the boys, believing the matter would be resolved with an apology, as children fighting was an all-too-common occurrence. They hardly thought much of it. But little did they know, after their son wandered off again, that this parting would become a final farewell. When the couple sensed something was amiss, a crowd had gathered by the artificial lake in the park, all desperately fishing for something from the water. The mother merely glanced, and her world shattered. For the lifeless body pulled from the lake was that of her son, pale and cold, his eyes shut, having long since succumbed to drowning. Chapter 68. The unsolvable ghost of the drowned infant. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My son is a child who is terrified of bathing. How could he possibly approach a water source? The mistress, in a frenzy of despair, clutched the already cold body while screaming madly. Although the master was on the brink of collapse, a flicker of reason allowed him to notice the camera above, aimed directly at them. The camera emitted a vivid crimson glow. It was indeed recording. The couple hastily transported their child to the hospital, but the prolonged duration of drowning rendered resuscitation futile. That young life departed from this world forever. The mother, engulfed in grief over her child's death, became a mere shadow of herself, while the father's mental state was equally fragile. However, a fisherman's words ignited a blaze of fury within him. The fisherman claimed he had been fishing on the opposite bank and had clearly witnessed three older boys pushing his son into the lake. He had stood by the riverbank for a considerable time, watching until the boy ceased to struggle, at which point the three young boys turned and left. He was too far from the riverbank at that moment to intervene in time. The area where the boy fell was treacherous, seldom visited by tourists. As he ran and called for help, no one passed by until he managed to retrieve the boy's floating body with his fishing rod, at which point others began to assist in the rescue. Upon hearing the fisherman's account, the man recognized the three boys as those who had previously clashed with his son. Armed with this crucial information, he rushed to the police station to report it. He believed that the truth would soon emerge. However, the police ultimately concluded that it was merely an accidental drowning. They did not even bother to interview the guardians of the three boys. Infuriated by this revelation, the man demanded that the park provide the surveillance footage from that day. The park manager, however, claimed that the camera had been out of order for quite some time and was non-functional. The man, disbelieving, clandestinely infiltrated the park management office that night and forcefully accessed the surveillance footage. To his dismay, the manager's assertion proved accurate. The camera was indeed broken and had not recorded anything. As a consequence of this incident, the man was detained for 7 days. Upon his release, yet another devastating blow struck. His wife, desperate for the police to take the matter seriously, penned a suicide note and subsequently hanged herself in the park. The man's world shattered. He teetered on the edge of despair. Yet reason prevented him from falling into utter ruin. During his time in detention, he realized that the surveillance was operational. It was impossible for there to be no footage. The only plausible explanation was that the recordings had been deliberately erased. Thus, upon exiting the detention center, he once again infiltrated the park management office and dismantled the entire hard drive. He then sought the assistance of a former classmate from his university's computer science department to recover the deleted content. The recovery revealed the complete footage of his son's tragic drowning. He watched as the three boys lured his son to the lakeshore with toys before mercilessly pushing him into the water. As his son struggled, those three little devils laughed together. In that moment, the man's vision blurred with rage, and reason was utterly consumed by hatred. Yet, he still attempted to offer those boys a chance. He chose to submit the footage to the police, fully aware that minors bore no criminal responsibility. He sought nothing more than an apology, but in the end, he received nothing, instead finding himself arrested, with all evidence confiscated. It was only while sitting in the interrogation room that the police's remarks illuminated the entire situation for him. From the outset, the police had already learned the truth from the fisherman. However, the parents of those three boys wielded considerable influence in both political and business realms, rendering the local officers powerless against such powerful figures. The matter was too significant. Even if the truth were uncovered, they could only turn a blind eye. They urged the man to let it go, warning that otherwise, he might lose everything himself. Emerging from the police station, his eyes ablaze with fury, the man seethed. Let it go? Let it go. Ha! Just let it go, is that it? My family is in ruins, my son is still crying in the water, and my wife's body is not yet cold, and you want me to just let it go? Fine, then let them all die. That night, with bloodshot eyes and wielding a fire axe, the man entered Central Park. That night, the park was stained crimson. Even the police, upon witnessing the crime scene, were horrified. So, those three were the boss-level entities? After hearing the tale, Ning Bai pondered thoughtfully. Chu Xinyan nodded and confirmed. Indeed, the man transformed into a malevolent spirit. The woman became a vengeful ghost, and the child remained a drowned infant. Evil spirit? What does that mean? Ning Bai, having encountered the term evil spirit early on, recognized that his skull mask represented such a being, yet he remained unaware of its true significance. In simple terms, an evil spirit is one who has taken lives while alive and, due to profound grievances, transforms into a supernatural entity after death. Evil spirits are more terrifying than vengeful ghosts, as they do not discriminate between the living and the dead. Typically, an evil spirit will annihilate all nearby supernatural entities. These entities are exceedingly fierce, evolving at an astonishing rate, easily giving rise to monsters with millennia of experience. The evil spirit within you has millennia of experience, yet regrettably, due to the length of time since its death, its strength is diminished. However, if it were to grow, it would still be formidable. After absorbing Chu Xinyan's explanation, Ning Bai finally understood why his evil spirit was so terrifying, even instilling fear in the likes of Tsiyu. What, then, is the drowned infant? Why have I never heard of it before? Chu Xinyan pondered for a moment before responding. Have you heard of the guiding fish? I have. Fishermen often see fish floating near the shore, and if someone attempts to catch them, the fish will lead them into deeper waters. Ning Bai was indeed familiar with the phenomenon of guiding fish, but experts had suggested that it was not a case of supernatural forces. Rather, it was due to insufficient oxygen in the deep waters that caused the fish to seek respite in shallower areas. If someone attempted to catch them, they would instinctively evade capture. Precisely, the guiding fish essentially embodies the drowned infant, enticing humans to enter the water. Once submerged, the danger becomes imminent. It doesn't seem too complicated, does it? As long as one refrains from entering the water, isn't it straightforward? Yes, therein lies the issue. The drowned infant is not powerful, even weaker than the little demons guarding supply crates. Yet, the rule is that as long as these entities remain within their territory, they are invincible. The drowned infant cannot leave the water, whether actively or passively, thus rendering it invincible. After considering Chu Xinyan's words, Ning Bai recalled that the final Brave certification medal was located at the heart of the lake pavilion. It was impossible to retrieve it without flying over. But, fly? Ning Bai turned his gaze to Liang Ru beside him. Do you believe I can obtain the Brave medal from the pavilion? Chapter 69. The Shadow Arc and the Windbreaker Slash. Is it truly feasible? Chu Xinyan regarded Ning Bai with a hint of skepticism, yet Ning Bai offered no further elucidation. Perhaps, but to gain entry to the inner sanctum of the park, one must first navigate through the park management office overseen by the male protagonist. We shall see about that later. For now, I propose we search for supplies. Once Chui Yu has regained a modicum of her strength, we can convene at Central Park. Ning Bai's suggestion garnered agreement from several companions. The evacuation point was on the verge of activation. Yet this particular instance merely mandated a minimum stay of half an hour, when one wish to exit was entirely contingent upon their disposition. Thus, the four did not rush. Instead, they commenced their search for supplies in the adjacent blocks. The premium items had indeed been entirely scavenged. However, other supply boxes were not devoid of utility, such as the Eye of Identification and item expansion tools. While these items may not be particularly remarkable, they were undeniably advantageous for Ning Bai. To expedite their search, the group split into pairs, 2 humans and 2 spirits. Ning Bai opted to head towards East Market, while Chu Xinyan remained on South Park Street. Meanwhile, Yao Ziyu and Liang Ru ventured into the back alleys. East Market was relatively small, and the distribution of malevolent entities was the least among the 3 blocks. The Wu brothers had already conducted a preliminary sweep of the area, complemented by Yao Ziyu's thorough mapping. At this moment, East Market was devoid of any malevolent presence. Upon arriving at East Market, Ning Bai did not hastily scour for supplies. Instead, he retrieved the remaining 2 premium items from his possession. Shadow Arc, when equipped, it provides a 30 overall damage reduction effect and generates a shield with 500 armor points. Once the shield is breached, it will automatically retreat 10 meters in the direction behind the user, regenerating after 2 hours. Splendid. Truly a premium item, offering damage reduction, a protective shield, displacement, and the ability to be reused, an exquisite enhancement to my margin for error. Ning Bai was thoroughly satisfied with this extraordinary piece of equipment. Next, he turned his attention to another premium skill. Windbreaker Slash, Beep. Successfully learned the skill Windbreaker Slash. Current proficiency, 0-100. Upon mastering Windbreaker Slash, Ning Bai instinctively acquired a new swordsmanship technique. However, mere learning did not equate to comprehension. He only grasped the method of execution, and true mastery would require prolonged practice. Fortuitously, Ning Bai unsheathed his abyssal broadsword and began to experiment. Windbreaker Slash. With a powerful shout, a sharp blade cut through the stall before him, tearing the awning asunder. Due to Ning Bai's adept control over his strength, the blade's aura remained concealed. This gust was solely a product of Windbreaker Slash. Not bad. Although the power was somewhat lacking, the energy expenditure was entirely manageable. Performing this strike 100 times would pose no issue. Ning Bai was exceedingly pleased with his newly acquired skill. However, to enhance his proficiency, mere practice was insufficient. Only striking a target would elevate his skill level. He realized he had an opportunity to improve his skill proficiency. After stowing his abyssal broadsword, Ning Bai commenced the search for nearby supply boxes. There is a supply box awaiting opening at the corner ahead. Congratulations. Acquired. 1 roll of 5 square wire. There is a supply box awaiting opening 7 meters to the right. Congratulations. Acquired. For compressed biscuits. Congratulations. Acquired. 1 eye of identification. Congratulations. Acquired. 1 set of comfortable sofa. Congratulations! Acquired. 1 training scarecrow. East Market was replete with supply boxes, yet the drop rates were dismal, primarily yielding mundane household items. Fortunately, these items were all cards, allowing Chu Xinyan's backpack to accommodate them. Otherwise, Ning Bai would have struggled to carry the sofa. I feel as though I am scavenging. When I had an advantage before, the drop rates had not appeared so poor. Indeed, one only finds enjoyment in gaming when utilizing cheats. Nevertheless, Ning Bai did not feel cheated. After all, these everyday items could still be converted into ghost coins, effectively augmenting his wealth. Furthermore, the supply boxes occasionally yielded various useful items, such as expansion tools and eyes of identification. Thus, Ning Bai continued to open boxes, all the while keeping an eye out for one particular item, the 9 nether alchemy pill within the Yunshin gourd. As time passed, the half-hour mark approached swiftly. Beep. The Yunshin gourd has completed the transformation of its internal items. 9 nether alchemy pill true. Upon consumption, it will gradually enhance 130 years of cultivation over the course of 3 days. As Ning Bai poured the 9 nether alchemy pill into his palm, the originally black pill began to radiate layers of purple luminescence, more dazzling than before. Without hesitation, he chose to consume it. Simultaneously, Ning Bai felt as though his body had transformed into a small vortex, a chilling energy surging into him, inflating his form like a balloon. The rate of enhancement was astounding. If this persisted for 3 days, he could hardly fathom what manner of being he would become. Sensing the relentless surge of strength within, Ning Bai involuntarily took a step forward. In an instant, he soared 4 to 5 meters into the air, reaching a height equivalent to 3 or 4 stories. Ha ha! I can fly this high now. In midair, Ning Bai could not contain his laughter. He was now akin to a hero from a martial arts film. With a gentle touch of his toes, he leaped through the air as gracefully as a dragonfly skimming the water. As the effects of the 9 nether alchemy pill continued to amplify, Ning Bai's power surged exponentially. Just as he was leaping across the map, a skull mask materialized on his face, and a strange voice echoed in his mind. This body is still too weak. Ning Bai was startled by this sudden occurrence, abruptly halting and exclaiming, Who is speaking? Yet, as he voiced his inquiry, the voice vanished, and the skull mask faded back into his being. What is happening? What transpired? Chapter 70, Consumption, the Shadow of the Ghost and the Flight of the Spirit. Ning Bai caressed his face, reflecting on the recent occurrences. He had not activated the malevolent spirit form, yet the mask had inexplicably materialized, and he was certain that the voice he heard emanated from his mind. After listening to the system's sounds for so long, he could distinguish where the voice originated. Could it be that as my strength increases, the mountain spirit within me has awakened? Ning Bai found the nature of this malevolent spirit perplexing, feeling a sense of unease. However, the spirit seemed to have calmed down for now, and he did not dwell on it further. Having thoroughly searched the supply crates, he decided to check on Chu Xinyan. Hastening towards South Street, Ning Bai soon found Chu Xinyan, who had just finished her search for supplies. What a coincidence! I just completed my search when you arrived, she said, securing her gathered supplies on her back and approaching him. Xinyan, may I ask you something? Are you aware of the awakening of strange entities? What? What strange entities? Chu Xinyan frowned, struggling to comprehend Ning Bai's words. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to share the incident of the malevolent spirit's sudden appearance with her. I truly had no knowledge of this. This is the first time you've mentioned it to me, she replied, momentarily taken aback. Ning Bai sighed and shook his head. All right then. Let us head to the back alley and check on Chui Yu and the others. Chu Xinyan agreed, and the two proceeded towards the back alley. At that moment, the back alley resembled a hellish inferno, flames ravenously consuming house after house. In the small courtyards along the alley, piles of firewood lay scattered, causing the fire to grow ever fiercer. Such devastation, killing, and burning. This is truly a calamity. Liang Rue's expedition has left no grass behind. Ning Bai lamented as he gazed at the horrifying scene before him. Even the fearsome flames made Chui Yu wary, and Chu Xinyan, being merely human, could not possibly venture in. It seems we can only wait until they finish their search before entering, he concluded. Although Ning Bai could activate the purgatory flames to withstand the fire, he deemed it unnecessary. Let us wander around this vicinity. It has been quite some time since I've enjoyed a leisurely stroll, Chu Xinyan suggested, stretching languidly, her graceful figure perfectly accentuated by the movement. Ning Bai couldn't help but glance at her a bit longer. At that moment, Chu Xinyan appeared to spot something, pointing excitedly at a certain spot amid the flames. That house doesn't seem to be burning. Following her gaze, Ning Bai noticed a house that appeared to have completely evaded the fiery onslaught. A makeshift sign made of cardboard hung at its entrance, inscribed clumsily with the words, "The Strange Convenience Store." Could it be a bizarre marketplace? They exchanged glances, excitement gleaming in their eyes. This peculiar marketplace was exceedingly well concealed. The sign was merely hastily drawn with a rough marker. Had Liang Ru not set fire to the nearby houses, this strange store might have remained undiscovered. At that moment, Ning Bai and Chu Xinyan possessed cash worth over 200,000, both being absolute VIP 1 players. While this status did not imply extreme prestige, it certainly indicated their considerable wealth. If money could not be spent, it would be no different from waste paper. As they entered the strange convenience store, they found the interior to be quite antiquated, with display cases made from yellow wood and transparent glass. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged woman with curly hair, her expression dazed as she smoked a cigarette. Upon noticing Ning Bai and Chu Xinyan's entrance, her eyes lit up. "Xiao Ning and Xiao Chu, when did you return? It's hot outside. Come in and cool off by the fan." Ning Bai and Chu Xinyan exchanged bewildered glances, offering awkward smiles as they stepped inside. "Auntie, I'd like to purchase some strange items." "Of course. Come to the back room." The woman's enthusiasm was overwhelming as she linked her arms with theirs, guiding them further inside. Upon entering the back room, they discovered numerous strange weapons and objects scattered haphazardly about, exuding an air of rustic charm. "Ah, do you have the eye of appraisal?" Ning Bai inquired. "Of course," the woman exclaimed, immediately rummaging through her wardrobe. Within moments, she produced 4 or 5 eyes of appraisal. "Xiao Ning, how many do you need?" "5 will suffice." "Very well, what else do you desire?" After a moment's thought, Ning Bai inquired about 2 additional items he sought. "Do you have any strange techniques related to the body technique?" "Certainly. Which category do you prefer? Assault combat, evasive survival, or supportive enhancement?" "Evasive survival will do, with slightly better quality." "All right, let me find some for you." With that, the woman delved back into her wardrobe, searching diligently. After a while, she emerged with 3 books. Ghostly Shadow, blue quality rapidly relocate and temporarily become invisible, while creating a phantom to confuse enemies. Price, 20,000 strange coins. Phantom Night Shift, blue quality release of fog, allowing for short distance blinking relocation within the mist. Spirit Flight, blue quality release a ghostly eye, enabling swift relocation to its position within 30 minutes. Price, 20,000 strange coins. After examining the 3 strange techniques, Ning Bai felt an overwhelming urge to acquire them all. "Please set aside the Ghostly Shadow and Spirit Flight for me. Do you have any defensive techniques?" "Certainly. Let me find some for you." The woman turned again, rummaging through her collection. Blood Demon Skin, blue quality kill other humans and absorb their blood essence to instantly gain a new layer of skin, providing an everlasting shield with no upper limit. 30,000 strange coins. Wailing Soul Barrier, blue quality absorb the residual souls of other strange entities to create a barrier that actively releases negative emotions, affecting units outside the barrier. 30,000 strange coins. Netherfire Shield, blue quality release Netherfire to form a shield that absorbs 30 of incoming damage and utilizes 30 of that damage for growth. 30,000 strange coins. The woman presented 3 more strange techniques, and Ning Bai promptly chose the Netherfire Shield. While Blood Demon Skin was impressive, the requirement to absorb human blood for shield enhancement was rather harsh, resulting in slow growth. Thus, he ultimately opted for the Netherfire Shield. Although the quality of these 3 techniques could only be classified as blue quality, it was likely the highest quality available in the strange marketplace. Suddenly, Ning Bai grew curious and asked, "Auntie, can I sell you any unwanted strange items?" "Of course," she replied without hesitation. Chapter 71. Strengthening the Abyssal Soldier. Can these items be sold? How much are they worth? Upon hearing his aunt's inquiry, Ning Bai promptly produced a collection of peculiar devices and ethereal energy tools. His aunt's eyes sparkled with interest as she approached to examine them. "This one is worth 3,000 ghost coins, and that one 5,000. These prices are a bit high, this one at 8,000. However, these minor powders are not worth anything. Pass on those." After a tedious selection process, Ning Bai found himself exasperated and decided to reclaim the items. "All right, fine. I'll handle them myself." Initially, he had intended to dispose of these items, as he had accumulated an abundance during this quest. His backpack was already overflowing, and Chu Xinyan had stuffed it to the point that the zipper could not close. He desperately needed to offload some items, even if it meant earning less. However, his aunt's offers were simply too low, leading him to abandon the idea of selling to her. Can the peculiar devices be enhanced? He inquired. Yes, they can be fortified, but it requires other devices as a foundation. Each level of enhancement incurs a fee of 100 ghost coins. What are you planning to upgrade? The mention of the 100 coin fee made Ning Bai wince. Upgrading these devices demands the destruction of others, a white device for a level increase, a green device for 10 levels, and a blue device for 100 levels. Merely upgrading a few blue devices in his possession would cost him over 100,000 in fees. Where would he procure such funds now? After paying for various ghost techniques, he was left with just over 34,000 coins. Let us upgrade as much as possible, he resolved, proceeding to enhance all the white devices he deemed unworthy. Ding. Successfully strengthened the Abyssal Soldier. 016 increases blade hardness by 16 points, sharpness by 16 points, and demon slaying attribute by 16 points. Total enhancement cost, 1,600 ghost coins. The remaining 3 green devices were similarly utilized for enhancement. Ding. Successfully strengthened the Abyssal Soldier. 1659 increases blade hardness by 59 points, sharpness by 59 points, and demon slaying attribute by 59 points. Total enhancement cost, 5,900 ghost coins. With 9 blue devices remaining, he surmised he would need to take a few back. Including the floating dust, he had a total of 10 blue devices, most of which he selected for enhancing the abyss. Ding. Successfully strengthened the Abyssal Soldier. 7,263 increases blade hardness by 263 points, sharpness by 263 points, and demon slaying attribute by 263 points. Total enhancement cost, 26,300 ghost coins. After selecting the most suitable weapons for enhancement, Ning Bai had completely exhausted his ghost coins. He withdrew the abyssal blade once more, and a dark mist swirled around its blade. Although it was merely a knife, when Ning Bai revealed it, the oppressive aura it exuded was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Is this the power of a 333 enhancement? It feels even more formidable, he mused. Drawing the abyssal blade from its sheath, an exhilarating sensation coursed through him, accompanied by a faint tremor. What is happening? Why does it feel as if the blade is alive? At that moment, Chu Xinyan had also finished selecting her items and began browsing through clothing and cosmetics with the remainder of her pocket money. Ultimately, a girl could not escape the allure of such things. Upon hearing Ning Bai's words, she replied, "It's quite normal. Legendary level weapons are said to manifest a weapon soul. However, the current weapon soul is still too weak. Once you enhance it to level 1,000, the weapon will be able to operate independently." Hearing this sparked a glimmer of hope in Ning Bai's heart. It can operate on its own? That's remarkable. Just then, Yao Tsueyu and Liang Ru entered. Having gathered all their supplies, they seemed to have spotted the duo through the window and decided to join them. Liang Ru proudly presented her haul to Ning Bai, eagerly awaiting his praise. 2 blue devices, 3 green devices, and 13 white devices. What do you think, brother? Aren't we impressive? Staring at the overwhelming collection of devices, Ning Bai struggled to catch his breath. What on earth did I manage to clear out? He cast aside his backpack onto the ground. No need to think too much. Since we can't carry it all, let's leave it here for now and deal with the 3 bosses inside before taking it with us. At the northwest entrance of Central Park, Ning Bai and his companions stealthily entered through a small gate, arriving at a rockery within the park. The area offered a panoramic view, allowing them to survey the entire park. At this juncture, Chu Xinyan began her detailed briefing. The 3 boss-level entities are located in distinct areas. The boy is at the artificial lake, and the warrior's certification medal is on the table at the pavilions in the lake. The mother is in the nearby willow grove, and her medal is buried in the soil. I can't recall the exact spot, but we can search slowly. The father possesses the greatest strength, roaming throughout the park. He may ambush us unexpectedly, but since the medal is on the park management's desk, the closer we are to that area, the more likely he is to appear. Each of these boss entities has an invincible resurrection buff within their territory. Even if thrown into a blender, they can reconstitute their forms. Thus, to defeat them, we must lure them away from their domains. I can easily draw out the father, but the mother is bound by a noose around her neck, preventing her from leaving the willow grove. If we can sever the rope, we might be able to extract her. The most challenging will be the little boy, but you seem quite confident, so I leave him in your capable hands. After Chu Xinyan concluded her briefing, Ning Bai nodded in agreement. Let us start with the simplest task and head to the park management office. He gestured, preparing to sprint. In the next moment, his figure began to fade. And turning back, he saw that he had already dashed toward the management office. Wait for us. Chapter 72. The Wheel of Battle. The mad doctor of the blood-red lab coat. After attempting the ghostly invisibility 3 times, Ning Bai felt immensely satisfied. The effectiveness of ghostly invisibility was truly remarkable. It allowed for explosive advances, and while cloaked, there were almost no discernible flaws. Most importantly, the skill did not deplete his stamina excessively. He could use it consecutively over 30 times. This capacity to engage in combat seamlessly was nearly perfect. In contrast, the Shadow Spirit Flight was less reliable. Although marking did not consume much stamina, his current proficiency allowed him to place only 3 marks at most. And the energy expenditure during flight was considerable. He estimated that at full stamina, he could fly only a little over 200 meters. However, the ability to ignore physical collisions meant he could traverse through walls and the ground, maintaining a relatively high potential. As Ning Bai approached the park management office, a sudden rustle of footsteps reached his ears. He quickly halted and raised his hand to signal the person behind him. In an instant, Su Xinyan comprehended Ning Bai's intent, quietly adjusting her steps to approach stealthily. What's wrong? Have you spotted the boss? Following Ning Bai's gesture, Chu Xinyan peered ahead. In the woods, there stood a man clad in a blood-red lab coat, frantically wielding an axe and striking at something. Squinting to see through the obstructed view, she noticed splatters of blood erupting, staining his coat crimson and evoking a chilling sense of dread. Indeed, it was him. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Chu Xinyan's eyes as she surged toward the man, her dagger poised to strike. Where did this brat come from? The doctor, caught off guard by Chu Xinyan's rapid approach, received several swift stabs from her dagger, leaving gaping wounds. Yet, a purple talisman on his person flickered, deflecting the knife's thrusts. Thus, despite inflicting numerous wounds, they were merely superficial. To her astonishment, the doctor's injuries began to heal at an alarming rate, rendering her attacks seemingly ineffective. Die. All of you perish. The doctor, after enduring 7 or 8 stabs, finally raised his axe, swinging it with terrifying force towards Chu Xinyan. If struck, she would surely be cleaved in 2. Unperturbed, she lifted her dagger once more, aiming for the doctor. With a swift movement, Chu Xinyan vanished, evading the axe in a remarkable display, reappearing as a shadow behind the doctor. You can't touch me, she taunted, unleashing a flurry of stabs towards his back. 20 stabs. Does your talisman still hold any power? With her words, she plunged her dagger deep into the doctor's back. This time, the purple energy failed to protect him, and the dagger penetrated deeply. You are too mischievous. The doctor howled, lifting his axe in a sweeping motion. Yet, Chu Xinyan vanished once more, reappearing behind Ning Bai, gently nudging him. Your turn, I need a moment to rest. Eager to test his skills, Ning Bai grasped his weapons and swiftly approached the doctor. Windbreak slash. He executed a quick strike with Abyss, unleashing a gust that carved a deep gash into the doctor's abdomen. Good heavens, such high defense. Ning Bai had expected the doctor to be cleaved in half without his talisman, but he had underestimated the doctor's resilience. The axe was raised again, aimed directly at Ning Bai's head. Lightning whip. Suddenly, sparks erupted from his left hand, the tail of the floating dust crackling with electricity as it lashed out towards the doctor. The lightning surged forth, penetrating the doctor upon contact, paralyzing him and halting the axe mid-swing. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Bai threw the floating dust, binding the doctor's arm and yanking it downwards. He then unleashed the windbreak slash again, this time imbuing it with the effect of the lightning contract. The electrified blade struck the doctor, ripping through his lab coat and exposing his innards. Yet, within a mere second, the doctor's wounds began to heal rapidly, even restoring his torn lab coat. Get away. The doctor's fury ignited, and he kicked towards Ning Bai with rage. In a flash, Ning Bai activated ghostly invisibility, appearing behind the doctor and ensnaring his neck with the floating dust, forcefully toppling him. He continued his assault, each strike aimed at the doctor's head and neck. In an instant, the doctor's head was rendered a bloody mess, blood spattering wildly. After this torrent of strikes, however, Ning Bai felt his stamina depleting rapidly. Sueyu, your turn. Aware of his dwindling energy, he swiftly retreated, allowing Tsiyu to take his place. Without hesitation, Tsiyu, enveloped in a crimson mist, appeared beside the doctor. With a flash of her fruit knife, the doctor's head was severed cleanly, fading into nothingness. She then stood poised, awaiting the doctor's head to regenerate from his neck. Die. As the doctor raised his axe once more, Sueyu's blade flashed again, severing the newly grown head yet again. Compared to the flamboyant displays of Ning Bai and Chu Xinyan, Yao Sueyu's approach was refreshingly straightforward and resolute, regardless of their intricate maneuvers. Sueyu's singular goal remained, to decapitate her foe. After several more strikes, the doctor began to fear for his life. Upon regrowing his head, his first instinct was no longer to attack Xiyu, but to evade her relentless strikes, lest he suffer yet another decapitation. A few more blows, and the doctor would surely enter a frenzy. The coming battle would prove far more challenging. Chapter 73. The Rebirth repeatedly. My friend, are you not done yet? As Chu Xinyan's words lingered in the air, the doctor suddenly roared, unleashing a terrifying force. Yao Xiyu was instantly thrown backward by this overwhelming impact. In a flash, the doctor's figure transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Xiyu. Sueyu, watch out! Ning Bai shouted, his form morphing into a shadow as he swiftly reached Xiyu's side. With a swift motion, the axe nearly sliced through Ning Bai's figure, but it merely severed a fleeting illusion. At that moment, Ning Bai had already employed his shadowy technique to vanish from sight. Run! Ning Bai exclaimed, scooping up Princess Xiyu in his arms, his speed accelerating to its utmost limit. With a series of powerful leaps, he dashed toward the park's exit. As Yao Xiyu nestled in his embrace, her gaze softened, and a sweet smile involuntarily graced her lips. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Ning Bai's neck. However, as she did, her fingertips brushed against a warm, viscous liquid. Upon inspection, she discovered it was bright red blood. You're hurt. Yes, that fiend's speed after enhancement is simply too swift, Ning Bai replied calmly, though his heart was filled with astonishment. The doctor, in his ordinary form, was indeed feeble. Ning Bai and his companions could easily dispatch him. Yet after entering a frenzied state, the doctor had undergone a dramatic enhancement. With speed that was absurdly fast and strength that was terrifying, Ning Bai's shadow technique merely accelerated his movements, not allowing for instantaneous teleportation. Had he been even slightly slower, the axe could have easily cleaved him in two, resulting in his immediate demise. Upon hearing Ning Bai's words, Suyu's eyes turned crimson. I will kill him. The doctor's injury to Ning Bai had thoroughly triggered Yao Tsuyu's rage. In an instant, she struggled to confront the doctor. Don't be reckless. Everything we've done was to draw him out of the park. Stopping now would nullify our efforts. Upon hearing Ning Bai's warning, the crimson hue in Tsuyu's eyes diminished significantly. All right, I shall heed your words, my husband. At that moment, the ghostly doctor was closing in rapidly, inching closer to Ning Bai. Ning Bai's speed was not particularly fast to begin with, and carrying Tsiyu prevented him from running at full capacity. He could only rely on his shadow technique to escape. Seeing the dire situation, Tsiyu lifted her legs and sprang from Ning Bai's embrace, hurling her fruit knife at the relentless ghostly doctor pursuing them. With a clang, the knife struck, slightly hindering the doctor's pursuit and buying Ning Bai some time to flee. Tsiyu hastily followed behind Ning Bai. Soon, the trio reached South Street of the park unscathed. Still chasing us? We're home now. Chu Xinyan was the first to burst out of the park, having planted 3 small flags into the asphalt. Ning Bai and Yao Tsiyu deliberately steered clear of the flag's vicinity. Yet the arriving ghostly doctor did not notice anything unusual and charged straight into the area marked by the flags. Fool! 3 mystical trapping flags, activate! Chu Xinyan bellowed. And the 3 flags suddenly expanded into 3 formidable banners, their poles forcing the asphalt to rise as if filled to capacity. In an instant, the banners emitted currents that ensnared the ghostly doctor entirely within their confines. Child's play. Let me out. The ghostly doctor, undeterred, attempted to break free from the banner's grasp. But in the next moment, the banners retaliated fiercely. Terrifying currents coursed through his body, igniting him with sparks. Is it pleasant? Tell me, is it pleasant? Not pleasant, huh? Then let us make it even more exhilarating. Ning Bai withdrew the abyssal blade, an overwhelming force surging into the weapon. Instantly, the blade was enveloped in swirling blue lightning, trembling with anticipation as if eager to shred the ghostly doctor to pieces. Experience my new technique. Lightning 5 strikes. With that, the blade unleashed 5 successive slashes infused with electric power, hurtling toward the ghostly doctor ensnared within the banners. Upon contact, the 5 strikes detonated like missiles. A chilling scream erupted from the ghostly doctor as his form was shattered into chunks of flesh. By the time the fifth strike landed, there was scarcely a remnant of his body left intact. With a thud, Ning Bai collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. Quick to react, Sueyu caught him in her arms. "My husband? Are you all right?" Ning Bai's vision blurred, his strength waning. The abyssal blade slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, yet he struggled to maintain composure. "I'm fine, just a bit exhausted." At that moment, Chu Xinyan tossed a bottle of energy drink to Yao Ziyu for Ning Bai to consume. "Make sure he drinks it. This is not the time for weakness." Coinciding with Chu Xinyan's urgency, the remnants of the doctor's flesh on the ground began to writhe and reform. The dismembered pieces gradually coalesced, and this time, the ghostly doctor had grown larger, towering at 3 to 4 meters, resembling a monstrous entity made of flesh and blood. "Is this never-ending?" Ning Bai gulped down the energy drink and retrieved the abyssal blade, directing his gaze at the ghostly doctor within the banners. Previously, the doctor had at least retained a human semblance upon rebirth, but now, the reconstituted form was far removed from humanity. The ghostly doctor appeared as a grotesque amalgamation of flesh, towering like a small building, exuding an overwhelming aura. To make matters worse, dozens of faces, mostly those of women and children, emerged from his blood-red visage, their anguished expressions contorted in screams, sending chilling shivers down one's spine. "Steady yourselves. This is the ghostly doctor's ultimate form. It will be difficult to contend with, but he can no longer be reborn." Chu Xinyan focused intently on the monstrous figure before her. Despite numerous encounters, the oppressive aura emanating from the ghostly doctor remained suffocating. In the park, by the artificial lake, Liang Ru was carelessly tossing fireballs into the water, her face etched with discontent. "Why don't you take me along? You all go without me. Just bringing that little girl along. I'll smash you." Liang Ru hurled fireballs into the artificial lake as if they were worthless, the flames igniting the water into a frenzy, rapidly heating the lake. The terrifying temperature caused the pond to bubble wildly, and soon, panic was etched across the eyes of a small fish, desperately swimming toward the corners. The other fish had already succumbed to the scalding heat, floating lifelessly on their backs. Chapter 74. The Awakening of the Evil Spirit Mountain Ghost. "Do you even deserve it?" Hiss. The formidable figure of the ghost doctor, upon making contact with the banner, was engulfed by a terrifying electric current that surged through its entire being, crackling sparks erupting from its body. Countless eerie heads emitted wretched cries after being electrocuted, the banner's electric light inflicting upon them unbearable agony. Yet, this torment did not affect the ghost doctor. Its movements remained unimpeded as it audaciously seized one of the banners, forcefully yanking it from the ground. Using the banner as a spear, it hurled it towards Ning Bai and Yao Ziyu. Whoosh! The banner whistled through the air, aimed directly at Ning Bai and Sueyu. Sueyu, with her delicate jade arm, embraced Ning Bai, and the two ascended into the air, narrowly avoiding the incoming banner. "Darling, are you all right?" "I'm fine, but my strength hasn't fully recovered yet. Just protect me for a little longer." Ning Bai leaned against Suyu's embrace, gasping for breath as he regained his lost vitality. "Big guy, look at me." Chu Xinyan brandished a shimmering bow and arrow, a shaft formed from condensed energy materializing upon the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth towards the ghost doctor. In that fleeting moment, the ghost doctor executed an exceedingly bizarre motion, catching the arrow mid-flight and flinging it back at Chu Xinyan. Chu Xinyan reacted swiftly, drawing the bowstring once more and releasing another arrow. The two arrows collided perfectly in mid-air, resulting in a resounding explosion, transforming into a cloud of energy mist. "Become my next trophy." Dozens of voices melded into one as the ghost doctor's massive form surged forth from the smoke, heading straight for Chu Xinyan. Reacting with remarkable speed, Chu Xinyan vanished behind the ghost doctor, stowing her bow and replacing it with a short sword. Clang! The short sword pierced the ghost doctor's back, emitting a sound akin to metal clashing. Sparks flickered behind it. "Are you merely tickling me? Die!" The ghost doctor abruptly spun around, its terrifying centrifugal force flinging Chu Xinyan away, while the axe in its hand whirled towards her. Bang! Chu Xinyan was violently thrown against the wall, the flying axe following closely behind, smashing the entire wall to smithereens. Despite this, the ghost doctor had no intention of sparing Chu Xinyan. Its colossal, menacing figure soared over 10 meters high before crashing down towards the ruins below. "Chu Xinyan!" Ning Bai shouted in alarm at the sight. Fortunately, Chu Xinyan's voice resonated from behind Ning Bai and Yao Tsuyu. Don't shout so loudly. I'm not that easy to kill, but my attacks are ineffective against it. I can only buy you so much time. Upon hearing Chu Xinyan's voice, the two hastily turned around, only to see her covered in dust. A trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, her arm grotesquely twisted and rendered immobile. Is fleeing all you can do? Whoosh. 3 fragments of stone hurtled towards the trio. Ning Bai swiftly grasped the floating dust in his hand, waving it twice, causing the 2 massive stones to explode into countless pieces. The final stone was caught by Ning Bai, who then hurled it back. If you crave a beating, then let your father teach you a lesson. Whoosh. Ning Bai's form abruptly transformed into that of a malevolent spirit, charging alongside Tsuyu. The sight of the two rushing towards him only exhilarated the ghost doctor further, who picked up the axe from the ground and advanced towards them. With each heavy step, the asphalt road beneath him cracked, as if the earth trembled in response to his approach. Attack its head. Chu Xinyan observed the battlefield while consuming medicine. As a retracer, she was acutely aware of the ghost doctor's weaknesses. However, articulating such thoughts was far easier than executing them. The ghost doctor's terrifying physique had granted it speed and reflexes beyond human capability, its defenses so formidable that ordinary attacks could not penetrate. Even with Ning Bai wielding the abyssal blade with all his might, he could only leave a shallow scratch on the ghost doctor's body. Striking its nearly 2-story-high head felt like a fool's errand. Moreover, the ghost doctor's speed, having evolved twice, was now nearly on par with Ning Bai's. And with its 3rd evolution, it had become even swifter. Had it not been for Ning Bai's ability to mislead the ghost doctor, he would have perished numerous times by now. After a fruitless barrage of attacks, Yao Tsuyu turned to Ning Bai and said, "Darling, this method won't suffice. Shall we merge?" "Yes, it appears this is our only option." Ning Bai too recognized that merging might be their sole solution, although he was reluctant to do so. If their fusion failed to vanquish the ghost doctor, it would mean that both he and Tsuyu would be utterly drained, leaving only Chu Xinyan to confront the ghost doctor alone. Chu Xinyan had no reason to rescue them. With her retracing ability, she could simply restart the previous night and send herself a message. Her own demise mattered little, but what of Tsuyu? What of Liangru? They lacked the Nirvana seal. Death for them would be irrevocable. In the midst of this peril, the strange voice that had previously invaded his mind resurfaced. "TSK, so weak it's pitiful." Hearing this voice again, Ning Bai felt his bodily autonomy wrested away by his mask. "Kid, watch closely. This will be quite impressive." The eerie voice echoed once more as he drew the abyssal blade, striding steadily towards the ghost doctor. His demeanor betrayed no semblance of the tension that had preceded the battle, instead resembling a leisurely stroll towards the monstrous ghost doctor. "Darling, what are you doing?" Yao Tsuyu, expecting Ning Bai to issue orders, was bewildered when he seemed to change course, advancing directly towards the ghost doctor instead of merging with her. In this precarious situation, Yao Tsuyu was utterly perplexed, while Chu Xinyan grew increasingly anxious. "Ning Bai, don't be foolish. I don't want to restart again." Yet Ning Bai paid no heed to their cries, continuing his leisurely approach towards the ghost doctor. The 2 women were at a loss as to his intentions, and the ghost doctor was equally confused. "What's wrong? Are you in despair? Are you preparing to become a part of me? Excellent, I welcome you. Let us evolve together." With that, the ghost doctor leapt high into the air, crashing down towards Ning Bai. Boom. A terrifying cacophony resonated throughout the street, the asphalt road cracking under the earth-shattering impact. Dust and debris enveloped the ghost doctor's form completely. "Ning Bai, darling." The 2 women watched in horror, their voices rising in alarm as they fixated on the spot where Ning Bai had vanished. As the dust settled, the ensuing scene left them utterly astounded. There stood Ning Bai, adorned with a skull mask, brandishing the abyssal blade, its tip still embedded within a head. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "Evolve? Do you even deserve it?" Chapter 75. The child is quietly up to mischief. "No. How did you evade me?" The tormented ghost doctor slapped his own face in desperation, attempting to crush Ning Bai beneath his hand. Yet, Ning Bai nimbly somersaulted onto the doctor's head, deftly avoiding the attack. It was baffling how such a hulking figure could be so clumsy. One could only wonder which fool would allocate their evolution points toward size enhancement. Ning Bai twisted his neck, exuding an air of indifference, disdain, nonchalance, and a hint of rebelliousness. The ghost doctor, feeling Ning Bai's audacity atop his head, raised his hand to swat him down. "Remove your filthy hands," Ning Bai uttered coolly, as he swung his sword with a sudden, swift motion, producing an afterimage. A blade of wind, so subtle it was nearly imperceptible, shot forth, contrasting sharply with the overwhelming force of his previous strikes. Whereas his former attacks had been formidable and awe-inspiring, this strike was unadorned, almost humble in its execution, yet its potency left all witnesses dumbfounded. The blade of wind effortlessly penetrated the ghost doctor's massive hand, blood and flesh spraying in all directions. This wind is terrifying. It seems to have solidified. Chu Xinyan's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether the figure before her was truly Ning Bai. Such mastery of blade work could only belong to a grandmaster who had returned to the essence of swordsmanship. Yet here it was, manifesting in Ning Bai. It wasn't that Chu Xinyan underestimated Ning Bai's capabilities. Rather, the disparity in his skills was simply too vast. Just moments ago, he was a novice wielding a blade. And now he had transformed into a master swordsman, a transformation that defied logic. Not only was Chu Xinyan bewildered, but Ning Bai, witnessing the ghost doctor's maneuvers from a first-person perspective, was equally astonished. Having observed the true artistry of a grandmaster, he realized just how ludicrous his own techniques were. Despite wielding his own body with fervor, he found his stamina waning after just a couple of strikes. Yet the ghost doctor, using his form with such simplicity, expended little energy to achieve remarkable results. Ning Bai's shock, viewed through his own eyes, was far greater than that of the onlookers. Naturally, the insights gained from witnessing the ghost doctor's prowess were invaluable. Recognizing this, Ning Bai committed himself to learning with renewed seriousness, determined not to overlook even the minutest detail. Impossible. How have you grown so powerful? The ghost doctor stared in horror at his pierced palm, losing all courage to continue the fight. Whipping his head in an attempt to shake Ning Bai off, he began retreating towards the park. This is bad. He is heading back to the park. We must stop him. Sensing the urgency, Chu Xinyan attempted to alert Ning Bai, but the ghost doctor had no need for her warning. Disappointment laced his tone as he lamented, and just when the fun was beginning, you think to escape? Raising his abyssal blade, he pronounced each word with gravity. Break, wind, slash. With the final syllable uttered, a tremendous wave of blade energy surged forth. This time, it was unrestrained. A 2-meter-high arc of lethal force cleaved through the air, tearing it apart with a deafening sonic boom that compelled the onlookers to cover their ears. In that instant, the ghost doctor seemed to sense his impending demise. He turned back one last time, witnessing the blade wind carve a deep trench into the earth, a harbinger of his end, and that fleeting glance marked the final moment of his existence. In the blink of an eye, his immense form was torn asunder by the blade energy, reduced to fragments. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully defeating a boss-level entity and acquiring the following rewards. Experience, 70. 000, Taoist Dan. 30 years, Premium Ethereal Item, Meat Mountain. Premium Ethereal Weapon, Earth-Splitting Axe. Premium Talisman, no durability, requires charging with Spirit Stones. 20 Charging Spirit Stones. 20 Item Expansions, 50 Advanced Healing Potions, 50 Advanced Stamina Potions, 10 Identification Eyes, 120, 000 Ethereal Coins. Player's current level, 27, 13, 000 15, 000. As the cascade of rewards echoed through the air, the ghost doctor remained oblivious, instead addressing Ning Bai with a mental voice. Kid, I didn't get to have much fun this time. When I return, I hope you'll be more of a challenge. With that, Ning Bai regained control of his body, and the skeletal mask faded into him. Are you all right, dear? Yao Tzuyu floated to Ning Bai's side, instinctively fearing that the cost of that last strike had left him drained once more. However, thanks to the ghost doctor's precise control over his power, Ning Bai still possessed sufficient stamina to escape. This was perhaps the hallmark of a seasoned player. They would never recklessly exhaust their energy, always leaving room for error. I'm fine. Did you receive any rewards? Yao Tzuyu nodded, saying, I've gained over a decade of Taoist cultivation. Chu Xinyan soon joined them, adding, Our rewards may not match yours in magnitude, but as participants in the kill, we'll still receive a share. Indeed, my gains are quite satisfactory as well. I received. Before Ning Bai could finish, another notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully defeating a boss-level entity and acquiring the following rewards. Experience, 70. 000, Premium Ethereal Item, Weak Water. Premium Ethereal Weapon, Water Goddess Trident. Premium Talisman. No durability. Requires charging with Spirit Stones. 20 charging Spirit Stones. 20 item expansions. 50 advanced healing potions. 50 advanced stamina potions. 10 identification eyes. 120,000 ethereal coins. Player's current level. 32, 4, 22, 000. Wait a moment, how? No, something is amiss. Ning Bai was about to question why he had received 2 sets of rewards, but upon closer inspection, he realized the ethereal weapon and item were distinct from one another, each with notable differences. Could it be the handiwork of Xiaoru? With this thought in mind, Ning Bai beckoned the two to follow him into the park. Though they were puzzled by his sudden behavior, they complied and entered the park alongside him. As they stepped inside, a wave of heat enveloped them, particularly emanating from the direction of the artificial lake. The lake resembled a cauldron of boiling fish soup, with countless fish, both large and small, floating belly up on the surface, accompanied by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. Just as I suspected, the child is quietly up to mischief. Chapter 76. Distribution of Spoils. What is happening? Chu Xinyan was equally startled by the scene before her. The little boy, who had been their greatest headache, was single-handedly defeated by Ru Mei. Ning Bai found it amusing to utter these words himself. The three of them had fought fiercely, risking their lives to finally vanquish a boss-level specter, while Liang Ru had merely stumbled upon her victory. This left all three feeling rather embarrassed. Little Ru. At that moment, Liang Ru continued to throw fireballs into the lake with abandon. Upon hearing Ning Bai's call, she lifted her head to look over, only to pout even more upon realizing it was Ning Bai and the others. Crossing her arms, she turned her head away in a huff. Ning Bai, accustomed to her sulking, approached and enveloped Liang Ru in his embrace, gently ruffling her hair. Liang Ru's frustration began to dissipate. You promised you wouldn't leave me behind. Yet here I am. I am genuinely upset this time. I know you're off to deal with some monstrous entity, but I worry about you. Are you hurt? Before Ning Bai could soothe her, Liang Ru had already calmed herself. Deep down, she understood the situation, yet she often felt abandoned, which left her feeling somewhat wronged. With Ning Bai taking the initiative to comfort her, her anger evaporated, but she grew concerned upon noticing the blood on his back. Rest assured, the creature was somewhat challenging to defeat. The blood is all its. But how could it splatter on your back? The circumstances were complicated, and I lost track of things. By the way, did you feel any strange forces earlier? Ning Bai opted to shift the topic, knowing Liang Ru struggled to handle multiple matters simultaneously. Upon hearing his question, she nodded eagerly. Yes. A tremendous amount of ominous energy suddenly surged from the water and flooded into my body. It startled me. Liang Ru's face was animated as she recounted her experience to Ning Bai. Hearing this, Chu Xinyan behind them could only smile wryly, never having anticipated that the troublesome child ghost would be so easily dealt with. After a brief respite, the four of them retrieved 2 hero certification medals from the pavilion in the lake and the park management office. At that moment, Ning Bai's backpack was filled to the brim. Taoist Essence Pill, 30 years, immediately increases cultivation by 30 years upon consumption. Meat Mountain, refines into a Spectre Energy Meat Mountain, consumes stamina automatically in non-controlled state, repairing its own injuries. Weak Water, refines into Spectre Energy Weak Water, gains control over water. Contact with water slows enemy movement. Premium Amulet, absorbs 50 of attacks, up to 20 times, currently unusable, requires 2 energy stones to recharge. Energy stones, essential materials for recharging consumable Spectre artifacts, total of 40. Advanced Healing Pill, restores 100 health within 2 minutes, total, 50 sets. Advanced Stamina Pill, restores 100 stamina within 2 minutes, total, 50 sets. Identification Eyes 20, Item Expansion 20. 240, 172 Spectre coins. In addition to this, there were numerous Spectre artifacts and Spectre soldiers, but Ning Bai intended to use them merely as materials for strengthening his abyss. See why? These 3 items are for you. As he spoke, Ning Bai handed over the Weak Water, the 30-year cultivation pill, and the Water Goddess Trident to Cui. Cui smiled gently. Thank you, my husband. Delighted by Ning Bai's generosity, Yao Cui felt her heart swell with joy, though she maintained a modest demeanor typical of a traditional woman. Her happiness was evident, nonetheless. Ning Bai had not forgotten Liang Ru. Little Ru, this is for you. He produced the Meat Mountain and offered it to Liang Ru, who immediately recoiled in distaste. What is this grotesque mass? It looks revolting. It was no fault of Liang Ru's. The meat mountain indeed had an off-putting appearance. At first glance, it merely resembled a large lump of meat, but upon closer inspection, one could not discern which part it originated from, and it pulsated grotesquely. Ning Bai had initially considered giving the weak water to Liang Ru, as she was a fire specter and water and fire were incompatible. Thus, weak water was not particularly suitable for her. Conversely, the meat mountain was quite beneficial for her. On one hand, Ning Bai's stamina was already insufficient, and adding another source of consumption would only complicate matters further. On the other hand, Liang Ru lacked significant close combat ability, making additional life-saving skills more advantageous for her. Although Liang Ru received the least, she had thoroughly absorbed the cultivation from the child ghost. In reality, her enhancement was not lesser than Cuys. While the two female specters reveled in their respective rewards, Chu Xinyan appeared somewhat out of place. She seemed to sense the awkwardness and busied herself by kicking small stones on the ground. Xinyan. Ning Bai suddenly called out her name. Chu Xinyan looked up nervously. What is it? Her expression was one of confusion, yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Beep. Would you like to consume 10 energy stones to recharge the premium amulet? Recharge successful. Xinyan, your assistance was invaluable this time. Take these. Ning Bai produced 2 items and handed them to Chu Xinyan. Beep. Player Ning Bai has initiated a trade with you. Earth-splitting axe, premium specter weapon, premium protective jade, charged. Upon seeing these, Chu Xinyan widened her eyes slightly. Isn't this a bit much? After all, you contributed the most in defeating those specters. Does it matter who delivered the killing blow? That only serves to distort one's efforts. If I vanquish a specter, am I the MVP while you simply benefit from my efforts? Though she said this, Chu Xinyan did not hesitate to accept Ning Bai's trade proposal. In truth, Chu Xinyan was not particularly concerned about these rewards. To put it another way, she lacked nothing. Perhaps what she truly desired was not material possessions, but rather Ning Bai's acknowledgement, a sense of belonging to his circle. Following this exchange of spoils, Ning Bai found himself wealthier than before. He had acquired a remarkable 20-item expansions, and after utilizing them, his backpack slots expanded to 38. Subsequently, Ning Bai returned to the peculiar shop, intending to retrieve the supplies he had previously left behind and to indulge in some shopping. After the battle, Ning Bai had amassed an impressive 240,000 specter coins. This fortune was more than sufficient to elevate his abyss to legendary status. He pondered what transformations awaited his abyss sword once it reached legendary tier, and the thought filled him with eager anticipation. Chapter 77. The terrifying recovery ability of the Flesh Mountain. Xiao Ning, what brings you back again? Are you here to retrieve something? Upon seeing Annie once more, her warmth remained as inviting as ever. Yes, Auntie. Additionally, I wish to enhance this weapon. With that, Ning Bai produced the abyssal broadsword once again. Of course, come inside. This time, Ning Bai brought with him a substantial sum of 240,000 ghost coins. Were he to invest them all into enhancement, the abyssal broadsword would ascend to level 2400. Regrettably, Ning Bai currently lacked sufficient ghostly artifacts. The 2 newly acquired exceptional ghostly weapons were gifted to Chu Xinyan and Yao Zi, respectively. Ning Bai utilized all available ghostly artifacts for enhancement, yet ultimately, the weapon only upgraded by 536 levels. Ding. Enhancement successful. Abyssal 869, still not sufficient? After a moment of contemplation, Ning Bai reluctantly retrieved the floating dust. Auntie, please enhance this as well. Certainly. Andy effortlessly merged the floating dust into the enhancement process. As he watched the floating dust gradually dissolve into shimmering light and merge with the abyss, Ning Bai sighed, bidding farewell to an old companion. Ding. Enhancement successful. Abyssal 1233. This enhancement consumed 36,400 ghost coins. Ding. The ghostly weapon Abyssal has been enhanced to over 1,000, automatically undergoing quality evolution. Luo Abyss. Golden legendary level ghostly weapon. Imbued with awakened artifact soul, possessing a formidable deterrent effect against ghostly entities. And its wielder shall master a path of demon-slaying intent. Once again holding the abyss, Ning Bai distinctly sensed an emotion emanating from within. It felt as if he cradled a living being, which at this moment transmitted a thought into Ning Bai's mind. A golden radiance adorned his brow. Within this glow, Ning Bai beheld the world anew, perceiving everything as profoundly mundane, as though his elevation placed him far above those around him. Gently tossing the abyss into the air, it levitated beside him. Could it be that he could fly with the sword? However, as soon as he voiced the thought, he sensed a wave of negation from the abyss, as if it were conveying that sword flight was beyond his current capabilities. Though a tinge of disappointment lingered, Ning Bai did not succumb to despair. Returning to the park, he found the three girls eagerly demonstrating their abilities. Sister Yao, Sister Chu, please attack me together, Liang Ru exclaimed excitedly, though the other two hesitated. Are we really going to attack? Will that hurt you? Don't worry. It's perfectly fine, just attack me, Liang Ru confidently assured them, patting her chest. All right, here I come, Yao Tsuyu declared, replacing her fruit knife with the water god's trident that Ning Bai had bestowed upon her. In an instant, Yao Tsuyu appeared behind Liang Ru, the water god's trident lunging forth and piercing Liang Ru's abdomen. With a swift motion, Yao Tsuyu withdrew her weapon, seamlessly transitioning into a defensive stance. Throughout the encounter, Liang Ru remained still, and the wound on her abdomen healed at a visibly accelerated pace. Within mere seconds, she was fully restored, even her ill-fitting clothing mended perfectly. Haha, I told you it was fine. You both can attack me without concern. Witnessing Liang Ru's recovery prowess, Chu Xinyan decided to join in, though she cautioned. I'll give it a try too, but Liang Ru, if you feel anything off, please call it off immediately. We must avoid any mishaps. Not a problem. Just come at me, Liang Ru responded with confidence, alleviating the worries of the two women. Both Yao Tsuyu and Chu Xinyan, agile fighters, swiftly surrounded Liang Ru. With remarkable speed, Chu Xinyan thrust her short sword, and in an instant, several puncture wounds appeared across Liang Ru's body. The triangular wounds indicated that each of Chu Xinyan's strikes was accompanied by a slicing motion, exacerbating the injuries. Such an assault was vicious. The short sword transformed into a triple-edged blade. Had this been directed at a human, such an attack would surely result in fatal blood loss. Even against ghostly beings, the brutality of the strike was undeniable, as larger wounds would expel more malevolent energy, inflicting severe damage. Yet, Liang Ru did not flinch or evade. She absorbed every blow. As the injuries multiplied, her recovery accelerated. In the blink of an eye, her wounds returned to their original state, almost as if time itself had rewound. Meanwhile, Yao Tsuyu's assault grew ever more ferocious. With her cultivation surpassing a century, her strikes became increasingly lethal as she wielded the trident with deadly precision. In a heartbeat, Liang Ru's head was severed, yet, reminiscent of the earlier encounter with the ghostly doctor, a strange phenomenon ensued. Before Liang Ru's head could touch the ground, it vanished into thin air, and a mist began to rise from her neck, gradually forming into a head once again. All their attempts bore no fruit. After a prolonged exchange, both women found themselves panting, while Liang Ru stood unfazed, devoid of any sign of fatigue. Is it perpetual rebirth? Is there truly no limit? Yao Tsuyu inquired, astonished, to which Liang Ru casually replied, Of course there is. Once my malevolent energy is depleted, I can no longer be reborn. Chu Xinyan asked, How much has been consumed so far? Perhaps 2%? No, it seems less than that. Liang Ru's words left both women dumbfounded. After such a prolonged assault, they had only managed to deplete a mere fraction? This implied that they would require relentless efforts to eliminate Liang Ru for over half an hour, all while she remained completely still and abstained from any restorative measures. Had Liang Ru merely taken a couple of steps, or spared 2 seconds to consume a remedy within that time frame, they would never have succeeded in vanquishing her. What difference was there between this and cheating? The two were left in shock, and Ning Bai shared their astonishment. Seizing the moment to test the power of his abyss, he spoke up, Xiao Ru, why don't we have a try? Ning Bai retrieved the abyss from his backpack. Instantly, the gazes of the three girls shifted towards him, filled with profound trepidation. Ning Bai, you have changed. Chapter 78. The Ghost of the Willow Grove. Has the Ghost of the Willow Grove changed? Ning Bai questioned, somewhat perplexed by Chu Xinyan's words. However, Chu Xinyan shook her head and replied, I don't know, but I have an overwhelming sense that your aura has transformed entirely. You feel so unfamiliar, almost like you are not human. Why do I feel this is not a compliment? Ning Bai retorted. You give off the impression of a being from a higher dimension, seemingly entirely unlike us. A flicker of fear still lingered in Chu Xinyan's eyes as she gazed at Ning Bai. It feels as if you are divine. Such high praise surprised Ning Bai, yet it garnered affirmation from the other two women. Yes, that's exactly the feeling. I suddenly feel a bit frightened of you, brother. One remarked. Husband, it seems you have grown stronger, another added. Indeed, when Ning Bai grasped the abyss, He too had sensed this transformation, as if the so-called demon-breaking thought had bestowed this upon him. Originally, Liang Ru had intended to test Ning Bai's strength, but now, even if she had 100-fold courage, she would not dare to challenge him. It seems we have all experienced significant growth. The next task of vanquishing the final ghost mother should be manageable, Chu Xinyan suggested, which received agreement from the others. Thus, the four of them tidied up and proceeded towards the willow grove in the park. The grove lay adjacent to an artificial lake. Yet reaching it required traversing a long, winding path that appeared to be abandoned for years, strewn with withered yellow leaves. Over time, these leaves had lost their original hue, turning a charred black. As they ventured deeper into the grove, the chilling atmosphere intensified. Soon, a lush expanse of willows emerged before them. Strangely, while much of the park had begun to fade into yellow, these willows retained a dark, verdant hue, as if they belonged to an entirely different season. "It's so cold. Let me ignite a fire to warm myself," Liang Ru remarked, rubbing her arms, feeling the chills surround her. She raised her hand and conjured a sphere of flame, hurling it towards the grove. Boom! Upon striking the branches of the willow, the flames erupted like fireworks, scattering throughout the grove. "Who is this disrespectful girl? Haven't your parents taught you not to play with fire?" A chilling voice echoed, causing the temperature to plummet further. The frigid air extinguished the fire Liang Ru had conjured. "Who are you calling a disrespectful girl? Do you dare to challenge me? I could incinerate your grove today," Liang Ru retorted angrily, her ire flaring at the ghost's mockery. She unleashed two streams of magma-like energy towards the grove. The terrifying heat forced both Chu Xinyan and Yao Ziyu to retreat several steps to find a semblance of comfort. Yet, astonishingly, as the fiery columns struck the grove, countless willow branches merely swayed gently, extinguishing the flames as if they were mere embers. "How is this possible? My flames are ineffective?" Liang Ru furrowed her brow, this being the first time she had encountered such a situation. "Let me give it a try." Chu Xinyan stepped forward, addressing Liang Ru. "We are currently within her invincible domain. We must find a way to draw her out." With that, Chu Xinyan brandished her short sword and charged into the grove. Swish! The sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere as numerous willow branches lashed at Chu Xinyan like whips. Quick as a flash, she maneuvered her sword, severing every branch that approached her. Yet, in the next moment, the severed branches regrew instantly. The deeper she ventured into the grove, the more branches ensnared her, making it increasingly difficult to advance. Suddenly, a branch shot up from the ground, aiming for her lower body. Engrossed in the branches above, Chu Xinyan failed to notice the one surging from the ground. Just as it seemed she would be pierced, Yao Zueyu's crimson figure flashed beside her. With a deft flick of her water god trident, she sliced through the branch and swiftly pulled Chu Xinyan back. Countless branches reached out to ensnare them, but Yao Ziyu, gripping the trident, spun it fiercely, entangling the branches. "Break!" Yao Zueyu commanded. And with a powerful swing of her trident, she severed the branches completely. They landed safely on the ground. "Thank you. It appears I truly still have much to learn." Chu Xinyan expressed her gratitude to Yao Zuyu. "It's nothing. This boss is indeed formidable. I am uncertain if I can breach her defenses," Yao Zuyu admitted, recognizing the challenge at hand but still eager to give it a try. "Be cautious," she advised. Nodding, Sueyu's blood-red figure darted forward, her trident tracing elegant arcs as it sliced through countless branches, clearing a long path. With a gentle push off the ground, she soared into the heart of the grove. The trident whirled continuously, forcibly creating a circular passage. Upon reaching the center, they discovered a female corpse clad in white, suspended by a hemp rope from the willow tree's crown, her limbs sprouting numerous willow branches as if she were meant to be a part of the tree itself. "I see her," Yao Zueyu exclaimed with delight, but in the next instant, a thick branch pierced her body, releasing a surge of malevolent energy, causing her complexion to pale significantly. "You sister!" Chu Xinyan cried out as Yao Zueyu attempted to sever the branch, but her trident proved ineffective against it. In a moment of desperation, Ziyu drew a fruit knife, attempting to cut the branch, but it merely produced a sharp clang and was violently rebuffed. Clearly, the fruit knife was inferior to the trident. This attempt not only proved futile, but also exacerbated her injury due to the vigorous motion. Feeling the pain at her waist, Yao Ziyu desperately hurled a sphere of weak water. To her astonishment, upon contact with the robust branch, it rapidly withered, drooping helplessly. How intriguing! Fire cannot conquer wood. Yet water can harm wood. The roles have reversed. Chapter 79, The Slaying of the Willow Tree Spectre. The dungeon concludes. Weak water? It actually worked? Yao Tsiyu had indeed heeded Ning Bai's advice and refined the weak water, yet she had never regarded it with any seriousness. She had always thought of weak water as a useless spell, far less intriguing than using genuine weapons. Now, having been saved by weak water, Yao Tsiyu found herself with newfound respect for elemental power. Weak water. Drown her. Yao Tsiyu uttered a soft command and raised her hand to summon a massive surge of water, hurling it toward the willow tree specter ahead. No, don't. The specter, bound within the tree, cried out in terror as countless willow branches wildly swayed, attempting to shield her from the oncoming tide. But this was nothing but a futile endeavor. The branches, before even making contact with the water mass, began to wither and decay at an alarming speed. As if all strength had been siphoned away, the weak water crashed against the chest of the willow tree specter, erupting into a dazzling splash. In the next instant, the specter's willow tendrils drooped, and the once youthful appearance of the specter, who had seemed to be in her 20s, began to age visibly. Her skin sagged, and her once lustrous black hair turned a ghostly white, resembling an elderly crone. As the willow tree specter aged, the entire grove also withered, leaves cascaded down, and even the trunks began to bend under their own weight. Die! Yao Tsiyu's voice pierced the air, unleashing 3 icy strikes that pierced through the specter's chest. Yet, instead of feeling pain, the specter lifted her wrinkled visage and cackled maniacally. Ha ha ha, how Navi you are. What if I fear water? Can you truly kill me? I am not foolish. As long as I do not step beyond this grove, none of you can harm me. Ha ha ha, go on, kill me. The willow crone screamed frantically at Yao Tsiyu, her eyes gleaming with a sense of triumph as if she had already ensnared them all. But I have yet to make my move. Suddenly, Ning Bai, who had been observing from afar, spoke up. As he had predicted, the 3 girls had each contributed their strategies and abilities, with varying degrees of success. Yet, Ning Bai had remained an observer, seemingly with no intention of intervening. However, the crone dismissed Ning Bai entirely. What are you, a mere child? Even if a deity were to descend today, they would be powerless against me. Ha ha ha, how absurd. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. I stand here. If you can, then kill me. Her expression conveyed a sense of assured dominance, though the smile upon her face appeared all the more sinister due to her wrinkled features. Ning Bai approached the crone with an unhurried demeanor. It truly reflects the old adage, birds of a feather flock together. Your husband is shameless, and you are no different. It is indeed fitting that your son met his demise. Otherwise, he would have grown into a menace to others. With just a few choice words, Ning Bai ignited the woman's fury. She roared in rage. Who are you calling shameless? Ning Bai raised his voice. I am calling you. All of your family is shameless. Who is shameless? Explain yourself. My son was pushed into the water and drowned, and no one has stood up for me. I had no choice but to hang myself on this tree. My husband gathered all the evidence, and yet not a single apology has been offered by the perpetrator. Tell me, who is shameless? Who? The woman was visibly agitated, her expression suggesting she might leap from the trees to attack Ning Bai. Yet the rope around her neck held her firmly in place, preventing her from escaping the grove. Ning Bai remained calm and continued. Why is it that those children can bully others but not your son? Perhaps he was not a good child himself. Furthermore, his death was a consequence of your negligence. If you had properly supervised your son, would today's tragedy have occurred? And putting facts aside, why can't you be magnanimous? Your son is already dead. What more do you seek? Upon hearing these words, the woman's previous rage dissipated, replaced by raucous laughter. After a lengthy bout of laughter, she suddenly fell silent, her eyes flashing with a cold fury. I will kill you. I will kill all of you. You all must die. With a furious scream, she unleashed a torrent of willow branches that surged toward Ning Bai. Ning Bai had achieved his purpose, and the abyss was firmly in his grasp. With a swift motion, he commanded, Go. The abyss, vibrating with energy, shot forth. The blade moved with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible, severing every willow branch in its path, ultimately piercing the specter's form. The specter, seemingly unfazed, appeared to understand that none of the injuries could truly end her existence. Thus she dismissed Ning Bai's assault with disdain. Useless. Your attacks against me, are they truly ineffective? Your wounds are still leaking shadowy energy. Ning Bai pointed at the specter's body, and in that moment, she sensed something amiss. Looking down at her chest, she saw that the wound Ning Bai had inflicted was not healing. An immense amount of shadow energy continued to seep forth. How is this possible? Why can you harm me? This cannot be. The specter stared at her chest in shock, her face a canvas of disbelief. What you call invincibility is merely a fragment of a doctrine. If I lacked this doctrine, I could never harm you. But alas, I possess it. With a flick of his finger, the abyss transformed into a streak of light, darting before the specter. Ah, impossible. I cannot die. No. As the specter screamed in terror, Ning Bai's abyss cleaved her into countless pieces. The willow tree specter was left with no chance of resurrection, and the entire grove dissolved into a mass of shadow energy, vanishing completely from the air. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully slaying the boss-level specter and receiving the following rewards. Experience, 70,000, Taoist Essence Pill, 30-year, Premium Spectral Energy Item, Willow Shower, Premium Spectral Weapon, Tinwang Whip. Premium Protective Charm, no durability, requires charging with Spirit Stones. Charging Spirit Stones 20, Item Expansion 20, Advanced Healing Pills 50, Advanced Stamina Pills 50, Appraisalized 10. Spectral Coins 120,000. Player's current level, level 38, 18,00030, 000. As the boss completely dissipated, the ground began to writhe, as if countless worms were stirring below the surface, and a golden medal emerged, revealing itself as the Hero's Certification Medal. Chapter 80, Relocation Mission Accomplished. Congratulations! You have received the following rewards. 10,000 Mysterious Coins, 1 low-level Physical Enhancement Potion, 10 Energy Recovery Potions, and a purple Mysterious Artifact Lottery Card. In the apartment corridor, Ning Bai and Chu Xinyan submitted their tasks in front of the service robot, and the rewards were simultaneously credited to their accounts. Ding! Hero Certification Medal detected. Would you like to use it immediately to upgrade your current floor? Yes. Ning Bai chose to upgrade his floor without hesitation. It appeared that Chu Xinyan had also opted for the upgrade alongside him. Ding! Successfully used 1 Hero Certification Medal. Assigning a new room to the player. Assignment successful. Your new apartment is room 222. Please transfer all belongings to the new room within 3 hours. After 3 hours, you will lose all rights to the old apartment, and access will be revoked. Upon reading the system message, Ning Bai turned to Chu Xinyan. Which room are you in? 276, and you? 222. Hearing these numbers, Chu Xinyan couldn't help but chuckle. That room seems quite fitting for you. Ning Bai rolled his eyes at her. After bidding farewell, they returned to their respective rooms to begin packing. Seated in the damp and chilly room, Ning Bai took a cigarette and contemplated the events ahead. With his ascent to the second floor, he would officially begin interactions with Duanmu Feng. However, unlike before, he felt no fear in facing Duanmu Feng now. The rewards from this mission were extraordinary, and Ning Bai had undergone significant changes. He had nothing to fear even when confronting Duanmu Feng. Sueju, Xiaoru, stop fooling around. At that moment, Yao Sueju and Liang Ru were both immersed in the ancient bronze mirror, seemingly enjoying themselves immensely. They appeared as though they had been best friends for over a decade, a stark contrast to the tense standoff they had shared just the night before. Upon hearing Ning Bai's call, the two girls emerged from the mirror. Brother, that mirror is so comfortable. The room is so cool. It's 100 times better than yours. Of course, that bronze mirror is a mysterious artifact. Anything inside receives nourishment from the Yin energy. Shiru, you should join me in living in the mirror from now on. Sure. As the two girls chatted back and forth, Ning Bai shot them a disapproving look. Could you two lend a hand and help me pack? Okay, brother. I'm an expert at housework. Darling, rest a bit. We'll handle the rest. They pushed Ning Bai onto the bed and swiftly began tidying up the room. The room held an abundance of items, a testament to Ning Bai's numerous gains from 3 dungeons. Especially this time, he himself had accumulated quite a haul, while Tsueju and Liang Ru had brought an extensive array of daily necessities. There were various items, sofa cards, a toiletry set, injection needles, batteries, headphones, and an assortment of odds and ends. Ning Bai was at a loss as to their uses. Could there even be mobile phones in this strange apartment? Suddenly, he recalled the gaming console Chu Xinyan had played with earlier. It wouldn't be too surprising if mobile phones existed as well. It was impractical to carry all of this away. Staring at the clutter, Ning Bai felt a headache coming on. However, just then, a thought struck him. Lu Feng. Although his strength was not particularly formidable, his character was well suited to Ning Bai's temperament. After leaving the first floor, he needed someone to take over the supply issues. Lu Feng was clever and had a decent relationship with Ning Bai. If he helped sell the items, Ning Bai could earn a commission and avoid the hassle of moving the clutter. Truly a win-win situation. With this in mind, Ning Bai opened his system and found Lu Feng's private message, instructing him to take everything away. Upon receiving the message, Lu Feng hurried to Ning Bai's room without delay. Ning Ge, what do you need? The moment he entered, Lu Feng froze, his gaze lingering on Liang Ru for an extended period. Liang Ru? What are you doing here? What's wrong? Can't I be here? Liang Ru retorted, her tone as fiery as ever. Ning Ge, I'm about to ascend to the second floor. It would be too troublesome to take all these items with me, and they are of no use to me. Could you take them and sell them for me? Lu Feng's eyes lit up with surprise. Really? You're giving this to me? Indeed. Once I move to the second floor, I'll leave the first floor in your hands. You can set the prices for everything, and I'll give you a 5 commission on whatever you sell. Leave it to me, Ning Ge. You can rest easy about these matters. Lu Feng was not just clever, he was astute. If he managed the entire operation, it would ensure that Ning Bai never lacked for mysterious coins. As long as he could sell items worth 2,000 mysterious coins daily, he could avoid dungeons. While other players typically earned around 2,000 to 3,000 in daily task bonuses, along with the potential for additional bounty tasks yielding 500 to 1,000 coins. If he could monopolize the first floor, his daily revenue could reach astronomical figures. The only significant concern was sourcing the merchandise. However, Lu Feng was sharp. If he performed well this time, Ning Bai would hand over all future items to him. All right, Ning Ge, leave this to me. After Lu Feng agreed, he began busily gathering all the miscellaneous items from Ning Bai's room and transporting them back to his own. Ning Bai left behind nearly everything, even the jade pixiu, as he found the meager daily earnings unappealing. Selling them to others, however, could yield a substantial profit. After a rough tally, the only items Ning Bai retained were the abyss, the ancient bronze mirror, the Xinyu bottle, a 30-year cultivation pill, Mulu, the Tengwang whip, and 1 premium mysterious artifact lottery card. Along with a few energy stones, identification eyes, and assorted potions, he concluded his cleanup, leaving him with just the essentials in his backpack. Excellent. Finally tidied up, Yao Tsueju and Liang Ru had returned to the ancient bronze mirror, and Ning Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him. He opened the apartment door and strode confidently towards the staircase leading to the second floor. Upon pushing open the door to the second floor, he found a crowd of seasoned players blocking the stairway, clamoring about something. As Ning Bai focused his gaze, he realized the center of attention was none other than his teammate from the recent mission, Chu Xinyan.